In a world where everyone awakened the power of deities, I was judged as trash, unable to commune with gods, instantly falling from the altar of genius, enduring mockery from the whole school, girlfriend's betrayal, and brothers turning against me. But no one knew that my awakening divine steel actually displayed options from 3 deities simultaneously. Without hesitation, I rejected Amaterasu from the land of cherry blossoms and Zeus from Olympus, dismissing them as trash fish. Yet this unexpected act triggered the legendary descent of the dragon country's ancestral dragon. The path to godhood through mortal flesh, unlocking limitless evolution and deicide, was revealed. When black clouds and thunderous phenomena engulfed the capital, and all assumed it was Zeus's wrath. Yet I sensed the primordial power of ancient Chinese deities awakening within me. But this is just my declaration to this godless nation, marking the beginning of the return of the divine powers to the dragon realm. Chapter 1, Genius or Useless? Xiao Chen failed to commune with the divine. Recommendation, expulsion. Kyoto Academy Square, Awakening Day. As the instructor's voice rang out over the square's broadcast, a sudden silence fell over the plaza. A few seconds later, the entire place erupted. Awakening failed? Ha ha ha, he can come work as a kitchen helper at my family's restaurant. Out of respect for our schoolmate bond, I'll even pay him a bit more. Truly, fortune shifts like the Yangtze River. Who would have thought that the genius dragon country was so proud of actually failed to commune with the divine? I thought a legend was going to be born today, but instead, we got the first joke in Kyoto Academy's history. The legend has fallen. From now on, he's just an ordinary man struggling to survive at the bottom of society. What a delightful turn of events. In the square, the whispers of the crowd surged like tidal waves. Mockery, ridicule, schadenfreude, all kinds of voices came piercing like needles. Why is everyone's reaction so enthusiastic? For no other reason than that Xiao Chen was recognized by all as the genius student of Kyoto Academy in the past 30 years. No, in fact, the entire nation of Longguo recognized him as such. In the eyes of others, Xiao Chen had maintained the top academic performance nationwide since junior high, earning him the reputation as a legendary student in Longguo. Even during his first year of high school, the 4 major guilds of Longguo were already vying with each other behind the scenes, preparing to recruit him with the best possible offers on the day he turned 18 and awakened the ability to commune with deities. Throughout his 3 years in high school, Xiao Chen lived up to everyone's expectations, consistently ranking first in the nation. Whether in theoretical subjects or practical courses, he left all other prodigies far behind. During his 3 years in high school, Xiao Chen achieved perfect scores in all subjects. Even the obscure History of Dragon Kingdom Divine Research was thoroughly analyzed and studied by him, leading to significant breakthroughs. His analytical research results even became teaching materials at the Kyoto Academy. Because Xiao Chen knew that in this world where otherworldly realms descend, everyone awakens, and the strong dominate, the only way to survive is to become strong, to work hard, and never slack off for even a moment. As a doctoral student who transmigrated, having spent 10 years in this world, growing up in an orphanage, enduring disdain and bullying, he had no one to rely on, only himself to carve out a path. Yet, post-catastrophe Dragon Country saw its civilization obliterated. Those deities once enshrined in myths had long been forgotten, their very records erased. Now, Dragon Country stands godless, its textbooks filled only with foreign deities. The once mighty nation has become prey on the world's chopping block, with foreign enemies eyeing greedily, as the great edifice teeters on collapse. Xiao Chen, a patriot and a transmigrant, devoted himself entirely to the study of Dragon Country's gods. Because he knew, only the deities of Long Kingdom were the most formidable beings in this universe. Kyoto Academy, where 5 fellow senior high school students ranking within the top 5 nationwide in Long Kingdom were crowned by the country with the title of genius. Apart from himself, the remaining 4 students also attended Kyoto Academy. The gifted student Chen Yuan ranked second in the country, just behind Xiao Chen. Today, he awakened the Poseidon deity, S rank. One of the 12 Olympians, ruler of the seas, wielding the divine power of water elements. Genius student Lu Fan, ranked 3rd nationally and also a classmate of Xiao Chen. Today, he awakened the Amaterasu Amakami of Japan, A+ rank. One of the oldest deities in the land of cherry blossoms, presiding over the center of the universe and the laws governing all things, capable of harnessing these laws to form formidable attacks. Another widely acknowledged genius student, Ensu, is Xiao Chen's closest brother, nationally ranked 4th. Today, he awakened the Yamata no Orochi deity, S+ tier. The god of disaster originates from supernatural beings, symbolizing death and calamity. He can truly be called the dark horse of the day. The last prodigy, also a classmate of Xiao Chen, is Ling Feifei, the campus belle of Kyoto Academy. The heiress of the Ling Consortium possesses an enchanting figure and enviable family background. She's widely regarded as Xiao Chen's official girlfriend. Today she awakened as Athena, an S-ranked deity. One of the 12 Olympians, she is revered as the goddess of wisdom, goddess of war, and guardian goddess, with unquestionable strength. As the heiress of a financial conglomerate, she naturally has every reason to be proud. After today, her intrinsic value has undergone a qualitative leap. However, the nationally renowned legendary prodigy Xiao Chen, standing on the awakening platform, remains the center of attention, but now as the target of mockery and scorn. Staring at the options on the Divine Awakening stele, Xiao Chen frowned deeply. 3 years, do you know how I've lived these 3 years? A cold smirk curled at the corner of Chen Yuan's lips as he watched Xiao Chen on the Awakening platform, his body trembling uncontrollably. From today onwards, no one will ever call me the Eternal Second again. Xiao Chen, oh Xiao Chen, from now on, you're not even worthy to lick the soles of my shoes. Of course, those who awaken their divine spirits and obtain divine power are as different from ordinary people as heaven is from earth. As the eternal second-place genius of Dragon Country, he finally vented his pent-up frustration today. Never imagined that the genius I'd been sucking up to for 3 years is actually a useless fraud hiding behind a genius facade. God, I'm so furious. Lu Fan beat his chest in regret, deeply remorseful for the reverence he had shown to Xiao Chen over the past 3 years. The most triumphant was undoubtedly Su, ranked 4th. Today, he emerged as the biggest winner, awakening the coveted SSR grade deity, Yamata no Orochi, with his nationwide 4th place ranking, instantly becoming the center of attention. He wore an expression of apparent indifference as he watched Xiao Chen on the awakening platform, but inwardly, his mind was a raging storm. He was Xiao Chen's buddy, classmates since elementary school, sharing everything with each other. Yet, ever since junior high, he had been suppressing his jealousy toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was the nation's focal point, while he couldn't even play second fiddle. Xiao Chen had Ling Feifei throwing herself at him, whereas he could only lurk in the shadows, stealing glances in secret. He could only live humbly under Xiao Chen's brilliance, while under Xiao Chen's influence and guidance, his grades climbed from the very bottom all the way to 4th place in the nation. Today, he became the focal point of national attention, while Xiao Chen, the genius, fell from grace. The jealousy he harbored for so many years finally found its release. From today onward, we are no longer friends, nor brothers. You are nothing more than an insignificant speck of dust in my life. Even more pragmatic was Ling Feifei, the campus belle of Kyoto Academy. Looking at the motionless Xiao Chen on the awakening platform, her eyes filled with disdain and frostiness. At first, she was somewhat surprised by Xiao Chen's failure to awaken. When the jeers and mocking laughter of the crowd reached her, she cleared her throat twice. A useless person who can't awaken, how could they possibly be worthy of being my friend? Her emphasis was on the word friend, not boyfriend, drawing puzzled glances from the classmates around her. Ling Feifei lightly bit her lip and forced a composed smile. Why are you all looking at me like that? I could tell Xiao Chen was all talk long ago. We were never really compatible, and we stopped being boyfriend and girlfriend ages ago. Oh, by the way, in all 3 years of high school, he never even held my hand, he was just a simp, that's all. Everyone was speechless. After all, everyone knew that Ling Feifei's academic performance had actually been at the bottom of the class throughout her first year of high school. Using her striking looks, she actively pursued Xiao Chen with an intense, sweet affection. As the daughter of a wealthy conglomerate with no shortage of money, she showered Xiao Chen, who came from a poor background, with daily necessities, surprises every day, and even went out of her way to personally buy his underwear. By their second year of high school, the two had finally become an official couple. Moreover, under Xiao Chen's patient guidance, Ling Feifei's performance improved by leaps and bounds, earning her the reputation of a genius among her peers. In truth, all the credit belonged to Xiao Chen. However, the current Xiao Chen is clearly no longer Ling Feifei's target. The Ling Consortium doesn't need a useless son-in-law. Chapter 2, Divine Light. Ling Feifei even went so far as to block all of Xiao Chen's contact information in front of everyone. She smiled nonchalantly. As you all saw, there's nothing between us. He's just been pestering me non-stop. As she spoke, Ling Feifei's gaze repeatedly drifted toward Su, who had once been Xiao Chen's closest friend. Today's dark horse who awakened the S+ grade divine power of Yamata no Orochi possesses limitless potential. If he could become the son-in-law of the Ling Corporation, the conglomerate would at least maintain its position among the top 3 financial groups in Dragon Country for the next 30 years, and might even rise to become the nation's #1. Like everyone else, the school's instructors and principal also did a complete 180-degree turn in their attitudes. The top 5 geniuses of Dragon Country are all at Kyoto Academy, marking the institution's glory. Moreover, the top genius, Xiao Chen, is also at Kyoto Academy. Today's awakening ceremony at Kyoto Academy is the grandest in recent history. The principal meticulously prepared, inviting Kyoto City Council members, heads of the 3 major financial groups, and representatives from 4 major guilds to observe. The principal had already prepared today's speech before the inauguration ceremony began, all of which centered around Xiao Chen. Little did he know that the outcome would leave him utterly astounded. The principal looked at the dull and lifeless awakening monument, feeling utterly mortified with embarrassment. The heads of the 3 major consortiums and representatives of the 4 major guilds seated on either side stifled chuckles. What? This is the legendary prodigy of Kyoto Academy? Haha, it seems more like a joke to me. Wasting my time. I cancelled numerous business collaborations to come here today. Regarding Kyoto Academy's educational sponsorships, perhaps they should be reduced. Oof. These words reached the principal's ears, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Professor Su, is this the kind of student you teach? Xiao Chen's homeroom teacher, Sophie, turned red with embarrassment and shame. She couldn't understand why. Xiao Chen was a top student she had taught from sophomore to senior year, diligent in his studies with excellent grades, and he had put in more effort than anyone else. Over the past 3 years, Xiao Chen had never let her down, and she had even taken pride in him. But, principal, Xiao Chen him what? He's just a worthless good-for-nothing, a failure without any future. The mentor listening on the side shrank his neck, trembling. Sophie lowered her head, forced to face reality. Though her heart was unwilling, what else could she do? The representatives from the 3 major conglomerates all stood up together. Principal Zhou, I have something to attend to and will take my leave now. Lord Ling, I'll go with you. Zhou Chang has stood up with an ingratiating smile. Gentlemen, this year, 4 out of the top 5 students are. Ahem, Principal Zhou, let's wait until the transfer ceremony is over. We'll talk later. The heads of the 3 major financial groups showed little interest. Although 4 out of the top 5 students successfully awakened the ability to commune with deities during this awakening ceremony, it was still just one academy in the capital. Across the nation, hundreds of students from various academies have succeeded in awakening. Therefore, sponsorship efforts need not focus solely on the capital's academy. Just as the principal was agonizing over this matter, Xiao Chen on the awakening platform found himself facing a dilemma. Unlike the experiences of other students who awakened to commune with deities or the knowledge described in textbooks, Xiao Chen noticed something unusual about the content on the Divine Awakening Stele. For 300 years, awakening to communicate with deities has been rigorously explained in textbooks. Since the other world descended 3 centuries ago, when pioneers discovered that humans could awaken at 18 to connect with gods and obtain divine powers, Blue Star ushered in a new era of deity worship. Anyone has the chance to soar from obscurity to prominence after awakening to communicate with deities at the age of 18. The better one's academic performance, the deeper the awakening comprehension, and thus, the greater the favor one receives from the deities. To some extent, academic achievements reflect the level of future accomplishments one might attain. Academic performance determines achievements recognized by the gods. The better one studies, the more powerful the deity that grants them strength. Logically speaking, Xiao Chen's grade should at least awaken an Olympian god. However, an option appeared on the awakening stele. Awaken Amaterasu Amikami, S+ rank, talent solar power. Skill solar cleansing. Yet this was not Xiao Chen's only choice, as there were fully 3 options on the divine stele. Little Japan? And a woman at that? Get lost. Xiao Chen directly swiped his hand over the divine stele's options, instantly rejecting them. In his past life as a passionate patriot, Xiao Chen harbored nothing but hatred for the little islands. That's right, he was a fervent nationalist. No matter what the remaining 2 options were, Xiao Chen would never choose to awaken and communicate with the deities of the little islands. That would be blasphemy to his identity as a descendant of the dragon nation. The ignored Amaterasu roared in fury, "Damned human, you should prostrate yourself at my feet and repent." Xiao Chen, damn it, GNMD trash. Yet, as far as Xiao Chen was concerned, it was merely a routine multiple-choice question for him, but the awakening square erupted into chaos. The awakening stele emitted a low hum. Purple divine light radiated from the awakening monument, enveloping the entire Kyoto Academy. The sudden commotion caused the noisy scene to instantly fall silent, with everyone's gaze turning uniformly toward the awakening platform and the stele. What's happening? Why is there divine light appearing? Purple divine light that denotes at least an S-grade deity. How can this be? Wasn't Xiao Chen's awakening unsuccessful? Xiao Chen? It's him? How can this be? He already failed his awakening attempt. How could divine light still appear? The entire venue was in shock. Historically, those who failed their awakening would never trigger divine light from the awakening stele, let alone S-rank purple divine light. Even the school principal stood with his mouth agape, his face filled with disbelief. And Su gazed at the purple light filling the sky, his face wearing an incredulous expression. No, there must be something wrong with the awakening stele. How could someone who failed his awakening trigger the manifestation of divine light? S-rank. It's S-rank. I always knew Xiao Chen was extraordinary. The homeroom teacher Sophie jumped with excitement. At this moment, only she could deeply comprehend the exhilarating relief that followed the breaking of repression by excitement. The principal swallowed hard. A miracle. It must be a miracle. That's also because Xiao Chen is so outstanding that such a miracle occurred. Sophie added another sentence, and the principal immediately grinned widely. Ha! It seems that teacher Su's 3 years of hard work haven't been in vain. Xiao Chen truly is a genius blessed by the gods. You weren't saying that earlier. However, the next moment, the vast expanse of purple light vanished in a flash. The noisy square fell quiet once more. What happened? Where did the divine light go? Was there just an error with the awakening monument earlier? And Su finally broke into a smile at this moment. Ha, I knew it. It must be that the awakening monument malfunctioned. What we saw earlier was just an illusion of divine light. A loser will always be a loser. The expressions of the crowd at the awakening square were absolutely priceless. It felt like riding a roller coaster full of ups and downs, leaving people struggling to adjust. The next moment, the noise grew even more piercing. All sorts of mocking voices were even more deafening than the initial ridicule when the mentor announced Xiao Chen's failed awakening. No one knew that the divine light dissipated because Xiao Chen had outright eliminated that petty deity. Chapter 3, Alarming the Defense Ministry. Representatives of the 4 major unions, who had been utterly stunned just moments before. After the divine light vanished, the group whispered among themselves on the viewing platform. So it was a mistake? That Xiao Chen, he's been collecting scholarships for 3 years. I bet the principal is kicking himself now. Cat, if I'm not mistaken, Xiao Chen probably cheated on every test these past 3 years. Who knows what tricks he used to pass? He's nothing but a complete academic failure. Our Qinglong Guild has permanently blacklisted him. Such conduct is utterly unworthy of our guild. We're doing the same. Xiao Chen completely ignored the mocking voices echoing across the Awakening Plaza, continuing to make his selection. Second option, awaken as Zeus, SSS+. Talent, Wrath of the Thunder God commands celestial lightning, dominating all before you. Skill, Grasp of Destiny on the battlefield, wield absolute domain control and manipulate fate. Whoa! Looks promising. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. At least it wasn't a deity from Little Japan. Zeus, young man, you have excellent taste. Before he could finish, Xiao Chen cut him off. But what I want is my Dragon Nation's deity. Xiao Chen's expression turned stern, his tone growing heavier. Mortal, the Dragon Nation has no gods. Mind your words, I am the one who controls. No, you cannot control me. I am choosing you now, not the other way around. My great nation has countless gods. You Greeks aren't even worthy to lick the shoes of the gods of China. You're nothing but insignificant trash. Xiao Chen fired back without hesitation. No! You lowly mortal, how dare you insult this deity? You, worthless trash. After that national treasure of an expletive. Xiao Chen's fingertips swept across the divine steel, banishing Zeus directly to the elimination zone. From within the awakening divine steel, Zeus's furious roar echoed. You lowly human, you will pay for this. Orange divine light erupted from the awakening monument, completely enveloping the entire city of Kyoto. Several conglomerate heads who were about to exit the awakening plaza halted in unison. Orange divine power. This is a legendary god. Xiao Chen? Could it be he awakened the legendary god? Heavens! It's been a century since anyone in Dragon Nation awakened a legendary god. The cacophony of mocking voices abruptly fell silent. Even citizens within the capital city dropped their tasks and rushed out onto the streets to see. What is that? Orange divine light. Legendary SSS+. Heavens, has the divine monument gone haywire today? How could it still? No, could it be? Xiao Chen has truly awakened a legendary tier deity? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In 300 years, no one has ever awakened an SSS+ deity. He clearly failed his awakening attempt. How could he possibly? Whispers erupted once more. The earlier roller coaster of emotions had left Ling Feifei's heart racing. Seeing the orange legendary divine light again, her mouth formed an O of shock as she stared at Xiao Chen on the awakening platform, utterly disbelieving. He couldn't have truly awakened a legendary tier god, could he? No, impossible. Unheard of. And Su's words cut Ling Feifei off. Ling Feifei quickly fell silent, her slender, white fingers tucking a strand of hair behind her right ear to reveal a segment of her crystal-clear neck. She bit her lip lightly and instinctively moved closer to Su. I agree. The awakening monument must be malfunctioning. He's a worthless, how could he possibly have a chance at awakening? Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Ling Feifei, a barely perceptible curve touched the corner of Su's mouth. Ling Feifei, the campus beauty of the Capital Academy, was the dream lover of countless people. And Su had even secretly taken photos of her, which he'd pull out at night to look at while. And Su, after the awakening ceremony, I'll treat you to hot pot. I know a new place that just opened in the south part of the city. The flavors are amazing. Sounds great. Today is sort of our 18th birthday celebration. If we had some red wine, it would be perfect. Ling Feifei flushed instantly, her mind already racing with visions of them dining together, sharing drinks, strolling afterward, heading home, and even. At that very moment, the resentful Zeus grew restless within the divine monument. The celestial radiance was instantly engulfed by a sky-darkening cloud. Daytime Kyoto City plunged into darkness in an instant. Crackle! Lightning bolts darted across the sky, slicing through the darkness with blinding flashes before crashing down. A thunderous crash. The guardhouse at the edge of Awakening Square was struck by lightning, instantly reduced to dust. This sudden catastrophe sent shrieks of terror rippling through the crowd. Defense formation. The principal shuddered in terror, bellowing at the top of his lungs, his dignity completely shattered. Dark clouds churned. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. As if doom had descended, the air thick with the fear of death, the scene descended into chaos. Heavens, what is that? The forbidden ground of the thunder god Zeus's legendary realm of death. Ling Feifei's face drained of color as she stumbled into Su's arms. Her warmth enveloped him as Su instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his heart pounding wildly. "Tonight, you will become my woman." Su thought to himself, his joy evident on his face. The dark clouds thickened with each thunderous roar from Zeus, plunging the entire capital city into pitch-black darkness. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. What was even more terrifying was that within the black clouds, it seemed as though even more dreadful creatures lurked. For instance, a black dragon. Its body was covered in black scales, with dark red light flickering in the gaps between them. It appeared and disappeared within the black clouds, stirring them into a vortex. Its imposing presence and the suffocating aura of death made it hard for people to breathe. An omen. That's an awakening omen. Good heavens. Could could he truly have awakened the legendary god Zeus? Principal Zhou Changhe's voice trembled as he spoke. The appearance of orange light might not necessarily signify the awakening of a legendary god, but the manifestation of such an omen could only be triggered by the awakening of a legendary tier deity. Homeroom teacher Sophie felt her legs grow weak. She murmured, "In the past 300 years of Dragon Nation, there have been only two strongest awakened beings, both SS plus pseudo-legendary tier powerhouses. Now, they serve as the nation's guardians, holding supreme authority second only to the sovereign as the nation's supreme generals. Xiao Chen, have you truly awakened a legendary tier deity?" Sophie steadied herself against a chair, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she watched Xiao Chen, immovable as a mountain upon the awakening platform. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Defense. Reporting to the commander. A senior officer rushed into the conference room. Inside, an emergency meeting was underway regarding the Eagle Nation's incursions into Dragon Nation and how to respond. Present were the nation's highest authorities, the most powerful figures in the Dragon Nation. All eyes turned simultaneously to the panicked officer. Commander Su Jiangwo's brow furrowed. "I made it clear this meeting is urgent. Nothing should interrupt it." Huff. Huff. The officer struggled to steady his breathing, stammering, "Commander, this is of utmost importance." Su Jiangwo took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. What could be more urgent than the threat from the eagle-eyed bastards? "You better give me a good reason, or else." As the meeting room curtains were drawn open, Su Jiangwo's voice abruptly halted. Every figure of authority in the room turned in shock toward the window. Outside, the sky was now shrouded in darkness, with ominous clouds pressing down upon the city like the apocalypse. Within the darkness, lightning danced wildly. Occasionally, dragon-like creatures flickered in and out of view, accompanied by terrifying roars and piercing screeches. Chapter 4, Awakening. The strange phenomenon vanished. The entire city of Kyoto now resembled a living hell. A sky-darkening cloud completely blocked out the light, while thunder and lightning filled the heavens, casting a shadow of death over the land. Kyoto citizens were gripped by extreme panic, with chaos erupting on the streets. As Han Qianxue, the anchor of Kyoto TV's Noon News, delivered the broadcast, the director's voice came through her earpiece. Breaking news alert immediately. As a nationally renowned anchor, her on-the-spot reaction was impeccably handled. While listening to the director's instructions, she immediately cut to the emergency news. "Hello everyone, this is an emergency news bulletin. Just moments ago, an extreme weather phenomenon involving dark clouds gathering appeared over Kyoto City. Citizens, please remain calm. This is an awakening phenomenon caused by an awakened being at Kyoto Academy. It appears that this year, our Kyoto Academy has witnessed the awakening of a legendary SSS plus deity, a phenomenon unseen in a century. This is our pride, our glory." Military District Conference Room. Su Jiangwo, a high-ranking leader of the Dragon Nation and an awakened S plus deity himself, was drenched in cold sweat at the scene before him. After a long moment, he regained his composure, his stunned expression gradually shifting to excitement and exhilaration. "This is an awakener's phenomenon. This is the realm of the thunder god, the mightiest thunder god. Who could it be? Besides Zeus, who else could it be? Has our Dragon Nation finally produced a legendary tier awakener?" The entire room erupted in awe. The emergence of a legendary tier awakened one was undeniably thrilling news for Dragon Nation. For the past 3 centuries since the descent of the Otherworld, civilization had crumbled, and myths and legends had long become dust in the river of history. There were no gods. Foreign enemies lurked menacingly, and the days of sending 055 destroyers to the open seas to intimidate foreign powers were long gone. Over these 3 centuries, many Dragon Nation scholars have awakened, yet high-level deities remain scarce. This has emboldened former aggressors to once again covet Dragon Nation. Recently, the Eagle Nation has repeatedly provoked incidents within Dragon Nation's borders, even forming alliances with neighboring smaller nations to encircle Dragon Nation, signaling clear intentions of invasion. The nation's 2 strongest legendary figures now approach twilight years, their power vastly diminished from their prime. Though they still guard the nation's borders, their strength is but a spent arrow. In recent years, the Dragon Nation's populace has grown disheartened, and rumors of war have long been spreading. The emergence of a new legendary deity awakened being would serve as a powerful morale booster for the populace. Suddenly, Su Jiangwo remembered something. "Quick! Everyone, help contain this thunder god's domain." For the Thunder God's domain was expanding relentlessly, not only engulfing the entire capital city but spreading nationwide. At this rate, without intervention, it might even engulf the entire world. The dragon nations awakened communicating with a legendary deity. This must never be known abroad, especially not by the Eagle Nation and Little Japan. Therefore, it must be stopped before the Thunder God's domain reaches foreign lands. The powerful figures in the conference room, upon hearing Su Jiangwo's explanation, immediately joined in, beginning to use their abilities to intervene in the Thunder God's domain. Yet their combined might proved utterly incapable of halting the Thunder God realm's expansion. Though not directly caused by Zeus himself, it possessed earth-shattering, terrifying power. The Thunder God's domain grew increasingly violent, unleashing apocalyptic thunder and lightning as it whipped up a hurricane in Kyoto City. Major media outlets swarmed to Kyoto University's Awakening Plaza. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Awakening Plaza at Kyoto Academy. I'm Yu, host of the Natural World program on Kyoto TV Channel 3. As you can see, viewers, this is Han Ling of the Kyoto Times bringing you live coverage from the Awakening Plaza at Kyoto Academy. As you can see, the state of the Awakening Monument is unprecedented. The extreme weather conditions are directly attributable to the transcendent power emanating from the monument. Viewers, this is Kyoto TV's Animal World. Hey, buddy, you're from Animal World. What the hell are you filming here? Are you kidding me? The Animal World reporter rolled his eyes. This is a major event. Not just Animal World, even the hosts from the family planning segment are here. At that moment, the students on the plaza were trembling in fear at the strange phenomenon. Though they tried to maintain their formation, some had already wet themselves. Yet before the awakening divine steel, Xiao Qian stood utterly composed, his gaze fixed upon the monument. He was curious what was the final option. He had rejected two deities, the goddess of the little sun and Zeus, the Olympian supreme god. One was an S+ deity, the other a legendary tier god. Yet, as a passionate young scholar deeply immersed in the study of Chinese deities, Xiao Qian harbored no regrets about his choices. His conviction was unwavering. After all, he knew he possessed the ability to awaken Chinese deities. According to the textbooks, one could establish a soul connection with a deity and gain their favor through sufficient understanding. Ever since crossing over into this world and learning about it, Xiao Qian had devoted himself to studying the deities of Huaxia. Although the dragon nation of this world held no records of these Huaxia deities, Xiao Qian knew them intimately. He understood every single one. Therefore, he firmly believed he could awaken the Huaxia deities, not those foreign, insignificant deities. In the State Security Department conference room, Su Jiangwo dialed the National Defense Emergency Hotline. The few present in the conference room were powerless to contain the spread of the Thunder God's domain. They could only mobilize national resources to halt its expansion, ensuring the awakening of the legendary deity remained entirely within China's control. Su Jiangwo feared that if foreign powers learned of this, the eagles and little devils, already itching for action, would launch an invasion against the dragon nation. Although the dragon nation might have awakened a legendary tier deity, it was still a newly awakened novice. It would require extensive trials and upgrades before fully unleashing its power. Su Jiangwo issued a series of directives, mobilizing national resources to halt the Thunder God realm's expansion, sealing all information regarding the legendary deity's awakening, expelling media personnel from the Capital Academy, and imposing strict confidentiality orders on major news outlets. The moment the final order was issued, the sky-filling portents abruptly vanished. Yes, they vanished abruptly. Before the awakening divine steel, Xiao Qian watched Zeus's Thunder God domain grow increasingly violent, then merely waved his hand. Shut up! Zeus let out a frustrated roar. The illusions formed from his ethereal body instantly retracted. The dark clouds retreated into the divine steel, and the sky once again became cloudless. Everything came swiftly and departed just as quickly, as if nothing had ever happened. What just happened? Where did the phenomenon go? The phenomenon vanished. How could this be? At the Awakening Plaza of the Capital Academy, all eyes were fixed on Xiao Qian before the Awakening Monument. Choose him. Xiao Qian, choose him. The principal couldn't help but shout aloud. If this phenomenon truly stemmed from the deity awakened within Xiao Qian, then Kyoto Academy would become the most powerful institution in the Dragon Nation. The three great families, the four guilds, even the state itself, every faction, including the nation, would hold Kyoto Academy in the utmost reverence. Chapter 5, The Power of Chaos. Has the principal lost his mind? Xiao Qian hasn't even awakened yet. This is just a malfunction of the Awakening Monument. Ha! Dragon Nation has never seen a legendary tier deity. The principal must be delirious from witnessing that phenomenon. He's just a worthless. Getting a god's favor is already a huge blessing. Expecting him to choose a god? What a joke! The murmurs of students on the Awakening Plaza grew increasingly chaotic. Of course, many were speaking out of jealousy. If that strange phenomenon had truly been triggered by Xiao Qian's awakening, it would have been more painful than death for them. After all, the birth of a new powerhouse meant he was destined to become supreme in this lifetime. No one would think of any patriotic sentiments, no one would consider that the Dragon Nation was already teetering on the brink of collapse. Such is humanity, no, such are the people of the Dragon Nation. Without faith or patriotic fervor, a nation loses its spiritual backbone and cohesion. Sooner or later, it will fall prey to colonization. And Su wrapped an arm around Ling Feifei and sneered, the principal doesn't seriously believe Xiaochen awakened a legendary tier deity, does he? As far as I know, awakening a legendary tier deity requires sufficient faith as a sacrifice. The deities in our Dragon Nation textbooks aren't even our own. Our faith in foreign deities isn't pure enough. How could we possibly awaken a legendary tier deity? Even abroad, it's rare for anyone to awaken a legendary tier deity. Dragon Nation? Ha! Impossible. And Su's words held truth. Awakening a deity and successfully establishing a connection required not only knowledge of the deity but also faith, power, the ultimate offering to the divine. Deities require the power of faith to gain greater abilities. Thus, when deities choose to communicate with mortals, they must also assess the corresponding capabilities of those mortals. Yet, these words flowing from Ansu's mouth carried no trace of shame, for he had long since abandoned any faith in his nation. And precisely for this reason, Xiaochen on the awakening platform resolutely rejected foreign deities. For his faith lay in Huaxia, in the deities of Huaxia. The clamor persisted across the awakening plaza. Xiaochen took a deep breath, his heart still filled with unease. What if the third option was still a foreign deity, or worse, one of lower rank? What then? Was he truly destined to remain unawakened, unable to communicate with any deity? Was he to stubbornly wait for the communication of a Chinese deity to descend? His fingers paused on the awakening divine steel. He slowly closed his eyes and slid his hand across its surface. He waited for the stone's selection prompt, but no sound came. Xiaochen felt a pang of surprise and slowly opened his eyes to look at the stone. Get off! You're just hogging the toilet without doing your business. A useless failure who can't awaken, yet you can't bear to leave the awakening platform. Still hoping for a miracle? Ha 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 ha. The square erupted in laughter. Exactly. Still think you're that legendary figure? From today onward, you're nothing but an lowly laborer struggling to survive at the bottom. Still not convinced? This is fate. What good is being smart? This world doesn't reward academic excellence. Otherwise, everyone would awaken as legendary deities. A flicker of guilt crossed Ling Feifei's face. Why had she been so blind to get involved with Xiaochen? This would be the stain on her life. She's shameless. She's already completed the ritual, yet she still refuses to leave. What exactly does she want? Ling Feifei naturally wrapped her arm around Ansu's, the two looking like a long-time couple, perfectly at ease. Yet just before Xiaochen stepped onto the awakening platform, she was still clinging to his arm. Ansu sneered coldly, what's the point? Resentment, reluctance, after all, from today onward, he'll leave the school forever and become a useless. Xiaochen remained utterly unmoved by everyone's mockery and ridicule. His brows furrowed tightly as he stared at the awakening monument. The third option? There was no option at all. Just a square containing a single question mark. Xiaochen was stunned. This situation wasn't covered in textbooks, not even his mentor had ever mentioned it. Mortal, I can still offer you one chance. Choose me. Become my servant. Fight for me. Sacrifice your faith to me. I will make you the most powerful being in this world. The voice of that little echoed within the divine steel. Xiaochen took a deep breath. Spit. You mortal. To insult me twice? I won't let you off. The shrill screech was cut short by Zeus's laughter. Ha 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 ha. You can shut your mouth. Otherwise, I'll make your cherry blossom nation know what a true god is. Though arrogant, the little knew Zeus's power. He was, after all, a legendary deity. Her voice abruptly ceased, never daring to speak again. If she angered Zeus, that damned god would lead the Olympian gods to slaughter the deities of the land of cherry blossoms, and she would become the sinner. Of course, the divine realm rarely intervened directly in human wars. Channeling divine power through communication was fundamentally different from direct participation. Young man, you have no choice but me. Don't tell me you. Shut the hell up. Xiaochen was not in a good mood at that moment. He felt like he'd been played. 3 options, and the last one was a question mark? He barked at Zeus without mercy. Just as Zeus prepared to erupt in anger again, Xiaochen's finger tapped the question mark. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. The awakening divine steel showed no reaction whatsoever. What the hell, man? What does this mean? Xiaochen took a deep breath, his composure beginning to crack. Ha 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 ha. Zeus's maniacal laughter mocked Xiaochen mercilessly. Just as Zeus mocked Xiaochen, the awakening divine steel finally stirred. The question mark slowly dissipated, and then, within the frame, a totem appeared. The totem was golden, radiant, and brilliant. Though Xiaochen did not recognize the symbol, for small characters appeared beneath it as an annotation. Chaos power. Chaos? This term was not unfamiliar to Xiaochen. At the dawn of creation, all things existed in primordial chaos. It was said that Pange used the power of chaos to cleave the heavens and earth. It was the supreme divine power and existence beyond all else. At this thought, Xiao Chen's body trembled involuntarily. Gain the power of chaos? What deity could I possibly communicate with? Xiao Chen trembled as he extended a finger, slowly pointing toward the totem. The instant his finger touched the totem, an electric shock coursed through his body, sending a tingling sensation throughout his limbs. Immediately afterward, fragments like slides flashed rapidly through his mind. The creation of heaven and earth, Manhwa fashioning humanity, the Monkey King's rebellion in heaven, the spirit bird Jingwei filling the sea. The images that flashed through his mind were all deities from ancient Chinese mythology and those legendary tales that had captivated generations. A smile gradually spread across Xiao Chen's face. Yes, this is exactly the feeling. Xiao Chen could distinctly feel an intangible force being infused into his body. Yet that power defied description. After all, he only sensed it. The force wasn't overwhelming. It felt as though it existed, yet remained faint. Or perhaps it was all just a figment of his imagination. Chapter 6, Sacrificing Life? Give me a break. Hum. The ancient awakening monument emitted a prolonged hum. The bustling awakening plaza instantly fell silent. All eyes turned toward the monument, toward Xiao Chen atop the awakening platform. Principal, the students are growing restless. Xiao Chen has already wasted enough time. Should we? The dean of discipline, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, approached the principal and whispered his reminder. Xiao Chen had indeed taken an excessive amount of time, and many students were still waiting for their awakening. The principal's face, previously radiant with excitement, gradually lost all expectation as the supernatural phenomenon concluded and calm returned. After all, Xiao Chen was still a failure, one who hadn't successfully awakened and hadn't communicated with any deity. Ms. Su. Sophie felt flustered and responded softly, Principal. After the awakening ceremony concludes, process Xiao Chen's withdrawal. Permanently remove his name from the school records. Sophie clenched her fists tightly. Of course, she wouldn't dare defy her superiors. She merely felt a surge of indignation. Even if his awakening failed, that didn't justify erasing Xiao Chen's name from the school records. Perhaps the principal had lost some of his reason due to the immense disappointment stemming from his overly high expectations. After all, Xiao Chen had utterly humiliated the principal today. The 3 major families, the 4 major guilds, and all the city's powerful figures had come for Xiao Chen today. Yet in the end, Xiao Chen had become a laughingstock? Anyone would be utterly disillusioned, even broken. Principal, perhaps. Teacher Su, did you not understand what I said? There's no perhaps. It's all over. Sophie lowered her head, unable to speak further as the principal's expression darkened. The principal took a deep breath and turned to look at mentor Chen Hai. Chen Hai trembled visibly, hastily bowing and scraping as he said, Principal, I'll have someone revise today's speech immediately. With that, he turned and hurried away. Right now, the principal was like a gas tank ready to explode at any moment. Anyone standing near him risked being blown to bits. The farther away, the better. Just moments before, representatives from the 4 major guilds had been frantically calling their respective guild leaders to come to the Awakening Plaza. For everyone who witnessed the awakening phenomenon was convinced that Xiao Chen had awakened a legendary tier deity. What did that mean? In the 300 years since the descent of the Otherworld, Dragon Nation had never produced a legendary tier deity. Everyone knew the reason. Deep down it all came down to faith. Thus, no one had ever expected Dragon Nation to produce a legendary tier deity. But today, the phenomenon had manifested. The birth of a superpowered being sent the representatives of the 4 major guilds into a frenzy. They urgently contacted their respective guild bosses, instructing them to drop everything and rush to the Awakening Square immediately. Some guild bosses, in the midst of business negotiations, abruptly walked out of meetings and rushed over. Others were leading guild members through a dungeon raid, facing a crucial boss battle. Yet upon hearing of the legendary deity's emergence, a boss they'd been grinding for 2 months without success, now on the verge of defeat, they abandoned everything. But now, the representatives of the 4 major guilds were all dumbfounded. The strange phenomenon vanished without a trace. The giant screen suspended above the awakening platform displayed Xiao Chen as an ordinary person who had yet to awaken. The 4 guild representatives rose to their feet. They had no desire to watch any further, as they were in a hurry to return and report to their bosses. They feared they might face union punishment upon their return today. Watching the guild representatives rise, the principal felt his irritation deepen. The school had a cooperative agreement with the guilds. For every student the guilds signed up, the school received a substantial commission. If the 4 great guilds abandoned their recruitment drive at the school, it would deal a heavy blow to the institution. Gentlemen. The principal stood up, wanting to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. Principal, hold on. My union has an urgent matter I must attend to immediately. Same here. Yeah, me too. All 4 of them had urgent matters at the same time? Bull. Not even a ghost would buy that. The principal knew full well, but now, with the awakening ceremony still underway, he couldn't go tagging along with the 4 guilds people. As the principal, what kind of example would that set? Sigh. Zhou Changhe sighed inwardly, forcing a smile as he said, "Gentlemen, once the awakening ceremony concludes, I shall personally visit each of your guilds." Wait. Before he could finish. Look! What's happening over there? At a student's startled cry, everyone's gaze once again focused on the awakening monument. At that moment, a faint golden glow appeared on the surface of the ancient awakening monument. Golden patterns spread across its surface, adorned with intricate and obscure seal script characters. Xiao Chen's finger touched the monument, seemingly absorbing the golden light. So much so that even his finger appeared to turn golden. Gold? What is this? Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. For within their understanding and knowledge, the concept of golden divine light simply did not exist. When an awakened one successfully awakened and communicated with a deity, the divine light that appeared represented the deity's rank, categorized as DCBASS plus SS plus. Of course, there was also the legendary SSS plus tier, but since no legendary deities had ever appeared in the Dragon Nation, this category was essentially a formality. The corresponding divine lights were white, green, blue, yellow, purple, and orange. Divinities of S rank and above manifest purple divine light, while only the legendary SSS plus rank displays orange divine light. However, golden divine light has never been heard of. But just because they hadn't heard of it didn't mean Xiao Chen hadn't. Golden legend. Gazing at the divine light on the monument, only these 4 words came to Xiao Chen's mind. No, he distinctly sensed that this so-called golden legend surpassed even Zeus in power. For when this golden chaotic force appeared, Zeus in the neighboring elimination zone actually began trembling uncontrollably. No, stop. You foolish human. Stop. You're sacrificing yourself. Sacrifice? Xiao Chen laughed. He'd seen that word too many times in his school days, sacrificing faith to the gods. A man who has lost even his faith, what difference is there between him and a walking corpse? Damned insect. I commanded you to stop. Zeus was utterly enraged. In the elimination zone, an orange glow slowly expanded, erupting from the divine steel. Here it comes again. Principal, you must check immediately. The awakening monument is malfunctioning. Can today's ceremony even continue? The students began murmuring in discontent. The principal wiped sweat from his brow. Seeing that orange divine light appear once more, his mind buzzed with disbelief. This situation was utterly unprecedented, something never heard of or seen before. He turned to look for the mentor, only to find the mentor had already slipped away. Fuming with rage, the principal pulled out his phone and dialed the mentor's number. Inspect the awakening divine monument immediately. After hanging up, the mentor wore an expression of helpless resignation. Today, there was no escaping it. Chapter 7, Mythic Sequence Awakening. Get out of here, you shameless good-for-nothing. Get out now. Don't delay the ceremony. You've been expelled. Even if you're reluctant, do you really think you can continue attending school? Exactly. Just a commoner. The chaotic clamor filled the air, all voices directed at Xiao Chen. The instructor hurried over, summoning several specialists to inspect the divine monument. Yet Xiao Chen, standing atop the awakening platform, remained utterly unmoved. Eyes closed, he felt the ceaseless flow of power surging into his body. It felt as though his body could contain mountains and rivers, lakes and seas, hills and plains, the earth itself, embracing everything. As he absorbed the golden energy, shadowy figures of mythical deities and tales from ancient legends flashed through his mind like scenes from a movie. Though Xiao Chen didn't understand what this state signified, he knew one thing for certain: he had succeeded. He had rejected the deities of the little days and the Greek gods. He had truly loaded the deities of Huaxia. Yet, just as Xiao Chen was immersed in the exhilarating journey through the river of mythology, he suddenly sensed that the fellow in the elimination zone next door was growing restless. Divine light spilled from the divine steel, accompanied by a buzzing hum within his mind. Then, a voice echoed within his mind. Mythological loading is being interfered with by external forces. Proceed with intervention? Ha! Xiao Chen was utterly bewildered. Who's speaking? But the voice didn't answer Xiao Chen. It only repeated the prompt, intervene? Without hesitation, Xiao Chen nodded. Intervene. At that very moment, the mentor arrived at the awakening platform with 2 technicians. Just as they approached, the orange light erupted. In the sky, the scattered black clouds began to gather once more. Thunder roared, lightning flashed. A far greater storm of the thunder god's realm was about to form. Zeus's roar echoed loudly in Xiao Chen's ears. The next second. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending a shockwave radiating outward from the divine monument. The force swept across the awakening plaza. The instructor and 2 technicians were blown away by the blast, crashing violently over 10 meters away. Even the students in the front rows closest to the divine steel were knocked off their feet. Then, the dark clouds, thunder, and lightning that had filled the sky vanished instantly in the wake of the shockwave. Hum! A resonance echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The sound seemed to come from nowhere, yet it brought an indescribable sense of ease and comfort, as if an invisible force was cleansing everyone's souls. What just happened? Did you feel that? You probably felt the same as me. Just now, it was like something pierced through. No, that's not quite right. Anyway, something definitely happened. And Su furrowed his brow deeply. He too had sensed it after the humming sound. It felt as if he'd been struck by something. But this impact wasn't an attack, it felt like being affected by some law of nature, something inexplicable and elusive. Ling Feifei stood frozen in place, staring at Xiao Chun atop the awakening platform. After a long moment, she snapped back to reality and murmured faintly, so the divine steel really is malfunctioning. The technicians have entered to repair it. Outside the academy, military vehicles that had been parked for decades suddenly burst onto the scene, halting at the edge of the awakening plaza. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers leaped from the vehicles. With weapons drawn and ammunition loaded, they formed a tight formation, completely surrounding the entire awakening plaza. Secure the scene. Confiscate all mobile phones and inspect recording devices for photos. Delete them immediately. Those who refuse may have their devices destroyed on the spot. Journalists, students, teachers, and even the principal were stunned. The military had deployed such a massive force to cordon off Awakening Square without any prior warning. This was serious business. The principal, snapping out of his daze, hurried to the commanding officer and pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Sir, what's going on here? You're the principal? Yes, I'm Principal Zhou Chang'e. Good day, sir. Zhou Chang'e extended his hand, but the commander refused the courtesy, his voice icy as he said, very well. Now you must cooperate with us. We are sealing off this area. Ha! Meanwhile, the journalists on site erupted in chaos. I'm a reporter from Beijing Television. Why are you seizing our camera equipment? Smack! The camera was violently smashed onto the ground, instantly destroying the hard drive. Seeing this display, other media outlets who had initially intended to protest immediately backed down. One by one, they complied, handing over their cameras and video equipment. They even assisted military personnel in removing memory cards for immediate destruction. As for the students, they were completely powerless to resist. Some of the military personnel might not even be awakened, but they were, after all, part of the nation's regular forces. The fact that the state had only deployed ordinary troops to suppress the situation indicated it wasn't yet a major incident. Had they deployed an awakened force, that would have signaled a major crisis. No one dared defy the order. Every cell phone was confiscated, along with all electronic devices, cameras, and video equipment. Even the school's surveillance system was directly disabled. Block information, then close the borders and isolate the nation. No diplomacy. For the sake of a legendary deity awakener, the nation would make even greater sacrifices. For the student of a legendary level awakened deity requires an absolutely secure environment to grow. They absolutely cannot become assassination targets for enemy nations before they've fully matured. However, Lu Ningyu, the team leader and an S+ awakened deity himself, inspected the scene and concluded that there seemed to be no legendary level awakened deity present. The strongest present was merely an S+ awakened being. Lu Ningyu was baffled and immediately called his superiors. Upon hearing the report, the superior was stunned. Su Jiangwo frowned and said sternly over the phone, "Find him. Find him. Today's awakening phenomenon was not an illusion. Someone has definitely awakened as a legendary tier deity. No matter what it takes, you must find this student." Lu Ningyu was utterly at a loss. Where on earth was he supposed to find them? But actually, it wasn't that difficult. He just needed to ask who was undergoing awakening when the phenomenon occurred. On the awakening platform, Xiao Chen's finger still rested upon the awakening divine steel. The clamor from the neighboring elimination zone had completely vanished. That unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind once more. Huaxia mythology sequence loaded complete. Lu Ningyu spotted Xiao Chun atop the awakening platform. As he approached, he suddenly noticed the golden light that had been flowing across the divine steel moments before instantly retracting, sinking into Xiao Chen's fingertips. "Classmate, hand over your phone." Xiao Chen turned to meet Lu Ningyu's gaze, offering a faint smile. Without a word, he handed his phone over. Xiao Chen simply didn't want to speak with Lu Ningyu, not out of contempt or indifference, but because he was still a bit dazed himself. What did loading complete, Huaxia mythology sequence mean? Xiao Chen was still processing this information in his mind. A light screen of a mythological encyclopedia appeared in his mind. Upon the screen, resembling a tree of life, stood figures from ancient Chinese mythology. For instance, Sun Wukong, Neza, and Yang Jian mythical figures from Journey to the West. Then there were figures from Primordial Chaos, Pangu, Hongjun, Nuwa, Fuxi. Mythical figures from every era were displayed one by one on the encyclopedia. But what significance did this hold for him? Just as Xiao Chen pondered this, that ethereal voice echoed once more within his mind. Awaken the divine. Chapter 8, Mockery from the Dog Couple. Are you kidding me? Awaken the deity? How am I supposed to awaken? Are you seriously asking me to choose between my little days and Zeus? Xiao Chen was utterly dumbfounded. But the next moment, Xiao Chen froze. The light screen reappeared in his mind, displaying a prompt, "Please click to awaken with your thoughts." Xiao Chen furrowed his brow slightly. This was the first time he'd ever encountered such a situation. Before his transmigration, he had read his fair share of fantasy novels, where transmigrants almost always came equipped with systems. Yet, in the 10 years since his transmigration, he had never awakened any system. Moreover, this thing didn't look like a system at all. Indeed, as Xiao Chen suspected, this mythical atlas was not a system. Without overthinking it, Xiao Chen followed the prompt and mentally clicked to awaken. He felt almost nothing, no physical discomfort, no discernible mental connection forming. Xiao Chen wondered if he might have been affected by the divine light, entering some kind of illusion. The next moment, content reappeared on the light screen. Journey to the West mythology awakened. Please select. Ha! Xiao Chen stared at the 3 options on the interface, his eyes widening instantly. Sun Wukong? Xu Beiji? Sha Wujing? Are you kidding me? Any sane person would pick the Monkey King, right? Xu Beiji? No way. Abstain from lust, don't mess around. As for Sha Wujing, forget it, his combat power isn't even in the same league as Monkey King. Xiao Chen selected Sun Wukong without hesitation. Among the 3 options, Xu Beiji and Sha Wujing vanished from the light screen. Immediately after, that ethereal voice sounded once more. Fusion in progress? Wait. Lu Ningyu, who had just taken the phone from Xiao Chen, hummed in acknowledgement. What is it, classmate? Do you have a question? Xiao Chen snapped back to reality, smiling faintly. No problem. When can I get my phone back? Lu Ningyu's tone was icy, carrying the authority expected of a soldier. He replied, after processing, the school will return everyone's communication devices. Any other questions? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. Nothing else. Lu Ningyu walked away. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and refocused. What does merge mean? Xiao Chen felt no connection whatsoever with Sun Wukong. Awakening a deity wasn't supposed to feel like this. Without establishing a soul connection, one couldn't awaken a deity or obtain its power. Hey, can you give me an explanation? The voice did not respond to Xiao Chen. Only after half a minute did that ethereal voice resound in his mind once more. Fusion complete. Deity may now be summoned through thought. Sun Wukong, Legend Journey to the West. Innate ability, divine power by sacrificing life force, can absorb any skill or innate ability. Skill, formless, fearless and formless, embodying the natural order of heaven and earth, mastering cosmic laws, without shape or form. Wait. After reading this, Xiao Chen felt unsettled. Because he couldn't quite grasp it. Sun Wukong's talent involves sacrificing life? Then he can absorb any talent or skill? What kind of nonsense is this? Even if he sacrificed his life, what good would absorbing all that do? Bro, are you messing with me? Xiao Chen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Looking at this formless entity, Xiao Chen felt even more baffled. Bro, I'm not taking the post-grad entrance exam. Can you give me something I can actually understand? How am I supposed to make sense of this stuff? Though the literal meaning was obvious enough, this fearless formlessness, what the hell did it even mean? Even with his PhD from a past life, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Just as Xiao Chen was wallowing in frustration, a military command blared over the loudspeaker. Everyone, please remain calm and return to your original formations. Xiao Chen could only put this Sun Wukong business aside for now and return to it later. Descending from the awakening platform, Xiao Chen met the various stares of those around him, utterly unfazed. Oof. If the military hadn't shown up, this useless fool would have stayed up there forever. Hey, legendary genius, what a sight to behold. You were so aloof back in school, what's gotten into you now? As he walked through the student ranks, a barrage of harsh remarks exploded in his ears. Truth be told, Xiao Chen wasn't without temper. He itched to roll up his sleeves and knock those guys flat. But Xiao Chen was, at the very least, a composed individual. His situation now was different from others. He seemed to have awakened as well as the Chinese deity he'd hoped for, none other than the stubborn Sun Wukong. He could sense Sun Wukong's presence within his consciousness. Yet he still hadn't grasped his innate talents or abilities, he needed time to study them. Moreover, on the awakening divine stele, he was still listed as unawakened. Thus, in everyone's eyes, he remained nothing more than an unremarkable nobody. This situation, however, proved most advantageous to Xiao Chen. Playing dumb to catch the tiger, putting on airs only to get humiliated, aren't these the very tropes you'd expect in a feel-good story? Well, here they come. Xiao Chen, I've deleted all your contact info. Please don't reach out to me anymore. We have nothing between us, and I don't want some clingy guy hanging around. Oh, and by the way, I'm now Ensu's girlfriend. He had just walked up to Ling Feifei and Ensu. Xiao Chen thought that Ling Feifei, as his girlfriend, might offer some comfort after seeing his awakening fail. He figured his best friend might give him a hug and offer some encouragement. Ha, he'd been deluding himself. No matter where you are, in any world, only the strong are admired. Even love is meaningless without a foundation. Material resources, strength, these were all essential prerequisites for love. But what Xiao Chen never could have imagined was that his girlfriend would actually hook up with his best friend. This was something he simply couldn't accept. Xiao Chen turned to look at Ensu. At that moment, Su wore a faint smile, standing tall and straight as he met Xiao Chen's gaze, his stance already declaring his stance. Xiao Chen didn't utter a word. What was there to say to someone like this? He completely ignored Su and walked straight into the class formation. Witnessing this, Su couldn't hold back. What was this supposed to mean? He, a powerhouse who had awakened an S+ level deity, was being ignored by a worthless failure who couldn't even awaken? After all, even the 3 major conglomerate families treated him with utmost respect now, and the 4 major guilds regarded him as a VIP. Ever since middle school, Su had pretended to be Xiao Chen's brother on the surface, while secretly harboring a deep-seated hatred for him, a mix of jealousy, envy, and his own twisted personality. He had always strived to rise above and suppress Xiao Chen, yet now Xiao Chen ignored him? This humiliation, Su could never swallow. Xiao Chen, what do you mean by this? I accept your wager. Xiao Chen's words stunned Su for a moment, then he laughed. He. Bet? What bet? Fine, since you brought it up, whatever the bet is, I'll take it. Now, tell me what you want to wager on? Xiao Chen gave Su a dismissive glance and said indifferently, the trial dungeon. Whoever clears it faster wins. Chapter 9, the Defense Department wants to arrest someone? If military personnel hadn't been present, everyone around would likely have burst out laughing. A wager? A trial dungeon? Has Xiao Chen lost his mind? Ha, I think he must be crazy. Otherwise, how could a useless who hasn't awakened a single ability spout such nonsense? Does he plan to go bare-handed against those beasts? I'd love to see how horribly he dies. Hey, you piece of trash. What gives you the right to bet against S+ rank Su? If you want to die, there are a million ways to do it. Though the classmates didn't laugh or jeer loudly, they couldn't help whispering their contempt for Xiao Chen. But Ling Feifei chuckled too, tightening her arm around Su. You? The trial? You can't even leave the beginner's protection zone. You'd just become monster fodder. You didn't dump me and now you don't want to live, did you? Xiao Chen felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Got a mirror at home? Xiao Chen asked. Ling Feifei raised an eyebrow. What's it to you? If not, go take a piss and look at your reflection. A piece of trash like you throwing yourself at me now? I wouldn't want you even if you begged. Xiao Chen was genuinely furious. He'd seen shameless people before, but never anyone this shameless. You. Ling Feifei's face flushed crimson with fury, her chest heaving violently. In this situation, she couldn't erupt, so she stomped her foot fiercely and snarled, Xiao Chen, just you wait. Even if you don't go to the secret realm trial to feed the beasts, I'll kill you with my own hands. Xiao Chen scoffed. With you? Xiao Chen's words once again drew snickers from the crowd. They had no idea where Xiao Chen found the nerve to utter such words. Before his awakening and his ability to communicate with the divine, Xiao Chen had indeed been an academic prodigy everyone looked up to. But now? He was nothing. Su took a deep breath, patting Ling Feifei's back to signal her not to get angry. He whispered, if a dog bites you, are you going to bite back? Enough. Those were the very words Xiao Chen had intended to use, yet this guy had beaten him to it. This minor incident served as a stark wake-up call for Xiao Chen. He finally grasped his precarious situation and saw the truth. His girlfriend had now thrown herself into another man's arms, and his best friend had been nothing but a fraud from start to finish. From 7th grade to senior year, 9 long years. Xiao Chen had been introverted and insecure because of his family background, but he never slacked off in his studies. That dedication earned him the title of legendary prodigy. Yet once that so-called genius faded after awakening, all his honors turned to dust. Reality. Even more brutal than the previous world. On the military side, they handled all video and photo issues while also identifying key figures through the principal. Class advisor Sophie grew visibly anxious upon hearing Lu Ningyu inquire about Xiao Chen. After Lu Ningyu finished speaking with the principal, she timidly approached and asked, are you here to arrest Xiao Chen? Lu Ningyu raised an eyebrow. No, don't misunderstand. We're here to verify the situation, not to arrest anyone. Phew. Sophie exhaled deeply. Xiao Chen had suffered enough. An orphan since childhood, he had toiled through 10 years of grueling study to become a legendary academic prodigy. He had believed he would soar to new heights on awakening day, only to fail to awaken at all. From then on, he was doomed to live at the very bottom of this world, enduring daily scornful stares and taunting remarks. Thinking of this, Sophie felt Xiao Chen's life was profoundly unfair. I'll take you there. Thank you. Sophie led the way, guiding Lu Ningyu into the line of Senior 3 Class 1. Xiao Chen, the officer needs to speak with you. Xiao Chen had been mentally prepared for this. When he awoke today, all those strange phenomena had erupted. The entire ordeal felt like riding a roller coaster. It was bound to alert the military. Being sought out was only to be expected. But Xiao Chen wasn't the least bit worried. He smiled. Xiao Chen had always held teacher Sophie in high regard. After all, she was the person who cared most about him during his high school years, both mentor and friend. When Lu Ningyu saw Xiao Chen step out from the student line, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Young man, we meet again, Lu Ningyu said with a smile. In truth, Lu Ningyu wasn't that old, only 25 or 26, but calling Xiao Chen a young man didn't seem out of place. Xiao Chen shrugged. Sir, is there a problem? Lu Ningyu slowly furrowed his brow. Because he realized Xiao Chen was an ordinary person who hadn't awakened a deity. You haven't undergone the awakening ceremony yet? But. Ha ha ha. Laughter rippled through the crowd, leaving the atmosphere slightly awkward. Ahem, sir, this student Xiao Chen is a useless failure who can't awaken. It's not that he hasn't awakened yet, he simply can't awaken. Do you understand? The speaker was Ling Feifei. Having just been humiliated by Xiao Chen, as the heiress of the Ling conglomerate, when had she ever endured such indignity? Now, at last, she felt a little better. Lu Ningyu's frown deepened. He shot a glance at the haughty Ling Feifei, feeling profound disgust toward this girl who had suddenly appeared and spoken so insolently. But he couldn't reprimand her either. He could only take a deep breath, suppress his inner emotions, and turn his gaze back to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, please accompany us back to the station. There are certain matters we need to verify with you. Truthfully, upon seeing that Xiao Chen hadn't awakened a divine being, Lu Ningyu no longer needed further verification. After questioning him here, the matter could be concluded. But Lu Ningyu noticed that Xiao Chen's classmates weren't exactly friendly toward him, and the reason was obvious: he was just an ordinary person. To prevent those classmates from speaking up and hurting this ordinary person again, Lu Ningyu decided to take Xiao Chen away. Upon hearing this, Sophie grew anxious. She quickly grabbed Xiao Chen's hand and protested, "But sir, didn't you say we were just verifying the situation? Can't we do that here? Why do we have to take Xiao Chen away? He'd already suffered enough." Sophie feared Xiao Chen couldn't endure any further harm from the military. As Xiao Chen's homeroom teacher, even though Xiao Chen might have completely bid farewell to academy life from now on, he had once been his teacher, and that would remain true for a lifetime. Xiao Chen felt deeply moved inside. He patted his teacher's hand. "It's okay, sir. I'll go with the officers. They won't do anything to me." Lu Ningyu pounded his chest in assurance. "Rest easy, teacher. I promise you this, I'll bring Xiao Chen back exactly as I took him. If a single hair is out of place, hold me accountable." Hearing Lu Ningyu's assurance, Sophie finally exhaled in relief and slowly released Xiao Chen's hand. "Pfft, he's just a useless loser. Isn't Ms. Su being a bit too protective? Yeah, he's getting expelled tomorrow. Are you planning to look after him for the rest of his life? I think you two belong together. Could Xiao Chen be Teacher Su's illegitimate child?" All sorts of nasty remarks spread through the student crowd. Within the school, teachers didn't receive the respect they deserved. Teachers weren't necessarily powerful awakened ones, but many students were children from wealthy families. So they weren't afraid of teachers. Ling Feifei had long grown accustomed to this state of affairs. Yet when these words reached Xiao Chen's ears, they instantly ignited his fury. He could endure insults directed at himself, but when it came to Su Fei, Xiao Chen absolutely could not tolerate it. Over these past 3 years, Sophie had cared for him so deeply that, almost imperceptibly, she had become an integral part of his life. Chapter 10, The Unreachable One. Xiao Chen spun around, his gaze sharp as blades. It swept over the classmates still mocking him. His eyes were filled with icy coldness, and amber cracks suddenly appeared in his pupils. The students instantly fell silent. Everyone his gaze touched felt a chill rise from their feet, piercing straight to their hearts. The glass curtain wall of the training ground suddenly reflected a strange image. Behind the youth, a phantom figure materialized, crowned with a purple gold phoenix winged diadem and clad in chainmail armor. "Every single one of you, remember this: I, Xiao Chen, am someone you will never be able to reach." His voice was not loud, yet it cut like a blade. His gaze and tone struck fear into the students, silencing the mocking laughter in an instant. Just then, a shot put rolled slowly from somewhere, coming to rest before Xiao Chen. A smile touched Xiao Chen's lips as he bent to pick it up. Suddenly, golden light flared in his pupils. The shot put took an eerie, sharp turn, rolling wildly toward the mocking voices at the exits. Like bowling pins, the taunting students were knocked down one after another, drawing bursts of laughter from the surrounding crowd. Lu Ningyu frowned and raised the recorder on his wrist, only to find the screen suddenly filled with static. When he looked up again, he saw Xiao Chen fidgeting awkwardly with the hem of his shirt. Can we go now? Wait. The girl who had been tripped by the strange shot put first lashed out with an electromagnetic whip. "Shouldn't you useless losers give us a dog bark before you leave?" Her whip was about to coil around Xiao Chen's neck when, nearby, the fire hose from the standby fire truck suddenly malfunctioned. Water spurted wildly from it. Driven by intense pressure, the hose twisted like a snake, slithering forward and lashing out like a thunderous blow toward the girl's head. "Ah! My face!" The girl couldn't retract her electromagnetic whip in time. The hose slammed into her face, transforming her once alluring features into a swollen, pig-like visage. Xiao Chen chuckled inwardly at the sight. "Looks like you're destined to awaken as Zhu Beiji." Sophie, seeing the scene getting chaotic, quickly grabbed Xiao Chen's arm and pulled him toward the school exit. "Xiao Chen, just come with me. Don't stay here, it's dangerous." Deeply moved, Xiao Chen took her arm in return and quickened his pace toward the school gates. Lu Ningyu felt a strange sense of unease. It seemed as though none of the events unfolding here could be explained logically. He stared intently at the boy supporting his teacher as they walked toward the gate, his eyes filled with confusion. When he restarted the device, all it showed was Xiao Chen bending down to pick up the shot, but nothing else had been recorded. Upon reaching the school gate, Xiao Chen suddenly threw his head back and pointed skyward, shouting, "What's that UFO over there?" The group following Xiao Chen reflexively looked up. In that instant, the flock of crows waiting at the gate took flight in a swarm, showering the crowd with white and gray ammunition that reeked of rot. None of the students mocking Sophie escaped unscathed, except for Lu Ningyu, who had also looked up. A single peach blossom landed lightly on the brim of his cap. Bad luck. I'll never forgive those crows. What the hell is this? Ugh. Bird poop. Ugh. The crowd screamed and cursed while wiping the bird droppings from their faces and heads. The red-haired girl, who looked like a pig's head, felt a sudden burning pain in her left eye. She screamed as she pulled out a shattered piece of her colored contact lens and tossed it to the ground. What the hell was going on? What kind of magnetic field could shatter her smart contact lens? She hadn't sensed any spiritual energy fluctuations at all. Xiao Chen walked over to the military vehicle and turned to look at Sophie, who wore a sorrowful expression. He reached out and gently tugged at her sleeve. "Miss Sophie, don't worry about me. Just rest well. I'll be fine." Sophie nodded with a look of concern, lifting her hand to adjust Xiao Chen's collar. "Take care of yourself. Don't be afraid. I'll always be here for you." Xiao Chen nodded, climbed into the military vehicle, and closed the door. Just then, rain began to fall outside. Xiao Chen glanced once more at Sophie standing in the drizzle. He pretended to exhale onto the window, his fingertips tracing a golden rune across the glass. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the rune floated lightly away, landing on Sophie's body. "A tracking spell," a voice echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. "Still feeling uneasy?" Lu Ningyu unscrewed the cap of a mineral water bottle and handed it to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen accepted the bottle, offering a faint smile but no reply. Seeing his silence, Lu Ningyu assumed he felt despondent. After all, so few stood by him. Almost everyone had bullied and tormented him. He must be suffering terribly. Once you grow strong enough, look back on everything that happened today, and you'll find it all rather dull. People shouldn't be like this. Xiao Chen seemed to find the topic intriguing and turned to look at him. How should people be? Lu Ningyu was stumped. He blinked, a helpless smile curling his lips. There's no simple answer to that question. Different cultures, religions, and philosophical systems hold vastly different understandings and expectations of what people should be. To date, there's no unified answer. Ultimately, it depends on an individual's values, cultural background, and belief system. Seeing Lu Ningyu stumped, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Exactly. Everyone can define and pursue their own ideal image of humanity based on their understanding and aspirations. Upon hearing this, Lu Ningyu suddenly burst into laughter. I can't believe I'm discussing philosophy with a kid who just came of age. Xiao Chen understood the source of his laughter, and a faint smile touched his lips in acknowledgement. On the rooftop of the academic building, a boy with a mechanical prosthetic eye frowned as he studied the data panel before him. Strange, truly strange. All anomaly event energy readings are 0. How is that possible? System, please reboot and reassess the risk level. What he didn't know was that a golden monkey hair had stuck to his eyelash, tampering with the monitoring data in real time. Xiao Chen would not let today's events spread beyond the capital. Sophie returned to her office to find a jar of honey on her desk, accompanied by a note. She picked up the note and read the handwriting. It was honey Xiao Chen had prepared for her. "Teacher, lecturing is exhausting. Remember to make yourself a cup of honey water." Sophie's eyes flickered slightly. Setting the note aside, she retrieved a cup, scooped a spoonful of honey into it, poured warm water over it, and carefully savored the flavor. She was completely unaware that a golden disaster warding talisman was slowly emerging from the bottom of the honey jar. Worried that students might target Sophie, Xiao Chen had recited another disaster warding incantation, infusing it into the honey he'd specially given her that morning. During the afternoon chemistry class, Sophie was demonstrating an acid-base neutralization reaction. The liquid in the test tube suddenly erupted into violent boiling, and the glassware emitted an ominous, shattering crack. Bang! As the test tube shattered, Sophie instinctively raised her arm to block the flying shards. The sharp glass fragments mysteriously deflected 3 inches from her body, as if repelled by an invisible barrier. Chapter 11, The Mythical Artifact Exhibition Room. At the same time, Xiao Chen, who had been resting his eyes in the military vehicle, suddenly began coughing violently. A faint trace of blood seeped from the cuff of his school uniform. Lu Ningyu's nostrils twitched slightly, detecting the faint scent of blood before noticing the stain on his sleeve. What's wrong? Why is he bleeding? Lu Ningyu handed him a tissue. It's nothing. Probably just a scrape from earlier. Xiao Chen took the tissue, wiped the blood from his wrist, and crumpled it into a ball. Lu Ningyu didn't notice the faint golden glow spreading from the base of Xiao Chen's fingernails, the price paid for overusing the nascent divine power that had just awakened. Xiao Chen crumpled the bloodstained tissue, rolled it into a ball, and tossed it out the open car window. A flash of golden light flickered from his fingertips, and as the crumpled tissue flew out the window, it instantly transformed into a golden butterfly, fluttering toward the school. This was the spirit butterfly, forged from his newly awakened, fierce power. It would guard Sophie at the school for 3 days, until he resolved all potential threats. The military vehicle slowly entered the State Security Bureau's underground base. The heavy blast-proof door closed behind them with a low, humming sound. Xiao Chen followed Lu Ningyu down a long corridor, surveillance cameras swiveling to track their movement as red indicator lights flickered in the dimly lit passageway. Following orders from his superiors, Lu Ningyu led Xiao Chen to a display room filled with mythical artifacts. "This way, please." Lu Ningyu swiped open a heavy blast-proof door. The electronic lock emitted a crisp beep. "This is our most important mythological artifact exhibition room." Xiao Chen stepped inside, his pupils contracting slightly. He recognized these treasures forgotten by the world, and a storm of emotions surged within him. Yet, his expression remained perfectly composed, radiating nothing but curiosity. The air within the room carried a faint chill, as if one could feel the weight of centuries settling within it. Lu Ningyu's orders were to show Xiao Chen the exhibits, so he guided him through the room at a leisurely pace. This is a fragment of the Eastern Emperor bell?" Xiao Chen pointed at a bronze fragment inside a glass case, his tone tinged with uncertainty. The surface was covered in fine cracks, with irregular fractures along the edges. Under the spotlight, the bronze's hue emitted a faint, eerie green glow. Lu Ningyu halted, examined the shards in the display case, and looked at Xiao Chen with puzzlement. "You say this is a fragment of the Donghuang bell? How do you know?" "Our experts studied it for 3 years and could only confirm it's a bronze artifact from the Shang or Zhou dynasty." Xiao Chen flashed a thoroughly innocent grin. "I came across some records while browsing ancient texts in our university library." He extended his index finger through the glass, tracing the intricate patterns on the fragment. "See here? This is ancient demon script. It records a phrase: when the bell rings through the 9 heavens, 10,000 demons submit. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in our dragon nation is too thin now. It has lost its divine power." Watching Xiao Chen shake his head with palpable regret, Lu Ningyu felt a slight tremor in his heart. "Please continue your explanation." He activated the recorder, intending to capture every word Xiao Chen spoke, its red indicator light flickering intermittently. Xiao Chen continued forward, his steps light yet cautious, as if afraid of disturbing the treasures slumbering here. His gaze lingered on each artifact, his tone humble and careful. "This is a textile depicting the Xingtian axe." He pointed to a massive bronze axe, its surface engraved with intricate patterns, the blade edged with fine, sawtooth-like notches. "It lacks the will to fight. The true Xingtian axe should manifest the phantom of a battle spirit on its blade, capable of tearing through space when swung. This is a scrap of the Nuwa stone." He gestured toward another piece of translucent jade, its surface dotted with fine cracks and filled with a slow, flowing radiance. "A fragment that fell during the repair of the heavens. True Nuwa stone can mend the heavens and all things in the world, but this piece." A faint glow flickered from his finger as it touched the jade's surface, causing it to shift subtly, as if dancing with light. "Now, it should make a pretty decent air purifier." Lu Ningyu stared in astonishment at Xiao Chen, who spoke with the familiarity of a treasured collection, his footsteps following the man step by step. Xiao Chen halted before an ancient bronze mirror. The mirror's rim was engraved with intricate runes, while its surface had grown blurred and indistinct. It's such a pity. It should have been a fragment of a demon-revealing mirror, capable of showing the true form of monsters. But now, it's just an ordinary bronze mirror." As he explained, Xiao Chen's face occasionally twisted into a thoughtful expression, and he would pause now and then to search his memory. "If my memory serves me correctly, I believe I saw it in the classic of mountains and seas. No. It must have been in the records of the search for spirits." His fingers would rise from time to time, tapping lightly against his temples as if straining to recall those hazy details. "Young man, do you have any textual evidence to support what you're saying?" Su Jiangwo, who had been observing from the shadows for some time, slowly emerged from the darkness, followed by a white-haired elder. Their footsteps echoed through the empty exhibition hall. Xiao Chen looked at Su Jiangwo, a troubled expression crossing his face as his brow furrowed slightly. "Well, these are just scattered accounts from ancient texts. I don't recall them very clearly either." He picked up a brush lying nearby, its handle engraved with strange patterns, though the tip had long since worn down. "This brush seems to have quite the history. It's likely a replica of a judge's brush. The genuine article can determine life and death. As for this one..." He dipped the worn nib on his tongue, then casually drew a line on the paper beside him. Slowly, 4 lines of ancient poetry materialized in neat, flowing ink characters. The white-haired elder's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He took a step forward, leaping past Su Jiangwo, and seized Xiao Chen's hand tightly, his own palm trembling. "Young man, you're incredible. Truly remarkable. I sincerely invite you to join our institute. The Dragon Nation is relaunching its mythology research project. We need experts like you." Xiao Chen's youthful face flushed crimson, his expression filled with alarm. He pulled his hand away, waving it frantically. No. This gentleman. This is Professor Yan from the Mythology Research Institute of the State Security Bureau. Lu Ningyu patiently introduced from the side. Oh, so you're Professor Zhang. You're too kind. I'm just an ordinary student still in my studies, only 18 years old. I still have so much to learn. I wouldn't dare presume. A hint of disappointment flashed across Professor Yan's face. He interpreted Xiao Chen's words as a rejection. Chapter 12, The Sword of Utmost Courage. However, if you need it, I can make time to come over and do some science outreach work. Xiao Chen glanced at the calendar on the wall. The next total lunar eclipse was 7 days away. A look of wild delight flashed across Professor Yan's face as he nodded repeatedly. Excellent. Excellent. This is perfect. Young people who love reading and learning are a blessing. Wherever 3 people walk together, one of them must be my teacher. During the subsequent tour, Su Jiangwo quietly followed behind Xiao Chen and Professor Yan, listening to their conversation with a serene expression. As they passed a bronze cauldron, Xiao Chen marveled repeatedly through the glass. The surface of the bronze cauldron was engraved with ancient totems and runes, its legs covered in dense cracks. Unnoticed, his middle finger flickered, sending a golden monkey hair into the cauldron. This seemingly ordinary bronze vessel emitted an unusual glow after everyone had turned away. As they passed a Yuchang sword, inexplicably, the fishing line suspending it snapped. The sword clattered to the floor before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen recoiled as if startled, scrambling to pick up the sword as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Is it okay? Professor Yan waved dismissively, signaling Xiao Chen not to worry. It's nothing. These ancient artifacts are quite sturdy. Nothing will happen. That fishing line probably hadn't been replaced in ages, so the sword just fell. No harm done. Xiao Chen examined the fish-gut sword in his hand, shaking his head with a sigh. Legend has it this sword was forged by the master swordsmith Oyeji for the king of Yu. He used tin from Mount Qijin and copper from the Yu River, tempered by rain and lightning to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. This process yielded 5 swords: Zhanlu, Chunjun, Xingxie, Yuchang, and Juk. The Yuchang sword is also counted among the 10 great swords, renowned as the sword of unparalleled valor. The entire group stared at Xiao Chen in stunned silence. Even Su Jiangwo remained speechless for a long moment. After a pause, he finally found his voice, though it was dry and hoarse, filled with disbelief. You say this is the sword of unparalleled courage? Xiao Chen swung the rust-speckled Yuchang sword, nodding with admiration in his eyes. Exactly. The fish-gut sword is a blade of unparalleled courage. When wielded by one possessing the courage to charge forward without retreat, its power is unleashed to its fullest extent. Professor Yan couldn't help but applaud. Excellent. Truly an exceptional sort of courage. Young man, I wish to invite you once more to assist with our archaeological discovery next week. Would you be able to come and help with the authentication? Xiao Chen handed the Yuchang sword to Professor Yan with both hands. The professor placed it on the display stand with profound reverence. Next week, I might be at the library researching. I'm not sure if I can make it. Xiao Chen didn't want to miss the upcoming night of the total lunar eclipse. Researchers like you who specialize in mythological studies are truly rare in our dragon nation these days. I hope you'll reconsider and see if you can spare some time to participate in our institute's research projects. At the very least, you could offer timely reminders during critical moments, helping us avoid detours and unnecessary efforts. With Professor Yan, his hair now streaked with gray, speaking so earnestly, Xiao Chen found it difficult to refuse. He could only nod in agreement. Alright, I'll do my best to share what I know about mythology with everyone. Though Xiao Chen's response was deliberately vague, to Professor Yan's ears it sounded like heavenly music. He clapped his hands and burst into hearty laughter. After leaving the Mythical Artifacts exhibition hall, Su Jiangwo led Xiao Chen and Lu Ningyu down a side corridor into its depths. Su Jiangwo led the way, with Xiao Chen and Lu Ningyu trailing slightly behind. Surveillance cameras along the long corridor swiveled to follow their movements. Lost in thought, Lu Ningyu murmured, "Things have been unsettled lately. Those Westerners are stirring up trouble again." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the Japanese deity and Western gods he'd glimpsed during his awakening. Feigning nonchalance, he asked, "Has something happened?" Lu Ningyu glanced at Su Jiangwo's retreating back and lowered his voice. "Last week, we discovered a spy ship disguised as a fishing vessel in the East China Sea. It was filled with awakened individuals." He gestured toward another direction, likely where the awakened individuals were being held. "Those bastards' abilities are bizarre. They nearly cost us dearly." Xiao Chen's brows knitted tightly, his eyes flashing darkly. "The awakened, what are they doing in the Dragon Kingdom?" Lu Ningyu shook his head, his brows knitted together. "I don't know. Perhaps they're after our nation's mythical artifacts." They followed Su Jiangwo to a heavy blast-proof door. It slid open, revealing a deep humming sound beyond. This time, it wasn't Lu Ningyu who answered him, but Su Jiangwo. "The little days have been restless lately. They've already sent quite a few ninjas to infiltrate our dragon nation." Stepping through the blast door, Xiao Chen realized they had entered a surveillance room. Xiao Chen looked up at the figures on the video feed. Their behavior was highly unusual. A blond man wandered through the night. As the full moon rose, his shadow gradually transformed into the shape of a wolf, poised to pounce on its long-stalked prey at any moment. A woman in a kimono lingered in the antique market, leaving faint pink cherry blossom imprints wherever her fingers touched, petals drifting slowly through the air. Xiao Chen's gaze fixed on the surveillance screen. Feigning ignorance, he asked curiously, "What are these?" Su Jiangwo walked over, hands tucked into his trouser pockets, and stood beside Xiao Chen, his expression grave. "These are the foreign awakened we suspect." The blond man's codename is Werewolf, derived from the Norse mythological Fenrir. The woman in the kimono is named Sakurako. She's said to control cherry blossoms, originating from the cherry blossom spirit in Japanese mythology. Xiao Chen nodded thoughtfully, mentally noting the information. Then, without conscious thought, his finger traced the tabletop. An invisible thread of energy silently spread out, implanting his own tracking program into the surveillance system. The screen flickered slightly before returning to normal. Neither Su Jiangwo nor Lu Ningyu noticed this anomaly. In the break room, several State Security Bureau agents murmured among themselves, the air thick with the aroma of coffee. "Have you heard? There's been trouble up north again." A middle-aged man frowned, gently stirring his coffee with a gold spoon. "What happened?" A female colleague leaned in. "An awakened one tried to infiltrate Kunlun Mountain and was spotted by our agents." The man's voice suddenly dropped, his eyes filled with concern. "They seem very interested in our mythical ruins." Chapter 13, Concern. Standing in the surveillance room, Xiao Chen felt a buzzing in his ears twice before the conversation from the distant break room reached him through the sound waves. Xiao Chen turned his head toward the source of the sound. A pair of eyes flashed with golden light, as if a layer of gold had been applied to his eyelids. He saw several staff members sitting in the nearby lounge, conversing in hushed tones. A middle-aged man stirring his coffee cup wore a small dragon-shaped badge pinned to his uniform, the emblem of the State Security Bureau's Special Operations Unit. As he spoke, the cup swayed slightly, rippling the surface of the coffee within. The female colleague leaning in wore an ID badge around her neck that read Intelligence Division Li Lin. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, her fingers swiftly swiped across the tablet, pulling up an encrypted file. They seemed to be searching for something called a Kunlun mirror fragment. The middle-aged man's voice was hushed, his eyes filled with concern. Li Lin's brow furrowed upon hearing the term. Kunlun mirror? Isn't that a legendary artifact? Does such a thing truly exist? The middle-aged man shook his head inside. Who knows? But those guys seem convinced it exists. Last week we intercepted a shipment of high-tech detection equipment at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, all heading to ancient ruins beneath it. Another young agent joined the conversation, his uniform cuff embroidered with a golden lightning bolt, the emblem of the Rapid Response Unit. Not just that. Last week we also spotted suspicious individuals heading straight for Sangsingdui. Sangsingdui. Li Lin looked up in surprise. Wasn't that site already mostly excavated? The young agent shook his head, swiping twice on his tablet to pull up a satellite image. Look, this was taken 4 days ago. A group of foreigners disguised as an archaeological team were operating on the outskirts of Sangsingdui. Our drone accidentally captured them scanning the ground with some kind of energy detector. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Those bastards really think we're blind. But to be fair, their equipment is genuinely advanced. Our experts have been studying those confiscated high-tech detectors for days and still haven't figured out how they work. Li Lin nodded thoughtfully. Rumor has it that the abilities of these awakened seem tied to their mythologies. Among those captured in the East China Sea last week, one could manipulate seawater like the Chinese mythological goddess Wangxiang, while another summoned thunder and lightning like Thor from Norse mythology. The young agent nodded in agreement. Exactly. And the strangest part is, their abilities seem to resonate with mythical artifacts from our dragon nation. Back at Kunlun Mountain, there was an awakened who controlled fire. He became wildly agitated whenever he approached the ruins. The middle-aged man's eyes darkened. Lowering his voice to a near whisper, he continued, the most troubling thing now is that these individuals appear to have formed some kind of alliance. According to intelligence we intercepted, Western awakened have been in frequent contact with Japanese awakened and ninja recently. Li Lin's expression instantly turned grave. Old Lu, are you saying they might be planning to team up against us? It's highly probable. The coffee in the middle-aged man's hand had long since gone cold. He downed the last of it in one gulp. Moreover, I suspect there's an even more powerful force pulling the strings behind them. That high-tech equipment isn't something ordinary awakened individuals could obtain. The young agent drew in a sharp breath, as if something had occurred to him. I just remembered something. Another group of infiltrators was discovered at the border yesterday. This time they came from Mishier. They're said to be able to manipulate sand, apparently followers of Anubis. This time, it was Li Lin who sucked in a sharp breath. Even awakened beings from Mishier have arrived? What on earth is the allure of our dragon nation's mythical artifacts? The middle-aged man shook his head. I don't know. But higher-ups have already ordered heightened security. Professor Yan's team is also accelerating their research, hoping to find countermeasures within those mythical artifacts. Just then, Su Jiangwo stepped in front of Xiao Chen, blocking his view. Xiao Chen rubbed his eyes, and his vision returned to normal. Su Jiangwo looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "What's wrong? You've been staring over there. Did you sense something unusual?" Xiao Chen knew Su Jiangwo had misunderstood him and couldn't help but give an awkward smile. "That's the direction of my school. I suddenly worried my teacher might be targeted." Su Jiangwo knew what had happened at the school and understood that this boy was being singled out for not having awakened his abilities. But, judging by his performance in the exhibition hall just now, he didn't seem like a complete useless person after all. Su Jiangwo suddenly decided to observe him more closely. "Don't worry, your teacher should be fine. Come on, let Luning Yu take you to the cafeteria for a meal first." Xiao Chen shyly rubbed his hollowed-out stomach. It had been over 7 hours since breakfast, and he was genuinely starving. Luning Yu cheerfully accepted the task and led him to the cafeteria for noodles. In the office, Su Jiangwo and Professor Yen sat facing each other at the tea table. Professor Yen lifted his cup, filled to the brim with tea, took a light sip, and set it down. "This young man shows great promise. However, I've also looked into his affairs at the Kyoto school. Old Su, he can't return to that academy." "Professor Yen, what are you implying?" "He possesses such profound knowledge of Dragon Nation mythology. He can deduce the nature of ancient artifacts from mere fragments. This child is extraordinary. He shouldn't be lost in the crowd. Even if he hasn't awakened yet, that's not his fault." "I understand, Professor Yen. I'll give you a satisfactory response." Professor Yen laughed heartily, lifting the teacup before him. "Congratulations in advance on discovering such a promising talent. And congratulations to you, Professor, for using this method to bring such a promising talent under your wing." "Likewise." The two old foxes exchanged knowing smiles, clearly understanding each other's meaning. After finishing his meal, Xiao Chen felt deeply troubled. He worried about Sophie's safety and knew that, given their school principal's temperament, his lack of awakening would surely arouse the man's distaste. Where to go from here? It was truly a predicament. If all else fails, I'll just get a job. I'm 18 now. No one knows I haven't awakened. I can use this opportunity to toughen myself up. Chapter 14, Official Expulsion. Just as Xiao Chen had anticipated, in the principal's office of the Capital Academy, Zhou Changhe sat in his leather chair, a fake smile plastered on his face as his fingers tapped lightly on the desk. Representatives from the 4 major guilds and heads of the 3 financial conglomerates sat on either side of the conference table, each wearing an inscrutable expression. "Ladies and gentlemen." Zhou Changhe cleared his throat, his voice tinged with feigned humility. "Although I made the decision this morning to expel Xiao Chen, certain procedures still need to be followed. Therefore, I kindly request that all of you here attend another meeting at the school. After all, you are all members of our school's board of trustees." He picked up a document and sighed dramatically. "As you all know, the threat posed by awakened individuals abroad is growing increasingly severe. We must concentrate our resources on cultivating students with potential. Principal Zhou is correct. Our Qinglong Guild has recently suffered significant losses in the East Sea region, all due to those foreign awakened." The Qinglong Guild representative, clad in a blue robe, spoke first, his gaze sweeping slowly across the assembled crowd. "Since Xiao Chen shows no signs of awakening, keeping him in the academy is nothing but a waste of resources." The representative of the White Tiger Guild, a burly, bald man, snorted coldly and raised his hand in agreement. "The White Tiger Guild supports this decision. The current situation leaves us no room for complacency." The representative of the Vermilion Bird Guild, an elegant woman in a graceful cheapao, nodded gently while fanning herself. "Precisely. While our Vermilion Bird Guild has always prioritized talent cultivation, these are extraordinary times. With wolves circling, we must make difficult choices." The representative of the Black Tortoise Guild was a scholarly man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He adjusted his spectacles and raised his hand in agreement. The Xuanwu Guild concurs with the sentiments expressed. The heads of the 3 major conglomerates also voiced their support. Though they had already declared their stance that morning, it did nothing to diminish their current distaste for Xiao Chen. The head of the Tianyu group declared with an air of arrogance, "Our Tianyu conglomerate provides substantial funding to the Capital Academy every year, but it's not to cultivate useless individuals. No one dares to demand Xiao Chen repay the tuition we've invested in him over the years. Consider it our kindness." The heads of the other 2 conglomerates chimed in with agreement. Zhou Changhe's smile grew even broader. Rising to his feet, he bowed to the assembled crowd with exaggerated formality. "Thank you all for your understanding and support. Therefore, the procedures for Xiao Chen's expulsion shall be processed immediately and take effect at once." When Luning Yu brought Xiao Chen to Su Jiangmo's office, Professor Yen was already waiting for him. "Xiao Chen, have you eaten? Come, sit down and talk." Su Jiangmo waved his hand, gesturing for Xiao Chen to sit down. Luning Yu knew his role was done for now. After escorting Xiao Chen in, he turned and stepped out to await further instructions. Xiao Chen sat down, feeling somewhat stiff. When he had first encountered Su Jiangwo in the exhibition hall, he had guessed the man was a leader, but never imagined he was the head of the State Security Bureau. Professor Yen retrieved a thick file folder from nearby and placed it on the table, his brow furrowed with a hint of worry in his eyes. Xiao Chun, things have been unsettled lately. You need to be careful. He handed over a business card bearing the State Security Bureau emblem and an emergency contact number, its edges gilded with a faint gold trim. Xiao Chen took the card with both hands, feigning alarm, his fingers trembling slightly. Has something happened? His gaze lingered on Professor Yan's face, searching for clues in his expression. Professor Yan sighed again, glancing at Su Jiangwo. Seeing him give a slight nod, he shook his head helplessly. Certain foreign forces have their eyes fixed on our mythological heritage. The items you saw in the exhibition room may be far more significant than we ever imagined. At this point, he opened the folder again, pulled out a satellite photo, and handed it to Xiao Chen. Look. This was taken last week in the Kunlun Mountains. The image showed a group of people in black uniforms moving at the base of the mountain, their equipment appearing highly advanced. Xiao Chen's gaze lingered on the image, his expression curious. Who are these people? They're foreign awakened individuals. They seem to be searching for something. Our agents detected them using some kind of high-tech equipment to scan beneath Mount Kunlun, as if hunting for ancient ruins. Professor Yen pulled another report from the folder. This is intelligence we intercepted in the East China Sea. The report depicted a spy vessel disguised as a fishing boat, loaded with advanced detection equipment. The awakened we captured aboard this vessel one can manipulate seawater, much like the goddess Wangxiang from Chinese mythology, while the other summons thunder and lightning, reminiscent of Thor from Norse mythology. Xiao Chen had overheard the agent's conversation in the lounge through his keen eyes and ears, so he was already aware of this incident. Still, he maintained a look of utter shock. This is incredible. What should we do? Professor Yen shook his head, removing his glasses and gently wiping the lenses with the corner of his shirt. His cloudy eyes held unwavering resolve. We're intensifying our research, hoping to find countermeasures within those mythical artifacts. Professor Yen added once more. The items in the exhibition hall are far more crucial than we ever imagined. Therefore, Xiao Chun, your knowledge is invaluable to us. Should you notice anything unusual, contact me immediately. Xiao Chen nodded, his gaze brimming with resolve. Rest assured, Professor Yen, I will do everything in my power. Professor Yen nodded with satisfaction and turned to Su Jiangwo. Alright, now it's your turn to brief us. Su Jiangwo waved his hand and smiled. I have nothing more to say. Xiao Chen, return to the Capital Academy. There should be matters there requiring your attention as well. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered slightly. Just as he reached the school entrance, he was stopped by the security guard. Xiao Chun, the principal wants you to come to his office. Got it. Thanks, Uncle Chen. Xiao Chen headed toward the faculty building. The security guard watched Xiao Chen's retreating figure, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. Zhou Chang'e sat behind his desk, watching Xiao Chen enter with a forced smile. Xiao Chen, back already? Sit down, sit down. Xiao Chen accepted without hesitation and took a seat. Only then did Zhou Chang'e feign a sigh. Xiao Chen, after careful deliberation by the Academy's leadership, we've had to make a difficult decision. He pulled a document from his drawer and slid it toward Xiao Chen. This is your expulsion notice. Take a look. Xiao Chen picked up the document, his gaze sweeping over it. His fingers trembled slightly as a perfectly measured look of disappointment spread across his face. Chapter 15, A Twist in the Road. Zhou Chang'e took great pleasure in observing the expressions of students as he expelled them, savoring the satisfaction of controlling others' destinies. He rose, circled his desk, and approached Xiao Chen. Patting his shoulder with a warm yet stiff hand, he offered hollow consolation. Xiao Chen, this isn't your fault. The current situation is complicated, and we have to make some difficult decisions. He turned back to his desk, retrieved an envelope from a drawer, and slid it toward Xiao Chen. Consider this a token of my appreciation. I hope you understand. Xiao Chen pressed his index finger against the envelope. Inside lay only a few thin bills. A faint golden light flickered in his eyes as he saw the 500 yuan notes. His knuckles turned slightly white beneath his grip, a fleeting, imperceptible chill flickering in his eyes before he quickly concealed it. He lifted his head, forcing a strained smile onto his face. I understand, Principal Zhou. I will always remember the cultivation I received at Kyoto Academy. Just then, the office door burst open. Su Jiangwo and Professor Yin strode in together. Su Jiangwo's stride was firm and powerful, his gaze piercing, his voice booming with authority. Xiao Chun, we've secured an opportunity for you. Zhou Chang'e startled, about to reprimand the intruders, but upon seeing the insignia on Su Jiangwo's shoulder, he swallowed his words. The other white-haired professor, he recognized him. His mind was filled with shock. Why had they come? Xiao Chen turned and saw the two men, rising to his feet in surprise. His fingers still clenched the expulsion notice tightly, knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. Director Su, Professor Yen? Professor Yen approached with a warm smile, holding a brand new acceptance letter bearing the gleaming gold emblem of the National Security University. His tone was gentle yet firm. Xiao Chun, the Mythology Research Institute at National Security University is very interested in you. They are willing to accept you. Xiao Chun took the letter, his fingers lightly tracing the golden emblem. His expression was complex, his voice trembling with disbelief. National Security University? Su Jiangwo stood beside him, radiating an aura of authority. His hands were clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing. That's correct. We believe you'll have better opportunities for growth there. Your talent shouldn't be wasted. Zhou Chenghe's smile instantly froze on his face. But he was no amateur. He quickly regained his composure, his voice tinged with awkwardness as he continued with insincere congratulations. That's truly wonderful, Xiao Chen. You must seize this opportunity. His index finger and thumb fidgeted nervously. Xiao Chen saw it clearly, feeling a tinge of satisfaction. This kind of humiliation was exactly his cup of tea. Xiao Chen bowed deeply to Su Jiangwo and Professor Yan, his tone brimming with sincere gratitude. Thank you, Commander and Professor Yan. I will cherish this opportunity and live up to your expectations. Su Jiangwo nodded with satisfaction, a hint of approval in his eyes. Good. Prepare yourself well. You'll report for duty next week. Professor Yan patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder, his tone as gentle as ever. The environment at the National Security University will suit you well. I'm confident you'll find your own stage there. Xiao Chen nodded with unwavering resolve. I will. As Su Jiangwo and Professor Yan prepared to leave, Zhou Chenghe eagerly tried to keep them. Both men held pivotal positions in the nation, and cultivating connections with them would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial. Chief Su, Professor Yan, since you've made the rare trip here, why not stay for a cup of tea before departing? I have some excellent Longjing tea. Su Jiangwo halted, turning back with a cold, piercing gaze and a hint of chill in his voice. Principal Zhou, it's unnecessary. We still have official business to attend to. Zhou Chenghe's smile stiffened slightly. His fingers tapped the tabletop unconsciously, betraying his unease. Well, that's truly unfortunate. With your busy schedule, Commander, I understand. Professor Yan pushed his glasses up, their lenses reflecting a cold glint. His tone was far less gentle than the one he'd used with Xiao Chun. Principal Zhou, thank you for your cooperation regarding Xiao Chun. Zhou Chenghe's heart skipped a beat. He could tell this was sarcasm. Not at all. Our academy had no choice but to make this decision. It's truly fortunate he can now attend the National Security University. Su Jiangwo had no desire to exchange further words with this hypocritical man and turned to leave. Seeing him actually departing, Zhou Chenghe hurried forward, a hint of urgency in his voice. Commander, Professor, please do visit the academy for guidance whenever you have the opportunity. Su Jiangwo halted and glanced back at Zhou Chenghe, his gaze carrying a hint of deeper meaning. Principal Zhou, the future of this academy rests in your own hands. Zhou Chenghe's smile froze completely. Su Jiangwo and Professor Yan said nothing more and turned to leave the office. Seeing them go, Xiao Chen also bid farewell to Zhou Chenghe, saying he needed to return to his dormitory to pack his things before leaving. The sound of the door closing echoed in the empty room. Zhou Chenghe remained rooted to the spot, the smile fading from his face, replaced by a cold, calculating glint. He slowly sank back into his chair, his fingers still tapping lightly on the desk, his eyes gleaming with calculation. National Security University. This Xiao Chen. It seems things aren't as straightforward as they appear. Xiao Chen pushed open the dorm room door, the hinges creaking softly. The room was in utter disarray, clearly ransacked by someone. His bed was torn apart, the quilt thrown on the floor, the pillow ripped open with feathers scattered everywhere. Books lay strewn about, some torn to pieces, others with footprints stamped on their covers. Clothes from the wardrobe were tossed haphazardly, several shirts shredded into strips and hung over the bed. Shen Yuan, the awakened one who channeled the power of Poseidon, the sea god, now leaned against Xiao Chen's bedside. She toyed with a folding knife in her hand, its blade glinting coldly under the light. Blue light flickered in her eyes, and the air around her carried a faint scent of seawater, as if she could summon towering waves at any moment. Lu Fan stood leaning against the wall, twirling a jade ring engraved with a cherry blossom tree. When he saw Xiao Chen enter, his eyes flashed with scorn. With a flick of his finger, several cherry blossom petals suddenly appeared in the air, drifting down slowly. Their edges flashed with a razor-sharp glint, as if capable of slicing through anything in the world. Xiao Chen paid them no mind, silently walking to the bedside to begin packing his belongings. Chapter 16, The Fastest to Clear Wins. Xiao Chen's fingers trembled slightly, yet his face remained calm. He slowly crouched down, picked up the books scattered on the floor, gently brushed the dust off them, and then neatly arranged them inside the suitcase. Shen Yuan, seeing Xiao Chen completely ignore him, grew furious and embarrassed. He strode forward and grabbed Xiao Chen by the collar. Hey! Can't you see us here? Xiao Chen lifted his head, his gaze calm yet icy, his voice low and commanding. Let go! Shen Yuan flinched at the intensity of her gaze, but quickly regained his composure. The Xiao Chen before him was a loser whose awakening had failed. He sneered coldly, shoving Xiao Chen hard enough to send her stumbling backward several steps. She slammed into the wall with a dull thud. Chen Yuan's fingers flickered slightly. A sudden surge of water materialized in the air, splashing down on Xiao Chen's head and face. His clothes and hair became soaked, cold droplets sliding down his strands in cheap fabric. Lu Fan clicked his tongue twice, stepping closer with a hint of menace in his voice. Xiao Chen, you've been expelled from the academy. Get down on your knees and beg me, and maybe I'll let you work as a janitor at my place. But then again, a loser like you, could you even handle being a janitor? Ha 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 ha. Lu Fan's fingers flickered, sending several cherry blossom petals flying toward Xiao Chen. The edges of the petals flashed with a sharp gleam, as if poised to cut him. Just then, the dorm door swung open again. And Su, once Xiao Chen's sworn brother, entered hand in hand with Ling Feifei, Xiao Chen's former girlfriend. Xiao Chen and Su sneered, his fingers intertwined with Ling Feifei's. I hear you've been officially expelled. Good riddance, at least you won't be embarrassing our academy anymore. Right, Ling Feifei? Ling Feifei giggled, covering her mouth. Xiao Chen, how dare you show your face back here? Do you have any idea how utterly disappointed everyone at school is in you? I'm dying to know, did you cheat every time you got first place on those exams? A violet glint flashed in Su's eyes, instantly filling the air with a chilling aura. It felt as though 8 giant serpents were coiled behind him. Xiao Chen felt goosebumps rising, yet he remained silent. Seeing Xiao Chen ignore them, Ling Feifei tried to provoke him again. Did you see what we awakened? Do you know what I awakened? Think about it, us, the exalted awakened ones, were actually suppressed by you all this time. It's unbearable. Xiao Chen remained silent, clearly oblivious to the fleeting golden light in Ling Feifei's eyes before a golden shield materialized in her grasp. The shield bore an engraved statue of Athena, radiating a sacred glow. Seeing Xiao Chen's blatant disregard, Su grew irritated and yanked him up by the collar as he was packing his belongings. Do you remember the bet we made? Dark gold rippled in Xiao Chen's eyes as he smiled faintly. The trial dungeon, whoever clears it faster wins. A flicker of contempt crossed Su's eyes. You think you can beat me? You're nothing but a worthless who hasn't even awakened yet. Xiao Chen ignored his taunt. What? You're afraid? Su was enraged, a purple glint flashing in his eyes. Fine. I'll make you lose so thoroughly you'll have no choice but to admit defeat. The two entered the trial instance, and the surroundings instantly transformed. They stood in a barren desert, the sky thick with dark clouds and crackling with lightning. In the distance, a sandstorm swept toward them, threatening to devour everything in its path. The rules of this instance were simple: whoever defeated all the monsters and reached the finish line in the shortest time would be the winner. Su sneered coldly, waving his hands. 8 massive serpentine shadows materialized behind him, each radiating a terrifying aura. A purple glow flickered in his eyes as a chilling, sinister energy permeated the air. Xiao Chen, prepare to witness what a true awakened one is capable of. Xiao Chen offered no reply. A golden light flickered in his eyes as a faint golden aura suddenly enveloped his body. At that very moment, a sandstorm roared in, separating them. Xiao Chen's heart surged with delight. This would perfectly conceal his awakening. Su launched the first attack, his 8 giant serpents swiftly charging toward several monsters swept up in the sandstorm. The serpents opened their gaping maws, instantly devouring several creatures. Su's figure darted through the storm, each step carrying immense force that whipped up the surrounding sand into a wall-like barrier. See that? Xiao Chen, this is S+ power. Su was exhilarated, laughing loudly as he boasted to the invisible Xiao Chen. His speed was indeed astonishing, clearing a vast swath of monsters in an instant. 8 giant serpents coiled around him, leaving a trail of fallen creatures in their wake. A flash of smug satisfaction crossed Su's eyes, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Xiao Chen showed no urgency to attack. Instead, he stood still, eyes closed, sensing the energy around him. Golden light gradually coalesced around his body, forming a golden barrier that isolated the sandstorm. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His pupils had turned amber gold. With a light flick of his fingers, a golden staff materialized in the air. Intricate runes were etched upon it, radiating a powerful aura. Formless, heaven and earth, natural. Xiao Chen roared, the golden light around him instantly spreading out as if enveloping the entire desert. His figure blurred, seeming to merge with the heavens and earth. Xiao Chen vanished from his original position. The next instant, he materialized at the heart of the monster horde. His golden staff whipped through the air, each strike carrying immense force. The monsters fell one after another under his assault, crumbling to ashes. Xiao Chen's speed surpassed Su's, and his clearing efficiency was several times greater. Both men reached the final monster zone before the finish line almost simultaneously. When Su caught sight of Xiao Chen, his pupils visibly widened in shock. A useless, how could he possibly reach the finish line? When his gaze fell upon the golden staff in Xiao Chen's hand, he frowned again. Xiao Chen, what kind of staff is that in your hand? It looks expensive. Where did you steal it from? Xiao Chen ignored him, continuing to swing the golden staff with each strike carrying immense power. The monsters were instantly reduced to dust under his assault. At the finish line, Xiao Chen thrust the golden staff into the ground beside him and stood there, his gaze cold as he stared at Su. Su, you lost. A flicker of reluctance passed through Su's eyes, but just then, he was ejected from the instance. Chapter 17, Just Good Luck. Emerging from the instance, Xiao Chen held a serpentine badge glowing with purple light in Su's wager, symbolizing his identity and power as the awakened deity of Yamada no Orochi. Engraved upon it were 8 coiled serpents, their eyes set with dark red gems, emanating a chilling aura. This was Su's most treasured possession, the very emblem of his power. He had only obtained it a few hours ago. Emerging from the instance, Su's face was pale, his body trembling slightly, clearly still reeling from defeat. Staring at the serpentine emblem in Xiao Chen's hand, he screamed hysterically, "You cheated! Where did you get that golden staff in your hand? Did you steal it from someone?" Xiao Chen stared back coldly, offering no reply. A flicker of resentment passed through Su's eyes, but then, as if struck by a sudden realization, fear flickered in his gaze. Per the wager, you lost. You must permanently leave the Capital Academy and surrender this badge. It's the stake automatically stripped from you by the system. You must accept defeat gracefully. Su's fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the force. A flash of viciousness returned to his eyes, yet he could no longer utter threats. He knew he had no way out. Fine. Su glared at Xiao Chen through gritted teeth. I'll leave Kyoto Academy. But don't gloat, Xiao Chen. This isn't over between us. Just you wait. With that, he ignored Ling Feifei, who was still reeling in shock, and strode out of the dormitory. Only then did Chen Yuan and Lu Fan snap back to reality, their eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth had happened in that instance? Impossible. How could you possibly beat Su? You must have used some dirty trick. Ling Feifei snapped out of her daze and suddenly let out a shriek, her voice filled with disbelief and fury. A golden light flashed in her eyes. One hand gripped a golden spear, while the other conjured an Athena shield. The statue of Athena on the shield radiated a sacred glow. I'll expose your true colors. Ling Feifei roared, thrusting her spear toward Xiao Chen. Yet, just as the spear was about to strike, Xiao Chen shifted his body slightly, deftly evading the attack. His movements appeared clumsy, yet they perfectly dodged Ling Feifei's assault. Ling Feifei's spear struck empty air, then seemed to slip heavily from her grasp, clattering to the ground with a dull thud. Ling Feifei, calm down. Xiao Chen's voice was calm and low, his eyes filled with helplessness. I didn't use any dirty tricks. I just got lucky. Ling Feifei's body trembled with rage, her voice twisted and distorted with overwhelming fury. Luck? How could that be? Do you really think I'd believe that? Chen Yuan and Lu Fan stood by, witnessing everything unfold. A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Yuan's eyes as the folding knife in his hand slipped unconsciously to the ground. His body shifted back slightly, as if seeking escape from this awkward scene. What the hell is going on here? Chen Yuan muttered to himself, his voice filled with bewilderment. How could Xiao Chen possibly have defeated Su? Lu Fan's face paled slightly, and the jade ring on his finger nearly slipped from his grasp. Xiao Chen, how did he manage that? The two exchanged glances, seeing the same bewilderment in each other's eyes. Suddenly, they realized their earlier provocation of Xiao Chen had been rather rash. Xiao Chen paid them no mind, his gaze fixed coldly on Ling Feifei. Ling Feifei trembled slightly, her voice still thick with fury, whether from anger or fear, it was unclear. Xiao Chen, don't get too cocky. I'll expose your true colors. Just then, the door swung open again. Sophie stood in the doorway, surveying the chaotic room with a furrowed brow and a hint of anger in her voice. What the hell are you doing? All 4 pairs of eyes turned toward the doorway. Lu Fan volunteered an explanation. Teacher Su, we were just helping Xiao Chen pack his belongings. He's been expelled. We feel regret and pity for him. Regret and pity? Sophie scoffed coldly. Would you feel regret and pity? You're the ones kicking him while he's down. She walked over to Xiao Chen's side, gently patting his shoulder as her tone softened considerably. Xiao Chen, are you okay? Xiao Chen lifted his head, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes, his voice slightly hoarse. I'm fine, Teacher Su. Seeing he was genuinely unharmed, Sophie exhaled in relief before turning to Chen Yuan, Lu Fan, and Ling Feifei. You can leave now. This doesn't concern you. The 3 exchanged glances and left the dormitory reluctantly. Before leaving, Ling Feifei shot Xiao Chen a glare, her eyes brimming with menace. After they left, Sophie helped Xiao Chen pack his belongings. Her movements were gentle and meticulous, as if handling a precious treasure. Xiao Chen, I heard you got accepted into the National Security University. The principal is practically furious. Sophie murmured softly, her tone laced with concern. Once you're at National Security University, take good care of yourself. If you run into any trouble, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Xiao Chen nodded. If there was anything about this school he felt attached to, it was undoubtedly this teacher who had given him everything without reservation. Sophie removed a notebook from her backpack and handed it to Xiao Chen. The notebook's cover was deep blue, adorned with a golden school emblem. Its edges showed signs of wear, clearly from frequent use. These are all the mythological research materials I've compiled over the years. Watching Xiao Chen take the notebook with both hands, Sophie's eyes held a hint of reluctance. I hope it proves useful to you. Xiao Chen's fingers traced the cover, his eyes brimming with emotion. Professor Su, this is too precious. Sophie smiled, her gaze filled with affection. You are my most accomplished student. I believe in you, and I am certain you will achieve great things in the future. Xiao Chen stood up and bowed deeply to Sophie, his voice brimming with sincere gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Su. I will not disappoint your expectations. Sophie stood up as well, smiling as she patted his shoulder. Alright, no need for formalities. You probably don't have a place to stay, do you? Before you report to the National Defense University, why don't you stay at my place for a while? Sophie knew Xiao Chen was an orphan. While boarding school had been manageable before, his sudden expulsion meant he'd have nowhere to stay until enrollment at the National Defense University. She offered her suggestion proactively. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled. No, thank you, teacher. I plan to stay at a nearby hotel for a few days. The principal even gave me 500 yuan as severance pay. Chapter 18, Protection in the Classroom. Seeing the mocking edge in Xiao Chen's smile, Sophie felt as if her heart had been pricked by needles. There's no need for a hotel. I have a place near the academy. You can stay with me temporarily. Xiao Chen froze. Teacher, isn't that inappropriate? Sophie smiled, her eyes softening. There's nothing inappropriate about it. You're my most promising student. I couldn't bear to see you sleeping on the streets. Besides, I wouldn't feel at ease knowing you're living alone out there. Xiao Chen remained silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Thank you, Teacher Su. I'll try not to bother you. Sophie laughed heartily. How could you possibly bother me? Come on, I'll show you around. Su Fei's home was close to the academy, nestled in a quiet residential complex. The apartment wasn't large, but it was warm and cozy. The living room featured a plush sofa, several landscape paintings hung on the walls, and a few potted plants on the windowsill, giving the space a vibrant, lively feel. This is my home, Sophie said with a smile. You can stay in the guest room. I tidied everything up at noon. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat and his throat tightened slightly. So? Sophie had already planned to bring him back to live with her since noon. That evening, lying on the soft bed in the guest room, Xiao Chen's mind was filled with a whirlwind of thoughts. He knew Sophie had invited him to stay not merely because he was an orphan, but because of her genuine care and affection for him. He silently vowed to protect Sophie at all costs, never letting her come to harm. I can't let those people at the academy who target me hurt her. In Sophie's classroom, Chen Yuan and Lu Fan deliberately made loud noises, interrupting her lecture. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Yuan toyed with the folding knife he couldn't seem to put down, the faint scent of seawater still lingering in the air around him. Miss Su, we already know all this stuff. Can't you teach us something new? Lu Fan chimed in. Yeah, teacher, this stuff you're teaching is only interesting to old men in their 70s and 80s. We're sick of hearing it. Sophie's face paled slightly, but she maintained her composure. Chen Yuan, Lu Fan, if you find the course content too basic, you can preview the later chapters on your own. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with contempt. They knew Sophie was Xiao Chen's homeroom teacher, and Xiao Chen was the person they despised most. So they decided to keep provoking Sophie, making her feel humiliated. Just then, Xiao Chen's figure appeared outside the classroom window. No one, not even the most advanced surveillance cameras, detected his presence. He simply hovered in midair outside the window. Watching Chen Yuan and Lu Fan still ranting, a golden amber light flashed in his eyes. A faint golden aura suddenly appeared around his body. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the golden light instantly expanded, enveloping the entire classroom. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan suddenly felt an invisible force suppressing them, rendering them unable to move. Even their tongues seemed paralyzed. A flash of terror crossed their eyes. What kind of power is this? Xiao Chen paid no heed to their shock, waiting until Sophie finished her lecture before turning and vanishing. Only then did the two men regain their ability to move. Gasping for fresh air, they looked around the classroom and asked the others in alarm, "Did you feel that just now?" Those who hadn't provoked Sophie felt nothing and curiously asked, "What just happened?" Their faces instantly drained of color. This suppression was directed at them. Who the hell was that? Chen Yuan growled under his breath, his voice thick with anger as he turned to ask Lu Fan. Lu Fan's mind instantly flashed with Xiao Chen's image. Chen Yuan, do you think it could be Xiao Chen? If it is him, how on earth did he manage it? Chen Yuan clearly didn't believe it could be that failed awakening failure. Impossible. Wait, did you ask how Su lost in the dungeon? Lu Fan shook his head. He seemed to be under a silencing spell. He couldn't say anything about what happened in the dungeon. Chen Yuan clenched his jaw, his gaze darkening with a terrifying intensity. His fingers tapped the tabletop unconsciously, producing a faint tap-tap sound. Looks like after that good-for-nothing Xiao Chen was taken away, he must have encountered some extraordinary person. Lu Fan nodded, his face still pale as he gripped the jade ring tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure. But what exactly did Su experience in that dungeon? Why was he cursed into silence? Chen Yuan sneered coldly, a shadow of chill flickering in his eyes. No matter who Xiao Chen encountered, he's still a good-for-nothing. We need to find out who's backing him up. Lu Fan frowned and murmured, but if it really was Xiao Chun, how could he possess such power? Even we didn't sense his presence? I'll check the surveillance room. Lu Fan sprang into action, rushing to the surveillance room to pull up the footage from their class. He reviewed it from every angle, his face growing paler with each frame. Returning to the classroom with trembling nerves, he shook his head at Chen Yuan. Nothing. The cameras didn't even capture him. How is that possible? Chen Yuan fell silent for a moment, his fingers tapping the desk faster. Regardless, we can't just sit here waiting to be killed. Since Xiao Chun has made his move against us, don't blame us for not holding back. A flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Fan's eyes as his voice dropped even lower. But, what about Sophie? Sophie? She's just an ordinary person. Even if she's a teacher, so what? As long as we're careful and don't give her any leverage, it'll be fine. Besides, if she really does catch us off guard, guess who the school will side with her, an ordinary teacher, or us, the awakened? Lu Fan snapped to attention, slapping his forehead, though a trace of unease lingered on his face. But what if Xiao Chen really has some powerful protector watching over him? What then? Even if some powerful figure is protecting him, can they guard him 24/7? He's nothing but a useless fool. We're awakened, why should we fear him? You're right. So what should we do next? Lu Fan knew his ideas weren't as sharp as Chen Yuan's, so he automatically looked to him for direction. Let's go find Ensu first. See if we can get anything out of him. If that doesn't work, we'll approach Ling Feifei for an alliance. She's always hated Xiao Chun with a passion, hasn't she? Lu Fan nodded, his face full of agreement. Exactly. Xiao Chen's failure to awaken made her look like a fool. Now that she's Ensu's girlfriend, she'll definitely side with him. Plus, she awakened Athena, her power shouldn't be underestimated. Chapter 19, Joint Conspiracy. Chen Yuan couldn't help but sneer at Lu Fan's words. Ling Feifei? She's nothing but a social climber. As long as you're in a stronger position than her, she'll follow orders obediently. Seeing Chen Yuan's dismissive attitude, Lu Fan frowned and quietly cautioned him. We still need to be cautious. Ling Feifei is the heiress of the Ling conglomerate. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, his tone tinged with impatience. Enough, enough. I know what I'm doing. I've got this under control. Let's go find Ensu now and see if we can get anything out of him. After school, the two arrived at Ensu's home. They found him sitting alone on the sofa, his face pale and eyes filled with terror, while his mother sat nearby, weeping uncontrollably. Spotting them, Mrs. N hurriedly stood up, wiping her tears. Chen Yuan, Lu Fan, you're here. Please sit down and talk with Ensu. Ever since he came back from school yesterday, he's been like this. Auntie is so worried. Lu Fan, ever the smooth talker, nodded politely to Mrs. N. Don't worry. We'll thoroughly investigate what happened. Only then did Mrs. N step aside, leaving the space for the three young people. Ensu, what exactly happened to you in the dungeon? As soon as Chen Yuan sat down, he urgently whispered the question to Ensu. Ensu opened his mouth but no sound emerged. His eyes were filled with agony as he clutched his throat, scratching at it as if someone had seized his windpipe. Seeing this, Lu Fan's brow furrowed even deeper. Looks like he really has been silenced. We need to find a way to break this silencing spell. Chen Yuan, ever the arrogant one, couldn't help but sneer at this suggestion. Break the spell? We're not magicians. How would we do that? Maybe I could try washing it off with my seawater power? Lu Fan shook his head repeatedly. No, that would kill him. So what do we do now? Chen Yuan glanced at Ensu, who was still scratching his neck. He patted his shoulder. Don't panic. I'll go find Ling Feifei. Since you can't speak, maybe she has a solution. Ensu's eyes lit up instantly. As long as it didn't involve matters within the dungeon, he could still speak though his voice was hoarse. Hurry! When Chen Yuan and Lu Fan found Ling Feifei, she was sitting in the academy's coffee shop, holding a cup of coffee with a smug smile on her face. Golden light danced in her eyes, constantly flaunting her awakened god. Chen Yuan sat across from Ling Feifei, his tone unintentionally tinged with respect. Ling Feifei, we need your help with something. Ling Feifei shot Chen Yuan a dismissive glance. Oh? What is it? We want to know what Xiao Chen did in the dungeon that caused Ensu to be silenced. Ling Feifei grew irritated at the mention of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen? That useless piece of trash? What could he possibly do? He's just a disgraced nobody who got kicked out. The silencing spell was probably triggered by some dungeon restriction. Seeing Ling Feifei's utter contempt for Xiao Chen, Lu Fan felt compelled to explain the situation in detail. Something's off, Ling Feifei. Ensu awakened the Yamata no Orochi, how could he possibly lose to Xiao Chen? Plus, he was silenced the moment he emerged. We suspect Xiao Chen might have had some extraordinary encounter after being taken away. Ling Feifei set down her coffee cup, her slender fingers tapping lightly against the mug's surface. A faint, cold smile touched the corners of her mouth. Even if that good-for-nothing really stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune, he'd still be nothing but a clown. Chen Yuan frowned, his tone tinged with caution as he asked, so, Ling Feifei, do you have a plan? Ling Feifei continued stirring her coffee, golden light dancing in her pupils as if she were brewing something. Since you suspect Xiao Chen had some extraordinary encounter, we should first figure out exactly who he met. Do you have any connections with the State Security Bureau? Lu Fan shook his head, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the jade ring on his finger, his voice tinged with resignation. We can't get involved with the State Security Bureau. Their confidentiality protocols are always extremely strict. Ling Feifei chuckled softly, her tone tinged with disdain and sarcasm. Then we'll start with Sophie. She's Xiao Chen's homeroom teacher and has always looked out for him. She might know something. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Chen Yuan's eyes as his fist clenched slightly. His voice was low and laced with venom. Sophie's just an ordinary person. We can make her talk with any excuse we come up with. Ling Feifei shook her head, her gaze sharp as a blade, her voice carrying a warning. Don't act rashly. Sophie may be an ordinary person, but her background remains untraceable. We can't go after her directly. Besides, Xiao Chen is currently staying at her place. We must proceed cautiously. We absolutely cannot alert the snake. Lu Fan nodded in agreement. Ling Feifei is right. We can't act rashly. We need to devise a way to get Sophie to voluntarily tell us about Xiao Chen. Ling Feifei nodded with satisfaction, lifting her coffee cup to take a graceful, measured sip. Her movements were elegant and composed, as if everything was under her control. Sophie's been researching mythical artifacts, right? Let's exploit that. Chen Yuan, I recall you have an uncle working at the State Security Bureau. Have her procure some intelligence on mythical artifacts. We'll use that as bait to lure Sophie in. Chen Yuan lowered his head in thought, his brow furrowed, his tone tinged with hesitation. But, my uncle isn't keen on getting involved in this sort of thing. Don't even think about it. This is the best option. Once Sophie takes the bait, we can extract information about Xiao Chen from him. Do you really want to watch Xiao Chen rise up and lord over us? Lu Fan chimed in, his voice tinged with urgency. Ling Feifei's right. We need to act fast. If Xiao Chen really stumbled upon that opportunity, his threat becomes too great. You don't want to be forever known as the eternal runner-up, do you? The insult cut deep, stirring up long-buried memories in Chen Yuan. In that instant, his resolve solidified. All right. Leave this matter to me. After leaving the cafe, Chen Yuan dialed his uncle's number, his voice tinged with urgency and pleading. Uncle, I need some information on mythical artifacts. Can you help me get it? A deep, stern voice came from the other end of the line. What do you need this information for? These are classified documents. Chen Yuan hesitated for a moment before fabricating an excuse, his voice growing more earnest. Uncle, you know I've just awakened the divine power of Poseidon, the sea god. I want to learn more about mythical artifacts. You understand how crucial researching these items is for us awakened ones. Chapter 20, The Trap in the Grove. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Perhaps moved by a desire to nurture talent, Uncle Chen Yuan finally relented. All right, I'll send you the materials as soon as possible. But don't share them with anyone after all, this information is classified. Chen Yuan nodded eagerly, his voice brimming with gratitude. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Uncle. After hanging up, Chen Yuan turned to Lu Fan. The files will be here soon. We need to figure out a way to get Sophie to come to us. Lu Fan nodded, his frown finally easing slightly, his voice tinged with calculation. We can pretend to be researching mythical artifacts and leak some rumors. Sophie will think we've made a major discovery. Given her interest in mythical artifacts, she'll definitely come looking for us. A dark gleam flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes as the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, his voice tinged with satisfaction. Brilliant plan. Let's do it. We need to move fast. 2 days later, Sophie happened to overhear several students whispering about the latest discoveries concerning mythical artifacts in the academy library. Her footsteps faltered slightly as her gaze swept over the students, a spark of curiosity flickering in her eyes. She approached them, her voice gentle yet probing. What are you discussing? The students immediately stood up respectfully upon seeing Sophie, their voices tinged with nervousness. Professor Sophie, we heard that Chen Yuan and Lu Fan have been researching mythical artifacts recently and seem to have made a major discovery. Sophie furrowed her brow, her fingers lightly brushing the books on the shelf as a hint of doubt colored her voice. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan? Since their awakening, they've barely attended classes properly. Why would they suddenly develop an interest in mythical artifacts? One of the students lowered his voice, his tone tinged with secrecy. Rumor has it they got some classified documents from the State Security Bureau. Apparently, it's related to the recent mythical artifacts. A flicker of surprise crossed Sophie's eyes, her voice tinged with urgency. Do you know where they're conducting their research? The students shook their heads, their voices uncertain. We're not entirely sure, but we've heard they often gather in the small woods behind the academy to discuss things. Sophie nodded. All right, thank you. I'll go check it out now. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen sat in Sophie's living room, holding a thick ancient text. Its pages were densely covered with text chronicling ancient myths and legends. Yet his mind was elsewhere. His gaze kept drifting toward the window, his brow furrowing slightly as if sensing something amiss. Why hasn't teacher Sophie returned yet today? Xiao Chen murmured to himself, his voice tinged with concern. He set the book down, stood up, and walked to the window. Sunlight streamed onto the academy grounds below, where students moved about in small groups. Everything appeared calm and ordinary, yet Xiao Chen's instincts told him something was amiss. His fingers lightly traced the window frame, trembling slightly as if sensing something. Suddenly, his pupils contracted slightly, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. The tracking spell is reacting. Xiao Chen murmured softly, his voice tinged with gravity. When Lu Ningyu had taken him away days earlier, he had placed a tracking charm on Sophie. This spell wasn't meant to monitor her, but to protect her. Xiao Chen knew that once the secret of his awakening was exposed, Sophie would likely become a target for those coveting his power. That was why he had left this spell behind, so he could detect danger the moment it threatened her. Now, a dark golden glow rippled through Xiao Chen's eyes. A faint light flickered before him, the signal transmitted by the tracking spell. The light originated from the small grove behind the academy. Sophie's aura was unusually chaotic, as if bound by some force. This is bad. Teacher Sophie is in danger. Xiao Chen's heart tightened. He swiftly leaped over the windowsill like a gust of wind, his fingers tracing a faint golden light in the air. Formless teleportation. Xiao Chen murmured. The next instant, her figure vanished abruptly from the spot, leaving only a faint golden glow slowly dissipating in the air. In the small grove behind the school, sunlight filtered through dense foliage, casting mottled shadows across the ground that felt eerily quiet. Shen Yuan and Lu Fan stood beneath a large tree, holding a forged document as they whispered their discussion. Sophie should be here soon, right? Lu Fan asked in a hushed tone, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, his expression tinged with a hint of unease. Shen Yuan gave a cold laugh, his voice brimming with confidence. Don't worry, she'll definitely show up. With her obsession over mythical artifacts, how could she possibly miss an opportunity like this? Just then, Sophie's figure appeared at the edge of the grove. Her eyes scanned the area, her voice gentle yet tinged with caution. Shen Yuan, Lu Fan, what are you doing here? Shen Yuan turned, a fake smile on his face. Miss Sophie, what brings you here? We're examining some intriguing items, would you like to take a look? Sophie took a few steps closer, her gaze settling on the documents in their hands, her voice tinged with eagerness. I heard you obtained some classified documents from the State Security Bureau. Are they about mythical artifacts? Lu Fan nodded, a hint of pride in his tone. Of course. We recently uncovered some crucial clues about mythical artifacts and we're just thinking about finding someone to research them with. A spark of excitement flashed in Sophie's eyes, her voice tinged with anticipation. That's wonderful. I've always been fascinated by mythical artifacts. May I take a look? Shen Yuan and Lu Fan exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with a look of scheming triumph. Shen Yuan handed the documents to Sophie with both hands, his voice tinged with feigned respect. Of course, Professor Su. Please take a look. The instant Sophie took the documents, Shen Yuan suddenly raised his hand. A stream of blue mist shot from his palm, hurtling straight towards Sophie's chest. Sophie froze in surprise, her body stiffening abruptly as the documents in her hands fell to the floor. You! Su Yunfei's voice carried a mix of shock and fury. Her body felt immobilized, as if encased in heavy seawater. Shen Yuan sneered coldly, his voice dripping with scorn. Professor Su, you're so naive. How could we possibly be researching mythical artifacts? This was all just to lure you into the trap. Lu Fan stepped forward, his tone earnest. Teacher Su, we mean no harm. We simply want to understand what extraordinary encounter he experienced. How did he manage to clear the dungeon so smoothly and seize the serpentine emblem representing Yamada no Orochi's power from Ansu? He's a complete failure. Where did he get such incredible luck? Chapter 21, As if a god descended. An invisible force bound Sophie's body, as if layer upon layer of waves enveloped her limbs, rendering her utterly immobile. Her breathing grew ragged, her chest crushed beneath a mountain of surging waves, even her exhalations trembling with effort. What do you want from me? Sophie gritted her teeth, her voice filled with anger and confusion. Her gaze fixed on Shen Yuan and Lu Fan, her eyes brimming with disappointment and heartbreak. Shen Yuan sneered coldly, flicking his wrist. A surge of deep blue water erupted from the air, coiling around Sophie like venomous snakes. The suffocating pressure vanished, but now the icy cold currents, reeking of salty seawater, felt like they were tearing at her skin. Ms. Su, don't struggle. We just want to know what extraordinary encounter he had. Is he hiding some magical artifact given by a powerful master? Shen Yuan's voice carried a hint of mockery. Sophie's face was deathly pale, her lips trembling, yet she clenched her teeth, refusing to yield. The current tightened its grip, making her breathing increasingly difficult. Her chest felt as though it were filling with seawater, each breath bringing a tearing pain. Sophie thought to herself, I'm probably the first teacher in this school to drown in seawater. I don't know anything. Sophie's voice grew faint. Lu Fan stepped forward, his gaze cold as ice upon Sophie, now trapped by the currents. Teacher Su, why be so stubborn? Just tell us Xiao Chen's secret, and we'll let you go immediately. Sophie closed her eyes, refusing to acknowledge them. The image of Xiao Chun flashed through her mind, the once gifted student now shunned and mocked by the world. She didn't know what Xiao Chun had endured, but she believed he was anything but a failure. Just as Sophie's consciousness began to fade, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky. Like a sharp sword, it cleaved through the water currents binding her. Sophie's body grew light as the restraining force vanished instantly. She staggered, nearly falling. "Teacher Sophie, watch out!" A clear, familiar voice rang in her ear. Sophie lifted her head to find Xiao Chen standing beside her, one hand steadying her shoulder. His gaze was icy as it swept over Chen Yuan and Lu Fan, his eyes flashing with a sharp, murderous intent. "Xiao Chen, how did you get here?" Sophie's voice was weak yet tinged with surprise. Xiao Chen offered no reply. Instead, he steadied her to her feet, then patted her shoulder, signaling her to step back. His gaze fixed on Chen Yuan and Lu Fan, his voice as icy as millennia-old frost. "You two are looking for death." Chen Yuan and Lu Fan paled, clearly unprepared for Xiao Chen's sudden appearance. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes, sizing up Xiao Chen with a hint of testing in his voice. "Xiao Chen, you're just an awakening less waste. How did you break through my sea god power? Are you hiding some magical artifact given by some powerful figure?" Xiao Chen gave a cold laugh, offering no reply. Instead, he raised his hand. A faint golden light began to ripple and flow between his fingers. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan watched, greed flashing in their eyes. "It really is a magical artifact," Lu Fan murmured, his voice tinged with excitement. "Chen Yuan, let's team up and snatch that artifact from him." Chen Yuan nodded, his eyes gleaming with cunning. "Exactly. Once we get his artifact, we'll become even stronger." The two exchanged a glance and struck simultaneously. Chen Yuan swept his hand, unleashing countless streams of water that surged from the ground like giant serpents, coiling toward Xiao Chun. Lu Fan, meanwhile, formed seals with both hands. Countless cherry blossom petals materialized in the air, each petal bearing razor-sharp edges, striking directly at Xiao Chen's vital points. Xiao Chen stood rooted to the spot, his gaze serene, as if the onslaught before him were mere child's play. His fingers lifted slightly, and an invisible barrier suddenly materialized in the air, blocking both the water currents and the cherry blossom petals. This can't be possible." Chen Yuan's eyes widened, his voice thick with disbelief. Xiao Chen gave them no time to react. With a flick of his wrist, a flash of golden light erupted from his arm as if a golden bracelet had ignited, and an invisible force hurled Chen Yuan and Lu Fan several meters away. Both men crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood from their mouths, their faces as pale as paper. "Get out!" Xiao Chen's voice was as cold as judgment from hell. "Don't let me see you again." Chen Yuan and Lu Fan held each other to their feet, their eyes filled with terror and resentment. They dared not utter another word, turning and fleeing from the grove. Sophie stared at Xiao Chen's retreating figure, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. She had never seen Xiao Chen like this before. The useless everyone had mocked now seemed like a true god, every gesture radiating unmatched power. "Xiao Chen, you. Sophie wanted to ask Xiao Chen something, but the words died on her lips. Xiao Chen turned around, the icy expression on his face melting instantly, replaced by a gentle smile. "Teacher Su, are you all right?" Sophie shook her head. Though her voice betrayed weakness, it remained resolute. "I'm fine, thank you, Xiao Chen. But that power you just displayed." Xiao Chen smiled faintly, stepping forward to support Sophie's arm. His voice held a hint of mischief and profound mystery. "Teacher Su, there are some things I cannot tell you yet. But please trust me, I will protect you, and I will protect our dragon nation." Sophie nodded. She would always believe in Xiao Chen unwaveringly. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan stumbled out of the grove, their clothes torn by branches, faces and arms covered in fine cuts. A trace of blood still clung to Chen Yuan's lip, clearly from being shaken by Xiao Chen's force earlier. Lu Fan's face was as pale as paper, his forehead covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat, a clear sign of exhaustion. Hiding behind a thick tree trunk, they leaned against the bark, gasping for breath. Chen Yuan's fists clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white, her eyes blazing with fury and resentment. That good for nothing, how could he possibly possess such power? Chen Yuan gritted her teeth, her voice trembling slightly. He failed his awakening ritual. How dare he break through my sea god power? Lu Fan leaned against the trunk, his chest heaving violently. His voice was weak yet tinged with a cold, menacing edge. "Chen Yuan, doesn't this strike you as odd? The power he wielded just now isn't something an ordinary awakened one could possess. That golden radiance, that intangible barrier, it absolutely wasn't his own power." Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes, as if replaying the battle in his mind. "You mean, he used some external aid? Like a magical artifact from a powerful figure?" Chapter 22, Greed and Conspiracy. Lu Fan nodded, his tone brimming with certainty. He had replayed the moment countless times in his mind when Xiao Chen attacked them, a flash of golden light had flickered on his wrist. Exactly. How could a worthless suddenly become so powerful? Someone must have secretly aided him, giving him some powerful artifact. I saw that golden light flash on his wrist. Otherwise, how could he have escaped unscathed in front of 2S rank awakened ones? Chen Yuan's fist slammed against the tree trunk with a dull thud. No wonder he was so arrogant, he had something to rely on. Hiding behind the massive tree, their breathing gradually steadied, yet the turmoil within their hearts grew ever more turbulent. Chen Yuan's fist remained tightly clenched. His eyes flickered with complex emotions: fear, rage, and an undeniable hint of greed. Lu Fan, you were right, Chen Yuan murmured, his voice tinged with the excitement of a constable. That good-for-nothing couldn't have suddenly become this strong. He must have a magical artifact. Lu Fan leaned against the tree trunk, his face pale yet his eyes gleaming with calculation. He tilted his head slightly toward Chen Yuan, his voice dropping further. Chen Yuan, don't you see this as an opportunity? If that magical artifact truly exists and can make a good-for-nothing this powerful, imagine what we could do if we got our hands on it? Chen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly, his breathing quickening. A vivid image formed in his mind, himself clutching that mysterious artifact, his power surging, effortlessly crushing all opponents. Even an S+ awakened like Su would no longer be his match. A greedy smile curled involuntarily at the corners of his mouth. You're right. If we get that artifact from his wrist, who in the entire academy or even the whole Dragon Nation would dare look down on us? Chen Yuan's voice carried a hint of excitement, as if he could already see himself standing at the pinnacle. Lu Fan gave a chilling chuckle, lowering his voice with a hint of seduction. Chen Yuan, that artifact's value extends far beyond what meets the eye. Think about it, if even a worthless like Xiao Chen could become so powerful through it, imagine what we, naturally gifted awakened ones, could achieve. Wouldn't we shatter our limits? Couldn't we even surpass the gods? Chen Yuan's breath caught, his eyes burning with ambition. Surpass the gods. You're right. If we could seize the artifact from Xiao Chen's hands, perhaps even those mythical deities would no longer be our match. Lu Fan's lips curled into a cold smile, his voice tinged with ruthlessness. Therefore, we must plan carefully. That good-for-nothing may rely on his artifact, but his current strength is not to be underestimated. We need to find an opportunity to catch him off guard and take him down in one fell swoop. Chen Yuan nodded, his grin turning savage. Exactly. First, we need to figure out the specifics of his artifact. Xiao Chen can't possibly carry it around all the time. We have to find a chance to test the waters. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, scheming yet another devious plan. Chen Yuan, I have an idea. We could continue targeting Sophie. After all, she was saved by Xiao Chen. The way he fusses over her, there's definitely something between them. Xiao Chen probably wouldn't hide it from her. Chen Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, his voice tinged with hesitation. Sophie? That old hag has always shielded Xiao Chen. She won't tell us anything. Earlier, I nearly had the currents tear her limbs and organs apart, and she still didn't say a word. Lu Fan leaned against the tree trunk, his face pale yet his eyes gleaming with growing calculation. He tilted his head slightly toward Chen Yuan, his voice dropping even lower, as if afraid the wind might carry it away. Chen Yuan, think about it. Sophie may be stubborn, but she's still just a mortal. We just used the power of the sea god to interrogate her. She may not have spoken, but her body can't endure this kind of torture many more times. Chen Yuan's brows relaxed slightly, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. Then shall we continue to pressure her? Lu Fan nodded, his lips curling into a cold smile. Exactly. Xiao Chen has no parents, no weaknesses. Yet he cares deeply about Sophie, she's his most vulnerable point. We can exploit this to force him to hand over the artifact. A flicker of excitement danced in Chen Yuan's eyes. You're right, but how do we deal with that good-for-nothing Xiao Chen now that he's protected by a magical artifact? We can set a trap. First, spread the rumor that we've captured Sophie, forcing Xiao Chen to come rescue her. Then, we'll lie in wait in the shadows. Once he arrives, we'll strike immediately and seize the artifact. Chen Yuan grinned greedily. Brilliant plan. But we must proceed cautiously. That good-for-nothing may have relied on his artifact to pass the exam, but his current strength is terrifying. Lu Fan nodded, his voice growing more resolute. Don't worry, I've got it figured out. We can team up with Ling Fei. After all, the serpent emblem representing Su's Yamada no Orochi power fell into Xiao Chen's hands. Ling Fei is already furious about that. If we tell her we can help her reclaim the serpent emblem and get a treasure that can break through her limits, she'll definitely be tempted. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. Ling Fei awakened the power of Athena. Her strength is formidable. With her assistance, our chances of victory will be significantly greater. Exactly. Plus, Ling Fei has always harbored resentment toward Xiao Chen. She'll definitely want to avenge Su, reclaim the serpent emblem representing his power, and kick him while he's down. Great. Let's do it. We need to contact Ling Fei immediately, no more delays. Sophie sat in her office at the academy, holding a cup of tea that had long since grown cold. Her gaze was vacant as she stared out the window. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting patterns across her desk and illuminating her slightly pale face. The scene from the grove earlier replayed endlessly in her mind. Xiao Chen had appeared suddenly, raising his hand to unleash a golden light that instantly shattered Chen Yuan and Lu Fan's attacks. That power left her both stunned and bewildered. Xiao Chen, what exactly did you go through? Sophie murmured softly, her voice tinged with worry and confusion. Just then, the office door burst open. A student rushed in, his forehead glistening with sweat and his breath coming in gasps from the frantic sprint. His voice trembled with fear. Miss Su, it's bad. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan are causing trouble behind the academy again. They say they're coming for you. Sophie's face instantly drained of color, and the teacup in her hand nearly slipped from her grasp. What do they want? The student shook his head, his voice thick with dread. I don't know, teacher. They said if you don't come, they'll go after Xiao Chen. Chapter 23, is that all you've got? Sophie's heart jolted at the student's report, the teacup in her hand nearly slipping. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She knew Chen Yuan and Lu Fan's target wasn't just her, it was Xiao Chen. They intended to use her as leverage to threaten him into handing over the so-called magic artifact. Sophie's gaze hardened. She couldn't become Xiao Chen's weakness, nor could she let these schemers succeed. Thank you for telling me this, Sophie said calmly, yet with a hint of resolve. I'll handle this matter. The student looked at her with concern. Teacher Su, they're dangerous. Going alone is too risky. Should we notify the academy's security department? Sophie shook her head, a faint smile touching her lips. It's unnecessary. I'll handle this matter. You needn't worry. Return to class. The student hesitated for a moment before finally nodding and turning to leave the office. Sophie gathered her thoughts and decided to personally negotiate with Chen Yuan and Lu Fan. She didn't want Xiao Chen to be endangered because of her, nor did she want these people's schemes to succeed. She picked up the phone on her desk, hesitated, and ultimately didn't dial Xiao Chen's number. She thought that perhaps at this hour, Xiao Chen was busy with his own trials and missions. She shouldn't distract him. Xiao Chen, you've done so much for me. This time, let me be the one to help you. Sophie murmured to herself before striding out of the office. Xiao Chen stood atop the academy's towering building, his gaze fixed coldly on the distant forest. His divine sense had long since enveloped the entire academy. He knew everything: Chen Yuan and Lu Fan's conspiracy, Ling Feifei's covert actions, even Sophie's decision. As expected, these people still refused to give up. Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh, a dark gleam flashing in his eyes. He raised his finger lightly, its tip still faintly glowing with golden light. Slowly, it descended to his wrist, transforming into a dazzling, golden bracelet that shone brilliantly. Since you insist on courting death, I'll grant your wish. Xiao Chen murmured before vanishing in a flash. Sophie returned to the small grove and spotted Chen Yuan and Lu Fan in the distance. Sophie took a deep breath, summoned her courage, and stepped forward. Chen Yuan, Lu Fan, I'm here. What exactly do you want? Sophie's voice was calm and resolute as she stared directly at the two men. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan clearly hadn't expected Sophie to come looking for them. They froze for a moment before breaking into smug grins. Well, Miss Sophie, have you forgotten the tactics we used against you earlier? How dare you show up? I thought you'd be hiding behind Xiao Chen. Chen Yuan sneered sarcastically, mocking Sophie for having been saved by Xiao Chen. Lu Fan grinned, his eyes fixed on Sophie's flawless complexion. Teacher Su, you're just in time. We actually have something we'd like to discuss with you. Su Fei stared at them coldly. Cut the nonsense. I know you want to use me to threaten Xiao Chen, but let me tell you, your plan won't succeed. Chen Yuan's expression darkened, his tone turning menacing. Teacher Su, don't force our hand. We only want to borrow something from Xiao Chen. If you cooperate, we won't make things difficult for you. Borrow something? Sophie laughed coldly. Are you trying to snatch some magical artifact from him? Let me make this clear, Xiao Chen is no longer someone you can just take on. You'd be wise to heed my warning and back off now. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Lu Fan's expression also darkened. He stepped forward, his tone laced with menace. Miss Sophie, don't be so ungrateful. We have ways to make you talk. You'd better cooperate willingly, or else. Before he could finish, a sudden chill swept over him from behind. Immediately, a cold voice rang in his ear. Otherwise what? Lu Fan whipped around to find Xiao Chen standing behind him, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring coldly at him. Xiao Chen! Chen Yuan and Lu Fan cried out in unison, their faces instantly turning pale. Ignoring their panic, Xiao Chen walked past them to Sophie's side and murmured softly, Miss Sophie, you shouldn't have come alone. Sophie looked at Xiao Chen, a flicker of guilt passing through her eyes. I don't want to be their pawn, and I certainly don't want you to get into danger because of me. Don't worry, these people can't hurt me. After reassuring Sophie, Xiao Chen lifted his gaze toward Chen Yuan and Lu Fan. His eyes instantly turned icy as he raised his right hand, where golden light flickered around his wrist. You want my artifact, don't you? Here I am. Come and take it. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with ruthlessness. They knew there was no turning back now, they had to push forward regardless. Xiao Chen, don't get too cocky. 2S rank awakened ones like us aren't afraid of you. Chen Yuan roared, swinging his arms as the power of Poseidon erupted. Water elements coalesced rapidly around him, forming razor-sharp blades that surged toward Xiao Chen. Lu Fan wasn't to be outdone. The power of the heavenly sovereign surged within him, tearing the surrounding air apart into wind blades that joined Chen Yuan's water blades in their assault on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stood rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. His finger merely flickered toward the sky, and an invisible barrier instantly materialized before him and Sophie. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan's attacks collided with the barrier, vanishing into nothingness in an instant. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan's expressions darkened further. Their previous attack had been blocked like this, and now, once again, it had been blocked. Damn it! Is that all you've got? Xiao Chen sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt. Just then, in the blink of an eye, a figure burst from the trees, lunging straight for Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Chen, die! Ling Feifei's voice was shrill and filled with hatred. A dagger gleaming with cold light was clenched in her hand, thrusting straight toward Xiao Chen's back. Without even turning his head, Xiao Chen merely waved his hand lightly. A flash of golden light erupted, sending Ling Feifei's body flying backward. She slammed heavily onto the ground, the dagger flying from her grasp. Xiao Chen stood in the woods, his gaze cold as he surveyed Chen Yuan, Lu Fan, and the newly arrived Ling Feifei. Though each harbored their own hidden motives, they now stood together in tacit agreement, having clearly formed some sort of temporary alliance. Xiao Chen, do you really think you can take on all three of us alone? Refusing to concede defeat, Chen Yuan swung his arm again. The power of Poseidon surged within him, causing water elements to rapidly coalesce around him. Sharp water blades materialized, hovering at his sides. Chapter 24, One-Sided Crushing. Lu Fan refused to be outdone. The power of the heavenly sovereign god erupted within him once more, tearing the surrounding air apart to form invisible wind blades. These blades, carrying cherry blossom petals, swirled around him. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He was clearly prepared to fight with everything he had. Ling Feifei stood behind the two, one hand gripping a shield that shimmered with golden light, the other clutching a sharp golden spear. Her eyes burned with resentment and fury, her hatred for Xiao Chen having reached its peak. Xiao Chen, you stolen Su's serpent emblem, robbing him of his power. Today, I will make you pay. Ling Feifei spat out these words through gritted teeth, her spear pointing directly at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen remained standing coldly in place, observing them, a sneer curling the corners of his lips. Just the three of you? Not even close. Arrogant. Chen Yuan roared in fury, launching the first attack. With a sweep of his hands, the water blades hovering beside him instantly transformed into countless sharp arrows, hurtling toward Xiao Chen. Lu Fan followed closely behind, manipulating wind blades into a whirlwind that swept up fallen leaves and dust from the ground, swirling toward Xiao Chen. Ling Feifei remained rooted to the spot, her shield radiating golden light to form a protective barrier. Clearly, she was biding her time for a fatal strike. Facing the three-pronged assault, Xiao Chen remained rooted to the spot, utterly unmoving. With a slight flick of his wrist, a flash of golden light erupted as chaos power surged within him, instantly forming an invisible barrier around him. Boom! The water arrows and wind blades collided simultaneously with the barrier, erupting in a deafening roar. Yet Xiao Chen's shield remained utterly unshaken, not even a single crack appearing. Impossible! Chen Yuan and Lu Fan exclaimed in unison. Xiao Chen gave a cold laugh, raising his index finger and waving it dismissively. Your attacks are far too weak. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his figure vanished from the spot. In the next instant, he materialized directly before Chen Yuan. Before Chen Yuan could react, Xiao Chen's fist slammed heavily into his chest. Thud! Chen Yuan's body flew backward like a, slamming hard into a large tree. Blood spurted from his mouth, clearly indicating he had suffered severe injuries. Lu Fan's face paled at the sight. He immediately manipulated the wind blades to attack Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen merely waved his hand lightly, effortlessly dispersing the wind blades. Now it's your turn. Xiao Chen stared coldly at Lu Fan, his gaze icy. A chill gripped Lu Fan's heart as he scrambled backward, trying to create distance. But Xiao Chen's speed far exceeded his expectations. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing before him. Thud! Xiao Chen's fist struck out, sending Lu Fan flying like a cannonball. He crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Ling Feifei watched the scene unfold, a flicker of terror crossing her eyes. Yet she quickly regained her composure, her shield radiating an even more intense golden glow as her spear pointed directly at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, don't get cocky. I've awakened the power of the goddess Athena. You might not be my match. Ling Feifei gritted her teeth, attempting to mask her fear with words. Xiao Chen stared at her coldly, his eyes devoid of emotion. Ling Feifei, you betrayed me. How dare you stand before me? Ling Feifei's expression flickered slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Xiao Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? We were just ordinary classmates. Let me tell you, the power of the goddess Athena is not something you can take lightly. With that, the spear in her hand shot forward. Its tip flashed with golden light, aiming straight for Xiao Chen's chest. Xiao Chen neither dodged nor retreated. He merely raised his wrist lightly. A flash of golden light erupted, instantly deflecting the spear's attack. Seeing this, Ling Feifei's heart sank. She hastily raised her shield, attempting to block Xiao Chen's counterattack. However, Xiao Chen's speed far exceeded her expectations. His fist already slammed heavily against the shield. Boom! The shield reverberated with a thunderous crash. Ling Feifei felt immense force surge through it, numbing her arm and sending her stumbling backward several steps. Impossible! Ling Feifei's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze filled with utter shock. Her shield was a sacred artifact of the goddess Athena, yet it had been knocked back by a single punch from Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stared at her coldly. Ling Feifei, your strength is still far from enough. Ling Feifei clenched her teeth, a flash of ferocity crossing her eyes. She abruptly raised her spear, its tip pointing straight at the sky, chanting an ancient incantation. Athena's wrath. As her incantation fell, the sky suddenly darkened. A golden light descended from above, enveloping Ling Feifei. Her power surged instantly, and the spear in her hand emitted an even more dazzling glow. Xiao Chen, prepare to die. Ling Feifei roared, thrusting her spear forward with devastating force, driving it straight toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen remained rooted to the spot, his eyes utterly still. He raised one hand again. A flash of golden light erupted from his wrist as chaos power surged within him, instantly forming a golden barrier around him. Boom! The spear struck the barrier, erupting in a thunderous crash. Yet the barrier remained intact. Ling Feifei's face instantly drained of color. She never imagined her most powerful attack would be so effortlessly blocked by Xiao Chen. It's over. Xiao Chen declared coldly, unleashing a punch. Thud! Ling Feifei's body flew backward like a crashing heavily to the ground. The spear and shield slipped from her grasp. Blood spurted from her mouth. She was clearly gravely wounded. Xiao Chen coldly surveyed the three figures sprawled on the ground. He knew full well that though they had lost their combat ability, their ambition and resentment would not vanish. Especially since they had repeatedly set their sights on Sophie, filling him with deep caution. You three, listen carefully. Xiao Chen's voice was cold and commanding, like a judge descending from the heavens. Chen Yuan, Lu Fan, and Ling Feifei struggled to lift their heads, their eyes brimming with terror and resentment. Yet, powerless to resist, they could only stare helplessly at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen raised his hand, and a golden light flared, flickering with the faint dance of flames. You once attempted to harm teacher Sophie. This is something I absolutely cannot tolerate. To prevent you from ever entertaining such wicked thoughts again, I shall cast a heaven's wrath curse upon you. From this day forward, should you dare harbor even the slightest ill intent toward teacher Sophie, the heavenly fire shall scorch your souls until you are reduced to ashes. What? Chen Yuan's face drained of color as he struggled to retreat, but his body was already frozen in place. Lu Fan also screamed in terror. Xiao Chen, you can't do this. We're all classmates. You can't cast such a vicious curse on us. Chapter 25, Heaven's Curse. Ling Feifei gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with venomous hatred. Xiao Chen. You're utterly ruthless. What makes you any different from those demonic cultists? Xiao Chen sneered coldly, his gaze sharp as blades, each cut piercing to the bone. Cruel? When you repeatedly kidnapped teacher Sophie, why didn't you feel cruel then? When you tried to seize my magical artifact, even harming innocent people, why didn't you feel cruel? Now you've suddenly learned to play the victim? Ignoring their protests, a flash of golden light erupted from his fingertips. 3 flame-like runes shot forth, each piercing the brow of Chen Yuan, Lu Fan, and Ling Feifei respectively. Ah! All 3 screamed in unison, feeling a searing force surge from their brows and instantly spread throughout their bodies. Their souls seemed enveloped by an invisible heavenly fire. Though they felt no immediate burning pain, the latent threat filled them with overwhelming terror. The heaven's wrath curse is now planted within you. Consider yourselves warned. If you dare touch a single hair on teacher Sophie again, the heavenly fire will erupt at once. When that happens, you'll be begging for death, yet unable to find it. Chen Yuan, Lu Fan, and Ling Feng's faces instantly drained of color. They could feel the flame's power deeply imprinted upon their souls, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Xiao Chen, you! Chen Yuan's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Xiao Chen paid no heed to the desperate cries rising and falling from the 3 men. Instead, he turned and walked towards Sophie. Tears welled in Sophie's eyes as she spoke, her voice trembling. Xiao Chen. I almost held you back again. Xiao Chen's heart tightened, and his tone softened. Teacher Su, don't say that. Sophie lowered her head, her voice heavy with self-reproach. I don't want to be a burden to you. I knew Chen Yuan and Lu Fan wanted to use me to threaten you, so I tried to negotiate with them, asking them to stop targeting you. I just never imagined they'd be so murderous. Her voice grew fainter and fainter, until it was barely more than a whisper. I couldn't do anything. I just stood by and watched you face them alone. I almost got you hurt again. Seeing Sophie's self-reproach, Xiao Chen felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He sighed softly, reached out to take Sophie's hand, and pulled her toward the classroom building, ignoring the 3 figures lying on the ground. Sophie's soft, small hand was held within Xiao Chen's larger one. Her heart began to race uncontrollably, yet she seemed too drained to pull away. Miss Sophie, don't blame yourself. You didn't hold me back. On the contrary, you're my greatest motivation. It's because of you that I've grown stronger, so I can protect you and everyone I care about. But if I hadn't rushed here impulsively just now, you wouldn't have been in danger. It's my fault. Ms. Su, you're wrong. You're not useless, you're too kind. You always put others first, even at the risk of endangering yourself. But it's precisely this part of you that makes me feel you're worth protecting. Sophie's tears finally spilled over. She walked step by step alongside Xiao Chen, her heart aching even more. Ms. Su, you've never been a burden to me. You're the most important person to me, the one I'd protect with my life. So please, stop blaming yourself, okay? Seeing Sophie crying so hard, Xiao Chen had to stop and gently wiped her tears away. Sophie lifted her head, meeting Xiao Chen's eyes steady and gentle. The guilt and unease in her heart gradually gave way to a warm sensation. Alright, I promise. But Xiao Chen, you must promise me too, don't shoulder everything alone anymore. If any danger arises, you must tell me. We'll face it together, okay? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and nodded before continuing to walk forward, holding her hand. Sophie gazed at Xiao Chen's profile, a wave of warmth flooding her heart. She knew he was no longer the student who needed her protection, but a formidable warrior capable of standing on his own. And she, too, would strive to grow stronger, determined never to be a burden to him again. Under the setting sun, their silhouettes grew distant, as if heralding the start of a new journey. This time, they would walk side by side, facing future challenges together. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Chen Yuan, Lu Fan, and Ling Feifei struggled to their feet. Though their bodies bore severe wounds, what filled them with greater dread was the searing power lurking deep within the forest. Xiao Chen, this debt I will repay it. Ling Feifei gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with venom. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan exchanged glances, their eyes equally flashed with resentment and fury. Yet neither dared mention revenge again. The heaven's curse hung over them like a sword poised to strike at any moment. We should head back first. Chen Yuan murmured, his voice tinged with resignation. Lu Fan nodded silently, though his eyes concealed profound fear. The three of them left the forest in disarray. Their silhouettes stretched long and sharp against the setting sun, like three defeated shadows, never to stir up any more waves. Xiao Chen stood at the entrance of National Security University, gazing up at the solemn, ancient gates. A complex mix of emotions welled up within him. National Security University stood as one of the nation's most prestigious institutions, particularly its Mythology Research Institute, which gathered the country's foremost mythology scholars and awakened individuals. This place was not only a sanctuary for academic research but also the cradle nurturing the future guardians of the nation. Xiao Chen, are you ready? Lu Ningyu patted his shoulder, his voice tinged with anticipation. Xiao Chen nodded, his gaze calm and composed. I'm ready. Lu Ningyu had been specially dispatched by Su Jiangwo as an escort to accompany Xiao Chen to National Security University for his enrollment. This alone demonstrated the high regard the National Security Department held for Xiao Chen. However, none of them knew Xiao Chen's true capabilities. To everyone else, he was just an ordinary person with a deep knowledge of mythological artifacts. Even Su Jiangwo and Professor Yen had only recommended him for admission to the National Security University because of his talent in mythological research. Let's go. I'll take you to meet Professor Bai Qianqin. Lu Ningyu led Xiao Chen into the campus. The campus of National Security University was vast and serene, where ancient architecture blended seamlessly with modern facilities, creating an atmosphere that was both solemn and vibrant. Xiao Chen followed behind Lu Ningyu, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the surroundings. He could sense the powerful aura of wushu hidden within this campus, clearly indicating that many exceptionally powerful awakened individuals studied and conducted research here. Chapter 26, Enrollment. Xiao Chen, the Mythology Research Institute at National Security University is no ordinary place. Not only does it house the most elite mythology scholars, but it also hosts many awakened individuals. Many of them come here to learn how to better master their powers while also gaining access to numerous hidden truths about mythology. Lu Ningyu explained to Xiao Chen as they walked, though the thought of Xiao Chen failing to awaken before the awakening monument gave him a headache. Xiao Chen, oblivious to Lu Ningyu's concern, nodded earnestly with a humble tone. I'll cherish this opportunity and study diligently. Lu Ningyu smiled, his tone tinged with approval. Professor Yen and Director Su both hold high hopes for you, especially given your understanding of mythical artifacts. They see you as a promising talent. However, the competition here is fierce. You must be prepared. Xiao Chen offered a faint smile, his mind already plotting. He had long resolved to conceal his true strength, playing dumb to catch the wise, revealing his edge only at critical moments. After all, the power of chaos and that of the Monkey King Sun Wukong was too staggering. Exposing it would inevitably attract endless covetous eyes and trouble. Soon, the two arrived before an ancient-looking building. A plaque hung above its entrance, bearing the words, Mythology Research Academy. The characters were bold and vigorous, as if imbued with some mysterious power. This is the Mythology Research Institute. Lu Ningyu led Xiao Chen inside the building. The interior was decorated in an antique yet elegant style, with walls covered in mythological paintings and texts. Xiao Chen's gaze was drawn to a massive mural depicting numerous deities from around the world. Only the spot reserved for the deities of the Dragon Nation stood empty and bare. Xiao Chen's eyes dimmed slightly. He recalled how, after the Dragon Nation civilization vanished, no one knew its deities. Even divine artifacts were indistinguishable to them. Xiao Chen, this way. Lu Ningyu's voice snapped Xiao Chen out of his reverie. He withdrew his gaze and followed Lu Ningyu down a long corridor to a spacious office. A plaque hung on the door, bearing the words Professor by Qianqin. Lu Ningyu knocked on the door. A gentle yet authoritative female voice came from inside. Come in. Opening the door, Xiao Chen saw a woman in a white lab coat seated at her desk. She appeared to be around 40, with delicate features and deep, penetrating eyes. Gold-rimmed glasses sat upon her nose as she held a book, engrossed in its pages. Her demeanor carried both scholarly elegance and an undeniable air of authority. Professor Bai, Xiao Chen is here. Lu Ningyu introduced with a smile. Professor Bai Qianqin lifted her head, her gaze passing through the lenses to rest on Xiao Chen, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. You are Xiao Chen? Truly a promising young talent. Xiao Chen bowed slightly and said respectfully, Hello, Professor Bai. Professor Bai Qianqin nodded, set down his papers, and rose to his feet. Xiao Chen, I've heard about your situation from Professor Yan and Director Su. Your profound knowledge of mythological artifacts is exceptionally rare among the younger generation. Our Mythology Research Institute warmly welcomes your joining us. Xiao Chen smiled, his face radiating humility. Thank you, Professor Bai. I will study diligently. Professor Bai Qianqin formed a favorable first impression of Xiao Chen, her tone softening further. No need to be so formal. While our Mythology Research Institute has a strong academic atmosphere, we also emphasize practical application. Here, you'll not only gain theoretical knowledge but also continuously enhance your abilities through trials and missions. With that, Professor Bai Qianqin picked up a document from the desk and handed it to Xiao Chen. Here are your enrollment documents and course schedule. Take a look first, and feel free to ask me any questions. Xiao Chen took the documents and began to examine them carefully. They detailed his course schedule, including subjects like mythological history, analysis of divine powers, and awakened warrior combat training. His gaze lingered briefly on awakened warrior combat training, a faint sense of anticipation stirring within him. Xiao Chen, your schedule is quite demanding, but with your talent, I believe you'll adapt quickly. As for the awakened combat training, since you haven't awakened yet, you don't have to participate. Bai Qianqin's tone carried a hint of concern, clearly indicating she was aware of Xiao Chen's situation. Although Xiao Chen had failed to awaken before the Divine Awakening Monument, his innate talent in researching mythical artifacts had earned him high expectations from both Professor Yan and Su Jiangwo. Hearing Professor Bai Qianqin's words, Xiao Chen smiled faintly, his tone calm yet resolute. Professor Bai, though I haven't awakened, I'm deeply interested in the power of awakened ones. If possible, I'd like to participate in the combat training. Even just observing would allow me to learn a great deal. A flicker of approval passed through Professor Bai Qianqin's eyes as she nodded. Excellent. Your attitude toward learning is commendable. However, practical training does carry inherent risks. You must know your limits and avoid pushing yourself too far. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Professor Bai. Lu Ningyu stood nearby, smiling as he patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder. Xiao Chen, Professor Bai rarely shows this much concern for freshmen. You should really cherish this opportunity. After leaving Professor Bai Qianqin's office, Lu Ningyu led Xiao Chen to the dormitory area. The dormitory facilities at National Security University were excellent. Each student had their own private room, equipped with all necessary amenities, including dedicated meditation chambers for cultivation practice. Xiao Chen, your dorm is right here. Lu Ningyu pointed to a building. Settle in first. Classes officially start tomorrow. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me anytime. Xiao Chen nodded sincerely. Thank you, Officer Lu. I'll adapt to life here as quickly as possible. Lu Ningyu patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder and laughed heartily. If you'd like, you can call me Brother Lu. Xiao Chen immediately smiled obediently and followed Lu Ningyu's lead, calling out, Brother Lu. Lu Ningyu's mood lifted even further. I need to get back to work. Remember, if you ever run into trouble, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Lu Ningyu had already given Xiao Chen his phone number earlier. Xiao Chen nodded with a compliant smile. No problem, Brother Lu. Thanks a lot. After seeing Lu Ningyu off, Xiao Chen entered the dormitory. He quickly organized his luggage, then sat on the edge of his bed, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. He knew that the Mythology Research Institute at National Security University represented a crucial step in his growth. Here, he would not only deepen his knowledge of foreign mythologies but also continuously enhance his abilities through trials and missions. The power of the Monkey King Sun Wukong, I'm still far from mastering it. Xiao Chen murmured to himself, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. Here, I will become stronger. Chapter 27, Fusion. A crisp knock suddenly sounded at the door. Xiao Chen, are you there? A pleasant female voice drifted in. Xiao Chen opened the door to find a girl in the academy uniform standing outside. Her features were delicate, her eyes bright and lively, and she held a document in her hand. "Hello, I'm Lin Shui, a member of the Mythology Research Academy Student Council," the girl said with a smile. "Professor Bai asked me to bring you around to familiarize yourself with the academy." Xiao Chen nodded, his tone gentle. "Thank you for your trouble." Lin Shui chuckled, her tone lively. "You're welcome. We'll be classmates soon enough. Come on, let's go explore." Walking side by side through the campus, Lin Shui introduced the various facilities and buildings to Xiao Chen as they went. "This is the library. It houses a vast collection of mythological texts and records many of them unique copies, you know." Lin Shui pointed to a magnificent building in the distance as she explained. Xiao Chen's gaze was drawn to the library, a faint sense of anticipation stirring within him. He knew this place would be crucial for expanding his knowledge. Over there is the training ground, where awakened ones can conduct combat drills. Lin Shui gestured toward another area. "I hear you're quite knowledgeable about mythical artifacts. You're bound to shine at the training ground." Xiao Chen merely smiled faintly, his tone as humble as ever. "I still have much to learn and understand." Lin Shui blinked, a hint of mischief in her voice. "Stop being so modest. I heard from Professor Bai that your potential is immense." Xiao Chen merely smiled, saying little more. Ling Feifei's betrayal had cast a shadow over him. Aside from teacher Sophie, he refused to trust any woman again. As night fell, the campus of National Security University was enveloped in stillness. Xiao Chen stood at his dorm window, gazing up at the sky. Tonight marked a total lunar eclipse. As the moon gradually faded into Earth's shadow, the stars in the sky shone with unusual brilliance. "A total lunar eclipse, this is a rare opportunity," Xiao Chen murmured to himself, a gleam of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He knew that a total lunar eclipse was not merely an astronomical phenomenon, but also a time when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was at its most potent. For awakened ones, such moments often signaled breakthroughs and opportunities. Especially for him, the chaos power within his body might undergo some special transformation under the influence of the total lunar eclipse. Xiao Chen quickly gathered his thoughts, deciding to use the lunar eclipse as an opportunity for deep cultivation. He closed the window, entered the quiet room, and sat cross-legged on the mat. His hands formed seals as his mind sank deep within his body. As the total lunar eclipse progressed, the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth gradually grew more potent. Xiao Chen could sense a mysterious force permeating the surrounding air, as if invisible energy was flowing through the atmosphere. He drew a deep breath, and the chaos power within his body began to circulate slowly. Chaotic energy, born from the primordial opening of heaven and earth, encompasses all things. The luminous screen reappeared in Xiao Chen's mind, and these words materialized upon it. Without hesitation, he silently repeated them, gradually mobilizing the power within his body. His consciousness gradually sank into his body, as if entering a boundless void. Within this void, he witnessed countless stars twinkling. Each star represented a thread of power within his body. At the void center, a golden light slowly coalesced. It was the power of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. The spiritual energy of the total lunar eclipse can help me further fuse the chaos power with Sun Wukong's power. Xiao Chen thought to himself. He guided the surrounding spiritual energy, slowly channeling it into the golden light within his body. As the energy flowed in, the golden light grew increasingly brilliant, resembling a miniature sun rising within the void. Under the catalysis of the lunar eclipse's spiritual energy, the chaos power and Sun Wukong's power gradually merged together. He could feel his strength surging at an unprecedented rate. Not enough. Xiao Chen continued channeling the spiritual energy, his power growing ever stronger. Just then, he suddenly felt an intense repulsive force emanating from within him, as if the two powers were resisting each other. As expected, the chaos power and Sun Wukong's power aren't so easily fused. Xiao Chen remained composed, calmly adjusting his breathing and focus. He knew this repulsion was normal. Only through persistent harmonization could the two powers truly merge. Time ticked by, and the total lunar eclipse gradually reached its peak. The moon in the sky was now completely swallowed by Earth's shadow, plunging the world into darkness. In that instant, the repulsive force within Xiao Chen vanished abruptly, replaced by an unprecedented sense of harmony. Under his guidance, the chaos force and Sun Wukong's power finally merged perfectly. Success! Xiao Chen's heart surged with excitement. He could feel his power elevated to an entirely new level. The nature of the chaos force and the ferocity of Sun Wukong's power had completely merged, forming a brand new force. The total lunar eclipse gradually ended, and the moon reappeared in the sky. Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes, a golden light flickering within them. He clenched his fist lightly, feeling boundless power surge through his body. The total lunar eclipse truly was a golden opportunity. Xiao Chen murmured to himself, a faint smile curving his lips. He knew his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Though outwardly he remained an ordinary, unawakened student, only he understood that he now possessed power capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Morning sunlight streamed through the slits in the curtains into the room. Xiao Chen had already awakened. Seated on the edge of the bed, he held a book on mythical history in his hands, engrossed in its pages. Though last night's cultivation left him physically weary, his mind felt unusually alert. At that moment, urgent knocking sounded at the door. Xiao Chen, are you there? It was Lin Shue's voice, tinged with a hint of urgency. Xiao Chen set down his book and rose to open the door. Lin Shue stood outside, her face showing signs of worry, holding a document in her hand. Xiao Chen, Professor Bai sent me to tell you to report to the Mythology Research Institute's training grounds at 8 o'clock this morning. There's an important assignment to be assigned. Lin Shue spoke quickly, her tone tinged with tension. Xiao Chen nodded. Got it. Thanks, Lin Shue. Lin Shue exhaled softly, a faint smile touching her lips. I was worried you hadn't woken up yet. By the way, did you sleep well last night? Xiao Chen smiled, his tone light. Pretty well. The night of the total lunar eclipse was so quiet I slept like a log. Lin Shue blinked, a hint of mischief in her voice. That's good. Today's mission isn't simple, but since you haven't awakened yet, you probably won't be assigned anything. Just observe or follow me. Chapter 28, Encounter at the Trial Ground. Xiao Chen smiled faintly at Lin Shue's words, his tone calm yet tinged with deeper meaning. Thanks for the reminder, Lin Shue. But since Professor Bai asked me to assemble at the trial grounds, I doubt I'll be merely observing. Lin Shue paused, then laughed. True. Professor Bai has always held you in high regard. He might assign you some special task. Xiao Chen nodded, his smile as gentle as a spring breeze. Probably. Thank you, Lin Shue. I'll head to the trial grounds shortly. Lin Shue had intended to invite Xiao Chen to breakfast, but sensing the polite yet distant tone in his voice, she held her tongue. After offering a few more parting words, she turned and left. After breakfast, Xiao Chen promptly headed to the trial grounds. Located in the northwest corner of the academy, the training ground was a massive circular structure, its exterior simple yet imposing. From afar, Xiao Chen could sense powerful energy fluctuations emanating from within. He recalled Lin Shue mentioning earlier that the trial ground was one of the academy's most crucial facilities, housing numerous simulated combat scenarios where awakened individuals could conduct practical training. Upon entering the arena, Xiao Chen saw over a dozen students already gathered there, standing in small groups and whispering among themselves. Professor Bai Qianqin stood at the center of the arena, a document in hand, her expression grave. Her gaze swept over every student present, finally settling on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. Professor Bai's voice was clear and commanding. Xiao Chen lifted his head and met Professor Bai's gaze calmly. Although you haven't awakened, your knowledge of mythical artifacts is exceptionally deep. For this mission, you will assist Lu Ruyan and any other students who need help. Analyze clues related to mythical artifacts and uncover the hiding places of those awakened individuals abroad. Professor Bai's tone carried complete trust in Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded, his voice firm. I will do my utmost to complete the mission. Bai Qianqin nodded in satisfaction before turning to a girl standing nearby. Lu Ruyan, you and Xiao Chen will form a team. Your responsibility is intelligence analysis and clue tracking. Lu Ruyan gave a slight nod, her gaze serene. Dressed in a white academy uniform, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall. With features as delicate as a painting, she exuded an aura of cool elegance and nobility. Her presence seemed to silence the entire trial ground, drawing everyone's gaze toward her involuntarily. Xiao Chen looked at Lu Ruyan, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. He could sense a powerful aura emanating from her clearly, her abilities were extraordinary. After the task assignments concluded, the students began discussing in groups. Lu Ruyan approached Xiao Chen, her gaze calm yet tinged with scrutiny. You're Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen nodded, his tone calm. Yes, Ms. Lu. Lu Ruyan gave a slight nod, her tone as cool and detached as ever. Professor Bai has assigned me to your group. I expect you won't hold me back. Xiao Chen smiled, his tone brimming with confidence. I'll do my best to cooperate with you. Lu Ruyan glanced at him once more, said nothing further, and turned toward a nearby table to begin organizing the documents in her hands. Lin Shue approached Xiao Chen and whispered, Xiao Chen, Lu Ruyan is one of the strongest awakened in the academy. Her abilities are formidable. You need to be careful and avoid provoking her. Xiao Chen nodded, his tone light. I'll be mindful. Lin Shue gave him a playful wink, a hint of mischief in her voice. But with her on board, the mission should go much smoother. Work well together. Xiao Chen smiled, watching Lin Shue walk away before approaching Lu Ruyan. He began reviewing the intelligence she had compiled. The documents in Lu Ruyan's hands detailed the movements and potential targets of overseas awakened individuals. Xiao Chen read carefully, his brow furrowing slightly. These awakened individuals seem to be targeting the Academy's mythical artifact repository. Lu Ruyan nodded. Exactly. Their objective is clear. We need to locate their hideout as soon as possible and stop their operation. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen extended his slender index finger and tapped the map. Based on their movement patterns, they'll likely strike tonight. We need to set up traps in advance. Lu Ruyan glanced at him, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. Your analysis makes perfect sense. However, we don't have much time. We must act swiftly. I'll support you. Bai Qianqin approached and instructed the pair. Your mission is critical. The strength of the awakened abroad should not be underestimated. You must proceed with utmost caution. Lu Ruyan gave a slight nod. Professor Bai, rest assured. We will complete the mission. I have faith in your abilities. Xiao Chun, though you haven't awakened, your wisdom and insight are precisely what we need most. Assist Lu Ruyan diligently. Xiao Chen nodded solemnly. I will. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan swiftly commenced their operation. Based on intelligence, they pinpointed a potential hideout for the foreign awakened individual, an abandoned factory complex near the academy. Once a vital industrial hub for the Dragon Nation, the complex lay abandoned for years. Overgrown with weeds, the dilapidated factory buildings cast an eerie, foreboding shadow in the night. As night fell, moonlight spilled over the ruins of the abandoned factory, casting a silvery glow over the desolate land. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan stood shoulder to shoulder atop a wall in a corner of the factory, their figures concealed by towering trees. They watched silently for any movement within. They really are here. Lu Ruyan murmured softly, her voice as gentle as the night breeze yet carrying an unwavering certainty. Xiao Chen nodded, his gaze sharp as a blade. He could sense powerful energy fluctuations permeating the factory, clear evidence that the foreign awakened were plotting something. We must proceed with caution. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Lu Ruyan turned her head to glance at him. Stay here. I'll deal with them. Xiao Chen paused slightly, then shook his head. No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'm coming with you. Lu Ruyan frowned involuntarily, a hint of displeasure in her voice. You haven't awakened yet. Going with me will only slow me down. Xiao Chen smiled, his voice brimming with confidence. Don't worry, I won't slow you down. I have my own secret weapon. He raised his right arm, where a faint golden glow swirled around his wrist, obscuring what lay hidden there. Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered slightly, a hint of doubt flickering within. She seemed to want to ask something, but in the end, she said nothing, merely nodding. All right, stay close to me. The pair slipped silently into the factory, moving like ghosts through the ruins. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan instinctively split up, each seeking the optimal vantage point. Chapter 29, Completing the First Mission. Xiao Chen hid behind a collapsed wall, peering through the cracks to scrutinize the activity inside the factory building. He could see several foreign awakened gathered in the center of an empty factory hall, whispering intently. Their expressions were grave, clearly plotting a significant operation. Xiao Chen's ears twitched slightly, and his brow instantly furrowed. Their target is indeed the Academy's mythic item repository. He knew these awakened ones possessed formidable strength, especially their leader, the man in the black trenchcoat who radiated an unsettling aura. Lu Ruyan appeared silently beside Xiao Chen and whispered, I'll handle the frontal assault. You. Just focus on protecting yourself. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered, but he merely nodded, uttering two simple words. Understood. Lu Ruyan flickered and instantly materialized in the center of the factory floor. A beam of light, as bright as a mountain peak, coalesced in her hand, pointing directly at the foreign awakened ones. Her movements were lightning fast, like a white phantom, instantly shattering the factory's silence. Who goes there? The foreign awakened ones were startled, immediately raising their defenses. Their reactions were equally swift. Within a split second of Lu Ruyan's appearance, they had already assumed combat stances. Lu Ruyan let out a cold laugh, her tone icy. You have no right to know. Before her words faded, her attack struck. A powerful energy surge instantly engulfed the entire factory floor. Blinding light pierced toward the awakened like sharp blades, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound cutting through the air. Xiao Chen stood nearby, his gaze calmly observing the unfolding battle. He knew Lu Ruyan possessed formidable strength, but these foreign awakened ones were no pushovers either. Sure enough, several awakened quickly reacted and launched their counterattack. Watch out! Xiao Chen warned in a low voice. Lu Ruyan flickered aside, evading the attack, but her brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, their strength exceeded her expectations. The leader in the black trenchcoat sneered coldly, channeling a jet-black energy in his hand that surged straight toward Lu Ruyan. You think you can take us on alone? The man's voice was deep and raspy, tinged with mockery. Lu Ruyan offered no reply, merely tilting her exquisite face slightly to evade the strike. The black energy merely sliced off a strand of her long hair. At that moment, the trench-coated man suddenly lunged toward Xiao Chen, his intent to kill palpable. First, take care of this nuisance. Xiao Chen stood his ground, his gaze serene. As the man closed in, Xiao Chen raised his right hand. A flash of golden light flickered around his wrist, and a hint of gold shimmered through his aura as the chaotic energy within him began to quietly surge. Thud! Before the trench-coated man could react, an invisible force hurled him backward. He slammed heavily onto the ground, unconscious. His body slid several meters further before finally crashing into a dilapidated wall with a dull thud. Lu Ruyan witnessed this scene, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes before she regained her composure. She swiftly dealt with the remaining awakened individuals, then fixed her gaze on his wrist and demanded, What did you just do? Xiao Chen smiled, raising his wrist where a streak of light still flickered. It's a magical artifact. It protects me and can strike back at anyone who attacks me. The stronger the attack, the stronger the backlash. Lu Ruyan regarded him with a complex expression, hesitating to speak. In the end, she chose not to press further and simply nodded. Alright, I understand. Let's pack up these awakened ones and head back to the academy. Back at the academy, Bai Qianqian surveyed the awakened individuals lying incapacitated on the ground, thoroughly satisfied with the pair's performance. You did well. You successfully thwarted the foreign awakened one's operation. We'll hand them over to the National Security Department shortly. Lu Ruyan gave a slight nod, her tone as cool and detached as ever. It was our duty. Bai Qianqian turned to Xiao Chen, a hint of approval in her gaze. Xiao Chen, your performance exceeded my expectations. Though you haven't awakened, your wisdom and courage have made us all proud. Xiao Chen offered a modest smile, his humility unchanged. Thank you, Professor Bai. I will continue to strive. After Professor Bai instructed someone to escort the awakened individuals away, Lu Ruyan turned to Xiao Chen, her tone tinged with curiosity. Xiao Chen, who exactly are you? Xiao Chen met her gaze, his eyes calm. I'm just an ordinary student. Lu Ruyan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. Yet she remained courteous, refraining from further questions and instead gave a slight nod. I hope we can work together again on the next mission. Xiao Chen nodded with a smile. I look forward to it. Moonlight spilled like water over the tree-lined paths of National Security University. Shadows danced among the branches as a gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness. Xiao Chen stood by the roadside, gazing up at the sky. The silver moonlight bathed his face, illuminating his deep, piercing eyes. The moon tonight is beautiful, Xiao Chen murmured softly, a faint smile playing on his lips. His mind drifted back to the surveillance system he had hacked into at the National Security Bureau. Taking advantage of the lack of attention, he had secretly implanted his tracking spell into the surveillance system. Not only could it monitor the target's movements in real time, but it could also predict their next actions in advance. His targets were clear: the blonde man codenamed Werewolf and the kimono-clad woman named Sakurako. Werewolf originated from Fenrir in Norse mythology, a legendary descendant of the giant wolf possessing immense strength and speed, capable of devouring even gods. Sakurako, meanwhile, drew from Japanese folklore. It was said she could manipulate cherry blossoms, transforming petals into blades to kill silently. Both were elite awakened individuals among foreign operatives. The State Security Department's surveillance of them surely had its reasons. Today might be a good opportunity. Xiao Chen silently resolved to confront them personally, to uncover their true plans. This was not only for his own trial but also to test the power he had fused the chaotic energy and the divine might of the Monkey King during the night of the total lunar eclipse. Xiao Chen returned to his dorm, changed into a black shirt and black pants, then, with a flick of his thoughts, searched for the pair's whereabouts within the light screen in his mind. The abandoned port? Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, pondering silently. He knew that the Dragon Nation's maritime system wasn't just an economic lifeline, it also served as a conduit for transporting mythical artifacts. If these foreign awakened beings intended to disrupt the maritime system, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Chen wasted no time. Under cover of night, he moved through the city streets like a ghost. Chapter 30, Now It's My Turn. Xiao Chen moved with lightness and agility, blending seamlessly with the night. Soon, he arrived at the abandoned port. Inside, dilapidated containers piled high like mountains, rust-stained cranes looming menacingly under the moonlight. The air carried the salty tang of seawater, occasionally punctuated by the cries of seagulls that pierced the night's silence. Xiao Chen stood atop a container, his gaze sweeping sharply around the area. He could sense powerful energy fluctuations permeating the harbor clearly. The werewolf and Ingzi were performing some ritual here. So this is where they are. Xiao Chen thought silently to himself as he landed lightly on another container, looking down below. In the center of the port, atop a makeshift altar, the werewolf and Sakura stood solemnly on either side. A crystal radiating a ghostly blue glow sat upon the altar, its surface engraved with ancient runes, clearly a fabulously potent mythical artifact. The werewolf murmured an ancient incantation in a deep, raspy voice, like a call from hell itself. His body began to transform, muscles bulged, hair grew wildly, until he became a colossal werewolf, his eyes blazing crimson. Sakurako stood nearby, clutching an exquisitely crafted folding fan adorned with cherry blossom patterns. Her gaze was icy as she gave the fan a light flick. Countless cherry blossom petals materialized from thin air, swirling around her like an ethereal floral language. The ritual is nearly complete. Sakurako murmured, her voice tinged with excitement. The werewolf nodded, his voice deep and resonant. Once we activate this crystal, we'll open the passage to the Dragon Nation's mythical artifact exhibition hall. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He knew that if they succeeded in activating the crystal, the consequences would be unimaginable. We can't wait any longer. Xiao Chen thought to himself, silently leaping down from the container and landing lightly before the altar. His gaze remained calm as he watched the two figures. Clearly startled by Xiao Chen's sudden appearance, both men took a step back, their eyes filled with terror. Who was he? How had he gotten so close? Why hadn't even the wolf-like alertness of the werewolves detected him? Who are you? The werewolf growled, his voice laced with menace. Xiao Chen merely smiled lightly. I'm just a student passing by. I saw you guys stirring up trouble here, so I came over to see what you were up to. Sakura scoffed coldly, clearly unconvinced by Xiao Chen's excuse. A student? Do you really think we'd buy that? Xiao Chen shrugged, his tone still light. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But I suggest you leave now. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. A flash of anger flickered in the werewolf's eyes. He let out a low growl and lunged suddenly at Xiao Chen. His speed was blinding, like a black lightning bolt closing in on Xiao Chen in an instant. Xiao Chen kept his hands in his pockets, his gaze serene. Just as the werewolf was about to knock him down, a golden light flashed in his eyes, and the chaos power within him quietly surged. Boom! Before the werewolf could react, an invisible force hurled him backward. He slammed heavily onto the ground, letting out a pained howl. Sakura watched the scene unfold, a flicker of shock crossing her eyes. Yet she recovered swiftly, her folding fan flashing as countless cherry blossom petals shot toward Xiao Chen like razor-sharp blades. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, effortlessly evading the cherry blossom assault. His movements were light and graceful, as if he were dancing. Is that all the strength you've got? Truly unimpressive. Xiao Chen's smile was faint, his lips curled with a hint of scorn. This enraged the werewolf. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury, yet a fleeting glimpse of fear flickered within them. He let out a low growl, violently tearing his clothes apart to reveal powerful muscles and thick fur. His body swelled once more, bones cracking audibly as he transformed into a colossal werewolf over 3 meters tall, fangs bared, eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty crimson light. Boy, you've angered me. The werewolf's roar thundered like a deafening clap of thunder. He lunged at Xiao Chen, his massive claws slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound, aiming straight for Xiao Chen's chest. He intended to rip out Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed. His toes lightly touched the ground as his body swiftly retreated, evading the werewolf's attack. He sensed that the werewolf's strength had multiplied several times over, each strike carrying devastating force. This is interesting. A fierce fighting spirit ignited in Xiao Chen's eyes. Seeing his first strike miss, the werewolf roared furiously and lunged at Xiao Chen once more. His speed was even faster this time. His massive, razor-sharp claws swung toward Xiao Chen's neck. He intended to snap it clean off. The amber glow in Xiao Chen's eyes swirled once more as the chaos power within him surged rapidly. With a light flick of his wrist, an invisible barrier materialized before him once more. The werewolf's claws slammed into the barrier, producing a dull thud. Thud! The werewolf was sent reeling back several steps, shock deepening in his eyes. He hadn't expected this young man to withstand his full power attack after his latest evolution. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, his tone tinged with amusement. Your strength is decent, but it's still not enough. The werewolf roared furiously and lunged at Xiao Chen once more. His movements grew even more savage, each strike carrying devastating force as he sought to crush Xiao Chen completely. Facing the werewolf's relentless assault, Xiao Chen remained utterly composed. His form darted through the werewolf's strikes like a phantom, each evasion perfectly timed, as if he had already anticipated every attack. Too slow. Your speed is too slow. Xiao Chen remarked indifferently, his tone dripping with scorn. The werewolf's rage boiled over. He snapped his gaping maw open, unleashing a black energy wave that roared toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed sharply as he ducked low, evading the energy blast. He could sense the immense destructive force contained within that wave. If struck, the consequences would be unimaginable. Looks like I need to get serious. Xiao Chen swung his hand violently, and a golden beam shot forth from his palm, striking the werewolf squarely. Before the werewolf could react, it was hit by the golden light, crashing heavily to the ground with a pained howl. At that very moment, a colossal phantom suddenly materialized behind Xiao Chen. Towering several zhang tall, it wore golden armor, crowned with a purple-gold phoenix-winged diadem, and wielded a gleaming golden wish-granting weapon. Its presence was imposing and awe-inspiring. The werewolf and the shadow witnessed this scene, their eyes filled with terror. What deity is this? Sakura frantically searched her limited knowledge of mythology, yet found no records of this apparition. Could it be a deity from the Dragon Kingdom? The thought suddenly flashed through Sakurako's mind. Now, it's my turn. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, his tone still brimming with mockery. Chapter 31, Fisheye Stone Crystal. Xiao Chen swung his arm violently. The illusory figure of Sun Wukong behind him swung his weapon in unison. A golden beam of light descended from the heavens, striking the werewolf head-on. Boom! Before the werewolf could react, the weapon struck him, slamming him heavily into the ground. He lay motionless for a long moment, not uttering a sound. Seeing this, Sakura's eyes flashed with despair, but she quickly regained her composure. With a sharp flick of her folding fan, countless cherry blossom petals coalesced into a massive floral blade, hurtling toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen waved his hand again. The golden light from his weapon instantly shattered the blade, scattering countless petals into the air. Your abilities are interesting, but they're not enough. Xiao Chen remarked indifferently, his tone tinged with regret. Sakura clenched her teeth. She knew she couldn't defeat this young man before her. Her only option was to flee. She had to find someone to uncover exactly which deity this youth had awakened. She flicked her folding fan violently, conjuring a wall of cherry blossom petals that materialized out of thin air, attempting to block Xiao Chen's vision. Then, she spun and fled, trying to escape the altar. Xiao Chen watched her retreating figure. With a flash, he appeared before her, blocking her path. A faint smile touched his lips. Trying to escape? Not so fast. Yingzi paled in shock. She swung her folding fan forward again, sending countless cherry blossom petals flying toward Xiao Chen like razor-sharp blades. With a casual flick of his wrist, Xiao Chen swung his massive weapon, smashing it down hard onto Sakurako. She didn't even have time to scream before being knocked to the ground. Xiao Chen's gaze remained calm as he surveyed the fallen werewolf, now restored to human form but with every bone shattered. He then turned to Sakurako, her very foundations destroyed. He knew he had successfully thwarted their plot, but this was only the beginning. Xiao Chen's gaze returned to the crystal on the altar, which emitted a faint blue glow. He raised his index and middle fingers, and the crystal floated upward. He scrutinized its dark glow, searching his mind for any records of this crystal. Still nothing. Looks like I'll have to take this back for Professor Bai to examine. Xiao Chen hooked his fingers toward himself once more, and the crystal flew toward him, landing in the palm of his hand. The crystal was bone-chillingly cold, its light shimmering more beautifully than the stars in the night sky. With a flick of his wrist, the crystal vanished, replaced by a light screen appearing in his mind. Detected presence of fisheye stone crystal. Xiao Chen's interest was instantly piqued. Fisheye stone crystal? What is it used for? Fisheye stone crystal can open energy channels, breaking through sealed or blocked energy to form continuously open energy circuits. In ancient times, spiritual cultivators regarded it as divine guidance. Xiao Chen pursed his lips, turned, and left the harbor. The illusory figure of Sun Wukong behind him gradually faded, dissolving into specks of golden light that merged into the night. On his way back to the dormitory, Xiao Chen's mind kept replaying the battle, the werewolf's savage power, Sakurako's cherry blossom manipulation, and the overwhelming chaos energy within himself, combined with the divine might of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. It all left him profoundly shaken. He knew his strength had truly undergone a qualitative leap, yet the challenges ahead would be even more formidable. Only one thought occupied Xiao Chen's mind. The mythical artifacts of the Dragon Nation must never fall into enemy hands. Upon returning to Goen University, Xiao Chen headed straight for Professor Bai Qianqin's office. It was late at night, and the campus lay in silence, illuminated only by the faint glow of a few streetlights. Xiao Chen knocked on the door, and Professor Bai's gentle voice came from inside. Come in. Xiao Chen pushed open the door and saw Professor Bai sitting motionless at her desk, holding an ancient text in her hands, her expression focused. She looked up and saw Xiao Chen, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Xiao Chen? So late at night, why haven't you gone to bed yet? Xiao Chen walked over to the desk, took out the fisheye stone crystal, and placed it on the surface. Professor, I found this at the abandoned port. Foreign awakened individuals attempted to use it to open a passage to our mythical artifact repository. Professor Bai lifted the crystal, examining it closely, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. This is the fisheye stone crystal. The legendary artifact said to shatter energy barriers. Yes. They attempted to harness its power to open a passage to the mythic artifact vault. I stopped them, but I suspect this matter isn't over yet. Professor Bai took a deep breath, his tone tinged with approval. Xiao Chen, you did well. This crystal holds immense power. If it fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. She handed the crystal back to Xiao Chen, rose to her feet, and walked to the bookshelf. Pulling out a thick ancient text, she flipped through its pages rapidly. Moments later, she looked up, her expression grave. According to ancient texts, fisheye stone crystals not only break energy seals but also open portals to other dimensions. If foreign awakened beings master this power, they might attempt to invade the mythical realms of the Dragon Nation. Xiao Chen's expression darkened, his voice thick with worry. What should we do? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qianqin stated, we must locate other fisheye stone crystals immediately and ensure they don't fall into enemy hands. It seems I must also alert the State Security Department to reinforce defenses at the mythical artifact repository against foreign awakened beings. She turned to Xiao Chen, her curiosity evident. What were you doing at the port so late? Xiao Chen gave an awkward smile. Couldn't sleep, went for a night run, never expected to run into two foreign awakened beings. Were they strong? Are you hurt? A warm wave washed over Xiao Chen. He hadn't expected Professor Bai to care so much about him. He shook his head. I have the artifact Commander Su gave me to protect myself. I'm fine. Bai Qianqin clearly had no interest in prying into others' affairs. Seeing he was genuinely unharmed, she urged him to return to rest, saying they could discuss other matters tomorrow. The next day at noon, bright sunshine filled the campus of the National Security University with vitality. Xiao Chen had just stepped out of the cafeteria, a cup of hot water in hand, intending to return to his dorm for a short rest. At that moment, he spotted a familiar figure. Lu Ningyu from the State Security Bureau stood below the dormitory building, his expression grave as he scanned the surroundings. Brother Lu? Xiao Chen approached, slightly surprised. What brings you here? Lu Ningyu's face softened into a faint smile upon seeing Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, I've been looking for you. Did you hear about last night? Xiao Chen's heart stirred, though outwardly he remained composed. Last night? What happened? Lu Ningyu frowned. Last night at the abandoned port, we discovered that the two foreign awakened individuals we were monitoring, the same ones you saw on the surveillance feed last time, have permanently lost their combat capabilities. Chapter 32, Unlocking the Teleportation Skill. Lu Ningyu's tone was grave. Their fundamental bones were shattered, completely crippling their combat abilities. There were also traces of battle left at the scene, indicating the opponent was exceptionally powerful. Xiao Chen feigned surprise, his brows knitting together. Wolfman and Sakura? Aren't they among the top-tier foreign awakened? Who possesses such formidable power? Lu Ningyu fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Chen, searching his face for any hint of deception. Indeed, we're equally puzzled. The scene yielded few clues, but our analysis indicates the assailant's power far surpasses ordinary awakened ones, possibly reaching legendary tier strength. Xiao Chen chuckled inwardly, his expression betraying nothing. That powerful? Could it be some reclusive master from our dragon nation who intervened? Lu Ningyu smiled, testing Xiao Chen with his question. Xiao Chen, did you hear anything unusual last night? Or see anyone suspicious? Xiao Chen shook his head, his tone light. No, I went to bed around 8 last night. I woke up suddenly around 1 in the morning and went for a night run. I never expected to see two people lying on the ground near the port, with this crystal beside them. I was going to call the police, but I didn't have my phone. Then I saw a police car approaching, so I came back. I was afraid this crystal might be problematic and could be picked up by someone with ulterior motives, so... This perfectly explained how he had come to possess the crystal. Alright, Xiao Chen, you handled it well. Lu Ningyu nodded, his tone carrying a hint of deeper meaning. Next time something like this happens, it's best to notify us immediately. After all, your safety is the top priority. Xiao Chen nodded and gave a slight smile. Rest assured, sir. I will. Xiao Chen pulled the crystal from his pocket and handed it to Lu Ningyu. After examining it closely, Lu Ningyu's expression mirrored Professor Bai's exactly. This is actually a fisheye stone crystal. Is it that impressive? Lu Ningyu nodded. Very powerful. Specifically, it seems to have something to do with breaking through spatial barriers. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. Then why would it appear at the port? Could it be that those two awakened ones were after it? Lu Ningyu shook his head and returned the crystal to Xiao Chen. I don't know either. You found it, so it belongs to you. Keep it safe. Xiao Chen smiled and tucked the crystal away. Lu Ningyu stared at Xiao Chen for several seconds, seemingly trying to read something from his expression. But Xiao Chen's face remained calm, wearing only a faint smile, revealing no hint of weakness. Lu Ningyu could only abandon his probing. After Lu Ningyu left, Xiao Chen breathed a silent sigh of relief. He knew Lu Ningyu's probing wasn't accidental. It seemed the State Security Bureau had begun suspecting him. But he wasn't worried, he'd already made thorough preparations. Back in his dorm room, Xiao Chen sat on the edge of his bed, carefully examining the fisheye crystal in his hand. Bathed in sunlight, the crystal emitted a faint blue glow, as if a living force pulsed within it. He could sense that the power contained within the crystal resonated with the chaos energy within his own body. Perhaps this crystal can help me further enhance my strength. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness deep within his body as he began to channel the crystal's energy. The energy within the crystal flowed like a clear spring, slowly permeating his limbs and bones before converging at his dantian. Under the crystal's influence, the chaotic energy and Sun Wukong's divine power gradually merged, forming a completely new force. A message suddenly appeared on the light screen in his mind. Fisheye stone crystal energy absorption complete. New skill acquired, spatial teleportation. Xiao Chen froze for a moment, then burst into elation. Spatial teleportation? Does this mean I can teleport anywhere at will? A thought struck him, and he attempted to activate the new skill. Instantly, his figure vanished from the dormitory. The next moment, he stood within the library. It really works! Xiao Chen murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with excitement. This new ability would bring him immense convenience, especially when facing powerful enemies. Teleportation would grant him an absolute advantage. Xiao Chen activated teleportation again, returning to his dorm. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he silently pondered. With this skill, I can appear behind any enemy unexpectedly during combat or swiftly escape danger. However, I mustn't overuse it and become reliant on it. Xiao Chen lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the window to spot a familiar figure perched in the tree across the way. Lu Ruyan. Her gaze was fixed intently on Xiao Chen's dormitory, her eyes flickering with an inquiring light. What is she doing here? A flicker of concern crossed Xiao Chen's brow, his expression subtly shifting. He knew Lu Ruyan possessed formidable strength, especially her keen insight. Her teleportation moments ago had likely already been detected by her. Sure enough, Lu Ruyan leapt lightly from the tree and strode directly toward Xiao Chen's dormitory. Her movements were light and graceful, like a nimble cat. Xiao Chen quickly composed himself, regaining his composure. He stood up, walked to the door, and opened it, meeting Lu Ruyan's gaze directly. "Miss Lu, aren't you taking a break for lunch?" Lu Ruyan glanced at him before stepping into the dormitory. After surveying the room, she pulled out a chair and sat down, studying Xiao Chen with an inquiring look. "Xiao Chen, how did you manage to teleport?" Xiao Chen's expression remained impassive. "Teleportation? Miss Lu, did you see that? I've been in the dorm the entire time, I never left." Lu Ruyan frowned, clearly dissatisfied with his answer. "Xiao Chen, there's no need to lie to me. I saw you teleport out and back in with my own eyes. Your movements were indeed swift, but they didn't escape my notice." Xiao Chen smiled, his tone light. "Ms. Lu, I think you must be exhausted and experiencing hallucinations. Why don't I brew you a cup of jasmine tea to refresh your mind?" Lu Ruyan stared at Xiao Chen for several seconds, seemingly trying to detect any cracks in his expression. But Xiao Chen's face remained fixed in a faint smile, showing no sign of deception. "Xiao Chen, you have many secrets," Lu Ruyan said, her tone laden with meaning as her eyes fixed on him with a haunting intensity. "I dislike being deceived, especially by you." Xiao Chen's heart tightened, yet his expression remained calm. "Ms. Lu, I have no secrets. If you have questions about me, feel free to ask directly." Lu Ruyan gave a cold laugh, her tone tinged with mockery. "Is that so? Then tell me, how did you transform from an ordinary student into a powerful being capable of teleportation?" Chapter 33, Curious About You. Xiao Chen's face still bore a gentle smile, though his tone carried a hint of resignation. "Lu, you might be misunderstanding. I'm just an ordinary student with no special abilities. If I must say I have any power, it's probably just from the self-defense artifact someone gave me for my wrist. If you truly think something's off about me, you can speak to Professor Bai." Lu Ruyan stared intently at Xiao Chen once more. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes swirled with complex emotions, but in the end, she sighed. "All right, Xiao Chen. Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't press you. But I hope you understand I mean you no harm. I'm just very curious about you." Xiao Chen's smile was warm as he nodded. "Ms. Lu, I understand your meaning. I won't think you're suspecting me." Knowing she wouldn't get any more answers, Lu Ruyan's expression grew complicated. She turned and left Xiao Chen's dorm room. Her figure gradually faded into the distance at the end of the corridor. Xiao Chen stood at the dormitory door, watching her go. The smile on his face slowly faded, replaced by a look of deep contemplation. He knew Lu Ruyan wasn't one to give up easily. Her curiosity and sharp insight made her a formidable opponent. Although he had temporarily fobbed her off with the excuse of a self-defense artifact, it hadn't entirely dispelled Lu Ruyan's suspicions. "Looks like I'll have to be more careful from now on," Xiao Chen murmured to himself as he returned to his dormitory. Sitting on the edge of his bed, the earlier conversation replayed endlessly in his mind. Lu Ruyan's gaze, her tone, and even the fleeting complexity in her expression as she turned to leave all stirred a sense of unease within him. He knew he harbored too many secrets, especially the chaos power and the divine might of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. If exposed, they would inevitably attract endless covetous eyes and trouble. "I can't let her continue to suspect me." Xiao Chen resolved inwardly to minimize using teleportation and other special abilities in the days ahead, especially around Lu Ruyan. He also needed a plausible explanation to conceal his true strength. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan hadn't returned to her dorm. Instead, she stood atop one of the academy's tall buildings, gazing distantly toward Xiao Chen's dormitory. Her brows remained furrowed, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. "Xiao Chen, what are you hiding?" She replayed their earlier conversation in her mind. Though Xiao Chen's smile had been gentle, his gaze held an unfathomable depth. Especially when he mentioned the protective artifact, his tone had been casual, yet she sensed it was merely an excuse. A protective artifact on his wrist? Lu Ruyan let out a cold laugh. "Xiao Chen, do you really think I'd fall for such a flimsy excuse?" She suspected Xiao Chen harbored a profound secret, one that might be connected to his sudden, extraordinary growth and power. Lu Ruyan wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs, but Xiao Chen's emergence stirred an unprecedented curiosity and challenge within her. "Since you refuse to speak, I'll uncover the truth myself." Lu Ruyan chuckled softly to herself, silently resolving her determination. On a sunny weekend at National Security University, the campus buzzed with a relaxed, cheerful atmosphere. Students strolled in small groups along tree-lined paths, some headed to the library to study, others to the sports field to play ball, while a few simply lay on the lawn soaking up the sun, savoring the rare leisure time. Xiao Chen was reviewing notes in his dorm when his phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he saw Teacher Sophie displayed on the screen and felt a slight jolt in his heart. "Teacher Sophie?" Surprised, Xiao Chen quickly answered the call. "Xiao Chen, are you on campus?" Sophie's gentle voice came through the phone, tinged with a warm smile. "Yes, I am, teacher. What's the matter?" "I'm already at the school gate. If it's convenient, could you come out to meet me?" Sophie's voice remained gentle, yet a hint of playfulness crept into her tone. Xiao Chun froze for a moment, then felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't expected Sophie to come visit him at National Security University. Since transferring from Capital Academy, they'd only occasionally spoken on the phone, and it had been 2 weeks since they last met in person. Sure. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Xiao Chen sprang to his feet, his voice brimming with excitement. After hanging up, Xiao Chen quickly straightened his clothes, grabbed his jacket, and hurried out of the dormitory. His heart pounded with excitement, and his pace quickened without him even realizing it. Xiao Chen jogged along the path and soon reached the school entrance. From a distance, he spotted Sophie's figure. She wore a light-colored trench coat, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, standing beside the flower bed at the school entrance. Teacher! Xiao Chen waved and hurried over. Hearing his voice, Sophie turned around. Spotting Xiao Chen, a gentle smile spread across her face. Xiao Chen, it's been a while. Why did you suddenly come here? Did those guys cause you trouble? Xiao Chen's face held a smile, yet his words betrayed deep concern. Sophie shook her head and smiled. No, they'll graduate in 3 months and head off to university. They're not as lucky as you, getting recommended straight into such a great school. Xiao Chen laughed heartily. Yeah, I guess I've been pretty lucky. As long as they didn't pick on you, that's all that matters. Hearing this, Sophie's heart stirred slightly. She looked at Xiao Chen's young, handsome face, and her smile grew even softer. How about you? Adjusting to college life? It's great. The campus environment is wonderful, and my classmates, well, they've been pretty friendly so far. After all, he didn't interact much with others. With only a dozen or so classmates in his class, it was too early to tell if they were good or bad. Sophie was genuinely pleased for him. No one was bullying him here anymore. That's wonderful. You've always been a bright kid. I'm sure you'll learn so much here. Xiao Chen kept smiling, but his ears flushed slightly. Sophie was only 5 years older than him, yet she kept calling him a kid. It felt so unnatural. Just then, a familiar voice called out from nearby. Xiao Chen, who is this? Xiao Chen turned to see Lin Shui standing nearby, a book in her hand, eyeing Sophie with curiosity. Lin Shui, what are you doing here? Xiao Chen was a bit surprised but still greeted her. Lin Shui approached, her gaze shifting between Sophie and Xiao Chen, her tone tinged with teasing. Xiao Chen, who's this beauty? Aren't you going to introduce her? Sophie smiled faintly, about to explain that she was Xiao Chen's former homeroom teacher. Chapter 34, not yet won over. What Sophie hadn't anticipated was that Xiao Chen suddenly spoke up first. This is Sophie. I'm currently pursuing her. Sophie froze, a blush instantly spreading across her cheeks. She shot Xiao Chen an awkward glance but didn't deny it. Lin Shui stared wide-eyed, her voice brimming with astonishment. Xiao Chen, you actually have such a beautiful girlfriend? You really keep your cards close to your chest. Xiao Chen chuckled, winking mischievously. I haven't won her over yet. Don't go saying things like that. Lin Shui understood and burst into laughter. I get it. You've got to step up your game. But Sophie's so gorgeous, you'd better make a good impression. Sophie's face flushed even redder. She tugged gently at Xiao Chen's sleeve and whispered, Xiao Chen, don't say things like that. Xiao Chen smiled, turning his hand to grasp Sophie's, his tone filled with affection. Ms. Su, don't be shy. Lin Shui is my classmate, she won't spread rumors. Lin Shui watched their interaction, giggled, and waved her hand dismissively. Alright, I won't bother you two anymore. Xiao Chen, good luck. With that, Lin Shui turned and left the school gate, her steps noticeably quicker than usual as she couldn't wait to share this big news back in the classroom. Lin Shui jogged all the way back to the classroom. As soon as she entered, she eagerly shouted to her classmates studying, everyone, listen up. Xiao Chen has a girlfriend. And she's a super beauty. Plus, she's an older sister. The classroom erupted in a buzz of excitement. Heads snapped up as curious eyes turned toward Lin Shui. Seriously? Xiao Chen's always been so low-key. Lin Shui, are you sure you didn't misread it? Lin Shui grinned triumphantly, her tone brimming with pride. Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes at the school gate just now. Xiao Chen told me himself that he's pursuing that beautiful older sister, and from the looks of it, she seems interested in him too. The classroom buzzed with whispers as gossip filled the air. Lu Ruyan sat in the corner of the classroom, a book in her hands. She appeared to be reading intently, but in truth, her attention had long been captured by Lin Shui's words. Xiao Chen has a girlfriend? A slight shock rippled through Lu Ruyan's heart, and she unconsciously tightened her grip on the book in her hands. That guy actually has a girlfriend? She pressed her lips together lightly, a hint of unnoticed disappointment slipping into her voice. She didn't know why, but hearing this news suddenly made her feel a bit uneasy. She and Xiao Chen had never shared any special connection. In fact, she had always regarded him with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Yet now, an indescribable feeling stirred within her. What's wrong with me? Lu Ruyan frowned, silently pondering within. She shook her head, trying to suppress the strange emotion, but the uneasy feeling lingered stubbornly. Xiao Chen remained unaware that his single remark had sparked a storm within the classroom. He was strolling through campus with Sophie, the two of them catching up on recent events as they walked. Xiao Chen, why did you say that earlier? Sophie finally couldn't resist asking. Xiao Chen smiled calmly. Miss Sophie, I'm sorry. I spoke without thinking earlier. But Lin Shui is my classmate, she won't spread rumors. Sophie shook her head, her tone tinged with playful reproach. Oh, you. Still so mischievous. But next time, don't blurt things out like that. You're just starting college, you've got a long road ahead. You'll meet all kinds of wonderful girls. Ah, Sophie, stop it. I'm here to study, not find a girlfriend. Xiao Chen burst into laughter, cutting Sophie off. Sophie looked at Xiao Chen, both amused and exasperated, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Xiao Chen, you've grown up, but sometimes you still act like a child. Xiao Chen kept smiling. In front of you, I'll always be a student. After all, we're only 5 years apart. He and Sophie chatted and laughed, completely unaware of how restless Lu Ruyan was pacing in the classroom. A week later, in a secluded sanatorium somewhere in Zayarizi Kingdom, Ingzi slowly opened her eyes. Her face was as pale as paper, and tiny beads of sweat still clung to her forehead, clear sign she had just awakened from unconsciousness. A faint medicinal scent filled the room. Sunlight filtered through sheer curtains, casting a soft glow on her pallid face, making her look exceptionally frail. Sakurako, you're finally awake. A deep voice came from beside the hospital bed. Sakurako turned her head to see a middle-aged man in a black kimono standing by the bed, his gaze cold and stern. His face was stern, his brow radiating authority, none other than Yamamoto Kawayasushi, the core figure of the awakened organization in the kingdom of Kodai. Lord Yamamoto. Sakurako's voice was hoarse and weak. She tried to sit up, but the pain in her body forced her to abandon the attempt, leaving her propped up against the pillows with great effort. Yamamoto nodded, his hands clasped behind his back, showing no intention of assisting her. Sakurako, you've been unconscious for 2 weeks. What happened? Who injured you so badly? Sakiko took a deep breath, struggling to recall the events of that night. The image of that young man surfaced in her mind, along with the enormous golden phantom looming behind him. The apparition stood several meters tall, clad in golden armor, crowned with a purple gold phoenix wing diadem, and wielding a gleaming golden staff that seemed capable of shaking the heavens and earth. That power filled her with an unprecedented terror. Lord Yamamoto. I saw a young man. Sakurako trembled as she described the scene. I have never seen such a deity, nor is there any record of it in the myths of the entire world. Yamamoto's expression shifted, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. You mean a golden apparition wielding a golden staff? Are you certain you didn't mistake it for something else? Sakurako nodded firmly. I'm certain. That young man's power far exceeds our imagination. He could even defeat me and the werewolf with ease. I suspect he might be the awakened one of the extinct deity of the Dragon Nation. Yamamoto's expression instantly grew grave. He walked to the bedside, gazing out the window with a look of profound meaning in his eyes. A deity of the Dragon Nation. If that's truly the case, then our plans must be reconsidered. Sakurako struggled to sit up, urgency in her voice. Lord Yamamoto, we must act swiftly. If that youth truly is the awakened one of the Dragon Nation's deity, his existence will pose an immense threat to us. Yamamoto turned to look at Sakurako, his expression solemn. Sakurako, rest now. I will immediately gather the others. We absolutely cannot allow the Dragon Nation's deity to awaken. Chapter 35, The Kunlun Mirror Fragment. That evening, at a secret base somewhere within the kingdom of Zayarizi, Yamamoto gathered several core members to discuss countermeasures. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy and oppressive, tension and unease etched on every face. Everyone, Sakurako has awakened. Yamamoto stood before the conference table, his tone tinged with gravity. She brought back crucial intelligence. An awakened being of the Dragon Nation's deity may have emerged in the Dragon Nation. The room erupted in murmurs as whispers spread. Weren't the Dragon Nation's deities extinguished long ago? How could an awakened Dragon Nation deity possibly appear? Yamamoto-sama, is Sakurako's intelligence reliable? Yamamoto nodded. Sakurako's judgment has always been precise. I trust her intelligence. She described the deity's appearance a golden phantom wielding a golden staff. Yamamoto's gaze swept sharply across the group, his tone cold and ruthless. Everyone, we must act swiftly. If the deity of the Dragon Kingdom has truly revived, our plans face grave peril. We must utterly destroy it before it grows stronger. Yamamoto was unaware that Xiao Chen had awakened the deity Sun Yukong. After all, the deities of the Dragon Nation had long since perished, and related legends and records had nearly vanished entirely. To uncover the true nature of the deity behind that young man, Yamamoto resolved to mobilize a large number of awakened ones to search for legends concerning the Dragon Nation's deities, hoping to find some clues. He addressed several core members, immediately summon all your intelligence operatives. Conduct a full-scale investigation into Dragon Nation's divine legends, ancient texts, myths, folktales. Gather every single clue related to Dragon Nation's deities. The core members nodded in unison, promptly accepting the order. Yes, Lord Yamamoto. After the core members departed, Yamamoto stood by the window, his gaze filled with inquiry. Xiao Chen remained unaware that he had been targeted by an awakened individual from the Little Days Nation. Instead, his thoughts turned to the intelligence he had overheard at the State Security Bureau earlier. The Kunlun mirror shards, Sangsingui, and the resonance between those awakened one's abilities and mythical artifacts. Xiao Chen murmured to himself, his brow furrowed. He now possessed the ability to teleport, allowing him to instantly travel to any desired location and uncover the true objectives of those overseas awakened. Xiao Chen drew a deep breath. A flash of golden light flickered in his eyes. The next moment, his figure vanished from the dormitory and instantly materialized in the underground archives room of the State Security Bureau. Dim lights illuminated the room, the air thick with the faint scent of paper and ink. Xiao Chen's figure silently materialized between rows of towering archive shelves, his gaze swiftly scanning the densely packed file labels. Kunlun mirror. Sangsingui. Xiao Chen murmured softly, his fingers gliding lightly along the shelves as he searched for relevant materials. Yet, the archives held scant records of Dragon Nation's mythology. After the catastrophe, Dragon Nation's civilization had been obliterated. The deities that once existed in mythology were long forgotten, their very records erased. Now, Dragon Nation was godless. Even textbooks featured foreign deities, leaving no trace of the Kunlun mirror whatsoever. As expected, the myths of the Dragon Kingdom have been completely erased. Xiao Chen murmured to himself, his tone tinged with resignation. Suddenly, a message flashed through his mind. Keyword detected, Kunlun mirror. Kunlun mirror, a legendary artifact said to peer into past and future. Its bearer could even traverse time and space without restriction. Thousands of years ago, a great war erupted between Dragon Nation's deities and foreign forces. The Kunlun mirror was shattered in the conflict, its fragments scattered across mythical ruins throughout Dragon Nation. Based on energy fluctuation analysis, fragments of the Kunlun mirror may exist in the following locations: Kunlun Mountain, Sangsingui, Mount Tai, Huashan, and other mythical ruins. Xiao Chen paused only briefly before his face lit up with delight. So the Kunlun mirror is this powerful. No wonder those foreign awakened ones are so frantically searching for it. He now understood the mirror's extraordinary power. If it fell into the hands of foreign awakened beings, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Chen continued scanning the information on the light screen when it suddenly displayed signs of an awakened individual near Sangsingui. This person appeared to be using some kind of high-tech device to probe for underground energy fluctuations. Xiao Chen frowned once more. Besides the Kunlun mirror, is there something else at Sangsingui? He knew well that Sangsingui was one of the most important ancient civilizational sites in the Dragon Nation, rumored to hold many myth-related artifacts. The final segment of the holographic display mentioned the International Awakened Alliance, noting frequent recent contacts between Western Eagle-worshipping Awakened, Japanese Awakened, and Anubis-worshipping followers from the land of rice cakes. A cold gleam flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. There must be even more powerful forces backing them. He decided it was time to act, time to thwart the conspiracies of these Awakened. After his divine consciousness emerged from his mind, Xiao Chen resolved to investigate the foothills of Mount Kunlun. The moment the thought formed, he instantly transported himself there. Standing in a desolate valley, Xiao Chen scanned his surroundings, searching for traces of the foreign awakened. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from the distance. His eyes flashed, and he instantly shifted to the source of the energy fluctuation. Xiao Chen's figure silently materialized atop Mount Kunlun, his piercing gaze fixed on the group of black-robed awakened ones below. They were gathered before an ancient stone wall, holding some kind of high-tech device that emitted a blue glow, seemingly probing something. The stone wall was covered in ancient runes. Though faded and blurred, the mysterious power they contained was still palpable. They found it after all. A cold gleam flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. According to the scans, the strongest energy fluctuations originate from behind this stone wall. An awakened one exclaimed excitedly, reaching out to gently trace the runes on the stone wall. Another nodded in agreement. It seems the fragment of the Kunlun mirror is here. Once we find it, we can traverse time and space to destroy them before the Dragon Nation awakens. Xiao Chen's heart lurched at these words. His silver teeth nearly shattered as overwhelming fury surged within him. These people were utterly despicable. To scheme like this. A golden light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He leapt from the mountaintop, landing silently behind the awakened ones. With a flick of his wrist, a golden beam descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the group. Boom! Before the awakened ones could react, the golden light struck them, sending them crashing to the ground in a chorus of agonized cries. One struggled to his feet, frantically looking toward Xiao Chen, his face twisted in terror. Who is it? Chapter 36, Fierce Battle. Xiao Chen's golden light struck down several awakened ones, but they refused to give up. The leader slowly rose from the ground, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth as a cold, ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. I never imagined the Dragon Nation would have an awakened like you. But do you truly believe you alone can stand against all of us? Xiao Chen's gaze remained cold and resolute. His arm lifted slightly, golden light swirling around it. Behind him, the towering, several zhang tall Monkey King raised his weapon. Whether I can or not, we'll find out soon enough. The awakened leader cut to the chase, clasping his hands together and chanting an obscure incantation. Instantly, a colossal flame beast materialized behind him. Its scorching flames warped the surrounding air, charring the ground black. The beast opened its gaping maw, unleashing a deafening roar as it lunged toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. His form flickered, effortlessly evading the beast's first strike. Before he could steady himself, another awakened leapt high into the air, arms raised. Dark clouds gathered overhead, thunder and lightning churning within. With a fierce swing of his hand, a thick bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens, striking directly toward Xiao Chen's head. Die! The awakened one snarled, his eyes burning with madness. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, swinging his arm toward the sky. Behind him, the Monkey King swung his weapon, radiating golden light. The lightning was shattered by the weapon's power, scattering into countless tiny sparks that dissipated into the air. Yet the flaming colossus lunged once more, its scorching flames nearly engulfing Xiao Chen. Formless break! Xiao Chen roared, golden light blazing in his eyes. His form abruptly swelled, transforming into a colossal golden ape none other than the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. He swung his weapon, smashing it down with tremendous force upon the flaming beast. Boom! The flame beast shattered upon impact, scattering into countless sparks that flew in all directions. The awakened flame manipulator's expression darkened, clearly unprepared for Xiao Chen's overwhelming power. What deity has awakened within him? Why is he so formidable? But do you think this is the end? He abruptly pulled a jet-black talisman from his robe, bit his fingertip, and pressed the blood onto the talisman. The talisman instantly ignited, transforming into a jet-black beam that shot straight toward the heavens. Emerge, Yamata no Orochi! He roared, his voice tinged with madness. The black light coalesced in the air, gradually forming the silhouette of a colossal 8-headed serpent. All 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi opened their gaping maws simultaneously, emitting a deafening roar. Its colossal body nearly filled half the valley, its black scales glinting coldly in the sunlight. Boy, I don't know what god you've awakened, but do you think you're invincible? Let me tell you, Yamata no Orochi's power is enough to tear you to shreds. The awakened being sneered, his face twisted with malice. Xiao Chen gave a cold laugh, swinging his weapon with a flash of golden light. Is that so? Then bring it on! The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi launched simultaneous assaults. Flames, venom, lightning, frost, attacks of every elemental attribute swept toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's form blurred as he darted through the gaps in the assault, his weapon swinging relentlessly to disperse wave after wave of attacks. Searing flames roared toward him. Xiao Chen leapt upward, twisting mid-air as his weapon swept out, scattering the flames. Before he could land, however, the Yamata no Orochi's poisonous mist spread. The purple fog carried a corrosive stench, instantly reducing the surrounding vegetation to ash. Xiao Chen held his breath, retreating rapidly while swinging his weapon with such force it generated a gale that scattered the poisonous mist. Yet the Yamata no Orochi's lightning attack followed relentlessly, thick bolts of electricity coiling like giant serpents as they struck toward Xiao Chen. A flash of golden light erupted from Xiao Chen's eyes as his body accelerated, blurring into an afterimage that evaded the lightning strike. He leapt upward, landing atop the Yamata no Orochi's head. His weapon abruptly grew in size, radiating golden light. Break! Xiao Chen roared furiously as his weapon crashed down, striking one of the Yamata no Orochi's heads directly. The head instantly exploded, spewing black blood. Yamata no Orochi let out an agonized roar, its remaining 7 heads lunging simultaneously to bite at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen flickered again, evading the attack, but he failed to dodge the serpent's tail. The tail lashed out viciously, sending him flying backward. Xiao Chen crashed heavily to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood. Boy, you've lost. The leader of the awakened laughed eerily. The power of the Yamata no Orochi is not something you alone can withstand. Xiao Chen slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. This Yamata no Orochi proved far more formidable than the newly awakened serpent and Su had faced. It seemed the difficulty was tied to the awakener's own abilities. Not necessarily. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and silently chanted, "Chaos power, unleash." In an instant, a layer of chaotic light enveloped Xiao Chen. His aura surged violently, as if merging with the heavens and earth. He slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Yamata no Orochi, nothing special. Xiao Chen's figure vanished from his original spot. The next second, he appeared directly above the Yamata no Orochi. With a fierce swing of his weapon, golden light coalesced into a colossal blade of light, severing all 7 of the Yamata no Orochi's remaining heads in one stroke. Boom! Yamata no Orochi's body swayed slightly before crashing to the ground, dissolving into countless black sparks that vanished into the air. The leader of the awakened turned deathly pale, clearly unprepared for Xiao Chen's terrifying power. You, what kind of monster are you? He recoiled in terror, his voice trembling. Xiao Chen gave a cold laugh, his weapon pointed squarely at him. Now, it's your turn. The awakened leader glared at Xiao Chen through gritted teeth, seething with shame and rage. Don't get cocky, kid. The power of the Heavens Decree organization far exceeds your imagination. Even if you kill us, more will come for you. We will obtain the power of the Kunlun mirror, no matter what. Xiao Chen heard the name of this organization for the first time, his brow furrowing slightly. The Heavens Decree organization? What exactly do you want? The leader laughed coldly. I see no harm in telling you. Our goal at the Heavens Decree organization is to use the power of the Kunlun mirror to rewrite history and eradicate the rise of the Dragon Nation once and for all. The deities of the Dragon Nation have long since perished. You have no future. A cold gleam flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He swung his weapon, sending the leader flying with a single blow. Your conspiracy will never succeed. Chapter 37, The Heavens Decree Organization. The leader of the Awakened crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Boy, you wait, the Heavens Decree organization won't let you off the hook. With those words, his body dissolved into a cloud of black smoke and vanished into thin air. Several other gravely wounded Awakened struggled to flee, only to have their spines shattered by a flash of steel. They collapsed to the ground, convulsing as if their sinews had been severed. Xiao Chen walked before them, his gaze as cold as frost. His breathing was slightly ragged, and a fine sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead, evidence that the battle had taken a heavy toll on his stamina. Yet his gaze remained razor-sharp, like a drawn blade piercing straight through an enemy's heart. Though the Awakened ones had lost their combat ability, their eyes still burned with resentment and hatred. One of them struggled to lift his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His voice raspy, he growled, Kid, you think you've won? The Heavens Decree organization will never let you off the hook. Xiao Chen stared at him coldly, then suddenly let the corner of his mouth curl upward. The Heavens Decree organization? You're nothing but their pawns. What happened today will remain unknown. With that, he raised his right hand, his fingertips tracing a gentle arc through the air. As he moved, a golden rune gradually took shape in the void, complex and ancient, emitting a faint azure glow. Xiao Chen murmured an obscure incantation in a deep, resonant voice, as if channeling some mysterious power. Silencing spell, seal. As his final word fell, the golden rune abruptly split into several beams of light. Like agile serpents, they swiftly darted into the foreheads of the awakened individuals. The awakened individuals' bodies stiffened abruptly before going completely limp, the light in their eyes fading steadily. They opened their mouths, as if still wanting to speak, only to discover they could no longer utter a sound. Even their psychic energy was completely sealed off, preventing any transmission of information. Terror and despair filled their eyes, as if the last shred of hope had been torn from them. Xiao Chen regarded them with cold indifference, his tone utterly devoid of emotion. Stay lying here quietly. When the State Security Department arrives, they'll handle you. With that, he turned and walked away, his steps steady and composed. As for the Kunlun fragment behind the stone wall, the State Security Department would come to retrieve it. Yet his own heart could not find peace. The reach of the Heavens Decree organization far exceeded his imagination. Today's battle was merely the tip of the iceberg. He must find more Kunlun mirror fragments as quickly as possible, while continuing to conceal his true strength to avoid attracting even greater trouble. Xiao Chen used teleportation to leave Kunlun Mountain and returned to his dormitory. It was already afternoon. After taking a shower, he lay down on his bed, intending to catch some sleep. Just as he closed his eyes, he heard the soft sound of the window being pushed open. He snapped his eyes open to find Lu Ruyan, dressed in her academy's white uniform, seated on the windowsill. A breeze ruffled her long hair, lending her an air of quiet elegance. Her gaze fixed on Xiao Chen, tinged with inquiry. Xiao Chen, where did you teleport to earlier? Lu Ruyan's voice was faint, pure, and untouched by the world. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained composed. He sat up, forcing a casual smile. Miss Lu, how did you climb through the window? This is the boys' dormitory. Lu Ruyan ignored his teasing, her tone still calm. Don't change the subject. I just sensed a spatial fluctuation. It was you, wasn't it? I can always detect your teleportations. Xiao Chen inwardly groaned. Lu Ruyan's perception was far too sharp. It seemed she never missed a single instance of his teleportation. Scratching his head, he tried to brush it off. Maybe you misread it? I was sleeping in the dorm just now. Lu Ruyan lightly hopped down from the windowsill and walked to Xiao Chen's bedside, her gaze fixed on his almond-shaped eyes. Xiao Chen, you can't fool me. During our last mission, you claimed to have a protective artifact, but I don't believe it. What secrets are you hiding? Xiao Chen felt uneasy under Lu Ruyan's large, round almond-shaped eyes and gave a nervous chuckle. Lu, you're being overly sensitive. What secrets could I possibly have? I'm just an ordinary student who hasn't awakened yet but happens to possess a protective artifact. Lu Ruyan lowered her eyes as if deep in thought. After a moment, she sighed softly. Xiao Chen, I know you don't want to tell me the truth, but I want you to know, besides curiosity, I also have feelings for you that I hadn't realized before. I don't want to see you bear everything alone. Xiao Chen was stunned. He stared blankly at Lu Ruyan, his mouth opening and closing, unable to find words. Call me Ruyan. Stop always calling me classmate Lu. After saying this, Lu Ruyan turned and walked toward the windowsill. You don't have to answer me right away, she murmured softly, her back still to Xiao Chen. I just hope that one day, you'll trust me. With that, she leapt lightly and vanished outside the window. Xiao Chen stared at the empty windowsill, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He knew Lu Ruyan was a clever and determined girl. His secret probably wouldn't stay hidden from her for long. 2 days later, as Xiao Chen stepped out of class, he found Lu Ningyu waiting at the classroom door. Lu Ningyu wasn't wearing his uniform today, but instead a crisp suit. His expression was serious, clearly indicating something important. Xiao Chen, come with me to the State Security Bureau. Xiao Chen nodded and followed Lu Ningyu out the school gate, getting into his car. In the car, Lu Ningyu drove while casually asking, Xiao Chen, have you heard about the incident at Kunlun Mountain these past couple of days? Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained impassive. Kunlun Mountain? Haven't they been saying there's been some unusual activity over there? I don't know the specifics of what happened. Lu Ningyu shot him a sidelong glance before returning his focus to the road. His tone grew meaningful. 2 days ago, Kunlun Mountain experienced a highly unusual energy fluctuation. When our people arrived, they discovered the site of a fierce battle. Whoever the awakened being responsible is, they cast a silencing spell on the remaining 4 unawakened individuals. Even their psychic abilities were sealed. We couldn't extract any information from them. Xiao Chen's heart tightened slightly, though his expression remained calm. He feigned curiosity as he pressed Lu Ningyu for more details. A silencing spell? That's an extremely high-level enchantment. Ordinary awakened ones couldn't possibly master it. Could it be that a legendary tier awakened one intervened? Lu Ningyu nodded. Yes, we find it quite peculiar. Logically, all current high tier and legendary tier awakened within Dragon Nation should be under our surveillance. Yet we have absolutely no leads on who acted this time. Moreover, those 4 unawakened were no slouches. To take them all down single-handedly and cast a silencing spell, it definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Chapter 38, Fighting Side by Side. Xiao Chen grew inwardly wary, recognizing Lu Ningyu's probing. He feigned deep thought for a moment. Could it be infighting among those 4 unawakened? After all, the energy fluctuations at Kunlun Mountain might have drawn quite a few people. Lu Ningyu shook his head, his tone brimming with certainty. This possibility is extremely remote. Those 4 unawakened are all members of the Celestial Decree Organization. They've always been united and unlikely to turn on each other. Moreover, the battle traces we found at the scene all indicate it was the work of a single individual, an awakened approaching legendary status, who defeated them single-handedly. Xiao Chen frowned, feigning a puzzled expression. That is indeed peculiar. But what does the situation at Kunlun Mountain have to do with me? Lu Ningyu shot him a meaningful glance. Xiao Chen, have you been to Kunlun Mountain recently? Xiao Chen hadn't expected Lu Ningyu to ask so directly. Startled, his face flashed with surprise. Me? I've been attending classes at school non-stop. When would I have time for Kunlun Mountain? It's 6 or 7,000 li from the capital. How could I possibly find the time to go? Besides, hasn't that area been sealed off all along? Lu Ningyu nodded, but probed cautiously. It is sealed off. However, we suspect the perpetrators might be connected to Dragon Nation mythology research. After all, Kunlun Mountain is one of the few locations mentioned in our existing records as significant to Dragon Nation myths. Perhaps, it truly holds many secrets related to Dragon Nation deities. Xiao Chen looked utterly shocked. Are you saying the disturbances in Kunlun Mountain are connected to mythological artifacts? Lu Ningyu nodded. Exactly. We suspect someone is attempting to locate mythical artifacts within Kunlun Mountain. Who knows what they found? Xiao Chen's expression grew grave. Lu Yuning said no more. He had asked everything he needed to know. The car soon entered the underground parking garage of the State Security Bureau. Lu Ningyu once again led Xiao Chen into the mythical artifact exhibition room they had visited before. Lu Ningyu led Xiao Chen straight to a table and pointed at a fragment. Take a look. Do you recognize this? Xiao Chen stepped forward, carefully examining the bronze mirror fragment on the table. He picked it up and felt the powerful energy contained within it, his heart trembling. This is a fragment of the Kunlun mirror. A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Ningyu's face. You recognize this fragment? Xiao Chen nodded. Of course he did. He had deliberately left this fragment behind in the stone wall for them to study. This is a fragment of the Kunlun mirror. The Kunlun mirror is an ancient artifact. Legend says it can peer into the past and future, and even traverse time and space. However, thousands of years ago, during a great war, the Kunlun mirror was shattered, and its fragments scattered across the land. Lu Ningyu nodded thoughtfully. Do you know the whereabouts of the other fragments? Xiao Chen shook his head. I don't know their exact locations, but according to legend, the fragments might be scattered among mythical ruins like Kunlun Mountain and Sangsingui. Lu Ningyu fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, Xiao Chen, what exactly are your thoughts on the unusual activity in Kunlun Mountain? Xiao Chen knew this was Lu Ningyu testing him again. He feigned deep thought before responding. The unusual activity on Kunlun Mountain is likely connected to the fragments of the Kunlun mirror. If someone attempts to collect the fragments, it could trigger energy fluctuations. Lu Ningyu took a deep breath and smiled. Xiao Chen, should you uncover any clues regarding the Kunlun mirror, you must inform us immediately. This concerns the security of the Dragon Nation. Xiao Chen nodded solemnly in agreement. After leaving the State Security Bureau, Xiao Chen's mind was filled with conflicting thoughts. He knew the National Security Bureau had always harbored suspicions about him, and the threat from the Tianyu organization was looming. He had to find more Kunlun mirror fragments as quickly as possible while continuing to conceal his true strength. Upon returning to his dorm, Xiao Chen pushed open the door to find Lu Ruyan sitting on his bed, engrossed in an ancient text. Why are you here again? Xiao Chen looked at Lu Ruyan helplessly. Lu Ruyan looked up and blinked. I came to borrow a book from you. But what I'm more curious about is where did you go today? Xiao Chen sighed, pulled over a chair, and sat down across from Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, what exactly do you want to know? Lu Ruyan closed the book in her hands and met Xiao Chen's gaze directly. Xiao Chen, I know you have secrets. I won't force you to tell me, but I want you to know that whatever you're doing, I'll support you. Xiao Chen gazed into her crystal-clear eyes, a complex wave of emotion suddenly surging within him. It was a feeling he'd never experienced with any other girl. Sophie was a delicate, helpless flower who needed his protection, but Lu Ruyan had fought alongside him. She was like a tall, sturdy poplar tree, standing by his side, ready to battle with him. Ruyan. Such a strong and beautiful woman, consistently offering him her unwavering support. Any man would be moved, and he was no exception. Lu Ruyan's gaze was clear and resolute, as if she could see through every secret in his heart. Her hand still clutched the ancient text, her fingertips lightly tracing the edges of the pages, as if awaiting Xiao Chen's response. Ruyan. Xiao Chen's voice was hoarse, tinged with hesitation yet carrying an inexplicable allure. Why do you care so much about my affairs? Lu Ruyan merely smiled. Xiao Chen, you may think you hide it well, but I can sense something extraordinary about you. From the moment we fought side by side for the first time, I knew you were no ordinary man. She paused here, her gaze softening slightly. I don't care what secrets you hold, nor what mission you bear. I only hope that when you need help, you'll think of me. You know I'm quite capable too. Xiao Chen was utterly stunned. Lu Ruyan's words flowed like a warm current, slowly seeping into his heart. He'd never imagined Lu Ruyan would express her support so candidly. Her unwavering resolve and trust brought him an unprecedented sense of peace. Ruyan, thank you. Xiao Chen's voice grew even hoarser, as if something had lodged in his throat. But what I'm doing now might put you in danger. I can't drag you into this. Lu Ruyan shook her head again, a hint of stubbornness in her tone. Xiao Chen, you underestimate me. You know my capabilities. If you doubt them, we can test them in the trial grounds. Xiao Chen gazed into her resolute eyes, and a sudden surge of impulse welled up within him. Chapter 39, Journey to Sangsingui. Xiao Chen knew this surge wasn't overwhelming romantic affection, but rather the exhilaration of being acknowledged by a comrade. A powerful individual walking alone in this world could feel profound loneliness. If he had a companion to walk shoulder to shoulder with him, he thought, he would be truly happy. Moreover, he knew Lu Ruyan was a powerful and independent girl. Her strength and wisdom were no less than his own. Perhaps he could truly trust her. Ruyan, if I tell you something, can you promise not to tell anyone? Xiao Chen asked softly, his tone tentative, his gaze earnest. Lu Ruyan nodded, raising her right hand and holding up 3 fingers. I swear. If I ever reveal your secret, may I be reduced to ashes. Thunder rumbled outside the window, as if bearing witness to Lu Ruyan's solemn vow. Xiao Chen's pupils visibly flinched. A wave of complex emotions surged through him once more. He hadn't expected Lu Ruyan to make such a solemn vow without hesitation to protect his secret. Her sincerity and resolve instilled in him an unprecedented sense of trust. Ruyan, there's no need to be so formal. Xiao Chen's voice carried a hint of resignation, yet it was tinged with a touch of emotion. Lu Ruyan curved her lips into a smile. We may have to stand together against more enemies in the future. Some things simply must be done. I don't want you distracted by doubts about me. Xiao Chen was once again moved by Lu Ruyan's sincerity. He now understood clearly that Lu Ruyan genuinely wanted to help him, even willing to take on immense danger for it. Actually, what I awakened wasn't an ordinary deity, but the power of chaos. This power allows me to summon legendary gods, like the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Lu Ruyan's almond-shaped eyes widened instantly, her gaze filled with utter shock. Her fingers trembled slightly, nearly dropping the solitude from her grasp. Her voice shook with disbelief. The chaos power you mentioned, and the Monkey King Sun Wukong, what kind of deities are they? Why have I never heard of them before? Could it be? Countless myths and legends flashed through her mind. Yet neither the ancient texts of the Dragon Nation nor foreign mythologies had ever mentioned chaos power or the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. It was as if these names had materialized out of thin air. These names seemed to carry an ancient, mysterious power, evoking an inexplicable sense of awe within her. Xiao Chen nodded and patiently explained. That's right. The great sage equal to heaven, Sunmyokong, is a deity from ancient dragon nation mythology. Legend says he possessed boundless divine powers, capable of stirring up seas and overturning the heavens. However, these myths have long been lost in Dragon Nation's history, their very records erased. Lu Ruyan knew this fact, yet she still couldn't understand. Why were they erased? Shouldn't such deities be remembered? I don't know the exact reason either, but according to the information I received upon awakening, thousands of years ago, the deities of the Dragon Kingdom clashed with an external force in a great war. In that conflict, nearly all the Dragon Kingdom's deities perished, and even their names were erased. Lu Ruyan fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Then how do you know all this?" Xiao Chen pointed to his head. "The chaos power not only allows me to summon deities, but also grants me ancient memories. These memories tell me that the deities of the Dragon Nation haven't completely vanished. Their power still exists within this land, merely waiting to be awakened." Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up instantly, her voice unconsciously brimming with excitement and anticipation. "So your mission is to awaken these gods? To restore the glory of the Dragon Kingdom?" Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before nodding. "I believe that is indeed my task. So now, I intend to locate the fragments of the Kunlun mirror and restore its full power. As for what comes next, I trust the gods will guide me." Admiration filled Lu Ruyan's gaze. "Xiao Chen, the burden you carry is heavier than I imagined. But you no longer bear it alone, I can help you." Xiao Chen gazed into her clear eyes, feeling warmth flood his heart once more. The feeling Lu Ruyan gave him was entirely different from that of teacher Sophie. Yet, while he felt more pity for Sophie, his regard for Lu Ruyan was rooted in the appreciation of a comrade in arms. "Ruyan, thank you. Having you fight alongside me makes things feel much lighter." Lu Ruyan gave him a rare, playful wink. "Then don't keep anything from me in the future." Xiao Chen nodded, a rare smile touching his lips. Just as they were talking, Xiao Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced down to see a message from Lu Ningyu. "Xiao Chen, State Security just received intelligence of abnormal energy fluctuations near Sangsinghui. It may be related to mythical artifacts. Be prepared, we might need your help identifying them." Though the message was brief, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, a vague unease settling in his heart. He knew the State Security Bureau was unaware of his awakened chaos power, let alone his ability to summon deities. Lu Ningyu's message clearly sought to leverage Xiao Chen's knowledge of mythical artifacts to investigate the Sangsinghui anomaly. However, Xiao Chen had no intention of responding to Lu Ningyu. Just as he received the message, the light screen in his mind suddenly illuminated, and lines of text rapidly appeared. Detected abnormal energy fluctuations near Sangsinghui. Suspected foreign awakened individuals attempting to awaken slumbering deities. Warning, should the foreign awakened succeed, fragments of the Kunlun mirror may fall into enemy hands, posing a grave threat to the Dragon Nation. Recommendation, immediately proceed to Sangsinghui to halt the foreign awakened's actions. Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened as he made his decision instantly. He couldn't stand idly by, he had to act immediately. With that thought, he lifted his head and looked at Lu Ruyan by the bedside. "Ruyan, I need your help." Lu Ruyan paused slightly, then a flicker of excitement crossed her eyes. "You're willing to let me join your mission?" Xiao Chen nodded. "Abnormal energy fluctuations have appeared near Sangsinghui. Awakened individuals from abroad are attempting to awaken the slumbering deities. We must rush there immediately and stop their actions." Lu Ruyan immediately stood up, nodding firmly. "I'm going with you." "Good. We'll go together." Xiao Chen reached out and took Lu Ruyan's hand, using his teleportation ability to carry her straight toward Sangsinghui. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived near Sangsinghui. Lu Ruyan surveyed the surrounding environment, visibly stunned by the changes. Teleportation is so useful. This is incredibly convenient. Xiao Chen smiled. "If you want to learn this skill, I'll teach you once I collect more fisheye stone crystals next time." Chapter 40, The Hellhound. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Xiao Chen. "Great. Thanks in advance." Both turned their gaze toward the Sangsinghui ruins. From afar, a faint layer of black mist hung over the site and an eerie aura permeated the air. "Looks like those awakened ones have already made their move," Xiao Chen whispered to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan nodded, her eyes filled with caution. "We need to be careful. I can sense that these awakened ones are no pushovers." Xiao Chen extended his hand, and a flash of golden light erupted from his palm. A weapon, coiled in golden radiance, materialized in his grasp. Lu Ruyan stared at the weapon in his hand with equal parts surprise and curiosity. "What kind of artifact is this?" "It's called the Rui weapon, the weapon of the great sage equal to heaven, Sunmyokong. It's truly beautiful." Lu Ruyan praised sincerely. Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. She really was a girl. The two slipped silently into the Sangsinghui ruins, heading toward the source of the energy fluctuations. The night was as dark as ink, casting the ancient stone pillars and altars of the Sangsinghui ruins in shadowy silhouettes, lending an air of profound mystery. Their footsteps were as light as a cat's, fearful of alerting any enemies lurking in the shadows. A heavy, oppressive energy pulsed through the air, as if something was stirring to life. The light screen in Xiao Chen's mind flashed to life once more. Detected abnormal energy fluctuations near Sang Singui. Suspected foreign awakened attempting to awaken slumbering deities. Warning, should foreign awakened ones succeed and the Kunlun mirror fragments fall into enemy hands, the Dragon Nation will face grave peril. Recommendation, immediately proceed to halt the awakened one's actions. Xiao Chen's gaze grew grave as he turned to whisper to Lu Ruyan beside him, be careful. They may have already set traps. Lu Ruyan nodded. With a flick of her palm, a long sword materialized in her hand, its blade gleaming with a cold, sharp light. Her perception was exceptionally keen, allowing her to detect the slightest energy fluctuations around them. Her gaze swept the surroundings before she pointed eastward. I can sense their presence over there. The two advanced slowly along ancient stone steps, low incantations echoing in their ears. In the distance, several foreign awakened gathered around a massive altar adorned with strange runes and artifacts. As the awakened ones chanted, the runes on the altar gradually glowed, emitting an eerie light. They're performing some kind of ritual, trying to awaken a slumbering deity. Xiao Chen murmured, his brow furrowed. Lu Ruyan gripped her long sword tightly, her tone grave. We must stop them. The consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Chen nodded, his gaze as cold as snow. We'll strike when their attention is diverted. Just as Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan prepared to act, Xiao Chen's cunning senses suddenly detected a faint vibration. He looked down and realized he had inadvertently stepped on an ancient stone slab. The runes etched into it instantly glowed. Damn it! We triggered the trap. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he grabbed Lu Ruyan's hand and retreated swiftly. But it was too late. The ground beneath Sang Singui began to violently tremble, and the runes on the altar erupted in a blinding flash of light. The awakened ones were startled by this sudden turn of events and scrambled backward. What the hell? The ritual isn't finished yet. The leader of the awakened roared, his eyes filled with rage and confusion. At that moment, the light at the altar's center gradually coalesced into a towering figure. It was a deity clad in ancient battle armor, spear in hand, eyes blazing like torches. His presence made the surrounding air grow heavy. Who dares disturb my slumber? The god's voice was deep and commanding, echoing throughout the entire ruins. Xiao Chen's heart jolted as a line of text flashed across the light screen in his mind. Ancient Shu deity detected Kensong has awakened. Kensong? Xiao Chen murmured softly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Wasn't the legendary Kensong described as a deity with crab-like eyes? As Kensong's form gradually sharpened, his appearance was breathtaking. He wore bronze battle armor, its plates engraved with ancient runes that glowed faintly. His countenance radiated majesty, his brow bearing an aura of inviolable sanctity. In his hand, he gripped a spear whose tip was wrapped in a faint golden glow, as if it could pierce through all evil. The gaze of the Silkworm clan leader slowly swept across the crowd, finally settling on Xiao Chen. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes before he gave a slight nod. You are the son of the Dragon Nation, bearing the responsibility of guardianship. The fragment of the Kunlun mirror shall be entrusted to your hands. Xiao Chen paused only briefly before understanding. He stepped forward, kneeling on one knee with both hands raised high. Kensong waved his hand. A flash of azure light appeared, and an ancient bronze mirror fragment materialized in Xiao Chen's hands. Kensong's form gradually grew faint, yet his voice remained clear. The fragments of the Kunlun mirror are scattered across the mythical ruins of the Dragon Kingdom. Each fragment holds immense power. Only by gathering all the fragments can the Kunlun mirror's full power be restored. Xiao Chen clenched the fragment in his hand, pressed his fist to his chest, and solemnly declared, I will find every fragment and restore the Kunlun mirror's power. Kensong nodded, his form gradually dissipating into the air. Yet his voice seemed to echo perpetually in Xiao Chen's ears. The future of the Dragon Nation rests in your hands. Do not betray my expectations. Kensong's disappearance snapped the foreign awakened ones back to reality. Realizing the ritual had been disrupted, they glared furiously at Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan. You brat! How dare you ruin our plans? The leader of the awakened ones roared, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Xiao Chen gave a cold laugh, tucking the Kunlun mirror fragment close to his body. His weapon materialized once more in his hand as he raised it, pointing it at the crowd. Your conspiracy will never succeed. The awakened ceased their words and launched their attacks simultaneously. Flames, lightning, frost, attacks of every elemental type swept toward Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan. The leader of the awakened ones sneered coldly, chanting incantations as he dripped blood onto a talisman. The talisman instantly burst into flames, transforming into a jet black beam that shot straight into the earth. Come forth, Hellhound! He roared, his eyes glowing with a maddened crimson. A black light rose slowly from the earth, gradually taking shape as a colossal three-headed hound. All three heads of the Hellhound opened their gaping maws simultaneously, venom dripping from their jaws. A dragon's tail flared beneath their bodies, while their heads and backs were completely entwined with venomous snakes. Its body was immense and terrifying beyond measure. Boy, taste the power of the Hellhound. Chapter 41, The Deities of Ancient Shu. The leader of the awakened watched the rapidly barking Hellhound with satisfaction. All three heads launched simultaneous attacks, venomous bites, tearing claws, sweeping dragon tails, assaults of every elemental type surged toward Xiao Chen. With a single flick of his body, Xiao Chen appeared directly above the hellhound's head. His gaze grew icy as he watched the vicious beast below frantically search for his form. The weapon in his hand suddenly grew massive, radiating golden light. "Break!" Xiao Chen roared, bringing his weapon crashing down. All three massive dog heads were severed in one fell swoop. The face of the leading awakened turned deathly pale in an instant. "You, what kind of monster are you?" He recoiled in terror, trembling violently. Xiao Chen offered no answer. Instead, he released his grip and his weapon pursued the fleeing awakened. With a single strike, he sent the man crashing to the ground, limp as if his sinews had been severed. A light screen in Xiao Chen's mind suddenly displayed several words. Talent, divine ability by sacrificing life, can absorb any skill or talent. Would you sacrifice this awakened being's deity to obtain the skill of the death space? Xiao Chen's eyes lit up instantly. No wonder you could summon the hellhound. So you've awakened Hades, lord of the underworld. Xiao Chen laughed and performed the sacrifice ritual without hesitation. A luminous aura emerged from the motionless body of the fallen awakened leader. Circling Xiao Chen's spear once, it gradually dissipated around his form. Sacrifice to Hades, lord of the underworld, successful. You have acquired the skill of the death space. This skill creates a death-like barrier like space expanding from your palm, instantly killing all living beings within its range. Note, should you encounter another Hades awakener in the future, sacrificing them may grant you additional skills or talents. Xiao Chen was stunned. So that's what the talent hint on the awakening monument meant, sacrificing another's life to gain skills or talents. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan was locked in fierce combat with several other awakened. Her form was as light as a swallow, her long sword dancing like the wind, unleashing waves of fierce sword chi. An awakened one swung a massive flaming sword, hacking fiercely at Lu Ruyan. She sidestepped the blow with a slight shift of her body. Her own long sword whipped through the air with a sudden, violent swing, unleashing a gale that shattered the flaming sword's attack. Your flames are nothing to be afraid of. Lu Ruyan sneered with disdain. Another awakened one manipulated frost energy, attempting to freeze Lu Ruyan's movements. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly. Her sword suddenly flashed with an orange glow, unleashing a wave of scorching sword energy that severed the awakened one's arm. The awakened screamed as he collapsed to the ground. Frost magic? That's all you've got? Lu Ruyan continued her mockery. Seeing this, the last awakened being immediately channeled lightning energy, attempting to strike at Lu Ruyan. Her long sword shot from her hand, piercing the awakened being's heart. The thunder dissipated instantly. The awakened stared in disbelief at the sword piercing his chest before crashing to the ground. Lu Ruyan walked over coldly, stepping over the awakened one's corpse as she drew her sword. The blade bore not a single speck of blood, shimmering with a dark, eerie glow. After the battle concluded, Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan stood before the Sangsingui ruins, gazing up at the starry sky overhead. Lu Ruyan asked, "Hasn't this site always been guarded? Why hasn't anyone come to investigate yet? Perhaps these awakened ones knocked out the guards." Xiao Chen, who was that deity earlier? Why did he give you the Kunlun mirror shard? Xiao Chen smiled and patiently explained to her. He was Kensong, a deity of ancient Shu kingdom. Kensong? Lu Ruyan furrowed her brow, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Xiao Chen nodded. That's right. Kensong was the founding princess of ancient Shu. Legend says he led the ancient Shu people to establish a glorious kingdom renowned far and wide. He was revered by later generations as a deity guarding this land. A deity of ancient Shu? It seems to be a chapter in the long history of the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Chen sighed. Yes. If the deities and deeds of the Dragon Kingdom hadn't been erased, you would know of this deity. Lu Ruyan fell silent for a moment before turning to look at him. How do you know about her? These deities weren't recorded in history. Xiao Chen tapped his temple again. It was the chaos power that told me. A look of envy flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. How wonderful! You know so much more than we do. I believe you will uncover and unearth the heritage of our dragon nation. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and nodded. That's exactly what I believe too. What should we do next? First, we'll return to the school to rest. We'll wait until the State Security Department handles matters here before proceeding. However, I'll continue searching for the Kunlun mirror fragments. This fragment, are you keeping it? I'll keep it for now. It was personally handed to me by the divine spirit of Kensong. Xiao Chen had considered handing it over to Luningyu, but then he realized he didn't know how to explain to Luningyu how he had obtained this fragment. In the end, he decided to put the matter aside for now. Xiao Chen even wondered if Luningyu might not even ask about it at all. After all, sometimes it's better to remain blissfully ignorant. As night deepened, the battle at Sangsingui had concluded. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan stood on the open ground outside the ruins, surrounded by utter silence. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, feeling the flow of chaos power within him. He turned to look at Lu Ruyan and said softly, "We should head back." Lu Ruyan nodded, her eyes holding a trace of weariness, but more so excitement and satisfaction. She gripped the long sword in her hand tightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. Today was truly thrilling. I never imagined we'd actually manage to stop him. Xiaochen smiled faintly, his gaze gentle as he looked at her. Thanks to you. Otherwise, I might not have been able to handle it alone. Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in her voice. Well, Xiaochen, you're saying things like that now? Looks like today's fight made you take notice of me? Xiaochen chuckled softly, offering no rebuttal. Instead, he reached out and gently took hold of Lu Ruyan's wrist. Ready? We're about to teleport. Lu Ruyan nodded, a flicker of anticipation in her eyes. Let's go. I'm used to your teleportation now, though it still makes me a bit dizzy every time. Xiaochen said no more. Chaos energy surged rapidly within him, causing the surrounding air to seem to warp for an instant. In the next instant, their figures vanished from their original spot. In the blink of an eye, Xiaochen and Lu Ruyan stood within the campus of National Security University. The campus was exceptionally quiet at night, illuminated only by the soft glow of streetlights that cast a gentle light upon the two figures. Chapter 42, Extraordinary Significance. Xiaochen released Lu Ruyan's wrist and said very gallantly, "Let me walk you to your dorm entrance." Lu Ruyan shed her earlier aloofness, batting her eyelashes with a playful charm unique to young girls. What? Are you worried I might run into trouble? Don't forget, I've personally taken down several foreign awakened ones. Xiaochen chuckled softly at her words. You're far stronger than I imagined. Thank you for helping me today. Good night. Lu Ruyan waved her hand and turned toward her dormitory. Good night. No need to be so formal, I'm practically family now. Xiaochen stood by the roadside, watching from afar as Lu Ruyan disappeared into the dormitory building before turning to leave. Upon returning to his own dorm, Xiaochen didn't rest immediately. Instead, he retrieved the Kunlun mirror fragment given to him by Kensong. The fragment emitted a faint green glow, bringing Xiaochen a faint sense of warmth. Kensong said the Kunlun mirror fragments are scattered throughout the mythical ruins of the Dragon Nation. Xiaochen murmured softly, the events of the past few days flooding his mind. He swiftly grabbed a pen and sketched Kensong's likeness onto his notebook, jotting down the instructions he'd been given. Kensong was the first deity to manifest before the masses. He deserves to be recorded. Someday in the future, I will summon every deity documented in this notebook and reconsecrate them. The very thought of the word deification made Xiaochen's blood boil. This would likely be the first reconsecration since the Dragon Nation civilization was obliterated. Its significance was bound to be extraordinary. His thoughts turned to the Heavens Mandate organization. This group appeared to be formed by ambitious, malevolent awakened individuals from abroad, their sole purpose being the destruction of the Dragon Nation. Xiaochen suddenly realized that his arrival in this world might indeed carry the weighty responsibility of saving the Dragon Nation. The weight of this realization pressed heavily upon his shoulders. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan returned to her dormitory but did not rest immediately. Sitting on the edge of her bed, a blue light flickered in her hand, and the long sword untouched by a single drop of blood during the battle materialized in her grasp. Complex emotions flickered intensely in Lu Ruyan's eyes. She recalled Xiaochen's figure in battle, his calm gaze, his formidable strength, and the trust he placed in her. All of it gave her an inexplicable sense of peace. Yet, the memory of Lin Shui mentioning the stunning beauty Xiaochen was pursuing flashed through her mind, bringing a faint pang of pain. Lu Ruyan pressed her hand to her chest. We're just comrades who fight side by side. But why does the thought of him pursuing a beautiful woman make me feel uneasy? What's wrong with me? The proud Lu Ruyan never imagined she would find herself drawn to Xiaochen. She slept soundly through the night. The next day, as soon as Xiaochen stepped out of class, he saw Lu Ningyu waiting at the classroom door as usual. Lu Ningyu's expression was even more serious than before, clearly indicating he had something important to discuss. Xiaochen, Commander Su wishes to see you. Xiaochen stated the purpose of his visit directly, his tone carrying an air of finality that brooked no refusal. Xiaochen nodded, a faint unease stirring within him. Alright, I'll go with you. After getting into the car, Lu Ningyu drove while casually asking, Xiaochen, how much do you know about the Sangsingui ruins? Xiaochen's heart stirred. He recalled how Lu Ningyu had phrased his questions similarly when Xiaochen had inquired about Kunlun Mountain earlier. After feigning thought for a moment, he replied, Sangsingui is an important ancient civilization site in Dragon Nation. Legend has it that many myth-related artifacts are buried there. However, I don't know the specifics either. Lu Ningyu nodded and continued, yesterday, our people detected unusual activity at Sangsingui. When reinforcements arrived, they found the guards knocked unconscious. They also discovered several corpses of foreign awakened individuals and a destroyed altar. Xiaochen, based on what you know about ancient mythological artifacts, can you speculate what might be happening here? Xiaochen shook his head. I'm not entirely sure, but foreign awakened individuals frequently appearing at our Dragon Nation's mythological ruins suggests their motives are far from simple. Lu Ningyu's heart sank slightly as his lips tightened. Yes. Their purpose has never changed. Upon arriving at the State Security Bureau, Xiao Chen was escorted to Su Jiangwo's office. Su Jiangwo sat behind his desk, his gaze sharp as he looked at Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, sit." Su Jiangwo gestured toward the chair opposite him. After Xiao Chen sat down, Su Jiangwo cut straight to the point. "How much do you know about the Sangsingui matter?" After a moment's thought, Xiao Chen shook his head. "Commander Su, I'm just an ordinary student. My knowledge of Sangsingui is limited to what I've read in books. Regarding the frequent appearances of foreign awakened individuals at our dragon nation's mythical ruins, I can only assume they're searching for some divine artifact, attempting to subvert our dragon nation. Yes, I do harbor the most sinister suspicions toward these foreign awakened ones. Our nation is a sleeping dragon, a dragon they fear. Only by slaying the dragon can they rest easy." Su Jiangwo nodded in deep agreement. "You're right. But strange things have happened at Kunlun Mountain and Sangsingui. Someone has repeatedly thwarted these foreign awakened ones from causing trouble. I believe this person shares your perspective." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. So this person had been waiting for him here all along. At this realization, a simple, earnest smile spread across his face. Any true son of the Dragon Nation, as long as he still possesses a shred of courage, would charge headlong into such a situation without hesitation. Su Jiangwo listened intently, his gaze fixed on Xiao Chen's eyes as if trying to extract some crucial information. Yet Xiao Chen's expression remained calm and unwavering. "Xiao Chen, you're a very intelligent young man." Su Jiangwo finally changed the subject. "I hope you'll consider joining the State Security Bureau or the museum to help popularize knowledge about mythical artifacts. This is also crucial for us." Xiao Chen nodded and laughed heartily. "Why wait? I'm free today. After lunch, I can start the outreach work." Su Jiangwo burst into hearty laughter. "Looks like you've got your eye on our State Security Bureau's meals. Go on then, go on. Have Lu Ningyu accompany you to get things started." Xiao Chen stood up, gave Su Jiangwo a slight smile, and strode out of the office. True to his word, Lu Ningyu took Xiao Chen out for lunch before personally escorting him to the museum. The museum entrance bustled with visitors streaming in and out in small groups, the air permeated with a faint, ancient Qixi festival atmosphere. As soon as Xiao Chen stepped into the lobby, a very familiar voice reached his ears, dripping with undisguised mockery. "Well, if it isn't Xiao Chen. What brings you here? Is a museum really the kind of place for someone as filthy as you?" Chapter 43, Ling Feifei's Provocation. Xiao Chen turned to see Ling Feifei and Su standing not far away. Ling Feifei wore an exquisite white dress, its hem swaying gently as she stood there with a mocking smile on her face. Her gaze was contemptuous, looking at Xiao Chen as if he were an insignificant insect. And Su stood beside her, hands tucked into his pockets, his eyes cold and intense as he fixed Xiao Chen with a stare that seemed to want to devour him whole. Xiao Chen frowned, his guard rising. He knew that ever since Su lost the power of the Yamata no Orochi, he had harbored a deep, seething hatred toward him. As for Ling Feifei, after he had thoroughly taught her a lesson in the grove last time, and to protect teacher Sophie from further harassment, he had even placed a heaven's curse on them. Her hatred for him ran just as deep. "I'm here to conduct science outreach," Xiao Chen stated calmly, his tone utterly unruffled. Ling Feifei sneered twice, her voice suddenly rising to a shrill, piercing pitch. "Science outreach? You? A worthless failure who hasn't even awakened? You think getting specially recruited into National Security University makes you special? You think having a protective artifact makes you special? Without that artifact, what are you? Security. Get him out of here." Her voice instantly drew the attention of nearby tourists, many of whom stopped in their tracks, glancing curiously in their direction. Several security guards, hearing Ling Feifei's words, approached with troubled expressions. "Sir, please leave," one of the security guards said politely, though his tone carried an unmistakable note of finality. Xiao Chen's expression darkened slightly. He didn't erupt, but instead turned his gaze toward Lu Ningyu. Lu Ningyu stepped forward and presented his credentials. "I'm Lu Ningyu from the State Security Bureau. Xiao Chen is the expert we've invited to provide scientific explanations about mythical artifacts." Upon seeing Lu Ningyu's credentials, the security guard immediately stepped aside, his tone tinged with apology. "My apologies, Officer Lu. We were unaware this gentleman was invited by the State Security Bureau." Ling Feifei's expression darkened instantly. She clenched her jaw, her voice thick with resentment. "Xiao Chen, don't get cocky. Even with the State Security Bureau backing you, it won't change the fact that you're a useless piece of trash." Her voice echoed through the empty hall, drawing even more curious stares from the surrounding tourists. Some stopped to watch, like spectators at a watermelon patch. And Su stood nearby, his eyes burning with hatred, but he remained silent, only glaring coldly at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen ignored Ling Feifei's provocation, turning instead to Lu Ningyu. "Brother Lu, let's get started." Lu Ningyu nodded and led Xiao Chen into the museum's exhibition area. Xiao Chen stood at the center of the exhibition hall, surrounded by a crowd of spectators. He picked up an ancient mythical artifact, a textile replica of the Xianyuan sword, and began detailing its origins and purpose. This artifact is a replica of the Xianyuan sword. Legend holds it was the Yellow Emperor's sword, symbolizing supreme power and justice. Xiao Chen's voice was clear and resonant, capturing everyone's attention. The audience listened intently, occasionally letting out gasps of wonder. Even Lu Ningyu couldn't help but nod in admiration at Xiao Chen's expertise. The Xianyuan sword is not merely a weapon, it is a symbol of ancient Dragon Nation civilization, embodying the power of Dragon Nation's deities and carrying the hopes of its people. Xiao Chen's tone grew solemn as he spoke these words. Just then, Ling Feifei and Ensu reappeared among the crowd. A cold sneer played on Ling Feifei's lips clearly, she had no intention of letting Xiao Chen complete his presentation smoothly. Xiao Chen, you worthless piece of trash, you think you're qualified to play expert here? The audience turned to glare at Ling Feifei, their eyes filled with displeasure. They were clearly annoyed that her sharp interruption had disrupted Xiao Chen's presentation. Xiao Chen ignored Ling Feifei's provocation and continued his explanation. Though the power of the Xianyuan sword is formidable, it has also brought considerable calamity. Thousands of years ago, the deities of the Dragon Nation clashed with foreign forces in that great war. It was during that conflict that the Xianyuan sword vanished. No records exist to document where this sword ultimately went. Seeing her provocation fall flat, Ling Feifei's face turned pale with anger. With a slight flick of her finger, the massive bronze statue standing behind Xiao Chen began swaying violently, as if about to topple over. With another flick of her finger, the massive bronze statue swayed even more violently. Eagle-eyed tourists spotted the swaying bronze statue and cried out. Everyone, be careful. That statue looks like it's about to fall. Xiao Chen didn't need to turn around. He knew without a doubt that Ling Feifei was behind this. He spun around, his gaze darting like lightning toward the precariously swaying bronze statue. Standing over 5 meters tall and weighing at least 1,000 pounds, the consequences of its collapse would be unimaginable. Everyone, back up. Xiao Chen bellowed, his voice carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Hearing his shout, the surrounding tourists panicked and scrambled backward, creating a momentary scene of chaos. Ling Feifei stood amidst the crowd, a smug smile curling her lips. Her eyes sparkled with schadenfreude as she couldn't wait to see Xiao Chen's body crushed into a bloody pulp. Xiao Chen, you think you're so capable? Let's see how you handle this. Xiao Chen's gaze locked onto the bronze statue. Its pedestal had begun to shift, creaking ominously as if it might collapse at any moment. Brother Lu, help me clear the crowd. Xiao Chen shouted urgently at Lu Ningyu. Lu Ningyu nodded and sprang into action, directing security and staff to evacuate the visitors. Yet the statue's shaking grew increasingly violent. Clearly, there wasn't enough time to clear everyone completely. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He leapt forward like lightning, instantly appearing beside the statue's pedestal. He raised his wrist, the weapon now worn like a bracelet, and it flared with golden light. The radiance spread like flowing water, swiftly enveloping the entire bronze statue. Freeze! Xiao Chen barked the command. The light from the wrist-mounted weapon intensified dramatically, and the statue's swaying ceased instantly, as if anchored by an invisible force. Spectators nearby gasped in astonishment at the spectacle. What kind of magical artifact is he wearing on his wrist? It actually immobilized such a massive statue. Xiao Chen really is extraordinary. No wonder the State Security Bureau invited him for this science outreach event. Holy crap, he's incredible. That woman called him a loser. Has a loser ever possessed power like this? Shu, keep your voice down. That woman is the daughter of the Ling conglomerate. Haven't you seen the reports about her when you're scrolling through videos? Chapter 44, A Slap in the Face. Ling Feifei's face turned pale with rage as her plan was ruined. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with venomous hatred. Xiao Chen, don't get too cocky. You got lucky this time, but next time won't be so easy. And Su stood nearby, his gaze cold and menacing. Feifei, don't worry. We'll have plenty of chances to deal with him. I will reclaim that serpent emblem that represents my power. After stabilizing the bronze statue, Xiao Chen walked up to them. Without a word, he raised his hand and slapped Ling Feifei hard across the face. Smack! The resounding slap sent Ling Feifei's head jerking to the side, leaving a clear 5-fingered imprint on her pale cheek. Ling Feifei and Su, I warn you, stop these petty tricks. Do you have any idea how many people that statue would crush if it fell? Have you lost your minds? The crowd erupted in shock. Ling Feifei clutched her face, her eyes filled with disbelief and fury. Her cheek burned fiercely, the 5 fingerprints clearly visible on her pale skin. Her body trembled slightly, as if she might explode at any moment. Xiao Chen, how dare you hit me? Ling Feifei's voice was sharp and piercing, almost tearing through the air. Her eyes were filled with venomous hatred, and the way she glared at Xiao Chen made it seem as if she wanted to devour him alive. Surrounding tourists and staff were stunned by the scene, their eyes darting back and forth between Xiao Chen and Ling Feifei. What's going on with them? That tour guide actually hit that woman? Could this bronze statue collapsing have something to do with her? No idea, but it sure feels like it. If that's true, she's wicked, almost ruined us all. I say he hit her good. Hit her right. Hit her good and proper. And Su stood nearby, his gaze still cold and menacing. He didn't erupt immediately but fixed Xiao Chen with a chilling stare, his voice low and threatening. Xiao Chen, if you dare touch Fei Fei, I'll make you pay. Xiao Chen ignored Ensu's threat, his gaze as icy as frost. Ling Fei Fei, Ensu, this is my final warning, stop causing trouble in public places. His voice was deep and commanding, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. The surrounding tourists, hearing his words, finally understood the situation. The beautiful woman before them was likely an awakened one. For reasons unknown, she had clashed with this tour guide and now sought to crush him beneath a 5-meter-tall bronze statue. Ling Fei Fei trembled with rage, a flicker of madness flashing in her eyes. Xiao Chen, who do you think you are? A worthless piece of trash like you has the nerve to hit me? If it weren't for that crappy artifact on your wrist, you'd have been crushed into mincemeat by that statue long ago. Her voice was shrill and piercing, laced with hysterical fury. One hand covered her face while the other pointed at Xiao Chen, her gaze threatening to tear him apart. Xiao Chen stared at her coldly. Ling Fei Fei, you disappoint me. The old you, though willful, at least had boundaries. Now you've lost all reason, you're nothing but a rabid dog. Ling Fei Fei's face darkened further. Never had she been so humiliated. She lunged forward, desperate to fight back. Who the hell are you calling a mad dog? Ensu stepped forward, blocking Ling Fei Fei's path, his voice icy. Xiao Chen, don't get too cocky. Fei Fei is my girlfriend now. Show some respect in your words and actions, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, his tone laced with mockery. Ensu, you can't even protect your own strength, yet you stand here spouting nonsense. Your snake-shaped badge is in my hands, what right do you have to threaten me? Ensu's face instantly darkened, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, but in the end, he held back. Yes, Xiao Chen was right. Without the awakened power of the Yamata no Orochi, he was utterly powerless. But every single one of today's humiliations Ensu had taken note. Xiao Chen, don't get too cocky. I will reclaim the power that belongs to me. When that day comes, you'll regret every single thing you did today. Xiao Chen paid them no further attention, turning to Lu Ningyu instead. Brother Lu, let's go. Lu Ningyu nodded, casting a complex glance at Ling Fei Fei and Ensu before leading Xiao Chen out of the museum. Once outside, Lu Ningyu couldn't help asking, Xiao Chen, are you okay after what just happened? Xiao Chen shook his head. I'm fine. Ling Fei Fei has lost her mind. I doubt they'll let this go. Lu Ningyu sighed, his voice tinged with concern. Xiao Chen, you must be careful. The Ling group wields considerable influence. They may seek to harm you. Xiao Chen nodded, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. I know. Rest assured, if they dare provoke me, I won't hold back. Lu Ningyu patted Xiao Chen's shoulder, his gaze casually drifting toward the wrist where the artifact rested. Xiao Chen, your artifact is impressive, but you should still be cautious in your future actions. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, nodded, and accepted the advice graciously. After leaving the museum, Lu Ningyu brought Xiao Chen back to the State Security Bureau. Su Jiangwo was already waiting for them in his office. Seated behind his large desk, he held a document in his hand, his brow furrowed as he was clearly deep in thought. A map of the Dragon Nation hung on the office wall, dotted with numerous red markers indicating recent locations of abnormal energy fluctuations. Xiao Chen and Lu Ningyu entered the office. Only then did Su Jiangwo look up, gesturing for them to sit. They took seats opposite him. The atmosphere in the office felt somewhat heavy. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting dappled patterns across the floor. A faint tea aroma lingered in the air. Xiao Chen, I heard about today's incident. Su Jiangwo's tone carried a hint of displeasure. We will deal with Ling Fei Fei and Ensu's actions seriously. However, their backgrounds are complicated, so handling this may prove troublesome. Xiao Chen nodded, his tone calm beyond his 18 years. I know. Those two families wield considerable influence in the Dragon Nation. They might come after me again. Xiao Chen sighed. Xiao Chen, I asked you here today to tell you this. I know you carry secrets unknown to others. But I hope you can trust us. Only by working together can we better protect Longwa. Xiao Chen fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. After a long pause, he finally nodded. I understand your meaning. I'll do my best to cooperate with you. Seeing Xiao Chen finally agree, Su Jiangwo's face softened into a relieved smile. He handed the documents on the table to Xiao Chen. This is the latest intelligence I've obtained. It indicates abnormal energy fluctuations near Mount Tai. Do you think it could be caused by the Kunlun mirror fragment? Chapter 45, related to his own awakening. Xiao Chen's eyes darkened slightly. Mount Tai. Lu Ningyu couldn't help but ask, Xiao Chen, how much do you know about Mount Tai? Mount Tai is a significant location in ancient Chinese mythology. Legend holds it to be a passage connecting heaven and earth, as well as the dwelling place of many deities. If the Kunlun mirror shards truly lie there, it wouldn't be surprising. But there's one thing I've always been curious about. Su Jiangwo and Lu Ningyu both turned to look at Xiao Chen, gesturing for him to continue. I'm curious, have such energy fluctuations never been detected before? Or, more precisely, did the energy fluctuations from the Kunlun mirror fragments only begin appearing recently? Su Jiangwo nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Chen as he pondered. There were no unusual phenomena before. However, things changed after you were brought back from the awakening divine steel by Luning Yu. Xiao Chen? Could it actually be related to his awakening? He truly hadn't imagined the Kunlun mirror fragment's energy fluctuations could be connected to his own awakening. Director Su, are you saying these energy fluctuations are because of me? But everyone saw that I didn't awaken that day. Xiao Chen spread his hands in a wry smile as he spoke. He was determined to play dumb and pretend to be weak. If anyone asked why he was so powerful, he'd blame it on the magical artifact on his wrist. No matter what, he'd never admit his own strength. Su Jiangwo rose slowly, walking to the window. Turning his back to Xiao Chen and Luning Yu, his gaze pierced through the glass toward the distant sky. His voice was low and deliberate, tinged with profound meaning. Xiao Chen, I know you wear a magical artifact on your wrist, and you've repeatedly claimed it saved you. But can a single artifact truly explain all your abilities? Xiao Chen's heart tightened, yet his expression remained calm. Commander Su, I understand you may have doubts about me, but the truth is this, I have not awakened a deity. Everyone witnessed my failure before the awakening monument. As for the artifact on my wrist, I obtained it by chance. It has indeed aided me greatly, but I can only barely defend myself with it. Su Jiangwo turned, his gaze piercingly fixed on Xiao Chen, as if trying to see through his very soul. Xiao Chen, I'm not doubting you. It's just that these phenomena defy conventional explanation. Ever since you appeared, the mythical ruins of the Dragon Nation have been experiencing frequent energy fluctuations. This is absolutely no coincidence. Xiao Chen lowered his head, feigning deep thought. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, his tone sincere. Commander, I understand your concerns. If my presence truly triggered these anomalies, I'm willing to do everything in my power to assist your investigation. After all, I don't want the Dragon Nation to face danger either. Su Jiangwo nodded with relief. Xiao Chen, I'm glad you think this way. Whether you've awakened or not, your abilities and wisdom are what we need. You must protect yourself. Xiao Chen nodded solemnly. I understand. Outside the State Security Bureau building, a black luxury sedan pulled up slowly. The door opened, and Ling Kong, chairman of Ling Group, stepped out. He wore a well-tailored dark suit, his face stern and his gaze piercing, radiating the authority of a leader. Two bodyguards in black suits followed behind him, their expressions solemn as they scanned the surroundings with watchful eyes. Ling Kong glanced up at the National Security Bureau's entrance, his brow furrowing slightly before striding inside. The guard at the entrance clearly recognized him and immediately stepped forward to stop him. Mr. Ling, do you have an appointment? Ling Kong shot the guard a cold glance, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority. I am Ling Kong, chairman of Ling Group. My daughter, Ling Feifei, has been taken by your agency. I demand to see your supervisor immediately. Overwhelmed by Ling Kong's imposing presence, the guard hesitated before picking up his walkie-talkie and reporting in a low voice. Moments later, he nodded and stepped aside. Mr. Ling, please follow me. Ling Kong was led into the reception room of the State Security Bureau, where Su Jiangwo was already waiting. He stood up, a courteous smile on his face. Mr. Ling, I've long admired your reputation. Please, have a seat. Instead of sitting down, Ling Kong walked straight up to Su Jiangwo and demanded, Director Su, why is my daughter Ling Feifei being detained by your agency? What crime has she committed? Su Jiangwo merely smiled faintly. Mr. Ling, Ling Feifei is suspected of intentionally damaging public property at the museum, nearly causing significant casualties. We are merely following the law, allowing her time to reflect. Ling Kong's expression darkened instantly, his voice tinged with anger. Chief Su, Feifei is just a child. How could she possibly do such a thing? Have you made a mistake? Su Jiangwo shook his head, his gaze calm as he met Ling Kong's slightly distorted face. Mr. Ling, we have conclusive evidence. Ling Feifei's actions have seriously threatened public safety. We must handle this according to the law. Ling Kong fell silent for a moment, closing his eyes as if lost in thought. Director Su, you should be well aware of the Ling Group's standing in Longhua. I urge you to carefully consider the consequences of this matter. Su Jiangwo's gaze sharpened slightly, his tone involuntarily growing firmer, tinged with a hint of warning. Mr. Ling, the State Security Bureau acts strictly according to the law. We will not show favoritism to anyone based on their status. If you have any objections, you may pursue legal channels to resolve them. Ling Kong's expression darkened further, but he said nothing more. He merely shot Su Jiangwo a cold glance before turning and leaving the meeting room. After leaving the State Security Bureau, Ling Kong got back into his car, his expression dark and ominous. The scenery outside the window rushed by as his fingers tapped lightly on his knee, clearly deep in thought. The atmosphere inside the car was oppressive. Neither the driver nor the bodyguards dared to speak, fearful of provoking the head of the Ling Group. Ling Kong pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly, a respectful voice replying, Chairman Ling, what are your instructions? Contact the media immediately. Release the news that Feifei has been detained by the State Security Bureau. Remember, emphasize that the State Security Bureau abused its authority and is suppressing a loyal contributor. Additionally, reach out to our contacts within the State Security Bureau and find a way to get Feifei out. The person on the other end clearly handled Ling Kong's orders with practiced ease, responding promptly. Yes, Chairman Ling. I'll arrange it immediately. I'll contact several familiar newspapers and TV stations right away. They'll release the news within an hour. As for our contacts inside the State Security Bureau, I'll reach out to them immediately too. Have them create an accident to give Miss Ling a chance to escape. Chapter 46, Public Relations Crisis. Ling Kong nodded, his tone thick with gloom and ferocity. Move fast. Hit the media hard. I'll make sure Su Jiangwo knows the consequences of crossing me. After hanging up, Ling Kong's gaze pierced through the car window, fixing on the distant State Security Bureau building. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Su Jiangwo, you think you can touch someone from the Ling family? I'll make you understand the consequences of crossing the Ling Corporation. The Ling Group's response was swift. Within half an hour, headlines across major media outlets were flooded with reports of Ling Feifei's detention by the State Security Bureau. Headlines screamed with outrage, every word dripping with condemnation toward the NSA and sympathy for Ling Feifei. State Security Bureau abuses power. Ling Group heiress and S plus Athena Awakener detained without cause. Ling Feifei Athena Awakener, Dragon Nation's future hope suppressed by State Security Bureau. S plus Awakener Ling Feifei detained as the National Security Bureau strangling Dragon Nation's future? The news coverage was sensationalized to the extreme, every word emphasizing Ling Feifei's identity and extraordinary talent. Ling Feifei, heiress of the Ling Group, awakened the S plus deity Athena at just 18. As one of Dragon Nation's rarest top-tier awakened ones, she is not only the pride of the Ling Group but the hope for Dragon Nation's future. Yet this extraordinarily gifted young woman has been detained by the National Security Bureau on trumped-up charges and outrage. As an Athena Awakener embodying the goddess of wisdom and war, Ling Feifei's talent and abilities are undeniable. Her presence should have been a vital force for Dragon Nation in countering foreign powers. Yet her detention by the National Security Bureau inevitably raises suspicions. Could this be certain factions covertly undermining Dragon Nation's future? On social media, the hashtag Free Ling Feifei surged to the top of trending topics, with countless netizens leaving comments below. Ling Group's paid commenters infiltrated the discussions, stoking emotions and driving the public outcry to a fever pitch. Ling Feifei is an S+ level walker. What right does the National Security Bureau have to detain her? Isn't this a waste of talent? How many Athena awakened ones does Dragon Nation have? The National Security Bureau is undermining its own strength. Ling Feifei is the future of Dragon Nation, demand her immediate release. The Ling conglomerate has contributed so much to the nation, yet the State Security Bureau treats their heiress like this? It's utterly disheartening. Public outrage rapidly escalated, with even some misinformed awakened joining the chorus of support for Ling Feifei. They took to social media, questioning the NSA's actions. Inside the National Security Bureau, Su Jiangwo sat in his office, his brow furrowed. His desk was piled high with reports from major media outlets, while his computer screen continuously refreshed social media comments. Lu Ningyu stood beside him, his expression grave. Director, the public pressure is overwhelming. Should we? Su Jiangwo shook his head firmly. No. Ling Feifei's actions have seriously threatened public safety. We cannot release her just because of public pressure. We cannot let the awakened believe that having abilities gives them free rein to do as they please. Lu Ningyu understood Su Jiangwo's motive perfectly well. He intended to make an example of her. Yet he remained deeply concerned. The Ling conglomerate wields considerable influence in Dragon Nation. They might retaliate against us. Su Jiangwo gave a cold laugh, his eyes deepening. No matter how powerful the Ling conglomerate is, it can't surpass the law. Besides, I'm an S+ awakened too, aren't I? Besides, we have irrefutable video evidence. Once it's released, public opinion will naturally shift. Su Jiangwo walked to the bedside, gazing down at the crowd gathering below. His tone carried a hint of resolve. Lu Ningyu, arrange a press conference. I will personally address the public and explain the situation. Lu Ningyu hesitated. Sir, Ling Group's people might disrupt the press conference. They could even target you. I'm not afraid of them. The State Security Bureau acts within the law. If not for Xiao Chen's quick thinking and that mysterious artifact on his wrist, we might still be cleaning up this mess right now. If they dare cause trouble at the press conference, it will only serve to expose their true colors to the public. Xiao Chen sat in the classroom, scrolling through his phone at the constantly refreshing news about Ling Feifei's detention. Public opinion was overwhelmingly condemning the State Security Bureau for abuse of power, with some even questioning the agency's legitimacy. The more Xiao Chen read, the deeper his frown grew, a vague unease settling in his heart. Who would have thought the Ling conglomerate could be so vicious? No wonder Ling Feifei isn't exactly a saint either. Xiao Chen muttered under his breath. He shut off his phone, stood up, and decided to go to the State Security Bureau to check on the situation. Just as he was gathering his books, Lu Ruyan suddenly walked in from outside. Xiao Chen, where are you going? Lu Ruyan hurried over to Xiao Chen, her tone laced with concern. Xiao Chen paused, then answered truthfully, I plan to visit the State Security Bureau. The Ling Feifei incident has escalated too much, with public opinion overwhelmingly against us. I fear the Bureau might not withstand the pressure. Besides, I'm not entirely uninvolved in this matter. After all, it was during my museum lecture on mythological artifacts that I aroused Ling Feifei's jealousy. She intended to target me. I know. I saw the video. Lu Ruyan pulled her phone from her pocket, opened a video, and handed it to Xiao Chen. My cousin was at the scene yesterday too. She sent me the full footage. Ling Feifei's actions were truly outrageous, even vicious. Xiao Chen watched Ling Feifei in the footage, her eyes filled with madness and arrogance. He pressed his lips together. Seeing Xiao Chen's grave expression, Lu Ruyan knew he was seething inside. Suddenly, a sly smile touched her lips. What can you accomplish at the State Security Bureau? Have you figured out how to turn public opinion around? I doubt the museum surveillance footage alone will suffice. I have a plan, one that will utterly destroy her. What method? Lu Ruyan pulled a small camera from her bag and handed it to Xiao Chen. Take this with you when you visit Ling Feifei at the State Security Bureau. I'll connect it to all the city's public screens. Record her true attitude, especially her arrogant and vicious demeanor. That way, public opinion will naturally shift. Xiao Chen took the camera, a complex expression crossing his face. Isn't it a bit risky? Ling Feifei isn't an ordinary girl. She might catch on. Lu Ruyan patted his shoulder, her tone brimming with confidence. Don't worry. Ling Feifei is currently detained and emotionally unstable. With just a little prompting, she'll reveal her true colors. Chapter 47, Releasing the Video. A sly smile returned to Lu Ruyan's face. Besides, I'm sure the State Security Bureau will cooperate with you. After all, they need evidence to counter the public backlash too. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment, deeming the plan feasible. Without hesitation, he gripped the camera tightly. No problem, I'll give it a shot. When Su Jiangwo and Lu Ningyu heard Xiao Chen's plan, they both fell silent. Sometimes, extraordinary measures are necessary during extraordinary times. Su Jiangwo decided to hold a press conference, while Lu Ningyu took Xiao Chen to visit Ling Feifei. Ling Feifei was confined in a solitary cell. The room was equipped with an array designed to suppress the divine power of awakened individuals. Xiao Chen approached the door and peered inside. Though clean and tidy, the room radiated a cold, oppressive atmosphere emanating from its walls and iron door. Ling Feifei sat on the edge of the bed, arms crossed over her chest. Her expression was sullen, her eyes flashing with impatience and arrogance. When she looked up and saw Xiao Chen, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes before turning into mockery. Oh, Xiao Chen, what brings you here? Come to laugh at my misfortune? Xiao Chen ignored her mockery, meeting her gaze calmly. Ling Feifei, I came to see you. The public outcry outside is growing intense. Many believe the State Security Bureau's detention of you constitutes an abuse of power. Ling Feifei scoffed coldly. Abuse of power? You're absolutely right. I'm an S+ awakened, the heiress of Ling Group. What right do they have to lock me up? And they've restricted my powers. Once I get out, the first ones I'll deal with are those arrogant fools at the State Security Bureau. Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened slightly as he tentatively voiced his concern. You genuinely don't think you're at fault? Don't you realize your actions at the museum nearly caused major casualties? Ling Feifei scoffed, as if hearing the most ridiculous joke. What are those people? Just ordinary folk. To me, they're no better than ants. What value do their lives hold? I'm an awakened of Athena, the future pillar of the dragon nation. Why should I care about their lives or deaths? Besides, if a few really did die, it was their own bad luck. Who told them to crowd around you, listening to your lecture? Xiao Chen had braced himself mentally, yet hearing such words still made his expression darken. Ling Feifei, your attitude only makes things worse. Ordinary people are still human beings. Their lives matter just as much. Ling Feifei rose to her feet, striding forward with her long legs. She stood before Xiao Chen, her eyes brimming with arrogance and scorn. Xiao Chen, don't try to play the hero here. Who do you think you are? A worthless failure who hasn't even awakened a divine spirit, barely managing to stabilize that bronze statue with that shoddy artifact on your wrist. Do you really believe you have the right to lecture me? She glanced down at Xiao Chen's wrist, a mocking smile curling her lips. Where's your artifact? Didn't bring it? I must say, the State Security Bureau is quite amusing to actually take notice of a worthless piece of trash like you. Xiao Chen ignored her provocation, replying calmly, Ling Feifei, your actions have violated the law. The State Security Bureau acts according to the law and won't show favoritism because of your status. Ling Feifei's expression darkened instantly, her tone laced with a hint of viciousness. Law? Ha! Laws are made by useless ordinary people like you. They mean nothing to me. Once I'm out, I'll make sure everyone knows what happens to those who cross me. Especially you, Xiao Chen. You think you can beat me with your petty tricks and some crappy artifact? Dream on. She leaned closer to Xiao Chen, her voice low and thick with menace. Once I'm out, you'll be the first one I deal with. Your trinkets will fail you someday. When that happens, I'll make you kneel before me, begging for mercy. Xiao Chen stared silently at her exquisitely beautiful face, feeling a wave of disgust wash over him. How desperate must he have been to ever consider a woman this dark and vile inside? Thankfully, she abandoned him first. Ling Feifei, your arrogance and cruelty will only bring about your own downfall. Ling Feifei burst into laughter, her voice dripping with contempt. Reap what I sow? With you? A worthless piece of trash without even a facial awakening? You think you can lecture me? Xiao Chen, you think too highly of yourself. Get lost. Xiao Chen turned and walked away without hesitation. His objective was achieved. Su Jiangwo, who was in the middle of a press conference, suddenly activated the large screen. Simultaneously, Ling Feifei's arrogant remarks appeared on every public display across the city. What are those people? Just ordinary folk. In my eyes, they're no better than ants. What value could their lives possibly hold? Once I'm out, the first thing I'll do is deal with those arrogant fools at the State Security Bureau. Xiao Chen, when that day comes, I'll make you kneel before me, begging for mercy. The moment the video aired, public opinion swung dramatically. Supporters who had backed Ling Feifei turned against her, condemning her actions. So this is the kind of awakened Ling Feifei is? Terrifying. She doesn't value ordinary people's lives at all. Someone like her has no place being an awakened. The State Security Bureau was right to detain her. People like this deserve legal punishment. On social media, hashtags like hashtag #LingFeifeiEstruface and hashtag support State Security Bureau quickly trended. Netizens flooded comment sections with expressions of outrage toward Ling Feifei and support for the State Security Bureau. Ling Kong sat in his penthouse office at the Ling Group headquarters. The city lights outside shone brightly, reflecting off his face, dark and still as water. A glass of red wine rested in his hand, its liquid glowing a dark crimson under the lights, like blood. His gaze was fixed on the computer screen before him, which continuously replayed the footage of Ling Feifei in the National Security Bureau's detention cell. What are those people? Just ordinary folk. To me, they're no better than ants. What value could their lives possibly hold? Once I'm out. Ling Feifei's voice echoed through the empty office, each word like a sharp blade plunging deep into Ling Kong's heart. His fingers clenched the wine glass so tightly his knuckles turned white, as if he might crush it in the next second. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Ling Kong hurled the glass against the wall. Shards flew everywhere, red wine splattering onto the expensive carpet, staining it a dark crimson. He rose, kicking over the desk before him. Files, computers, and decorative items crashed to the floor with a deafening clatter. His breath came in ragged gasps, his chest heaving violently, eyes blazing with fury and despair. Chapter 48, Turning the Tide. Xiao Chen. State Security Bureau. How dare you treat the Ling family this way? Ling Kong's voice was low and hoarse, a growl forced from the depths of his throat. He walked to the window, pressing his hands against the glass as his gaze fixed intently on the distant State Security Bureau building. The building stood starkly cold in the night, like an insurmountable mountain pressing down on his heart. The Ling conglomerate. The Ling conglomerate. Ling Kong murmured softly, his tone tinged with mockery and helplessness. After Ling Feifei's remarks exploded across major platforms, Ling Group's stock plummeted. He never imagined the Ling Group would one day face such a desperate predicament. Ling Feifei was his only daughter and the designated heir to the Ling Group. Her status as an S+ Athena Awakener should have been the Ling Group's greatest asset, yet now, it seemed everything was ruined. Ling Kong closed his eyes, his mind drifting back to Ling Feifei's childhood. Back then, she was innocent and carefree, always trailing behind him, calling out daddy. But now? Her arrogance and recklessness had pushed her into the abyss. Feifei. How did you become like this? Ling Kong's face was etched with pain and helplessness. Deep down, he knew Ling Feifei's arrogance and cruelty were largely his doing. From childhood, he had spoiled her, making her feel superior and believing she could do whatever she wanted with money. But now it seemed all of this had become her death sentence. Ling Kong took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew this wasn't the time for remorse, he had to find a way to salvage the situation. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. A respectful voice answered promptly. Mr. Ling, what are your instructions? Ling Kong narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze deepening. Contact the other 2 major conglomerates and the 4 major guilds immediately. Inform them of this. Xiao Chen hasn't awakened, but he possesses an ancient artifact. If they have the capability, they can seize it for themselves. After all, once Xiao Chen is dead, the artifact becomes ownerless. Whoever claims it first makes it theirs. Also, I require their assistance. The voice on the other end hesitated. Chairman Ling, the current public sentiment is extremely unfavorable to us. If we involve the other 2 major conglomerates to exert pressure, I fear it might make matters worse. Ling Kong let out a cold laugh. Public opinion? What is there to fear? As long as the Ling group stands, I have the power to turn the tide. After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end finally replied respectfully, "Yes, Chairman Ling. I'll make the arrangements immediately." After hanging up, Ling Kong's gaze returned to the distant State Security Bureau building, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. "Su Jiangwo, you think I'll let this slide? How naive." He walked over to the overturned desk and retrieved a document from a drawer. It was the Ling Group's final trump card compromising material on certain high-ranking officials within the State Security Bureau. He had never intended to play this card, but now, he had no other choice. "Since you've left me no way out, don't blame me for being ruthless," Ling Kong murmured softly, his eyes filled with utter resolve. He picked up the phone and dialed a number once more. "Hello, it's me, Ling Kong. Contact the media immediately and release the contents of this document. I want the National Security Bureau to taste the pressure of public opinion." The person on the other end immediately agreed. Ling Kong hung up, walked to the window, and gazed at the night sky as a complex mix of emotions churned within him. He knew there was no turning back now. It was either win or be utterly destroyed. "Fei, no matter what, Daddy will get you out of there," Ling Kong murmured to himself, his gaze unwavering. Yet deep within, a faint unease stirred. Ling Kong's orders swiftly reached every department of the Ling Group. Soon, the top brass of the other two major conglomerates and the four major guilds received intelligence about Xiao Chen possessing an ancient artifact. This news exploded like a bombshell, instantly sending shockwaves through the elite circles of the Dragon Nation. Xiao Chen really possesses an ancient artifact? No wonder he could withstand the bronze statue. If this artifact truly exists, its value is beyond measure. The leaders of the major conglomerates and the four major guilds grew restless, scheming on how to seize this legendary artifact from Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, the compromising material on the National Security Bureau's leadership was swiftly delivered to major media outlets. Early the next morning, the headlines across major media outlets once again ignited public outrage. National Security Bureau executives suspected of abuse of power to suppress Ling Group. Behind the Ling Fei incident, an internal power struggle within the National Security Bureau? Is the ancient artifact possessed by Xiao Chen genuine or fake? The reports detailed the scandalous allegations against certain NSA executives, even including some purported evidence. These reports swiftly ignited public outrage, shifting public opinion back in favor of the Ling Group. Wow! So many internal problems? No wonder they're suppressing Ling Fei. Xiao Chen has a magical artifact? No wonder he can do things ordinary people can't. On social media, hashtags like hashtag State Security Bureau scandal and hashtag Xiao Chen's artifact quickly trended. Netizens flooded comments with dissatisfaction toward the State Security Bureau and skepticism about Xiao Chen. Su Jiangwo sat in his office, his expression grave as he stared at the computer screen on his desk. It continuously refreshed reports from major media outlets and comments from social media. Ling Kong won't back down easily, as expected. Su Jiangwo murmured, his expression as cold as frost. Seated in the office were several leaders from the National Security Bureau, along with Professor Yan and Lu Ningyu. Professor Yan has always cherished Xiao Chen's talents, fearing these individuals might harm him. "Commander, rumors about Xiao Chen's artifact may have drawn the attention of other conglomerates and unions. I fear they might take action against him, especially since these groups previously harbored grievances against Xiao Chen at the Capital Academy. I'm concerned they might seize this opportunity for retaliation." Su Jiangwo fell silent for a moment before speaking, immediately enhanced Xiao Chen's security measures. No one is to be allowed near him. Lu Ningyu, take a small team to the National Security University to ensure his personal safety. Additionally, contact our allies and swiftly trace the source of this smear campaign. See if we can uncover evidence to counterattack. Lu Ningyu immediately stood up, solemnly accepting the order to protect Xiao Chen at the National Security University. Senior members of the four great guilds had swiftly assembled a group of elite awakened individuals, preparing to head to the National Security University to seize Xiao Chen's treasure amidst the chaos. Chapter 49, Lu Ruyan steps in. On the campus of the National Security University, Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan walked side by side along a tree-lined path. The warm morning sunlight bathed them, casting a soft glow on their slightly weary faces. Xiao Chen clutched an ancient text in his hand, clearly still pondering how to counter Ling Kong's schemes. "Xiao Chen, you didn't sleep well last night either, did you? Your eyes are dark and puffy. Why don't we head back to the dorm and get some rest?" Lu Ruyan couldn't bear seeing Xiao Chen like this, her heart aching for him. Xiao Chen shook his head, forcing a faint smile. "I'm fine. Just a bit troubled. Ling Kong's plan is downright vicious. I need to figure out a way to fight back." Lu Ruyan nodded, about to speak, when her gaze suddenly sharpened and her ears twitched slightly. "Someone's coming," she whispered, her gaze darting warily around the surroundings. Xiao Chen sensed it too, lifting his head to look into the distance. Several men clad in black trenchcoats approached them, their gazes icy cold. A faint glow flickered in their hands, clear signs they were awakened ones. "Xiao Chen, be careful," Lu Ruyan warned softly, already stepping in front of Xiao Chen. The awakened ones appeared before Lu Ruyan like ghostly apparitions. The leader tilted his head, glancing at Xiao Chun hidden behind her. Xiao Chun, hand over the artifact and we'll spare your life. Xiao Chun frowned, about to speak, but Lu Ruyan preempted him. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble at National Security University? Her voice was as cold as ice. The man scoffed dismissively, clearly not taking her seriously. Little girl, mind your own business. We only want Xiao Chen's artifact. We don't want to hurt any innocents. Lu Ruyan let out a soft, derisive snort, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Harm innocents? You? You think you're worthy? Before her words faded, her figure darted through the cave like a ghostly apparition, appearing before the man in an instant. A searing flame coalesced in her palm, slamming straight toward his chest. Boom! The man had no time to react. Lu Ruyan's palm sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground. He lay motionless. The other awakened ones, seeing this, paled and simultaneously channeled their divine power, launching attacks at Lu Ruyan. However, Lu Ruyan's speed and power far exceeded their expectations. Her figure darted between them like a phantom, each strike trailing searing flames that left the awakened utterly defenseless. Ah! Help! After several agonized screams, all the awakened ones lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. Xiao Chun stood by, watching the scene unfold in stunned silence. He had been fully prepared for battle, yet never imagined Lu Ruyan would be this formidable. She hadn't even given him a chance to strike. Ruyan, you! Lu Ruyan clapped her hands, a look of utter contempt on her face. These useless fools had the nerve to try stealing your artifact? They couldn't even beat me. What a bunch of losers. Utterly overconfident. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. Lu Ningyu arrived in a hurry with a team of State Security Bureau agents. Seeing the awakened individuals lying on the ground, his expression immediately turned grave. Xiao Chen, are you okay? Lu Ningyu strode quickly to Xiao Chen's side, asking with concern. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled warmly in Lu Ruyan's direction. I'm fine, thanks to Ruyan. Lu Ningyu looked at Lu Ruyan in surprise, then glanced down at the awakened lying on the ground and gave them a thumbs up. Miss Lu, I never imagined your strength was this formidable. Lu Ruyan offered a faint smile, her expression serene as if she'd merely dealt with a few insignificant ants. It's nothing. As long as I'm here, no one can harm Xiao Chun. Lu Ningyu noticed Xiao Chen's face flush with a hint of embarrassment and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Excellent, excellent. We can rest assured now. Take these awakened ones back for interrogation. Find out who's pulling the strings behind them. Lu Ningyu turned to instruct the agents to take the awakened ones away, while he himself remained by Xiao Chen's side. Xiao Chen felt both amused and exasperated. Brother Lu, don't waste manpower. I'm perfectly safe here. Nothing will happen to me. You have more important matters to attend to, and the State Security Bureau is already under intense scrutiny. Lu Ningyu sighed upon hearing Xiao Chen mention this. This situation is truly troublesome. No one expected Ling Kong to act like a mad dog, refusing to let go. On my way here, I received new intelligence. Ling Group has allied with 2 other major conglomerates and the 4 major labor unions. They're pressuring the State Security Bureau to release Ling Feifei and surrender your artifact. Xiao Chen, do you have a plan? Xiao Chen's gaze instantly turned cold and sharp. Since Ling Kong intends to coerce us through public opinion and external pressure, we'll fight fire with fire. I'll make a public appearance to reveal the truth and expose Ling Kong's conspiracy. Lu Ningyu's expression grew grave as he fell silent for a moment. All right, I'll call the leadership to inquire. Xiao Chen nodded as Lu Ningyu walked aside to make the call. Su Jiangwo wholeheartedly agreed, and the allies did not disappoint, uncovering the original materials proving the evidence was fabricated. He resolved to deliver a fatal blow. That afternoon, Xiao Chen made a public appearance at the State Security Bureau's press conference. Standing at the podium, his gaze unwavering, his tone calm yet resolute. Media friends, thank you all for coming today. Regarding the recent public scrutiny directed at me, I solemnly reiterate, yes, I possess a magical artifact, but it serves only as personal protection. It is no ancient relic. As an orphan, how could I possibly own such a valuable artifact? All of this is a conspiracy orchestrated by the Ling conglomerate, aiming to pressure the National Security Bureau into releasing the detainees through public opinion and external pressure. He paused, took a deep breath, gathering his resolve for what followed. Ling Feifei's actions have posed a grave threat to public safety. The National Security Bureau acted within the law, and we will not tolerate any abuse of authority. As for the so-called dirt being spread, it is entirely fabricated by the Ling Group to confuse the public and cover up Ling Feifei's crimes. Xiao Chen's statement rapidly spread across major media outlets, causing public opinion to shift once more. Citizens who had previously questioned the State Security Bureau began re-examining the truth of the incident, while the Ling Group's conspiracy gradually came to light. Ling Kong sat in his utterly chaotic office, staring at Xiao Chen's public statement on his phone, his expression darkening to a terrifying degree. He knew his plan had utterly failed. Despair filled his eyes as 2 clear tears rolled down his cheeks. Fei Fei. Daddy can't save you anymore. Chapter 50, Sacrifice to the Goddess Athena. As the Ling Group's conspiracy was fully exposed, Ling Feifei's crimes were also made public. She was tried according to law and ultimately sentenced to 3 years in prison. The Ling Group's influence suffered a severe blow, and Ling Kong was forced to resign from all his positions within the conglomerate. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan stood side by side on the rooftop of the tallest building at National Security University, gazing into the distant sky. Xiao Chen, what are your plans now? I suppose I should pay my ex-girlfriend a visit in prison. Xiao Chen had no intention of letting Ling Feifei off so easily. He planned to sacrifice the Athena deity awakened within her to obtain new skill talents. Lu Ruyan remained silent. She understood Xiao Chen's capabilities and knew he never made unnecessary visits. His trip to see Ling Feifei must involve something he absolutely had to do. The night was as dark as ink, the moonlight obscured by thick clouds. The entire prison was shrouded in silence. Xiao Chen hovered silently above the prison, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with icy intensity. In the next instant, his figure vanished. The very next moment, his figure materialized within the prison itself. With a gentle wave of his hand, an invisible barrier silently unfolded, enveloping the entire cell where Ling Feifei was being held. On the surveillance room screens, Ling Feifei's cell remained calm and uneventful, showing no signs of disturbance. Xiao Chen pushed open the door. Ling Feifei sat in her chair, gazing up at the night sky beyond the small window. Her pupils dilated sharply as she turned to see Xiao Chen entering. This cell has an array that nullifies awaken one's energy. How did you get in? Xiao Chen walked up to her, his gaze calm yet icy. Ling Feifei, I'm here to end this. Ling Feifei studied him, her gaze settling on his wrist. Could it be that artifact that brought you here? Ha! What a marvelous thing indeed. Why do you always have such incredible luck? Xiao Chen, I have a question for you. Ling Feifei narrowed her eyes, staring at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's gaze remained serene and detached. What question? Why aren't you dead? Ling Feifei suddenly lunged forward, her jaws snapping toward Xiao Chen's throat. Her eyes were wild and terrifying. Xiao Chen raised his hand, and Ling Feifei froze in place as if struck by a petrification spell. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't move an inch. Her pupils were filled with utter disbelief, her lips trembling. Who are you, you liar? You've awakened. You deceived us all. Right? Xiao Chen curved his lips, his gaze deep and unfathomable, like a 1,000-foot deep pool. You guessed right. I came here for one thing, to claim your Athena divine power. Xiao Chen slowly raised his hand, a shadowy glow emerging from his palm. The light was as profound as an abyss, seemingly capable of devouring everything. Ling Feifei watched the unfolding scene, her face drained of color, terror filling her eyes. What do you think you're doing? Xiao Chen offered no reply, instead pressing his palm against Ling Feifei's forehead. The shadowy light instantly enveloped her entire body. Ling Feifei's body convulsed violently as Athena's divine power was forcibly extracted, transforming into a golden radiance that slowly flowed into Xiao Chen's body. No, don't. Ling Feifei's voice was filled with despair and terror, yet she couldn't struggle at all. Minutes later, the sacrifice was complete. Ling Feifei slumped in her chair, her face as pale as paper, her eyes devoid of their former sparkle. Her Athena divine power had been stripped away by Che Duo. From this day forward, she would be nothing more than an ordinary mortal. Yet everything that had transpired here tonight, she could never speak of it again. Xiao Chen slowly closed his eyes as the light screen in his mind illuminated once more. Athena goddess sacrifice successful. You have acquired the passive skill, True God Awakening. This skill grants immunity to lethal effects when receiving fatal damage and restores a portion of your health. It significantly enhances your survivability and allows you to endure longer in battle. Note, should you encounter another Athena awakened in the future, sacrificing them may grant you additional skills or talents. Xiao Chen quietly sensed the surging new power within him. The text on the light screen in his mind gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. His body felt enveloped by a warm energy, every cell rejoicing as if awakened to a new consciousness. True God Awakening. Xiao Chen murmured softly, his heart trembling with awe. He raised his hand, and a faint golden glow appeared in his palm, the lingering resonance of Athena's divine power. He could sense that this power not only granted him immunity to fatal damage but also sharpened his senses and clarified his thoughts. Is this the power of Athena? Xiao Chen's voice carried a hint of reverence. He truly hadn't expected that Athena's divine power, which had seemed utterly useless in Ling Feifei's hands, would prove so astonishing in his own. He turned to look at Ling Feifei, slumped in her chair, and shook his head with a faint smile. It's such a waste that you awakened Athena's divine power. Ling Feifei stared at the faint golden glow emanating from Xiao Chen's body. Her lips trembled as she tried to speak, but no sound came out. Her mind went completely blank. All her pride and arrogance had utterly collapsed in that moment. Why did this happen? Ling Feifei's voice was faint and hoarse, a whisper squeezed from the depths of her throat. Images from the past replayed endlessly in her mind. Once, she had been high and mighty, the heiress of the Ling conglomerate. She had spent her high school years happily with Xiao Chun, who had treated her so well back then. Later, she had awakened as the Athena divine being, becoming the future hope of the Dragon Nation. But now? She had nothing left. Even her divine power had been stripped away. Xiao Chen, you deceived everyone. Ling Feifei's voice carried bitterness and resentment, yet her body remained frozen, forced to watch helplessly as Xiao Chen walked away. Xiao Chen turned toward the cell door, his steps light yet resolute. His silhouette appeared particularly stern under the dim light, like a merciless statue. Xiao Chen. Ling Feifei's faint voice carried a note of pleading. Xiao Chen's footsteps faltered slightly, but he did not turn back. Ling Feifei, you brought this upon yourself. From now on, live as an ordinary person, experience the life of the ants you once looked down upon. With that, he pushed open the door and vanished into the doorway. Xiao Chen teleported out of the prison and stood atop the tallest building on campus. Feeling the night breeze caress him, his emotions were complex. Ling Feifei, once the one who had brought him light. That they had ended up here was truly a twist of fate. Chapter 51, and Su betrays Xiao Chen. Upon hearing that Ling Feifei had been arrested and sentenced to 3 years in prison, Ensign felt waves of emotion surge through him. He recalled the dungeon run with Xiao Chun, where defeat had cost him the serpentine emblem representing the power of Yamada no Orochi, an indelible shame etched into his soul. Now, the seed of vengeance began to grow wildly within him. And Sun knew Xiao Chen's strength was no longer what it once was, and he himself was utterly powerless, no match for his opponent. So, his gaze turned to the White Tiger Guild among the 4 great guilds. The White Tiger Guild was a formidable force in the Dragon Nation's awakened world. Its members possessed extraordinary power, acted with lightning speed, and harbored ambitious goals. And Su located the White Tiger Guild's headquarters, a towering skyscraper constructed entirely of gleaming, special materials that reflected a cold, silver light under the sun. Before the building's entrance stood a majestic statue of a white tiger, head held high and paw planted firmly. The carving was lifelike, its eyes seemingly set with 2 rubies, radiating an aura of authority as it gazed down upon the world with disdain. And Su entered the building. The receptionist at the front desk was a tall woman. Her white uniform accentuated her graceful figure. Her gaze was sharp and cold, like a dagger, as she scrutinized Su from head to toe. Who are you here to see? I need to see your guild's leadership. I have crucial intelligence regarding Xiao Chun. Su's voice trembled slightly. He took a deep breath, trying to sound calm and composed, refusing to show any trace of fear. He straightened his back slightly, attempting to project more confidence. The receptionist flashed a hint of suspicion but picked up the phone on the desk, dialed a number swiftly, and gave a brief report. Soon, a man in a black suit emerged. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, his hair combed immaculately, each strand seemingly meticulously styled. He exuded sharp competence, every gesture radiating professionalism and confidence. Follow me. After uttering these 4 concise words, the man turned and led Su toward the elevator. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Su felt an oppressive weight descend upon him, like an invisible hand pressing down on his chest. The elevator interior was lavishly decorated, its surrounding mirrors reflecting a brightness that was almost blinding. Su caught his reflection in the mirror, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The elevator ascended to the top floor. The man pushed open a heavy door, revealing a room where several imposing figures sat. They were gathered around an enormous conference table, covered with documents and computers. Their gazes, sharp as hawks, fell on Su in unison, piercing him as if they could see right through him. He couldn't help but shiver, a strange chill rising in his heart. Speak. What do you know about Xiao Chen? The leader, an elderly man, spoke in a hoarse, deep voice, his words carrying the weight of years and an undeniable authority. Su steadied himself before recounting every detail about Xiao Chen's useless status and his current possession of a magical artifact. He embellished the story, vividly describing Xiao Chen's various misdeeds in dramatic detail, attempting to stir up the White Tiger Guild's hostility toward him. He gestured wildly, his face contorted with exaggerated expressions, laying bare his jealousy and resentment toward Xiao Chen without reservation. This Xiao Chun. I remember him well. Back at the Awakening Monument in the Capital Academy, he nearly had us mistaken him for the strongest awakened talent. A middle-aged man sneered coldly. When Xiao Chen's awakening had caused celestial anomalies, he had personally gone to the Capital Academy to recruit him, only to be deeply disappointed. He had even urged Dean Zhou to expel Xiao Chen on the spot. But who'd have thought this awakening less good for nothing would dare act so arrogantly? His eyes flickered with greed as he recalled the rumors Ling Kong had spread. Still, that artifact is quite something. It might just elevate our guild's strength to new heights. We could even tackle the Crystal Passage dungeon then. I have an idea I'd like to share with everyone. Su grinned maliciously as he voiced his plan. My classmates repeatedly targeted Ms. Sophie, who's always been very attentive to Xiao Chun. She used to be his homeroom teacher, and there must be some secret between them that can't be spoken of. But later, something happened. My classmates suffered severe injuries and stopped targeting her altogether. I think you could capture Ms. Sophie and use her to blackmail Xiao Chun. He'd be caught between a rock and a hard place and would surely comply. And Su's face lit up with a smug grin as he spoke, already envisioning Xiao Chen's humiliating defeat at his hands. The others exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. The White Tiger Guild operated with remarkable efficiency, swiftly launching an investigation into Sophie's whereabouts. They quickly pinpointed Sophie's location. Meanwhile, Sophie remained completely unaware of the unfolding events. She was organizing books in the school library as usual. The library was utterly quiet, filled with the faint scent of books. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting golden beams across the rows of bookshelves, where countless tiny specks of dust danced. Sophie wore a light blue dress, her silky long hair draped over her shoulders, swaying gently with her movements. Her eyes were fixed intently on the book in her hands, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She was completely absorbed in the ocean of knowledge, utterly unaware of the danger approaching. Suddenly, the library doors were violently pushed open, shattering the tranquility with a loud crash. A group of figures in white uniforms, each bearing a white tiger emblem embroidered on their chests, stormed in. Their faces were concealed by grotesque masks, revealing only pairs of cold, vicious eyes. Armed and radiating a murderous aura, they resembled demons crawling out of hell. "Who are you?" Sophie asked in terror, the book in her hand falling to the floor with a dull thud. Her voice trembled as she stumbled backward, her back hitting the bookshelf. Her instincts told her these men were after her. The leader sneered coldly. "Sophie, come with us. Someone wants to see you." Sophie spun around to flee, only to be blocked by an energy barrier. The barrier shimmered with a faint blue glow, trapping her firmly in place. Chapter 52, Rescuing Sophie. Tears welled in Sophie's eyes, her gaze filled with despair and terror. She had no idea why these White Tiger Guild members wanted her, nor what dreadful fate awaited her. Throughout her abduction, Sophie's thoughts kept returning to Xiao Chen. She knew only Xiao Chen could save her, yet she feared he might face danger because of her. His image kept flashing through her mind. His warm smile and steadfast gaze offered her a sliver of comfort, but they were overshadowed by worry and self-reproach. She kept becoming a burden to Xiao Chen time and again. At that very moment, Xiao Chen was cultivating in the quiet room of his dormitory when he suddenly felt a pang in his heart. A strong sense of unease surged through him. He immediately stopped washing his face, his brows furrowed, a grave expression on his face. A red dot suddenly appeared on the light screen in his mind, with Sophie's name displayed above it. Xiao Chen instantly realized Sophie was in danger. He had once cast a tracking spell on her for her safety, and now this telepathic warning instantly told him Sophie was in grave danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen activated his teleportation skill, rushing toward the direction indicated by the tracking spell. His figure darted between the city's skyscrapers like a ghostly apparition, leaving only blurred afterimages in his wake. Soon, Xiao Chen arrived at an abandoned, unfinished building. This unfinished structure had lain abandoned for years, its surroundings overgrown with weeds taller than a person, swaying in the wind. Moss and cracks covered the walls, some sections already crumbling to reveal rusted steel beams within. In the dim light, the structure took on an eerie, ghostly aura, resembling a haunted house. Xiao Chen cautiously entered the structure, his senses fully alert. Every cell in his body was on high alert, attuned to the slightest movement around him. A damp, musty odor hung heavy in the air, making him wrinkle his nose. His footsteps were light, almost silent, like a lurking cheetah. Suddenly, he heard Sophie's voice. "Let me go. What do you want from me?" The voice trembled with tears, brimming with terror and helplessness. It pierced Xiao Chen's ears, making his heart clench sharply. Xiao Chen's heart tightened, and he quickened his pace. When he reached an empty floor, he saw Sophie surrounded by a group of people. Tears streaked her face, her eyes brimming with terror and despair. Her hair was disheveled, her pale blue dress covered in dust and handprints, leaving her looking utterly bedraggled. "Let her go!" Xiao Chen roared like a thunderclap, his voice echoing through the empty floor with boundless fury and authority, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Heads turned toward Xiao Chen. The leader appraised Xiao Chen with a cold sneer. "Xiao Chen, you've come. Rest assured, as long as you hand over that magical artifact on your wrist, we'll let her go." A smug smile spread across his face, as if victory were already assured. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, scanning them with a cold sneer. "You think you can threaten me?" His eyes brimmed with contempt, and a powerful aura radiated from him, causing those around him to instinctively take a few steps back. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a graceful figure suddenly drifted down from the sky. It was Lu Ruyan. She still wore the white uniform of National Security University, its hem swaying in the breeze like a blossoming flower. Her long hair danced in the breeze as she descended like a cold, alpine flower, landing beside Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, I'm here to help you." Lu Ruyan glanced at Xiao Chen, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Xiao Chen glanced at her, feeling a warmth in his heart. But when his gaze shifted to Sophie standing behind the others, his heart tightened once more. "Let's finish this quickly." "All right. Together." The two exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with understanding. Lu Ruyan struck first. Her hands swiftly formed seals, and streaks of pale blue light shot forth like sharp blades, piercing toward the White Tiger Guild members with the roar of a tiger. Wherever these pale blue beams struck, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a piercing, shrill howl. The White Tiger Guild members unleashed their own abilities in response. Some summoned roaring flames that leapt through the air with crackling sounds, forming a wall of fire to block Lu Ruyan's advance. Others condensed sharp icicles, their icy glints flashing as they shot toward Lu Ruyan at breakneck speed. The clashing attacks collided midair, erupting in blinding flashes and thunderous explosions. The entire floor was engulfed in light and smoke, the acrid stench spreading thickly through the air. At that moment, Xiaochen summoned the image of the great sage equal to heaven, Sunmyukong, within his mind. In an instant, chaotic energy surged around him. Countless stars seemed to flicker within the void. As the mist swirled, a phantom figure gradually materialized behind him, crowned with a phoenix-winged purple gold crown and clad in chainmail golden armor. Xiaochen roared, his voice shaking the wilderness, causing the entire unfinished building to tremble. He swung his weapon horizontally, its shaft blazing with golden light, radiating an apocalyptic aura. Xiaochen's form flickered, transforming into a golden streak of light as he charged toward the White Tiger Guild members. His speed was beyond comprehension. Before the others could react, his weapon whistled through the air. One White Tiger Guild member, caught off guard, was struck squarely by the blow. His body flew backward like a... Seeing this, the remaining members closed in for a coordinated assault. Some swung their hands, summoning countless razor-sharp wind blades that sliced toward Xiaochen. Wherever the blades passed, bricks and stones flew in all directions. Xiaochen remained unflustered, activating his formless skill, fearless formlessness, heaven and earth as they are. His form instantly dissolved into a phantom, the wind blades passing harmlessly through him. Instantly teleporting behind an attacker, he delivered a devastating kick that sent the enemy flying. Xiaochen swung his weapon, each strike carrying overwhelming force, driving the White Tiger Guild members back relentlessly. Those who had dared to resist now seemed as fragile as ants before this Buddha of victory, who seemed to have stepped straight out of myth. The White Tiger Guild's leader had joined the fray, but now his face was deathly pale as he retreated behind his men. In his understanding, the deities widely celebrated abroad were already the mightiest beings in the world. Yet the power displayed by this deity clad in chain-mail golden armor and crowned with a purple gold phoenix-winged diadem completely shattered his imagination. What kind of monster is this?" he asked, his voice trembling. Xiaochen halted his attack, enveloped in chaotic energy, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon him. "You fools! To think you could seize my treasure with such pitiful strength, utterly laughable." Chapter 53, Subduing the White Tiger Guild. Lu Ruyan assisted from the sidelines, her pale blue glow intertwining with Xiaochen's golden radiance. She attacked while observing the battlefield, occasionally exchanging glances with Xiaochen, their coordination seamless. Sophie was pulled into a corner, her eyes wide as she witnessed everything unfolding before her. When she saw Xiaochen summon this deity once more, shock filled her heart. This was the second time she witnessed Xiaochen's peerless valor. Though he had never explained what deity he summoned, she sensed instinctively that this must be a native deity of the Dragon Nation. At this moment, Xiaochen was fighting to save her, and the flutter in her heart grew ever stronger. Yet the age gap still loomed like a chasm within her, leaving her both elated and conflicted. Her gaze drifted back to Lu Ruyan, watching her effortlessly attack the White Tiger Guild members with such seamless coordination alongside Xiaochen. An inexplicable pang of sadness welled up within her. The White Tiger Guild members gradually realized they faced an opponent they could not defeat. Fear spread through their hearts, and some began to retreat stealthily, attempting to flee this terrifying battlefield. Xiaochen sensed their intent. He smiled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Trying to run? Not so fast. He tossed his weapon into the air. Instantly, it grew immense and elongated, transforming into a colossal pillar that pierced the heavens and rooted itself to the earth, blocking every retreat. How is this possible? The White Tiger Guild's leader screamed in despair. He couldn't comprehend how Xiaochen, a man they had dismissed as a useless, could possess such overwhelming power and awaken such a terrifying deity. Xiaochen slowly approached the leader, raising his right hand as a ball of light coalesced in his palm. "Now, you shall pay for your actions." His voice sounded like a judgment from hell. The leader collapsed to his knees with a thud. "We were wrong. We were truly wrong. We'll never dare again." His face was etched with terror and remorse, tears and sweat mingling as they streamed down his cheeks. Xiaochen's gaze burned like fire as he looked down with contempt upon the cunning White Tiger Guild leader kneeling before him. A faint golden glow shimmered around him, this power resembling the mysterious substance from the dawn of the universe, surging ceaselessly. Xiaochen raised a fingertip, and strands of incantation escaped from it like agile yet deadly fire serpents. They slithered toward every White Tiger Guild member present, vanishing into their foreheads in an instant. "This is the curse of heaven's wrath." Xiaochen's voice was low and icy, like frost. "You would do well to seal today's events within your memories. Should anyone dare utter a single word of what transpired here, or harbor any ill intent toward Sophie again, the heavenly fire shall scorch your souls. It will consume you inch by inch, leaving you neither able to live nor die, until you are reduced to dust." The instant the curse entered their bodies, they felt as if their foreheads were being scorched by raging flames. Their souls seemed enveloped by an invisible heavenly fire. Even if the burning pain hadn't yet begun, the latent threat filled them with overwhelming terror. Their faces turned as pale as paper, bodies shaking uncontrollably, teeth chattering so hard they made a rattling sound. Desperate to survive, they frantically nodded, slamming their foreheads hard onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The White Tiger Guild leader wore a face of profound sorrow, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. His voice carried a hint of weeping. Mr. Shao. Mr. Shao, we shall strictly obey your commands. From this day forward, the White Tiger Guild pledges absolute allegiance to you, with no second thoughts. Should we ever betray this oath, we willingly accept 10,000 times the torment of heavenly retribution. Shao Chen hadn't expected the White Tiger Guild to pledge allegiance to him after tonight's battle. He furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sharp as blades sweeping over the crowd before giving a faint nod. Very well. I shall trust you for now. But you have long bullied the weak and committed countless evils. If you do not mend your ways, do not blame me for being ruthless. I will come for you in due time. Should I learn you continue your wicked ways, the White Tiger Guild will cease to exist. The guild leader hastily prostrated himself in gratitude before hastily departing with his still shaken subordinates. Their retreat was a pitiful sight, staggering steps, some legs too weak to bear weight, forcing them to support each other. Even so, they moved as if driven by the wind, terrified Shao Chen might spare their lives. Only then did Shao Chen stride over to Sophie. His gaze softened instantly as he reached out to gently untie the ropes, his movements as delicate as if handling a priceless treasure. Teacher Sophie, are you alright? Are you hurt? Sophie looked up at Shao Chen, tears glistening in her eyes. After surviving this harrowing ordeal, fear and gratitude tangled within her heart. Her gaze toward Shao Chen grew intensely warm. Yet the thought that they were once teacher and student, separated by 5 years of age, dimmed that flicker of joy with an inexplicable worry. She shook her head softly, her voice trembling slightly. I'm fine. Thank you, Shao Chen. Her voice was soft, as if afraid to shatter the stillness of the moment, or perhaps suppressing the emotions churning deep within her. At that moment, Lu Ruyan stood quietly nearby, observing the interaction between Shao Chen and Sophie. She knew full well that Sophie was the beautiful older sister Lin Shui had mentioned, the one Shao Chen had been pursuing. A wave of sourness welled up in her heart, like biting into a green plum, its tangy taste spreading through her mouth and heart. But she took a deep breath, silently reminding herself that she and Shao Chen were classmates and the most compatible partners. Spending every day together, she believed she would eventually win his heart. Shao Chen, your performance in today's battle was even more impressive than before. It seems you still need more practice. Lu Ruyan stepped forward, a faint smile on her face. She felt rather foolish standing there. Shao Chen turned to look at Lu Ruyan, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Ruyan, I owe you big time for stepping in to help today. Sophie's pupils contracted slightly. She hadn't expected Shao Chen to call her Ruyan. It seemed they were classmates and quite close ones at that. We should head back now, Shao Chen said, his voice tinged with weariness. Lu Ruyan and Sophie nodded in unison. On the way back, each of the three was lost in their own thoughts, the silence heavy between them. Shao Chen's mind was preoccupied with today's provocation from the White Tiger Guild, as well as the eagle and the little sun's predatory gaze toward the Dragon Nation. His heart was filled with worry. He had now found the Kunlun mirror fragments at the foot of Kunlun Mountain and within Sangsingdui. In a few days, when the moon was full, he would have to make another trip to Mount Tai to search for the Kunlun mirror fragments scattered there. As these thoughts occupied his mind, his brow furrowed involuntarily. His gaze grew pensive and his footsteps unconsciously grew heavier. Chapter 54, Seeking Aid from the Azure Dragon Guild. Sophie stole a glance at Shao Chen, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. This crisis had made her realize her feelings for Shao Chen, yet she feared this affection might remain unfulfilled due to their age gap, leaving her heart torn. Lu Ruyan silently followed behind the pair. She silently resolved to continue strengthening herself, determined to become a companion worthy of walking shoulder to shoulder with Shao Chen. Whether facing enemies or Sophie, this pretty big sister, she would emerge victorious. Shao Chen glanced at the time. It was already late at night. He reached out and took Sophie's left hand. I'll teleport us back. It's very late now. Before Sophie could respond, he vanished with a loud boom. Even Lu Ruyan froze in shock. After a moment, she let out a helpless smile, hands behind her back as she kicked at the pebbles on the ground. She was waiting for Shao Chen to return for her. When Sophie finally focused her eyes, they had already materialized in her living room. Sophie gasped. What kind of skill is that? Shao Chen smiled, releasing Sophie's hand. Teleportation. It's too late. I thought I'd bring you back to rest first. Sophie's face flushed and she lowered her head. All right. I understand. You should go back now. All right, Miss Sophie. Just keep living at your own pace. Rest assured, those people won't bother you again. Sophie nodded softly, her face still flushed. I'm not afraid. You're very powerful. Shao Chen smiled again, raised his hand to gently stroke Sophie's hair, then vanished once more with a flash of teleportation. When he teleported back to the road they'd just been on, he saw Sophie kicking pebbles and couldn't help but smile. I thought you'd go back on your own. Lu Ruyan tilted her head to look at him under the dim streetlight, her eyes crinkling with a smile. I was afraid you'd come all this way for nothing. I waited for you. Xiao Chen laughed heartily, walked over, took her wrist, and teleported them back to Going University. This time, Xiao Chen materialized directly at the entrance of Lu Ruyan's dormitory. Thank you for helping me tonight. Sophie shook her head. It was the least I could do. We're partners, after all. Xiao Chen smiled knowingly. Then I won't keep thanking you. Meet me at the training grounds early tomorrow. I want to run some dungeons with you to help you gain combat experience. What do you think? Xiao Chen considered it for a moment before nodding eagerly. Alright, see you tomorrow. And Su emerged from the White Tiger Guild, covered in dust and grime, his anger burning fiercely within. He had intended to inquire about the White Tiger Guild's performance last night, but instead, the moment he arrived, he was cursed out and thrown out. It's just a measly White Tiger Guild. How dare they treat me like this? I refuse to believe that without you, I can't find another guild. And Su muttered curses under his breath as he headed toward the Azure Dragon Guild. The Azure Dragon Guild headquarters towered magnificently, its exterior adorned with ornate decorations. Guards stood at the entrance, each posture rigid and upright, eyes sharp and watchful. Ansu strode purposefully toward the entrance, attempting to walk right in. Halt! Who are you? The guard at the entrance stopped Ansu. Ansu smoothed his hair, lifted his chin, and adopted a haughty demeanor. I am Ansu, the awakener who previously awakened the Yamata no Orochi before the Divine Monument. I have matters I wish to discuss with your venue. Please relay this for me. The guard scrutinized him from head to toe before turning to speak into his walkie-talkie. Moments later, he returned, his expression cold and indifferent. Sorry, our chairman said he won't see you. Please leave. Ansu grew visibly agitated at the refusal. This is truly urgent, it concerns the White Tiger Guild. Please relay this again, I possess secrets about the White Tiger Guild. The guard frowned, clearly growing impatient, but he pressed the intercom button and relayed the message once more. After a moment, he returned with a slightly softer expression. Follow me. Our leader is willing to see you. Ansu's heart leapt with joy. He hurriedly followed the guard into the Blue Dragon Guild's building. To his surprise, the Dragon Guild's leader was in the lobby at that very moment. His gaze was deep and commanding, exuding authority without a hint of anger. He looked down at Ansu and asked, You've come to see me. Tell me what secrets you know about the White Tiger Guild. Ansu's heart pounded, but he took a deep breath, forcing down his fear. President, I heard the White Tiger Guild clashed with that good-for-nothing named Xiao Chen. Later, Xiao Chen used some unknown means to make the White Tiger Guild suffer heavy losses. The guild leader narrowed his eyes, seeming somewhat intrigued. Why are you so concerned about this matter? What is your relationship with Xiao Chen? Ansu hesitated. He'd been about to say they were strangers, but then he thought if he was honest, perhaps the Azure Dragon Guild could help him reclaim his serpentine badge, the symbol of Yamata no Orochi's power. Xiao Chen and I have some history. During a dungeon run bet, he won my serpent emblem. I want to learn more about him, find a way to counter him, and reclaim my emblem. The guild leader laughed, his smile dripping with scorn. Listen to yourself. You lost to him fair and square. You're clearly outmatched, yet you still want to take him on? You just said the White Tiger Guild suffered heavy losses against him. Do you really think you can pull this off? Ansu was rendered speechless by the guild leader's retort, yet he still felt a lingering sense of resentment. Yes, guild master, I know my current strength isn't enough, but I can still work harder. I believe that with your support, I might be able to turn the tide? The guild leader pondered for a moment before nodding. All right. I can provide you with resources and intelligence, but you must do one thing for me. Ansu nodded eagerly. Just tell me what you need, President. Whatever I can do, I'll see it through. A meaningful smile spread across the chairman's face. I've heard that the State Security Bureau possesses a fragment of the Kunlun mirror, and they're still searching for others. If you can uncover the location of their next target fragment, I'll help you reclaim your serpent insignia. Ansu's pupils flinched slightly. Find out where the State Security Bureau is searching for the next Kunlun mirror fragment? That was practically like poking the dragon's lair. But the thought of the chairman's promise to help him reclaim the badge and the additional benefits that would follow made him grit his teeth and reluctantly agree. All right. I'll do everything in my power. His voice trembled with guilt, yet carried a hint of desperate resolve. After leaving the Qinglong Guild, Ansu locked himself in the basement. The basement was a chaotic mess, the floor littered with instant noodle boxes and crumpled scraps of paper. Chapter 55, Graveyard. Ansu's bloodshot eyes were fixed intently on the computer screen displaying the State Security Bureau operation files he'd spent days and nights gathering. The stifling air in the basement reeked of sweat and the sour rot of food scraps, a smell that made one want to vomit. Yet he remained oblivious, his mind and eyes consumed solely by the obsession to reclaim the badge. After painstaking analysis, Ansu finally pieced together a possibility from the operational data. The NSA was frequently active near Mount Tai. This meant fragments of the Kunlun mirror should be nearby. Overjoyed, Ansu couldn't wait to relay this news to the leader of the Azure Dragon Guild. After a moment of silence, the leader simply said, "Got it," and hung up. and Zeus suddenly felt a wave of panic wash over him. Understood? That's it? What exactly is the purpose of this Kunlun mirror fragment? How did the Azure Dragon Guild plan to deal with Xiao Chen? Ansu grew impatient and dialed the guild leader's number again. President. President. I can go to Mount Tai to help. We'll contact you when we need you. The president hung up again. Ansu slumped back in his chair, utterly defeated. Yeah, he was just an ordinary person. Going there would only cause trouble. The thought that his current predicament was all thanks to Xiao Chen made him grind his teeth in fury. National Security University. Xiao Chen, dressed in lightweight training gear, made his way toward the trial grounds. He thought he'd arrived early, but as soon as he stepped into the arena, that familiar white figure caught his eye. Lu Ruyan, clad in a form-fitting training uniform, was warming up. Good morning, Ruyan. You're here so early, have you had breakfast? Xiao Chen raised his hand in greeting, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Hearing his voice, Lu Ruyan turned around. Her previously cool expression instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, like a flower in full bloom. Xiao Chen. Good morning. I've already eaten. I was just waiting for you so we could run dungeons together and level up. Her eyes were bright and resolute, bolstering Xiao Chen's determination to grow stronger. The two formed a party and stepped into the nightmare tier burial grounds. The moment they entered, a thick, pungent stench of blood assaulted their senses, nearly making them gag. Jagged rocks jutted from the ground, while mossy walls of varying heights were covered in dark green lichen. Before they could locate the burial grounds, a swarm of poisonous spiders, glowing green, crawled toward them from all directions. These spiders were enormous, each as large as a round table. Every claw dripped with dark green venom that sizzled upon contact with the ground, rapidly corroding the earth into small pits wherever they passed. Xiao Chen's expression turned grim as he swung his weapon without hesitation, charging headlong into the swarm of venomous spiders. His movements were swift and fluid, the weapon whirring through the air with each swing. Each strike carried immense force, crushing the venomous spiders flat. Lu Ruyan stood firmly in the rear. The sword in her hand, which had been glowing with a faint blue light, vanished abruptly. Her hands swiftly formed seals as she chanted incantations. With her movements, pale blue light gathered in her palms, gradually coalescing into sharp ice blades. These gleaming blades traced elegant arcs through the air, striking the poisonous spiders with pinpoint accuracy and instantly freezing them solid. Yet the spiders multiplied endlessly, crawling toward them from all directions in an unstoppable tide. Xiao Chen's stamina was waning from the prolonged battle. His breathing grew ragged and heavy, each swing of his weapon demanding greater effort. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan grew frantic. She shouted at Xiao Chen, I'll draw them off. You go find the burial ground and take down that bloodbird. With that, she channeled all her magic, unleashing a powerful ice shield. The shield formed a massive blue dome, enveloping her within. Without hesitation, she charged into the swarm of poisonous spiders. Instantly, countless ice spikes crystallized around the shield, piercing any spider that came near, causing them to emit shrill screeches. Seizing this moment, Xiao Chen took a deep breath, closed his eyes tightly, and channeled the chaotic energy within his body. In an instant, a golden halo radiated from her body, and her weapon blazed with an intense light, as if infused with boundless power. He snapped his eyes open, his pupils now amber gold. With a mighty shout, he swung his weapon with all his might. A golden wave of energy radiated outward from him, shattering the spiders into fragments wherever it touched. Panting heavily, Lu Ruyan gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up. After a brief rest, the two continued onward until they reached a cemetery. Black railings enclosed the grounds, and strange runes were carved into some of the tombstones. These runes looked peculiar, radiating an ancient aura. Lu Ruyan gently touched one with her finger. The rune instantly glowed brightly, emitting a brilliant light. From within the radiance, a massive bloodbird soared forth, emitting a shrill cry toward them. The bloodbird spread its wings, obscuring the sky. Its feathers were a fiery crimson, each one resembling a razor-sharp blade. With each flap of its wings came a rustling sound. Its powerful talons gleamed with sharp claws that seemed capable of tearing through anything with a single swipe. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan exchanged a glance, swiftly readying themselves for battle. Xiao Chen held his weapon horizontally before him. Golden light swirling around his body as chaotic energy surged within. Lu Ruyan materialized her ghostly blue sword, its blade radiating threads of icy coldness. A shimmering azure light condensed around her, carrying a chill. The bloodbird launched its attack first. Like a crimson lightning bolt, it charged straight at Xiao Chen, its sharp claws aimed directly for his throat. Xiao Chen shifted his body slightly to the side, simultaneously swinging his weapon to smash heavily against the bloodbird's claw. Clang! The clang of metal echoed across the graveyard. The immense force of the impact sent Xiao Chen staggering back several steps, while the bloodbird was also knocked backward, flapping its wings as it flew away. Seizing the moment, Lu Ruyan raised her sword and swung it at the bloodbird. Countless ice blades shot toward it like a torrential downpour. The bloodbird darted nimbly through the air, using its wings to deflect the icy blades. The blades struck its wings with a sharp clatter, sending shards of ice flying. The bloodbird was utterly enraged. It let out a piercing cry to the heavens, spewing blazing flames from its maw. The fire surged like a tidal wave, engulfing Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan. Xiao Chen roared, thrusting his weapon into the ground. An invisible shield instantly enveloped both of them. Chapter 56, Greed Knows No Boundaries. The Bloodbird unleashed another fiery blast, yet it failed to pierce the shield. Lu Ruyan swung her long sword at the Bloodbird once more. The icy blade collided with the flames, the intense heat and cold blade producing a massive cloud of vapor that instantly shrouded the graveyard in mist. Within the mist, the Bloodbird's form flickered in and out of view. Suddenly, it dove from the mist at breakneck speed, leaving no time to react. Xiao Chen swiftly pulled Lu Ruyan behind him, using his weapon to block the Bloodbird's attack. The Bloodbird seized his weapon, locking Xiao Chen in a stalemate. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan raised her sword once more. A massive ice orb coalesced at its tip. Gritting her teeth, she hurled it at the Bloodbird. The orb struck the Bloodbird, freezing half of its wing. The Bloodbird screeched, releasing its claws and attempting to fly away on its remaining wing. Xiao Chen wouldn't let this chance slip. He activated his teleportation skill, appearing directly above the Bloodbird. Swinging his weapon, he brought it crashing down onto its skull. The Bloodbird let out a mournful cry as its massive body crashed to the ground, disintegrating into a pile of smoldering ashes. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood and scorched flesh. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan stood panting, their eyes gleaming. Lu Ruyan flashed Xiao Chen a triumphant smile. "Xiao Chen, we did it. This was a nightmare-level dungeon." Xiao Chen returned the smile and nodded. "Yeah. We worked together perfectly." His voice was slightly hoarse from the prolonged battle, yet it carried an unmistakable joy. Together, they stepped out of the dungeon, exited the trial grounds, and sat down on the sun-drenched grass. Lu Ruyan turned to look at Xiao Chen. "We cleared this one smoothly, but I hear the hell difficulty of burial ground is even more challenging. Want to give it a shot next time?" A spark of excitement flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he nodded without hesitation. "Sure. That's exactly what I had in mind. Only by constantly challenging higher difficulties can we grow stronger." And Su, unwilling to accept defeat, dialed the Dragon Guild leader's number again. The president's tone was thick with impatience. "Enough. What can you possibly do? Stop getting in our way, we're searching for the Kunlun mirror shards." Fearing the president would hang up again, and Su hurriedly added, "President, I may not have much ability, but I'm quick-witted. I'm also fairly familiar with the terrain around Mount Tai. I might just be able to help out." Another silence fell on the line. Just as Su thought the president was about to hang up, the president suddenly spoke. "Fine. If you insist on coming, you can join us. But remember, no independent actions. Follow orders at all times. If you dare to mess up our operation, I won't let you off lightly." And Su hastily agreed, his eyes flashing with a mix of excitement and madness. He wanted to see for himself what the Kunlun mirror shard truly was and whether it could help him take down Xiao Chen. With a mix of nervousness and excitement, Su arrived at the rendezvous point agreed upon with the Qinglong Guild. A pitch-black minivan sat quietly by the roadside, its windows tinted with dark film, exuding an air of mystery and coldness. The door suddenly swung open. A burly man with a face full of fleshy rolls waved at him. "Hurry up! What are you dawdling for?" And Xiu Huai scrambled into the vehicle, collapsing into the back seat. He tried desperately to steady himself, but his body trembled uncontrollably. The car sped along for hours before finally arriving at the foot of Mount Tai. The damp, chilly mountain breeze hit him the moment he stepped out, sending an involuntary shiver through Su. The group proceeded cautiously along the winding, rugged mountain path. The surroundings were quiet and deep, occasionally punctuated by the cries of unidentified animals, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Su stayed close behind the group, his eyes darting warily around the surroundings. Just as they neared the heart of Mount Tai, the leader at the front suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. "Caution! Movement ahead!" Everyone halted instantly, immediately assuming defensive stances. Su craned his neck forward, curious to see what was happening. At that very moment, a familiar figure darted out from the trees. Su stared intently and sucked in a sharp breath. "Xiao Chen!" Su blurted out instinctively, his voice tinged with terror and anger. The guild leader's expression darkened, and he shot Su a fierce glare. "Shut up!" He stepped forward, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Xiao Chen. "Kid, it's you again. What brings you to Mount Tai?" Xiao Chen stood clad in dark, plain clothes, his expression stern and cold, radiating a powerful aura. His eyes were dark and piercing as he surveyed the uninvited guests before him, a cold smile curling his lips. "What brings you here? Also searching for the Kunlun mirror shards? With just the lot of you?" Hatred surged within Su. Ignoring the guild leader's earlier warning, he charged forward, bellowing at Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, today is the day you die. Even if I'm no longer an awakened one, I'll make you pay." A flicker of contempt passed through Xiao Chen's eyes. He didn't even glance at Su, instead fixing his gaze firmly on the guild leader. "Take your men and leave. I don't want any trouble." The guild leader sneered coldly. "Oomph. You think we'll just leave? Let me tell you this, as long as we're here, you won't get your hands on the Kunlun mirror fragment. With that, he waved his hand, and members of the Azure Dragon Guild instantly surrounded Xiao Chen. A fierce battle seemed imminent. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a violent surge of energy erupted deep within Mount Tai. A blinding, dazzling light shot skyward, illuminating the night sky as bright as day. All eyes were drawn to this sudden disturbance, instinctively turning toward the source of the light. Within the energy fluctuations, Xiao Chen faintly sensed the presence of foreign awakened individuals. His expression instantly darkened. Everyone, leave this place immediately. There are foreign awakened ones there. Hearing this, the guild leader not only refused to retreat but flashed a hint of greed in his eyes. Want us to leave? Not so fast. The fragment might be within that light. If we don't seize it now, when will we? With that, he led the charge, racing toward the light with the rest of the Azure Dragon Guild members in tow. And Su, too, was swept up in the sudden excitement, disregarding his own safety as he stumbled along behind the others. Xiao Chen's brows furrowed deeply. He knew the situation was dire. With no other choice, he activated his teleportation ability, blocking the group's path to try and stop them. You have no idea what you're getting into. Those foreign awakened are far more ruthless than you can imagine. Going there means certain death. Yet, blinded by desire, the others ignored his warning entirely, pushing past Xiao Chen and charging forward. Chapter 57, herding into the enclosure. When the group reached the source of the light, they saw a section of stone wall shattered, revealing a mysterious, dazzling glow within. Before they could approach, a group of foreign awakened, clad in bizarre attire, leapt from all directions to the stone wall. Their faces twisted into grotesque, maniacal grins, and a powerful, malevolent energy radiated from them. Leading them was a tall, gaunt-faced man who sneered at the Azure Dragon Guild members in broken Dragon Nation language. TSK. A rabble like you dares to covet the sacred Kunlun mirror shards? How utterly delusional. The Dragon Clan Guild leader's face turned ashen. The Kunlun mirror has no master. Why should you be entitled to it, but not us? The man sneered coldly, spreading his arms wide with palms facing upward. Black flames ignited at his fingertips. You're far too weak. With that, he hurled the black flames from his palms toward the Azure Dragon Guild members. The black flames surged forward like a raging black fire dragon, bearing down on the group with overwhelming force. The members of the Azure Dragon Guild unleashed their awakened skills in unison to fend off the onslaught. For a moment, flashes of light danced everywhere, and the clashes of skills echoed ceaselessly. And Su cowered behind a massive boulder, trembling with fear. He had never witnessed such overwhelming power before, filled with regret. Yet now, with no escape route left, he could only silently pray that Xiao Chen would defeat them all. In that very moment, he recalled his own wish, and a bitter smile spread across his face. How bitterly he had resented Xiao Chen before, yet now he desperately wished for his intervention. Simultaneously, Xiao Chen shot forward like a black streak of light, teleporting onto a thick tree branch and landing with a thud. Arms crossed, he stood as mountain winds tousled his hair. Below, the battlefield was a chaotic mess. Members of the Azure Dragon Guild clashed fiercely with foreign awakened ones. Blinding flashes of powerful skills crisscrossed the sky, while battle cries and the clashes of abilities echoed relentlessly. Xiao Chen's expression remained serene, his eyes gleaming with a cold, sharp light like distant stars. He had already sensed the rapid response unit of the State Security Bureau approaching from the distance. He silently assessed the situation. With all factions gathered on this battlefield below, the situation remained unclear. It was not yet the optimal moment for him to intervene. With that thought, he concealed his aura and stood motionless atop a branch, blending seamlessly with the surrounding trees. The foreign awakened beings radiated an evil yet formidable power as they rampaged across the battlefield. Their skills were vicious and devious, striking directly at vital points. The leader bore a cold, grim expression, his eyes filled with icy detachment and menace. He barked orders in a language incomprehensible to the Dragon Nation people. The foreign awakens' attacks grew even more ferocious. Several Qinglong Guild members, lacking sufficient power, had their weaknesses exposed. Struck by the overwhelming malevolent energy, their bodies flew through the air like, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spilled from their mouths and ears, staining the surrounding earth crimson. Their eyes, once blazing with fighting spirit, instantly dimmed and lost all light. Their life force vanished in that very instant. Witnessing this, the remaining Blue Dragon Guild members' eyes turned bloodshot as they roared and launched their attacks. At that moment, the foreign awakened leader sensed danger, sniffing the air. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze darting warily toward the distance. The rapid approach of the State Security Bureau's rapid response force made him instantly realize the situation was turning against them. If they continued to engage, not only would they fail to obtain the fragment, but they might also be apprehended by the State Security Bureau. His expression darkened instantly. He muttered curses under his breath, his voice thick with resentment and fury. Retreat! He bellowed the order at the top of his lungs. The foreign awakened, like well-trained wolves, halted their attack the instant the order was given. They swiftly fell in behind their leader and fled deep into the forest at breakneck speed. Their sounds flashed through the dense forest like a fleeting shadow, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. All that remained was a battlefield strewn with chaos and the furious, helpless stares of the Qinglong guild members. Xiao Chen leapt from the branches, shadowing their retreat like a ghostly apparition weaving through the dense forest. Throughout the pursuit, he relied on his keen senses and teleportation to completely conceal his presence, blending into the mountain forest as if he were part of it. The fleeing foreign awakened never detected him. When these foreign awakened reached a secluded valley, Xiao Chen hovered mid-air, hands forming seals as he chanted incantations, a new skill taught to him by the light curtain, deploying a barrier. As he moved, the energy in the air began to violently fluctuate. In an instant, a transparent barrier rippled like water, its concentric waves spreading out from above the valley. Within the blink of an eye, the entire valley was tightly enveloped within it. The foreign awakened beings remained utterly oblivious to what unfolded beside them. Only when they reached the barrier's edge and found themselves unable to break through did they realize, with shock, that they were trapped. Damn it! Who is it? Who is it? Let us out! The leader's eyes widened in fury, nearly spitting fire, veins bulging on his temples. He charged madly toward the barrier's edge, gathering black flames in his hands and smashing them viciously against the barrier. The flames collided with the barrier, sizzling and spattering sparks. Yet no matter how hard he tried, the barrier remained solid as ever, unaffected in the slightest. Seeing this, the other awakened ones mimicked their leader, launching their own assaults on the barrier. Some summoned ice spikes, others channeled bolts of lightning, while some attempted to incinerate the barrier with flames. For a moment, the valley was filled with the constant flashes of skill lights and the unceasing roar of explosions. Yet these assaults left no trace upon the barrier. Only when everyone was panting heavily, sitting exhausted on the ground, did Xiao Chen slowly descend from midair to the ground and walk toward them. His gaze was as cold as frost, like an iceberg drifting on the ocean, devoid of any warmth. His gaze upon the foreign awakened ones was like that of a predator eyeing lambs awaiting slaughter. A powerful and mysterious aura radiated from him, as if he stood shoulder to shoulder with heaven and earth. You have committed countless atrocities, slaughtering our dragon nations awakened. Today marks your end. Xiao Chen's voice was low and calm, yet filled with an overwhelming force that echoed through the valley, sending a chill through the foreign awakened ones. The leader of the awakened ones, upon seeing Xiao Chen, twisted his face into a hideous grimace. He gritted his teeth, licked his lips with a sinister grin, and sneered. Who are you? Do you really think you can do anything to us? Chapter 58, Acquiring New Skills. The leader appeared tough on the surface, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed the fear gripping his heart. Xiao Chen offered no reply, merely raising his right hand and giving it a light flick. A flash of golden light erupted from his wrist, unleashing a tidal wave of overwhelming power that swept toward the foreign awakened. This energy contained boundless authority. Under its impact, the foreign awakened ones were tossed about like fallen leaves caught in a fierce wind, lifted into the air before crashing heavily back to the ground. They felt as though their internal organs had been jolted out of place, letting out agonized cries. Xiao Chen slowly approached the strongest man among the awakened, the leader of their group. Muttering incantations, he raised his palm, where a golden orb of light coalesced. The leader felt his body begin to float upward against his will. Terror washed over his face as his eyes widened. He struggled, only to discover his limbs utterly unresponsive, as if bound by invisible chains. You, what are you doing? Let me go. Let me go. The leader's voice trembled with despair, echoing through the empty valley. Xiao Chen paid him no mind, continuing to chant the words with complete focus. The golden light in his palms stretched out, forming elongated, sinister runes that began to swirl above his head. Moments later, a figure slowly materialized within the leader's body. Emitting a faint black glow, it was none other than the deity he had awakened. No! What are you doing? The leader wailed in despair. Xiao Chen's right hand moved with effortless ease, snatching the leader's deity as if plucking it from a pocket. As he murmured the incantation, the deity gradually faded into etherealness in his grasp, its light seeping into Xiao Chen's palm. Xiao Chen closed his eyes as a light screen illuminated his mind. Nidhogg sacrifice successful. You have acquired the Black Flame skill. This skill is known as Flame of the End. It manifests as a cold, intensely corrosive black flame. Its chaotic power can decompose most substances it touches into primordial void particles. Note, should you encounter another awakened Nidhogg in the future, you may sacrifice it to acquire additional skills or talents. Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes, dark flames flickering within his pupils. He was thoroughly satisfied with this newly acquired skill. The chaotic energy within his body seemed to resonate with this skill. The leader was thrown heavily to the ground. After coughing up several mouthfuls of blood, he fell silent. The other awakened ones watched in disappointment. Their leader, the strongest among them, had been defeated so easily. Now, it's your turn. Xiao Chen's gaze swept slowly across the group, his eyes cold. At that moment, the State Security Bureau's rapid response team split into two groups. One team headed to investigate the stone wall to retrieve the Kunlun mirror fragment, while the other followed the foreign awakened one's trail all the way to this valley. The team members sensed a divine power emanating from this location, but they were unable to breach the barrier Xiao Chen had erected. They could only remain on high alert outside. Reporting in a powerful barrier seems to be blocking our entry. We can't get through. After a moment of silence over the radio, the captain's steady voice came through. Continue surveillance. Await further instructions. Inside the barrier, however, Xiao Chen had already detected the rapid response team's arrival. He accelerated his actions against the other four and awakened. His figure darted swiftly through the crowd, each strike clean and decisive, ending lives with a single blow. Soon, these four unawakened ones fell one by one under his onslaught, their bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground. The valley gradually returned to silence. Only Xiao Chen's figure stood tall amidst the chaos. Xiao Chen moved his hands again, murmuring incantations. Obscure, incomprehensible spells slowly echoed through the valley. With her movements, the barrier that had enveloped the valley shattered like thin spring ice, dissolving into specks of light that vanished into the air. He glanced toward the rapid response unit, knowing they had secured the Kunlun mirror fragment. Without lingering, a faint golden glow enveloped him, and he vanished from the spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen materialized steadily at the dormitory door. As he pushed open the door, the aroma of cooked food mingled with warm air washed over him. Lu Ruyan was setting the table when she heard the door open. Turning, she greeted Xiao Chen with a warm smile. You're back? The school cafeteria had sweet and sour spare ribs today. I've always loved them, so I got 2 extra servings. Try some. Xiao Chen looked puzzled as he approached the table laden with food. Curious, he asked, how did you know I'd gone out? Lu Ruyan blinked her big, watery eyes. I guess that's just a woman's intuition. He. And? She suddenly leaned closer to Xiao Chen, wrinkling her petite nose. And I can smell it, there's a scent of nature on you. I bet you've been somewhere with mountains and rivers. Xiao Chen paused slightly, then a faint smile touched his lips. He went to wash his hands, preparing to sit down for dinner, when his phone suddenly began to vibrate. Seeing Lu Ningyu's name on the caller ID, Xiao Chen's expression immediately turned serious. Hello, brother Lu? Hello, Xiao Chen. I'm already at your school gate. You need to come with me to the State Security Bureau immediately. Our commander wants to see you, it's an absolute emergency. Xiao Chen nodded, said got it, and hung up. He glanced at the steaming dishes on the table, then looked at Lu Ruyan with an apologetic expression. Ruyan, I need to go to the State Security Bureau. There's something I have to take care of. A flicker of concern crossed Lu Ruyan's face, but she quickly composed herself and nodded. All right, go ahead. I'll wait for you to return. Xiao Chen immediately dashed toward the school gate, hopped into Lu Ningyu's car, and sped to the State Security Bureau. Soon, Xiao Chen was led into a small conference room. Inside, he found Su Jiangwo and Professor Yen seated with grave expressions. Su Jiangwo gestured for Xiao Chen to sit down as soon as he entered, then sighed. Xiao Chen, we discovered a fragment of the Kunlun mirror at Mount Tai today, but it was stolen. The perpetrators were highly skilled, leaving no clues at the scene. We're still investigating who exactly did it. What are your thoughts on this matter? Su Jiangwo fixed him with an intense stare, searching his face for any hint of a clue. Xiao Chen, based on your knowledge, could you deduce from certain details which nation's awakened individual was responsible? Chapter 59, Intercepting the Thief. Xiao Chen's heart tightened, yet his expression remained calm and composed. He cleared his throat lightly. Sir, I'm just an ordinary college student with a passing interest in mythical artifacts. However, I suspect anyone daring to steal from the State Security Bureau isn't someone to be taken lightly. They're likely powerful awakened individuals. Moreover, their precise knowledge of Mount Tai's terrain and our operational timeline suggests they may have already planted spies to monitor us. Professor Yen pushed his glasses up, his eyes brimming with inquiry. Yet they left no traces at the scene, something difficult for ordinary awakened to achieve. Could they have awakened special abilities? Like spatial manipulation or stealth? Xiao Chen, you know the deities of every nation inside out. Think carefully, are there any deities with such skills? Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before nodding. Professor Yen, both possibilities exist. Spatial abilities allow silent movement, while stealth could evade our detection entirely. However, these abilities currently match only well-known foreign deities. To my knowledge, domestic awakened with such powers are few and far between, and should all be under State Security Bureau supervision. Therefore, I suspect they are foreign forces or members of a long-dormant, undiscovered secret organization. Su Jiangwo nodded, his fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop. Your analysis makes sense. We have no leads right now, and I fear someone might use the Kunlun mirror fragments for nefarious purposes. Just then, Lu Ningyu burst into the conference room, his expression flustered. He whispered something into Su Jiangwo's ear. Su Jiangwo's expression darkened as he glanced at Xiao Chen and Professor Yen. Just received word abnormal energy fluctuations detected in a border city, matching the energy signature here at Mount Tai. Suspect the thieves who stole the Kunlun mirror fragments have resurfaced. Professor Yen immediately grew anxious and stood up. Quick! Dispatch forces immediately to intercept them. Under no circumstances must they be allowed to take the fragment away. Su Jiangwo turned to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, what do you think? Should we go investigate together? Xiao Chun understood clearly that whoever could snatch the fragment in broad daylight was no ordinary foe. This mission would undoubtedly be fraught with danger. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, he hesitated briefly before nodding. Alright, I'll go with you. Maybe I can be of some help. As Xiao Chen rose, his fists clenched tightly. He was silently plotting how to assist the State Security Bureau in retrieving the fragments without revealing his true identity. He would never allow the Dragon Nation's fragment to fall into the hands of foreign entities with ulterior motives. The group rushed toward the border city. They arrived late at night. The entire city was shrouded in thick darkness, with only the flickering, dim yellow lights in the streets and alleys barely illuminating the ground beneath their feet. The National Security Bureau swiftly established a temporary command center within the city. The hum of various instruments filled the air as staff bustled about, continuously compiling and analyzing the intelligence they had gathered. Su Jiangwo stood before the electronic map on his computer, his brow furrowed. He stared intently at the red dots representing energy fluctuations on the map, his expression grave. The energy fluctuations are currently locked in this area, but the scope is simply too vast. We don't have enough personnel to conduct a comprehensive search. Lu Ningyu pointed to a spot on the electronic map, his voice thick with anxiety. Xiao Chen stepped closer, scrutinizing the map as the holographic projection in his mind replicated that section. This area has complex terrain, with abandoned factories and old residential districts. The target is likely using this environment to conceal their movements. We need to narrow down the search. Xiao Chen circled several locations on the digital map. Prioritize searching these areas first. Just as Su Jiangwo was assigning tasks to his team, the monitoring device suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. The screen displayed a powerful energy fluctuation rapidly moving, seemingly heading toward the city's coastline. Su Jiangwo's expression darkened instantly. Damn it! They're trying to escape. All personnel. Immediately execute the contingency plan. Intercept the target at all costs. Within moments, sirens pierced the quiet night sky as state security vehicles raced toward the direction of the energy wave's movement. Seated in the vehicle, Xiao Chen felt his heartbeat quicken involuntarily. He knew this battle would be more difficult than any he had faced before. He couldn't reveal his awakening, and he had to intercept the enemy carrying the Kunlun mirror fragment. This was a challenge in itself. The convoy soon reached an abandoned port. Everyone got out, and Xiao Chen followed suit. The abandoned port reeked of damp decay, massive shipping containers stacked layer upon layer like silent behemoths. Silence reigned all around, broken only by the sound of waves crashing against the harbor's rocky shore, a sound that felt especially jarring in the dead of night. The group fanned out, slowly advancing toward the depths of the harbor. Spotting Lu Ningyu leading the way ahead, Xiao Chen hurried to follow close behind, positioning himself near the front of the group as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he heard a faint rustling sound. Instinctively, he looked up and saw a dark figure darting across the top of a container. There! Xiao Chen shouted, sprinting first toward the direction the shadow vanished. The State Security Bureau agents followed closely behind, instantly surrounding the area. As they approached the container, an overwhelming sense of pressure washed over them. A figure slowly emerged from behind the container, clutching a fragment of the Kunlun mirror that glowed with a faint blue light. A bizarre mask covered the figure's face, obscuring its features. Powerful energy fluctuations radiated from its body, clearly marking it as an exceptionally strong awakened being. Hand over the Kunlun mirror! Su Jiangwo bellowed, his voice echoing across the port. Su Jiangwo, an awakened S+ powerhouse embodying the mountain god, now found himself unconsciously radiating even more intense energy fluctuations. The masked figure let out a chilling laugh. With just you lot? I'm taking this fragment today. The moment the masked figure finished speaking, energy erupted from his body like a surging black tide, spreading outward and stirring up a violent wind that knocked everyone off balance. Xiao Chen silently channeled the chaos power within him, forming an invisible barrier before him that blocked the gale. To avoid arousing suspicion, he allowed his body to sway slightly with the wind, ensuring it drew little attention. While battling the raging winds, the team members unleashed their respective abilities, sending streams of light hurtling toward the masked figure. Chapter 60: The hard-fought battle against the masked man. Unfazed, the masked figure unleashed a blinding radiance from the Kunlun mirror shard in his hand. A translucent, mist-like light barrier instantly materialized, deflecting every attack launched by the State Security Bureau agents. The clashing energy beams produced crackling sounds like exploding firecrackers, echoing through the night sky above the abandoned port. The masked man then leapt lightly, his form as agile as a night owl, streaking toward a brightly lit yacht whose outline flickered faintly beyond the harbor. The hem of his robe flapped in the wind. He must not board that yacht. Su Jiangwo's furious roar shook the surrounding shipping containers, making them tremble slightly. With a cunning burst of power, the hard ground cracked like a spider web, fissures spreading rapidly. Like a cheetah poised for the kill, he charged at the masked figure, his powerful aura sweeping through the air and kicking up a cloud of dust in his wake. Lu Ningyu refused to be outdone. His hands formed intricate seals as he chanted incantations. With his words, the ground rumbled violently. Several stone dragons, formed from earth and rock, lunged toward the masked man, claws extended. Their massive bodies swept up sand and stones from the ground, attempting to entangle the masked man's feet and halt his escape. Xiao Chen's heart raced with anxiety, but reason warned him this was no time to reveal his true power. Gritting his teeth, he feigned panic. Seizing nearby stacked containers, he scrambled up them with hands and feet, each step appearing painfully laborious. His eyes remained fixed on the masked man, not missing a single subtle movement. At that very moment, he keenly noticed something amiss. Each time the masked man dodged an attack, his body would involuntarily pause for a split second, as if his ankles were being held back by some invisible elastic restraint, causing a slight lag in his movements. Just as the masked figure was about to reach the steamship, Su Jiangwo closed the distance. He roared like thunder, his right fist raised high, unleashing a colossal force that shook the earth and shattered mountains. The fist wind howled as it slammed heavily toward the masked man. The masked man sensed the fierce wind pressure behind him and was forced to turn to block. The Kunlun mirror shard in his hand instantly flared with light, colliding with Su Jiangwo's fist. In that instant, a blinding light erupted like a solar flare, stinging everyone's eyes shut. A powerful energy shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, rippling through the surrounding air in concentric waves. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the shockwave, Xiao Chen quickly scanned his surroundings, his gaze landing on a slender steel wire lying on the ground. He took a deep breath, feigning stumbling as he charged toward the wire. His hands trembled as he struggled to pick it up. As he neared the masked figure, something seemed to trip him. The momentum carried him forward, and he was about to crash to the ground. With a sudden swing of his arms, the wire whipped like a nimble whip, deftly wrapping around the masked man's wrist. At the same moment, Xiao Chen fell face first onto the ground, his wrist scraped raw. A golden light began to flicker on his wrist. "What are you doing?" The masked man roared in fury and shock, struggling desperately to break free from the steel wire's grip. Yet inexplicably, the wire seemed to come alive, tightening its hold with each convulsive movement. Xiao Chen scrambled to a sitting position on the ground, feigning utter exhaustion. His hands gripped the steel cable tightly as his legs pushed hard against the dirt. Muscles taut, lips pressed into a grim line, beads of sweat the size of beans rolled ceaselessly from his forehead into the dust. In reality, he was covertly and skillfully harnessing the chaos power within his body. He continuously disrupted the masked man's rhythm, gradually weakening his grip and causing it to loosen bit by bit. The State Security Bureau agents once again surrounded the masked man. Surveying his surroundings, the masked man saw himself trapped once more. A flash of savagery flickered in his eyes. He raised the fragment of the general's will high above his head, murmuring incantations in a low, raspy voice, a sound like ghostly claws scraping against glass from the depths of an abyss, sending chills down the spine. As the incantation echoed, the Kunlun mirror fragment's light intensified, blindingly bright and piercing. The surrounding space warped once more, a black hole with immense suction forming beside the shard, threatening to swallow everything nearby. The team members scrambled to deploy their energies in resistance. Some erected shields around themselves, others anchored their feet to the ground, yet they were still dragged along by the immense pull, leaving trails across the floor as their bodies slid forward against their will. Xiao Chen feigned being affected by the pull, stumbling and swaying as if about to fall. Yet, unseen, he intensified his power output through the steel cable. His jaw clenched, veins bulging on his arms as every ounce of strength was channeled with precise control. Under the combined resistance of the crowd and Xiao Chen's tugging, the masked man's arm finally gave way. His fingers loosened, and the Kunlun mirror shard slipped from his grasp. "No!" The masked man cried out in terror, reaching to grab it, only to be forced back by a timely punch from Su Jiangwo. Seizing the moment, Xiao Chen ignored the powerful suction around him and lunged toward the shard. Just as the fragment was about to be sucked into the black hole he had created, Xiao Chen seized it. His fingers snapped together, clamping down tightly, and the black hole vanished without a trace. Only the warm sensation and faint tremor of the fragment remained in his palm. Seeing this, the masked man's eyes flashed with anger. He glared viciously at everyone through his mask, then turned to flee. Suddenly, piercing sirens echoed across the sea. Speedboats shot out like arrows, slicing through the waves as they raced toward the scene. Their flashing lights cut through the darkness, encircling the illuminated yacht not far away, the very vessel that had come to retrieve the masked man. The masked man found himself completely surrounded, yet he still resisted desperately. Energy surged wildly around him, as if striving to break through the encirclement. Suddenly, he roared, and a black vortex of energy spun rapidly around him. It whipped up sand, stones, and debris from the ground, forming an immense black barrier that blocked everyone's advance. Su Jiangwo's expression grew grave as he raised his hand to halt the team members attempting to advance. "Everyone, stay alert. Do not approach rashly." The team members immediately spread out, surrounding the masked man from all angles, weapons and energy charged and ready. Xiao Chen gripped the shards of the Kunlun mirror tightly. The fragment's power surged into his body, creating a strange resonance with his own chaotic energy. He could sense the ancient aura contained within the shard, as if it were whispering tales long buried by the passage of time. Chapter 61, Capturing the Masked Man. Xiao Chen had no time to delve into the fragment's secrets now, focusing entirely on the frenzied masked man. The masked man searched for an opening within the black barrier. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Xiao Chen's hand. The Kunlun mirror fragment, tightly clutched in Xiao Chen's palm, emitted a faint blue glow that caught the masked man's attention. Greed flashed in his eyes as he suddenly charged toward Xiao Chen at breakneck speed, creating a powerful gust of wind. "Watch out!" Su Jiangwo shouted, charging toward the masked man in an attempt to block him. But the masked man seemed possessed, attacking anyone in his path with reckless abandon. Xiao Chen's heart tightened. He took a few steps back while secretly gathering his strength. The weapon disguised as a gold bracelet on his wrist flashed golden light once more. Just as the masked figure was about to reach him, Xiao Chen seized the moment. He flung the Kunlun mirror shard to the side, sending it arcing through the air. The masked man, seeing this, instantly changed direction and lunged toward the fragment. Just as he was about to seize it, the stone dragon summoned by Luning Yu struck from the side, slamming violently into the masked man. Caught off guard, the masked man was sent flying and crashed to the ground. "Get him!" Su Jiangwo shouted. The team members swarmed forward, pinning the masked man to the ground and securing him with handcuffs designed to suppress awakened powers. The masked man struggled, letting out angry growls, but the restraints limited his strength, rendering his resistance futile. Su Jiangwo stepped forward and ripped the mask from the masked man's face. Beneath the mask was an unfamiliar, wildly defiant face. His muscles twisted in a mask of fury and refusal to accept defeat. "Who are you? Why are you trying to seize the Kunlun mirror fragment belonging to our dragon nation?" Su Jiangwo demanded sharply. The masked man only snorted coldly, closed his eyes, and lay motionless on the ground, refusing to speak. At that moment, another rapid response team arrived at the port, sealing off the entire area completely. After instructing Luning Yu to escort the masked man into the vehicle, Su Jiangwo approached Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was covered in dust and dirt, with visible wounds on his wrists. "Xiao Chen, we owe this to you." Su Jiangwo looked at the young man covered in wounds, his gratitude evident. Xiao Chen smiled and handed the Kunlun mirror fragment to Su Jiangwo. "Commander, it's safer for the State Security Bureau to keep this fragment." Su Jiangwo accepted the fragment and placed it into a small box he carried with him. "Rest assured, we'll safeguard it properly. I fear our dragon nation may never know peace again." Xiao Chen looked at Su Jiangwo and nodded solemnly. "With external threats and internal troubles, surrounded by wolves, our dragon nation has finally obtained its own ancient fragment. This will inevitably stir up those forces dissatisfied with Dragon Nation. Commander, if there's anything you need, just say the word. Though I'm just a college student, I believe I'll do everything in my power to protect Dragon Nation." Su Jiangwo patted Xiao Chen's shoulder with satisfaction. "Good. With your words, I can rest assured." After handling matters at the port, Xiao Chen returned to the temporary command center with State Security Bureau personnel. After interrogation, the masked man revealed no useful information. However, through analyzing the items on his person, State Security Intelligence officers uncovered subtle clues pointing to the mysterious organization that had been appearing frequently lately. Tianyu. Xiao Chen had heard the name Tianyu while confronting another group of foreign awakened in Kunlun Mountains, and his heart sank. The Heavens Decree awakened individual who had awakened the Yamada no Orochi deity had clearly stated their purpose, to gather all fragments of the Kunlun mirror and use its power to rewrite history, erasing the rise of the Dragon Nation entirely. The atmosphere in the temporary command center was now thick with tension. Su Jiangwo's brows knitted tightly as he paced back and forth. The Heavens Decree organization, it was them all along. No wonder their methods were so ruthless and their actions so meticulously planned. His voice was low and hoarse, filled with worry and anger. On the computer screen before him, Professor Yin sat with his hands clasped beneath his chin, leaning forward slightly, his eyes behind the glasses clouded with worry. Based on our current intelligence, this organization is highly secretive, with members from across the globe. Their previous operations were largely concealed in the shadows. Now they've openly emerged to seize the Kunlun mirror fragments. There's likely a larger conspiracy behind this. Xiao Chen sat in the corner chair, his expression calm, but his mind churning with thoughts. He must continue playing dumb to catch the tiger, avoiding any exposure of his past confrontation with the Heavens Decree organization. At this thought, he furrowed his brow slightly, feigning deep contemplation before speaking. Commander, this organization sounds formidable. If they could come once and succeed, they won't stop here. I suspect they'll continue hunting for the remaining fragments. We must remain vigilant. Su Jiangwo halted, turning to face Xiao Chen with eyes brimming with trust. Xiao Chen, you know a lot about these mysterious matters. Everything we know about the Kunlun mirror comes from you. Now, what do you think is the best course of action? His gaze held expectation, as if he saw hope in this young man. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I haven't figured out the specifics yet, but our immediate priority should be to locate the other Kunlun mirror fragments as quickly as possible. Since the Heavens Decree organization managed to find the Taishan fragment, they likely possess clues about the others. We could trace their previous movements and intelligence sources, follow the trail, and perhaps locate the fragments before they do. As Xiao Chen spoke, he marked red dots on the locations of Mount Kunlun, the Sangsinghui ruins, and Mount Tai. I recall you mentioning before that several individuals attempting to steal the fragments were apprehended on Mount Kunlun. However, they were subjected to a silencing spell, preventing us from learning who sabotaged their mission. Therefore, Mount Kunlun should be their first target location. The second location is likely near the Sangsingwi ruins. I've heard an altar was set up there, but all the foreign awakened individuals were eliminated. It remains unclear who carried out the operation. The third location is Mount Tai. Try deducing from these activity locations. We might uncover some clues. Su Jiangwo clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Excellent! 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 Lu Ningyu, this matter is yours. Only then did Su Jiangwo pat Xiao Chen on the shoulder. You must be exhausted. Find somewhere to rest. We might need your help later. Xiao Chen shook his head shyly. Not tired at all. Glad to be of service. Chapter 62, The Strange New Classmate. Soon, Lu Ningyu returned to the command center with a folder. He handed the documents to Su Jiangwo, his expression anxious. Commander, this is an urgent analysis of the Tianyu organization's banner activity patterns, compiled based on Xiao Chen's instructions. It also includes some encrypted communications suspected to be their contact methods, though decryption is extremely difficult. He handed the documents to Su Jiangwo with both hands. The red markings on the papers were striking, their vivid hue seeming to warn of impending danger. Su Jiangwo scanned the documents rapidly, his brow furrowing so deeply it seemed a fly could be crushed between his eyebrows. Judging from these documents, they've been conducting suspicious activities along the southwestern border and in the Central Plains. But the scope is simply too vast. With our limited manpower, comprehensive surveillance is impossible. This is extremely tricky. Professor Yan, seated before the camera in front of the computer, heard Su Jiangwo's words and offered his thoughts. Perhaps we could use big data analysis to filter out the regions most closely linked to the Tianyu organization, narrowing our investigation scope. However, such analysis is still slow and time-consuming. Xiao Chen lowered his gaze in thought for a moment before lifting his bloodshot eyes to meet Su Jiangwo's. I have an idea. Could we start by examining the details of the masked villain's movements? For instance, his escape route and rendezvous point. We might uncover new clues. The fact he fled toward that yacht suggests someone was waiting for him. Perhaps we should start with that yacht? Su Jiangwo's eyes lit up instantly, hope igniting in their depths. Xiao Chen, you're absolutely right. Lu, immediately retrieve all surveillance footage and operational records from the port during the arrest. We'll comb through everything again. Not a single clue, no matter how minor, can be overlooked. Lu Ningyu shot Xiao Chen an admiring glance before hurrying off to carry out the order. Soon, he returned in a hurry, carrying a stack of documents so tall it nearly blocked his line of sight. The group gathered closely to examine the files. Hours passed, and daylight filled the room. Suddenly, Lu Ningyu spoke up. Something's off. Look here, when the masked man fled, there was a small speedboat beside the yacht. Though we didn't capture the person wearing it, the speedboat's registration shows it came from a small port in the shallow sea area. Several vessels from that port have been moving suspiciously lately, defying normal shipping patterns. Without hesitation, Su Jiangwo issued his orders. Mobilize all intelligence assets in the shallow sea region. Investigate these vessels and the surrounding ports. Check for any clues related to the Tianyu organization. Thoroughly investigate every single ship and every single person involved. Xiao Chen finally stretched lazily. With this matter concluded for now, he requested permission to return to school for classes. Su Jiangwo felt a pang of reluctance, but he understood that Xiao Chen's studies came first. He can only arrange for someone to escort him back to campus. The moment Xiao Chen arrived at the school gate, Lu Ruyan floated down before him. She narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Where on earth have you been these past 2 days? You didn't answer calls or reply to messages. Rumors spread all over campus that the State Security Bureau took you away on a mission. No one knew if you were alive or dead. She sighed deeply once more. What a shame about my sweet and sour spare ribs that day. Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly and smiled. Sorry, I really wanted those sweet and sour spare ribs that day. It's a long story. Some complicated matters held me up, but don't worry, I'm back safe and sound now. He spoke as he walked toward the campus. As for Professor Bai Qianqin, needless to say, Su Jiangwo had already called in sick for him that very night during the pursuit of the masked man. Lu Ruyan, however, had been trailing behind Xiao Chen the entire time, letting out a disgruntled snort. What secret could be so important you couldn't tell me? But since you're back safe and sound, I'll let it slide. Let's grab lunch together. Xiao Chen nodded with a smile. All right. Oh, and there's something else I should tell you. A new student transferred into our class. It's strange, the moment they arrived, they started asking about you. Xiao Chen halted in his steps and turned to look at Lu Ruyan. Who is it? Asking about me? Did he say anything? He asked where you usually hang out, which classmates you're close with, and if you have any special hobbies, Lu Ruyan recalled. The way he acted, it didn't seem like simple curiosity, like he had some ulterior motive. Xiao Chen frowned. The matter with the Tianyu organization already weighed heavily on his mind, and now this mysterious stranger had him on high alert. What's his name? What does he look like? Chen Jiang. Wears black-rimmed glasses. Looks pretty frail, like a bookworm. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan suddenly leaned closer to Xiao Chen, biting his ear as she whispered, "Xiao Chen, you can never be too careful. Lately, I've felt something strange about the academy. You need to watch your back." As the two walked, whispering to each other, they unexpectedly ran into the new student, Chen Jiang. Spotting Xiao Chen, Chen Jiang immediately flashed a warm smile, quickening his pace to greet him with an outstretched hand. "Xiao Chen, hello. Finally get to meet you. I just arrived at the Mythology Research Academy of National Security University a couple days ago and am still getting familiar with campus. I thought I'd ask you about the school." Xiao Chen studied Chen Jiang impassively, his face breaking into a polite smile. "No need to be so polite. Feel free to ask anything." But inwardly, he wondered, what was this man's background? Could his appearance be connected to the Heavens Decree organization? Lu Ruyan stood nearby observing their exchange, sensing an uneasy tension in the air. She subtly shifted closer to Xiao Chen's side. Just then, Xiao Chen's phone vibrated. He picked it up to find an anonymous text message. "Beware strangers around you. The Heavens Decree organization's spies are everywhere." After reading the message, Xiao Chen calmly put his phone away, his polite smile unchanged, though his eyes held a new level of scrutiny. Chen Jiang seemed oblivious to Xiao Chen's change, continuing to ask questions about the school in a torrent of words from class schedules to the application of the trial grounds, inquiring about every detail. Xiao Chen answered patiently, yet deliberately avoided revealing any unnecessary details. Lu Ruyan grew increasingly uneasy. Chen Jiang's excessive enthusiasm felt oddly unsettling, carrying an inexplicable strangeness. She occasionally interjected, seemingly to help answer Chen Jiang's questions, but in reality, she was observing his reactions. As Chen Jiang inquired about the library's opening hours, Xiao Chen subtly took half a step back. His gaze casually swept the surroundings, searching for the source of the anonymous tip. Chapter 63, Pawn. Still, Xiao Chen felt a hint of disappointment. The students passing by looked perfectly normal, and he couldn't identify who had sent him the anonymous text. Xiao Chen turned his attention back to the chatty new student, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Chen Jiang, you've been here a day now, right? Why are you only asking about the school now? Where did you attend before?" Xiao Chen asked casually, as if he just happened to bring up the topic. But upon hearing Xiao Chen's question, Chen Jiang froze slightly. A fleeting hint of panic flashed across his face before he regained his composure. Well, I've been studying abroad until recently. After learning about some of our dragon nation's history and culture, I suddenly developed a deep interest. So I pleaded with my father to transfer me to the Mythology Research Institute at National Security University, hoping to study more about Dragon Nation mythology. Xiao Chen was a sharp observer. He easily detected Chen Jiang's momentary fluster, deepening his suspicions. Returning from abroad, coupled with his unusually intense focus on his own whereabouts and interests, it all felt too calculated. Xiao Chen didn't find this normal. "Oh, I see. So your study abroad experience must have been quite extraordinary? Any interesting stories? Or perhaps, how does mythological research abroad differ from that in Dragon Nation?" Xiao Chen pressed Chen Jiang, his tone growing slightly aggressive. Chen Jiang's eyes darted nervously again. He turned his head, raised his hand to cover his lips, and cleared his throat twice. "Nothing particularly different. It's all mythological research, just with different focuses." Running out of words, he seized the chance to change the subject. "Xiao Chen, I hear you have some insights into mythological artifacts. Could you explain them to me?" Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Ruyan, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. "Chen, that's a tough question to answer. Xiao Chen just enrolled in the Mythology Research Institute at National Security University. How could he possibly know so much? Besides, even if he did know, why would he share it with you instead of writing it up as a thesis? If you're really curious, I suggest you head to the library and do some research yourself, or consult a professor." As she spoke, Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen chuckled inwardly, about to respond, when Lin Shui suddenly came running over, panting heavily as she stopped before him. "Xiao Chen, the principal wants to see you. He says it's important." Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan exchanged another glance, surprise evident in each other's eyes. The principal wants to see him? He'd never had any dealings with the principal before. Why would he want to see him? Could it be that news about the Heavens Decree organization had been relayed from Commander Su? Or was it related to this Chen Jiang fellow standing before him? Xiao Chen followed closely behind Lin Shui to the principal's office. The moment he pushed open the door, he felt an oppressive, solemn atmosphere permeating the room. The principal was conversing with an elderly man clad in a simple, traditional robe. Upon seeing Xiao Chen enter, he gestured for him to sit down, his expression solemn. Xiao Chen read the situation, sensing that whatever the principal wanted to discuss must be serious. He unconsciously clenched his fists. "Xiao Chen, this is Elder Lin, a leading authority in mythological studies. He has just returned from abroad with a piece of crucial intelligence." The principal spoke in a deep voice that carried an air of unquestionable authority. Master Lin's gaze was piercing, his eyes fixed intently on Xiao Chen. Young man, the Heavens Decree organization is a collusion between foreign entities and certain awakened individuals within our nation. Their goal is to exploit artifacts from Dragon Nation mythology to subvert our country and unleash a bloodbath. That Xinjiang is precisely the pawn they planted to steal critical research materials. There's another man with him named Li Yang. He has awakened the Minotaur deity, a notorious foreign entity, brutal and troublesome. You must be cautious. Xiao Chen's heart jolted violently. He recalled the subtle probing between the lines of Chen Zhang's earlier conversation with him, and his fists clenched tighter. It seemed his suspicions were correct. Xinjiang was indeed connected to the Heavens Decree organization. What he hadn't anticipated was that Li Yang was also a member of the Heavens Decree organization. He knew Li Yang, they were classmates, after all. Li Yang had even cheerfully discussed certain matters with him before. The principal continued his instructions to Xiao Chen. If they make no move, continue feigning ignorance and keep maneuvering with Xinjiang. Elder Lin currently possesses an ancient scroll. I hope you can assist him in deciphering its cryptic text. The principal spoke, handing Xiao Chen a rolled-up parchment. Xiao Chen accepted the scroll with both hands and slowly unrolled it. An ancient, mysterious aura washed over him. His gaze was immediately drawn to the obscure, ancient-looking symbols, as if he wanted to etch every character into his mind. After leaving the principal's office, Xiao Chen returned to his dormitory. Upon entering, he intended to open his backpack and retrieve his notebook, only to discover his neatly arranged books had been rummaged through. His crucial notebook had vanished without a trace. Xiao Chen felt his mind go blank. It seemed Xinjiang had already taken his notebook. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. He forced himself to calm down, he couldn't panic. Meanwhile, Xinjiang was huddled in a corner of the library, trembling uncontrollably. His entire body shook as he nervously flipped through Xiao Chen's notebook. He looked extremely nervous, his forehead covered in beads of sweat. Large droplets slid down his pale cheeks, occasionally falling onto the notebook and dampening the pages inside. He scanned his surroundings anxiously, glancing down at the notebook in his hands every few moments, terrified someone would discover him hiding there. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the shadows and gently rested on his shoulder. Xinjiang nearly screamed in fright, his body instinctively jerking. He turned to see it was Li Yang. Li Yang eyed him with a dark, piercing gaze, then let out a mocking laugh. What are you afraid of? And nothing. What are you doing here? Xinjiang stammered nervously. Shut up and come with me. Li Yang's icy hand seized Xinjiang's wrist, pulling him to his feet. Struggle and panic flashed in Xinjiang's eyes, but he eventually rose, his steps unsteady as he followed Li Yang out of the library. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen sat in his dorm room, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk as his mind raced. He recalled the contents of his notes while mentally mapping out the likely escape routes Xinjiang might take. Chapter 64, Reclaiming the Notebook. A soft tapping sounded on the windowsill. Xiao Chen looked up to see Lu Ruyan standing before the window. He couldn't help but smile as he pushed the window open. You never take the ordinary path. What happened? Xinjiang came to my dorm and took my notebook. What? Lu Ruyan's expression darkened instantly. But seeing Xiao Chen already flustered, she sat beside him and offered gentle reassurance. Don't worry. We'll figure this out together. Lu Ruyan's voice was soft and cool, like the soothing murmur of a mountain spring, instantly calming Xiao Chen's inner turmoil. As they spoke, urgent knocking suddenly echoed from outside the door, followed by Lin Shue's frantic voice. Xiao Chen. Someone saw Xinjiang being taken away by Li Yang. They came out of the library together. Xiao Chen sprang to his feet, striding to the door. He yanked it open and turned to face Lin Shue. Which direction did they go? West. Got it. Lin Shue, go to the library and see if you can find any clues. Maybe Xinjiang left something behind. I'll head out with Ruyan and follow the direction they left. Xiao Chen made up an excuse to send Lin Shui away. He didn't want anyone besides Lu Ruyan to know he had awakened the secret of the Dragon Nation's deity. Lin Shui was puzzled by the arrangement, but upon reflection, she found it reasonable and nodded before hurrying away. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan followed the path Li Yang had taken with Xinjiang, eventually stopping before an abandoned warehouse on campus. The warehouse door stood ajar, faint voices drifting out from within. Peering through the crack, Xiao Chen saw Li Yang radiating an eerie, violent aura. Behind him, the shadowy form of a minotaur bull-headed and bull-bodied flickered in and out of existence as he faced off against Xinjiang. Li Yang stood with his arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face. Xinjiang, you think snatching the notebook will let you escape the organization's punishment? How foolishly laughable. Xinjiang's face drained of color. His lips trembled, his voice thick with desperation. What more do you want me to do to spare me? Haven't I already followed the organization's orders? Li Yang waved his finger dismissively, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. It's useless. Your failure drew too much attention. To avoid alerting the enemy, the organization has decided to sacrifice you. The moment the words left his mouth, the bull-headed specter behind him let out a deafening roar. The air thickened with the pungent scent of blood and an overwhelming sense of urgency. Xiao Chen kicked open the warehouse door with a violent kick and bellowed, "Li Yang! Chen Jiang! You're not getting away!" The echoes reverberated through the empty warehouse, causing dust to settle rapidly. Li Yang and Chen Jiang were startled by this sudden turn of events and spun around in alarm. When Li Yang recognized Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan, a savage grin spread across his face. "Heh, never thought you'd walk right into my trap. Well, I won't hold back then." As he spoke, the shadowy figure of a minotaur behind him grew clearer, a bull's head atop a human torso, muscles bulging, wielding a massive battle axe that radiated a thick, blood-soaked aura. Li Yang swung his battle axe, charging toward Xiao Chen. The axe cut through the air with a whistling sound, its heavy blade slashing down toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen flickered aside, evading the blow. A flash of golden light erupted from his wrist as the bracelet instantly transformed into a weapon. Xiao Chen swung his weapon in retaliation against Li Yang. The weapon collided with the battle axe, erupting in a deafening clang as sparks flew everywhere. Lu Ruyan wasn't idle either. With a wave of her hands, countless icicles shot toward Chen Jiang and Li Yang like sharp arrows. Chen Jiang's legs buckled in fear as he ducked behind the collapsed basketball hoop. Li Yang, however, swung his battle axe to deflect the icy projectiles one by one. The battle intensified. Xiao Chen and Li Yang traded blows relentlessly, neither willing to yield. Xiao Chen gradually gained the upper hand through sheer strength and agile maneuvers. But Li Yang refused to back down. His minotaur strength granted him astonishing defensive capabilities. Lu Ruyan used her ice and snow powers to restrict Li Yang's movements while seeking an opening to attack Chen Jiang, attempting to reclaim Xiao Chen's notebook. Chen Jiang cowered trembling in the corner, watching the fierce exchange between Li Yang and Xiao Chen with utter dread. Fully aware he was merely cannon fodder, he quietly edged toward the warehouse's back door when the others weren't looking. However, his movements were detected by Xiao Chen, who roared in anger, "Chen Jiang, where do you think you're going?" Xiao Chen feinted a move, evading Li Yang's attack, and leapt toward Chen Jiang like a shooting star. Seeing this, Li Yang immediately abandoned his struggle with Lu Ruyan and gave chase. Just as Xiao Chen was about to intercept Chen Jiang, Li Yang arrived from behind, raising his battle axe to swing it down at Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Chen sensed the danger behind him and twisted to dodge, but the battle armor still grazed him, ripping open a button on his clothes. Seeing her failed attempt nearly allow Li Yang to wound Xiao Chen, Lu Ruyan's heart tightened. She channeled her ice power to its peak, enveloping Li Yang in a frozen wasteland. Li Yang's movements slowed, each step becoming painfully laborious. Xiao Chen spun to coordinate with Lu Ruyan, launching a joint assault on Li Yang. Caught between them, Li Yang's strength rapidly waned, and the Minotaur's phantom behind him dimmed. Gritting his teeth, he mustered his last ounce of strength, swinging his battle axe in a final desperate struggle. But Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan showed him no mercy, delivering simultaneous, fatal blows that sent Li Yang crashing to the ground. Xiao Chen strode swiftly to Chen Jiang's side and snatched the notebook from his hands. Shameful. Chen Jiang slumped to the ground, his face ashen, unable to utter a single word of defense. Lu Ruyan walked over, glanced at Chen Jiang, then at Li Yang, and finally looked at Xiao Chen. Their memories. Xiao Chen raised his right hand, two clusters of flame dancing at his fingertips. He didn't bother with lengthy explanations, instead striking the flames into the centers of both men's foreheads. Both men let out wretched cries of agony. Lu Ruyan let out a soft chuckle. Remember this, if you dare utter a single word about what happened in the warehouse today, you will be consumed by heavenly fire, your soul scorched until they vanish into nothingness. Chen Jiang's face instantly drained of color. Just as Xiao Chen retrieved the notebook and handed the two over to the school authorities, he received a call from Lu Ningyu. Listening to Lu Ningyu's detailed account of the Rapid Response Unit retrieving the corpses of overseas awakened individuals from Mount Tai and the mysterious barrier, Xiao Chen feigned astonishment. What? Such a thing could happen? That's utterly bizarre. Xiao Chen deliberately raised his voice, feigning utter bewilderment. Chapter 65, Countering the Countermeasure. To eliminate so many foreign awakened and set up such a massive barrier in advance, this person must be incredibly powerful. But I haven't figured it out either. I've been on the go since returning from the port to the school. Lu Ningyu sighed on the other end of the line. Yeah, we're completely baffled too. The wounds on those bodies are too bizarre, and the memories of the surviving awakened ones have all been sealed. It doesn't resemble any known awakening abilities we're familiar with. Especially that barrier, our experts have studied it for ages and haven't found a single breakthrough. I thought you might know something. Xiao Chen paused before replying, Brother Lu, I really don't have any relevant information. But Mount Tai has always held a special place in Dragon Nation mythology. Maybe that barrier is connected to some ancient myths. Try investigating that angle, you might just find something. Alright, you're right. I'll suggest this to the experts. Lu Ningyu sighed helplessly before turning to Xiao Chen. Has anything unusual been happening at your school lately? The Tianyu organization has been acting strangely these past few days, like they've gone mad, stirring up trouble everywhere. Xiao Chen thought for a moment before informing Lu Ningyu about Li Yang and Chen Jiang. He added, if not for Lu Ruyan helping me retrieve my notebook, it would have fallen into the Tianyu organization's hands. Lu Ningyu expressed his admiration for Lu Ruyan. Changing the subject, he turned to Xiao Chen. What do you know about Lu Ruyan's family background? Xiao Chen froze at Lu Ningyu's question. Images of their side-by-side battles instantly flooded his mind. In his mind, she was an exceptionally well-synchronized combat partner, a quality entirely unrelated to her family background, which he'd never once considered probing. I don't know, Xiao Chen answered honestly. To me, she's simply my best combat partner, powerful and dependable. Her family background doesn't matter to me. Lu Ningyu couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ha, Xiao Chen, you're quite the oddball. But Lu Ruyan's family background isn't that simple. You're really not curious at all? Xiao Chen shrugged indifferently, glancing at Lu Ruyan standing nearby. I don't care. We've faced so much together, trusting each other completely. That's enough for me. Lu Ningyu lowered his voice and said with a sigh, alright, if you're happy with it, that's fine. But if you ever want to know, come find me. After hanging up, Xiao Chen lowered his gaze thoughtfully for a moment before pushing the matter to the back of his mind. His thoughts returned to the affairs of the Heavens Decree organization. With the group growing so brazen, they must be plotting something sinister. Xiao Chen approached Lu Ruyan and relayed the contents of his conversation with Lu Ningyu. Lu Ruyan was stunned. You can actually use barrier techniques? Xiao Chen, what god exactly did you awaken? Xiao Chen smiled faintly. I told you before, it's the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Lu Ruyan clapped her hands, her face radiant with admiration. Our Dragon Nation's deities truly are peerlessly powerful. Xiao Chen curved his lips, about to continue, when his peripheral vision suddenly caught a furtive figure lurking behind a nearby willow tree. The person kept glancing their way nervously, their expression panicked. Xiao Chen immediately lowered his voice and nodded toward the willow tree. Ruyan, something's up over there. With that, he activated his teleportation ability, appearing behind the figure and grabbing their shoulder. Hey, buddy, what are you doing? The person was clearly startled by Xiao Chen's sudden appearance behind them, trembling violently. How? Lu Ruyan stepped in front of him, extending her slender fingers to pull a note from his shirt pocket. Unfolding it, she saw a layout diagram of several buildings on the National Security University campus, marked with strange symbols. What's this for? At the sight, the man's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. I'm an outer circle operative for Tianyu. I was ordered to keep tabs on you too. They said you've been stirring up trouble lately. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan exchanged glances. It seemed the Heavens Decree organization moved with surprising speed. From the time Xiao Chen helped capture the masked man at the port to today, barely 2 or 3 days, they'd already planted agents within the university. How many people do you have in the school? Xiao Chen demanded. Just me. Only me. I was forced into this. They threatened to go after my mom and my little brother if I didn't cooperate. I had no choice. The man began wailing at the top of his lungs. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of class, and students began streaming out of the building. Xiao Chen snapped his fingers. A small barrier silently formed around them, trapping the three inside. Xiao Chen sneered coldly. Your crying isn't loud enough. Try shouting louder. The man froze, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Though numerous students passed by, none seemed to notice the three of them. What's their next move? Lu Ruyan pressed him. The man was terrified, his body drenched in cold sweat. I don't know. I really don't know. They always assign me tasks individually and never tell me anything else. Xiao Chen stared at him for a long moment before releasing him. I'll let you off this time. Go back and tell them we found nothing. Stop causing trouble on campus. The man felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. He scrambled to his feet and started to run. Strangely, after running a few steps, he realized the students could see him again. A chill ran down his spine, and he scrambled toward the exit, half crawling, half running. Lu Ruyan watched his fleeing figure and sighed softly. Xiao Chen, will this really work? It is. We need him to spread the word. Only then can we turn the tables. The Heavenly Decree organization will assume we know nothing and lower their guard. That's when we'll strike and destroy their base. The Heavens Decree organization has extensive foreign connections. Xiao Chen, we're not just facing members of the Heavens Decree organization within Dragon Nation, there are many more awakened individuals from abroad. Yes. So, Ruyan, are you prepared to fight this through to the end? Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and nodded slowly. All right. First, we'll spread the word that we're assisting the State Security Bureau in conducting an off-campus investigation. We'll lure the snake out of its hole. Xiao Chen whispered his plan. Once they make their move, we'll track them covertly and locate their hideout. Chapter 66, Locating the Base. A mischievous gleam flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes as she nodded and smiled. I bet the Heavens Decree organization will be itching to strike once they hear this. I'm dying to see what kind of organization they really are in Dragon Nation. Her eyes brimmed with fighting spirit, and she rubbed her hands together eagerly. After finalizing their plan, the two deliberately leaked word that they would cooperate with the State Security Bureau to conduct an investigation off campus. The news spread like wildfire, carrying wings through the campus. Even Professor Bai Qianqin summoned them to her office to inquire about the details. They didn't hide anything from Professor Bai, sharing their plan with her. Worry clouded Professor Bai Qianqin's face. Just the two of you? No, Xiao Chen hasn't awakened yet. Professor, I have a magical artifact protecting me. I'll be fine. It'll just be a bit of trouble for Lu Ruoyan. Xiao Chen smiled, turning to look at Lu Ruoyan. Lu Ruoyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she shook her head gently. No problem, Professor Bai. Rest assured, we won't overreach. Xiao Chen has already contacted the State Security Bureau, and they'll send personnel to assist us. Yes, Professor. The Heavens Decree organization has reached too far. We must cut off their hand and teach them a lesson. Seeing this, Bai Qianqian said no more, only urging them to be cautious. To make the charade more convincing, Xiao Chen and Lu Ruoyan even began packing their belongings in plain sight. In the classroom, Xiao Chen stuffed seemingly ordinary books into his backpack, deliberately leaving a corner of a State Security Bureau document exposed, as if afraid others wouldn't notice. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan conjured her ice sword beside him, polishing its blade with a cloth. The blade glowed with a faint blue light, shimmering more brilliantly than before. The Tianyu peripheral operative Xiao Chen and Lu Ruoyan had let escape hurriedly made his way back to the Tianyu organization's secret base in the Dragon Nation. His steps were unsteady, his breathing labored, his limbs weak. He kept glancing back over his shoulder, terrified that Xiao Chen and Lu Ruoyan might be following. Upon reaching the base, he immediately seized someone and demanded to know where the leader was. He was eventually led to the leader's office. After hearing his story, the leader couldn't help but laugh coldly. Two wetbeards thinking they can take on our mighty Tianyu? Utterly clueless. Since they've walked right into our trap, we won't hold back. He immediately reported the matter to his superiors and began assembling a team to ambush Xiao Chen and Lu Ruoyan on their way out. Pacing back and forth in his room, he barked out orders non-stop, his face radiating excitement as if he'd already captured Xiao Chen and Lu Ruoyan. 2 days later, Xiao Chen and Lu Ruoyan walked out of the school gates at the pre-arranged time, feigning complete lack of caution and acting as if they were completely unaware of the danger. The moment they stepped outside, Xiao Chen keenly sensed several pairs of eyes watching them. His eyes flickered slightly, and he nudged Lu Ruoyan gently with his elbow. The two exchanged a glance, nodded in silent understanding, and continued walking forward as if nothing was amiss. Their destination was the bus stop, where they planned to take a bus to the State Security Bureau. Unexpectedly, after walking about 300 meters from the school, a group of armed Heavens Decree organization members charged from all directions, surrounding them completely. Leading them was a short man covered in facial tattoos. He eyed Xiao Chen and Lu Ruoyan up and down, smacking his lips. You two, are Xiao Chen and Lu Ruoyan, right? Xiao Chen feigned panic, stepping in front of Lu Ruoyan and shivering violently. Who are you? What do you want? Oomph. You ruined our plans. You two are going to die here today. No. Boss, I'm just an ordinary student. Xiao Chen put on a terrified act, his left hand gripping the golden bracelet on his right wrist, a weapon transformed into jewelry. He had always claimed this golden bracelet protected him, but whenever danger arose, this magical artifact would shield him from harm. Lu Ruoyan, meanwhile, stood alert, hands at her sides, ready to strike at any moment. Just as the encircling perimeter grew tighter, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to see several armed helicopters rapidly approaching. The rotors whipped up a fierce wind, kicking up dust and debris from the ground. Lu Ningyu had already received Xiao Chen's notification and was waiting to make his appearance at this critical moment. The members of the Heavens Decree organization immediately fell into disarray. Their eyes were filled with panic, and some had dropped their weapons without even realizing it. The encirclement that had tightly surrounded Xiao Chen and Lu Ruoyan began to unravel. Some turned and fled, desperate to escape without a moment's delay. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan's hands moved swiftly as she chanted incantations. With her motions, the surrounding air began to chill. Immediately, icicles shot out, blocking the escape routes of those attempting to flee. Seizing the moment, Xiao Chen's wrist flashed with golden light. With agile footwork, he knocked down each of the attacking members one by one. With the State Security Bureau's coordination, the battle swiftly drew to a close. All members of the Heavens Decree organization involved in this operation were apprehended. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruoyan, however, pursued the tattooed leader they had let escape, determined to locate their hideout. Their pursuit led them to an abandoned water treatment plant. The plant appeared dilapidated, its walls covered in moss and ivy. Xiao Chen stood atop a wall, listening intently to the sounds within, confirming this was a crucial stronghold of the Tianyu organization. Lu Ruoyan gave Xiao Chen a signal. He nodded and leapt down to the ground. Just then, the warehouse door creaked open with a shrill, rusty squeak. A familiar figure emerged from within, none other than the masked man Xiao Chen and his team had captured at the port earlier. The masked man looked surprised upon seeing Xiao Chen, then ground his molars together with a loud, grating sound. I never expected you to walk right into my trap. Since you're here, you're not leaving. The masked man, who had been about to flee, waved his hand. A large group of foreign awakened poured out from the water plant warehouse. These awakened appeared formidable, some radiated a faint purple glow, others wielded peculiar weapons. Each bore a menacing expression, poised for battle. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan knew a fierce battle was imminent. They exchanged a glance, and Xiao Chen smiled. Let's just treat today like we're running a dungeon. Sounds good. With you here, I'm not afraid of anything. Chapter 67, Transformation into Crocodile Men. Lu Ruyan stood resolutely beside Xiao Chen. A flash of blue light appeared in her hand, and an ice sword materialized. At the masked man's command, the awakened warriors beside him launched the first attack. One of them pressed his palms together, gathering purple energy spheres in his hands. Electricity danced across their surfaces, crackling with static. He hurled the spheres toward Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan. Moving at blinding speed, they sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, like glowing bullets closing in on the pair. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed sharply as his nerves instantly tensed. The chaos power within his body began to surge, and an invisible shield rippled into existence before them at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! The energy sphere collided with the shield, erupting in a burst of purple light. The intense shockwave, like a surging tidal wave, sent the awakened individuals, including the masked man, reeling backward several steps. Seizing the moment, Lu Ruyan planted her toes, launching herself like a streak of blue lightning toward the awakened ones. Her jet-black hair whipped wildly in the wind as her ice sword slashed through the air, each flash of cold light carrying a bone-chilling intent. With her movements, moisture in the surrounding air rapidly crystallized into sharp ice spikes. They shot toward her enemies in dense, overwhelming waves, forming a sky-filling net of ice. Several slower reacting awakened were pierced by the spikes, instantly developing gaping wounds from which blood gushed forth. They collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, their cries fading into stillness within moments. The masked figure, seeing his men wounded, flashed a savage glint in his eyes. He muttered incantations, his voice low and hoarse, as if his vocal cords had been clawed by a cat. A black mist suddenly surged around his body, spreading like thick ink and swiftly enveloping all the awakened nearby. Under the cover of the black mist, the movements of these awakened became even more bizarre. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan could only vaguely discern their blurred silhouettes darting through the darkness. Their attacks grew increasingly unpredictable, with assaults launching from unexpected angles at regular intervals. Xiao Chen drew a deep breath, closed his eyes, and opened them again. In that instant, amber gold light flashed within his pupils. He activated his fire eyes, and the figures of all the awakened hidden within the blackness became crystal clear before his eyes. Xiao Chen swung his weapon, its blade blazing with golden light. With agile footwork, Xiao Chen darted through the fog like a ghostly apparition. Each swing of his weapon unleashed waves of agonized screams. Those awakeners hiding in the darkness, who thought they could gain an advantage, screamed in agony the moment his weapon touched them. They collapsed to the ground, incapacitated, their bodies twitching as the scent of blood filled the black mist. However, the Heaven's Decree organization fielded far too many awakened, each possessing formidable strength that could not be underestimated. As the battle raged on, Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan felt the toll in their eyes. Numerous cracks had already appeared on Lu Ruyan's ice sword, as if it might shatter at any moment. Her breathing grew low and ragged, sweat soaking through her clothes and clinging to her shapely form. Though Xiao Chen remained as energetic as ever, he knew this couldn't go on. Both their physical stamina and spiritual energy were rapidly depleting. Just then, a flash of insight struck Xiao Chen. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he silently channeled a thread of chaos energy into his soles. This action did not disrupt his movements in the slightest. As the chaotic energy flowed in, the ground began to tremble. At first, it was a faint tremor, like a weak heartbeat. Gradually, the vibrations grew stronger. The next second, thick stone pillars burst forth from the earth. Rough-surfaced and damp with earthy scent, the pillars lunged toward the leaping and darting awakened ones. The pillars caught the awakened ones completely off guard. Their footwork became disorganized as they scrambled to evade the advancing pillars. Seeing this, Xiao Chen launched an even fiercer assault. Lu Ruyan discarded her ice sword, quickly forming a new one. Working in tandem with Xiao Chen, they regained the upper hand. The masked man hadn't anticipated Xiao Chen's formidable strength. Recalling the clumsy Xiao Chen he'd seen that night at the port, he realized he'd been deceived by this young man. Forgetting past grievances, he tore off his mask and spat out a series of strange incantations. His voice grew shrill and piercing. His form began to shift as the incantation took effect. His originally slender frame began to swell, growing tall and imposing, while a layer of blue scales unexpectedly sprouted across his skin. The scales glinted coldly in the sunlight. His eyes turned golden, pupils narrowing into vertical slits. His limbs thickened into powerful muscles, a thick, crocodile-like tail extended from his back, and his fingers transformed into sharp claws. The entire creature resembled a crocodile that had become human, both bizarre and terrifying. The masked figure, now fully transformed, roared as it charged toward Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan. His footsteps were heavy and powerful, each strike leaving a deep, massive footprint in the ground as dust swirled up around him. Facing the crocodile-like charge, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened. His pupils contracted slightly as the chaotic energy within him seemed ignited by the threat. Golden waves surged through his body, forming a faint, shimmering golden light upon his skin. Yet this golden light differed from before. Mysterious runes flowed slowly around him. A phoenix-winged purple gold crown had appeared atop his head at some unknown moment. Amber eyes shimmered with waves of light as if an ancient deity had descended. A terrifying, awe-inspiring aura radiated from his entire being. Lu Ruyan stood beside Xiao Chen, nervously biting her lower lip. Her delicate face was flushed from the relentless battle. The newly crystallized ice sword shimmered with a blue light, now deep and pure as if tempered anew. Like Antarctic glaciers, it radiated an icy chill that warped the air around it, with wisps of white frost curling upward from its blade. The masked figure closed the distance in an instant. Swinging his thick arm, his sharp claws sliced through the air like 5 surgical blades, emitting a piercing whistling sound as they aimed straight for Xiao Chen's throat. Xiao Chen's toes dug into the ground. His body tilted back slightly, moving with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he evaded the attack. Chapter 68, The Fatal Strike. Xiao Chen swept the weapon before him in a horizontal arc. The staff whistled through the air, kicking up dust from the ground as it charged toward the masked man. The masked villain reacted with blinding speed, raising his scaly arm to block Xiao Chen's weapon. Clang! The weapon collided with the masked man's arm, producing a deafening clang. The immense impact instantly cracked the ground beneath the masked man's feet. Fissures spread rapidly, causing the surrounding earth to tremble violently. Xiao Chen was sent reeling backward several steps by the recoil. Only by plunging his weapon into the mud did he halt his retreat. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan let out a sharp cry, clear yet powerful. Her toes dug into the ground as she shot toward the masked figure like a blue meteor. Her ice sword whirled through the air, its blade shrouded in wisps of frigid air. Wherever it passed, the surrounding moisture seemed to freeze instantly, coalescing into countless ice vortexes. The swirls collided, producing a sharp, ringing sound. Her ice sword thrust toward the masked figure's side. The masked figure sensed the attack and spun violently, its thick tail lashing out like a steel whip, striking with the force of a mountain-moving giant toward Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan remained unflustered, her gaze sharp as she tracked the attack. Her toes touched the ground lightly, propelling her body upward in a graceful leap. Mid-air, she executed a somersault. Her hair danced with the movement, her robes billowing as she effortlessly evaded the tail strike. Using the momentum of her descent, she thrust her ice sword straight toward the masked figure's back. The masked figure had no time to dodge fully, only managing to twist sideways. The ice blade sliced across the scales on his back, producing a shrill scraping sound and sending a spray of ice crystals into the air. Yet it left only a shallow scratch. The ice crystals dissolved in the air, turning into a small cloud of mist. Seeing that Lu Ruyan's attack had caused little damage, Xiao Chen launched another assault. He channeled chaos energy into his weapon, causing it to swell instantly. It flashed with an intensely dazzling golden light, so blinding it was impossible to look directly at it. Runes danced across the blade as if alive, crashing down with brutal force toward the masked figure. The masked man clearly sensed the danger. He roared in anger, a primal beast-like cry, crossing his claws to block. The weapon slammed heavily against his claws, the immense force surging into his body. His knees buckled, sinking deep into the ground at least 70 or 80 centimeters. The surrounding ground caved in as well, forming a massive crater. The pit was filled with swirling dust, obscuring the view inside. When the dust finally settled, the masked man let out another hysterical roar, crawling out from beneath his weapon. He charged at Xiao Chen, bellowing with rage. Now utterly enraged, his eyes blazed crimson, his face a mask of murderous intent. The scales covering his body seemed to glow crimson with his fury. Xiao Chen showed no fear, his gaze locking with the masked man's as they began a fierce close-quarters battle. Their figures intertwined as blows landed with brutal impact. Each collision sent massive energy ripples through the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to hum with vibration. Lu Ruyan wasn't idle either. She moved with graceful, nimble steps, constantly circling the masked man, searching for an opening to strike. Her ice sword darted out, its cold gleam flashing like a star, or swept horizontally, trailing a trail of frost like a scimitar's arc. Each strike carried deadly intent, leaving a thin layer of frosty mist wherever it touched, instantly freezing the surrounding grass. Though the masked figure possessed formidable strength, facing the seamless coordination between Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan, he gradually faltered, his body riddled with wounds. Blue blood trickled slowly, dripping onto the ground with a hissing sound. Waves of blue salt fizzed up, releasing a foul stench. The masked man grew frantic, suddenly letting out a piercing howl that shook the heavens. The sound was filled with rage and madness, so shrill it threatened to rupture everyone's eardrums. The surrounding trees and abandoned warehouses seemed to tremble in fear. With his howl, an even more powerful force erupted from within his body. The surrounding air seemed to warp under this force, forming visible vortexes that flickered with black light, resembling portals to a black hole. He suddenly surged forward, breaking free from Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan's attack range. His claws danced rapidly through the air, tracing eerie arcs. With his movements, sand, stones, soil, grass, and even saplings nearby were swept into the air, gradually coalescing into massive balls of earth. Each ball measured nearly 2 meters in diameter, its surface shrouded in black mist that looked terrifying. The masked figure manipulated these clay spheres, hurling them furiously toward Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan. Whistling through the air like cannonballs, the spheres slammed into the ground, each impact creating massive craters. The soil around the edges was torn up, resembling bullet holes when viewed from above. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan deftly dodged the attacks, but the sheer number of balls and their wide-ranging assault proved overwhelming. They struggled to defend themselves, sustaining several scrapes and bruises. Just then, Xiao Chen leapt into the air and bellowed at Lu Ruyan. "Ruyan! Focus your power on a single point." Lu Ruyan instantly understood his intent. She channeled all her spiritual energy into the ice sword. A brilliant blue light surged from the blade, and the frigid air around it instantly crystallized into ice blades that clung to the sword. The entire ice sword radiated a bone-chilling aura, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet once more. The soil on the ground instantly froze solid. Xiao Chen also channeled all the chaos power within his weapon. The weapon's golden light shone like sunlight, its radiance seeming to hold the faint, shimmering silhouette of some ancient divine beast roaring incessantly. The two exchanged glances, seeing trust in each other's eyes. They nodded simultaneously and charged toward the masked figure, their speed so great it kicked up dust from the ground. The masked figure, seeing them charge toward him, revealed a savage grin on his terrifying face. His mouth stretched wide, exposing sharp fangs. His hands never stopped, hurling more mud balls at them. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan deftly dodged the attacks, closing in on the masked figure. Xiao Chen's weapon, carrying immense force, smashed down heavily toward the masked man's head. Lu Ruyan's ice sword pierced his chest, the surrounding ice blades sinking deep into the masked man's body. The masked man's eyes widened in terror. A chill spread across his chest. He tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Chapter 69, Self-Destruction. The masked man let out a series of desperate, feral howls, his voice echoing like a trapped beast across the empty water plant. The malevolent power within him began to falter after Lu Ruyan's fatal strike. The bluish-gray scales covering his body seemed to be peeled off by an invisible hand, crackling and popping as they came loose. As the scales peeled away one by one, the pungent, greenish blood gushed forth like a fountain, spraying wildly around him. It mingled with the black mist surrounding him, creating a bizarre and terrifying scene. The air thickened with an overwhelmingly foul, nauseating stench. A colossal force, beyond imagination, erupted from the masked figure's chest. This force raged like an ancient, enraged beast, carrying an apocalyptic momentum. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan were violently slammed by the oncoming force, their bodies hurtling backward uncontrollably. Skidding across the ground, their skin and clothing were lacerated by sharp rocks and debris, leaving trails of blood. Both felt as if a heavy hammer had struck their chests, causing their internal organs to ache and spasm. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Chen struggled to his feet, each movement tearing through his body. Crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His weapon was clenched tightly in his hand, knuckles turning white from the grip. Lu Ruyan clutched her chest, using her ice sword to brace herself as she rose to her feet. The ice sword's glow had dimmed considerably. The ice blade that had once hung from it was now embedded in the masked man's chest. The blade itself remained spotless, untouched by the masked man's blood. Her hair was disheveled, her gaze unwavering as she stared ahead, ready to resume the fight at any moment. The masked man stood unsteadily, his body riddled with battle wounds. Blue-tinged blood flowed from countless injuries, pooling beneath him into a foul-smelling sea of blood. Just as Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan thought the battle was nearing its end, the masked man suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh. The sound was shrill and piercing, nearly rupturing their eardrums. As the shrill laughter echoed, his body began to swell. Veins pulsed beneath his skin, writhing like countless earthworms crawling beneath his flesh. No! He's going to self-detonate. Xiao Chen, sensing danger, shouted in alarm. Ignoring the pain in his own body, he teleported instantly to Lu Ruyan's side, pulling her into his embrace. He channeled the chaotic energy coursing through his body, forming a pale golden defensive barrier around them. At that very moment, the masked man exploded with a thunderous roar. A world-shattering force radiated outward from him like a detonated bomb, compressing and then violently expanding the air to form visible shockwaves. Wherever it touched, the ground was torn up into towering waves of earth and rock dozens of meters high. Mud and boulders mixed together, scattering like shards in all directions. Surrounding buildings and trees crumbled like paper under this force, instantly reduced to ashes. The powerful shockwave, laden with debris, slammed into the defensive barrier Xiao Chen had conjured, producing a series of thunderous booms. The barrier trembled like a storm-tossed ship, teetering on the brink of collapse, as if it might be overturned by the colossal waves at any moment. Xiao Chen clutched Jie Luyurong tightly to his chest, his chin resting on her head. The scarce chaos energy within him raced frantically. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to use teleportation to escape this hellish inferno, only to discover that having expended too much chaos energy, he possessed no reserves left for teleportation. He gritted his teeth and endured, every bone in his body feeling as if it would be crushed to dust by the colossal wave. Every inch of his skin bore the immense pressure, blood slowly seeping from his 7 orifices. Lu Ruyan nestled against his chest, pressed tightly against his heart. Listening to his powerful heartbeat, feeling the safe zone he had summoned to protect her, she was both deeply moved and filled with worry. After an unknown span of time, the explosion's aftershocks gradually dissipated. Thick dust filled the air like an impenetrable fog, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Only then did Xiao Chen slowly release Lu Ruyan. Both stared at the ruins before them, a lingering sense of dread settling in their hearts. Did we take him out? Lu Ruyan's voice trembled slightly, echoing distinctly in the silent ruins. Xiao Chen shook his head, his gaze shifting toward where the masked man had stood moments before. Suddenly, a faint sound came from where the masked man had been. The sound was faint, yet jarringly out of place in the stillness of the ruins. Both men instantly heightened their alertness, gripping their weapons tightly. Their nerves snapped taut once more, their bodies poised like fully drawn bowstrings, ready to spring into action. They clearly saw a hand, covered in blood, skin torn, and its bones shattered, slowly emerge from the rubble. The hand flailed weakly in the air before grasping the edge of the pit. Immediately after, a foot caked in mud and greenish blood pushed its way free from the rubble. Amidst coughing and labored gasps, the masked figure struggled to crawl free from the rubble. His appearance was horrifying. Half his face had been blown away, exposing stark white bone and half a row of teeth. The scales covering his body had been completely stripped away, revealing a dense network of tiny holes, each one emitting wisps of green smoke. How is he still alive? Lu Ruyan stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with horror. Xiao Chen's expression darkened as he held his weapon before him, channeling the chaotic energy coursing through his body once more. Though his body was now utterly exhausted, he stood firm, showing not the slightest sign of retreat. Ruyan, no matter what tricks he has left, we must finish him today. The masked man staggered to his feet. His body trembled incessantly, as if it might collapse at any moment, yet his eyes burned with madness. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan, a low, beast-like growl rising from his chest. Suddenly, the masked man opened his mouth and expelled a thick, black mist. The black mist rapidly coalesced before him, morphing into countless black phantom beasts with claws and fangs bared. They snarled and lunged toward the two. Though born of darkness, these phantom beasts moved with astonishing speed, cutting through the air with a whistling wind. Xiao Chen roared, raising his weapon. As if understanding its purpose, the weapon instantly blazed with golden light. He swung his weapon without hesitation, delivering heavy blows to the phantom beasts. Each strike carried immense force, instantly shattering the phantom beasts into nothingness. Chapter 70, Vanishing into Thin Air. Lu Ruyan was equally relentless, swinging her ice sword. Each strike unleashed a trail of icy light that instantly froze the air, crystallizing into sharp ice spikes that shot toward the phantom beasts. Upon contact, the beasts froze solid, crashing to the ground and shattering into fragments. Yet the masked man seemed to have descended into madness. Completely disregarding his mangled body, he continuously opened his mouth to spew forth black weapons, conjuring even more phantom beasts. These phantom beasts multiplied rapidly, swarming densely around Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan. Xiao Chen's ears twitched, picking up the sound of a helicopter nearby. He knew time was running out. Ruyan, this isn't working. His power seems limitless. I'll draw his attention while you find his weakness. Xiao Chen shattered the phantom beasts closing in on him as he moved toward Lu Ruyan. Sweat beaded on Lu Ruyan's forehead. Hearing Xiao Chen's instructions, she nodded fiercely. Got it. Xiao Chen scanned his surroundings, locking his gaze on the masked figure. He noticed the masked man's body trembled each time he unleashed an illusion beast, and after expelling the black mist, his aura grew noticeably weaker. Bastard! Xiao Chen roared, channeling chaos energy into his weapon once more. The runes on the blade flared with intense light. He leapt forward, swinging his weapon in a flurry of attacks toward the masked man. The weapon whistled through the air, each strike causing the surrounding atmosphere to freeze momentarily. Seeing this, the masked man was forced to divert most of his attention to countering Xiao Chen's assault. His hands danced rapidly as he chanted incomprehensible incantations. Black mist instantly coalesced before him into a defensive barrier, barely holding back Xiao Chen's onslaught. Yet his aura grew increasingly chaotic, his body visibly trembling uncontrollably. Over on Lu Ruyan's side, the phantom beasts had been nearly wiped out. Seeing the masked man visibly exhausted, she knew her chance had come. She drew a deep breath, channeling all her sharpness back into the ice sword. The frigid air around the blade instantly crystallized into a thick layer of ice, its surface shimmering with a blue glow that seemed to hold boundless power. Her form flickered like a blue lightning bolt as she lunged toward the masked man. As she closed in, Lu Ruyan raised her ice sword high, driving it with all her might toward the masked man's chest. The masked man sensed the danger and tried to dodge, but Xiao Chen held him fast, leaving him unable to escape. He could only let out a piercing, agonized howl as he watched helplessly, the ice sword piercing toward him. Thud! The ice sword pierced the masked man's chest with pinpoint accuracy, shattering the ice layer instantly. The bone-chilling cold instantly froze the masked man's heart. His body stiffened violently. The madness and hatred on his shattered face vanished in an instant, leaving only endless terror and despair. His body slowly collapsed. As he hit the ground, the black mist enveloping him gradually dissipated, and the phantom beast vanished into nothingness. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan stood exhausted before the corpse. Watching the lifeless body turn to dust and vanish, an indescribable weariness washed over them. Let's go. I hear the State Security Bureau's helicopter is arriving any moment. The relentless battle had left Xiao Chen's voice hoarse. Lu Ruyan nodded, walked over, and took Xiao Chen's hand. Can we teleport? I can't walk anymore. Feeling the warmth in Lu Ruyan's palm, Xiao Chen steeled himself, drawing in a deep breath. Alright, I'll try. He concentrated the dwindling chaos energy within his body, attempting to activate teleportation. The teleportation succeeded, but they only ended up in a small grove nearby. Xiao Chen gave Lu Ruyan a wry smile. My chaos power hasn't been developed much yet. I used up what little I had, so I can only teleport here. It's fine. Let's rest for a bit and recover our stamina. Lu Ruyan leaned against Xiao Chen and sat down, closing her eyes in exhaustion. The State Security Bureau's helicopter arrived at the scene at breakneck speed. The piercing roar shattered the eerie silence of the ruins. Once the helicopter hovered, members of the State Security Bureau's Rapid Response Unit leapt out and swiftly surrounded the ruins, still thick with the stench of blood. The abandoned water plant now resembled a battlefield of hell. Bodies of Heaven's Decree members lay scattered haphazardly everywhere. Some corpses appeared as if torn apart by a meat grinder, their limbs strewn in disarray across the ground. Others stared blankly with eyes wide open, their vacant pupils still frozen in the terror and despair of their final moments. Dried blood spread wildly across the ground, the dark red mingling with the black soil. Combined with the surrounding charred earth and the pungent stench of blood, it painted a gruesome and eerie picture of an apocalyptic battlefield. Experts from the State Security Bureau arrived in a hurry, clad in specialized protective gear and carrying various sophisticated instruments. Their expressions were grave, brows furrowed, eyes filled with intense focus and caution. They moved cautiously through the scene, leaving no corner unexamined. Professor Yen was among them, holding a specialized scanning device as he slowly approached the spot where the masked figure had vanished into dust. The indicator lights on the device flashed continuously, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Crouching down, he meticulously examined the guard's body, discovering traces of shattered ice shards. In the sunlight, the ice shards emitted a cold, eerie blue glow. After prolonged, meticulous examination and analysis, he identified specific clues linked to the masked figure, such as residual energy fluctuations at the scene. Although the masked man had been reduced to ashes and vanished without a trace, all the evidence left at the scene allowed Professor Yen to confirm that the individual eliminated was indeed the masked man who had escaped from the State Security Bureau. The intelligence was rapidly escalated through the ranks, ultimately landing on Su Jiangwo's desk. Seated in his spacious, well-lit office, Su Jiangwo's slender fingers tapped lightly against his desk. After reviewing the report, he fell deep in thought, a flicker of understanding passing through his piercing gaze. Little Lu, we all fought the masked man at the port. His strength surpassed both yours and mine, yet he was still taken down. What do you think? Could it be that kid Xiao Chun who finished him off? Lu Ningyu paused slightly, then a slow, meaningful smile spread across his lips. His eyes sparkled with a sly gleam, but he offered no reply. Seeing his smile, Su Jiangwo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Alright, no need for words. Some things are best left unsaid, we understand perfectly well. No need to break that thin veil of secrecy. You know what? That kid always manages to surprise us in unexpected ways. Chapter 71, it concerns those close to you. I've always been curious, what god did he awaken? To be so powerful he could take down the masked man we couldn't kill even when we teamed up? Su Jiangwo was now utterly fascinated by Xiao Chen. Lu Ningyu shook his head with a smile, though he didn't know either. After laughing, Su Jiangwo's expression suddenly darkened, his gaze sharpening like an eagle's. Lu Ningyu sensed the shift in atmosphere and immediately dropped his smile, leaning forward slightly. Commander, who do you think released the masked man we worked so hard to capture? The place where he was held was so secret. It seems we have a problem within our own ranks. Su Jiangwo crossed his arms on the desk, his gaze intense and his tone growing icy. We must investigate this thoroughly. It appears a mole from the Heavenly Decree organization has infiltrated the State Security Bureau. This is utterly lawless. We must pursue this matter to its absolute conclusion, no leniency whatsoever. Issue the order, activate the highest level investigation protocol. We must root out this mole. I will make him pay for his actions. After resting for half an hour, Xiao Chen finally regained some strength. He gently shook Lu Ruyan, who had been dozing off against his arm. Lu Ruyan opened her weary yet beautiful eyes and looked at Xiao Chen. Are you rested? Yes. We need to leave as soon as possible. I suspect they'll conduct a thorough search and will likely trace it back to us soon. After saying this, Xiao Chen grasped Lu Ruyan's wrist and activated teleportation, instantly transferring them to his dormitory. Lu Ruyan stared in surprise as their surroundings shifted to Xiao Chen's dorm room, then smiled. I can go back to my dorm. I'm covered in dirt and reek of blood. Wash up in my dorm and change into my school uniform to go back. Your clothes. Xiao Chen glanced at Lu Ruyan's torn, blood-stained clothes and shook his head with a wry smile. Looks like they're beyond saving. We'll have to dispose of them. Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed as she watched Xiao Chen retrieve his uniform. Taking it from him, she caught the faint scent of sunshine lingering on the fabric, causing her heart to flutter slightly. She hurried into the bathroom. As she closed the door, she couldn't resist peeking through the crack at Xiao Chen one last time, her eyes filled with both shyness and reassurance. As the sound of rushing water filled the bathroom, Xiao Chen changed out of his filthy, torn pants. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he leaned forward, hands clasped on his knees, lost in thought. The masked man affair seemed to have reached a conclusion, yet the Tianyu organization felt like a colossal beast lurking in the shadows, poised to strike a deadly blow at any moment. Moreover, he distinctly remembered that night when he and Su Jiangwo had worked together to capture the masked man. Yet, the masked man had escaped. What did this imply? It meant there was a mole within the State Security Bureau, a revelation that undoubtedly made the situation far more complex and dangerous. His brow furrowed, his eyes filled with anxiety, his fingers tapping lightly on his knee without him realizing it. Just then, his phone rang. Xiao Chen pulled out his phone to see an unfamiliar number displayed. He hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button. Hello? Hello, is this Xiao Chen? A deep, unfamiliar male voice came through the line. Xiao Chen's nerves instantly tightened. Who is this? Don't be nervous. I'm Zhao Feng from the State Security Bureau. Lu Ningyu instructed me to contact you. There are matters we need to discuss in person. It's important. The voice on the other end was steady and authoritative, each word delivered with deliberate care. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. After a quick mental weigh-in of the pros and cons, he replied, "All right, name a place. We'll meet there. There's a coffee shop near your school. Let's meet there in an hour. Is that okay?" All right, come alone. No one else." The phone clicked off abruptly. The abrupt click echoed in Xiao Chen's ears, adding an extra layer of mystery and tension. Just then, the bathroom door creaked open. Lu Ruyan emerged wearing a slightly oversized school uniform. Her damp hair fell casually over her shoulders, strands still dripping water as they slid down her fair neck, dampening the collar of her uniform. The loose uniform accentuated her tall, slender figure and striking beauty, making her resemble a lily of the valley blossoming in the rain, fresh and ethereal. As soon as she stepped out of the bathroom and saw Xiao Chen frowning with a grave expression, she walked over and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Xiao Chen relayed the contents of the phone call to Lu Ruyan. After listening, Lu Ruyan's long eyebrows furrowed slightly, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Could it be dangerous? We've just endured a fierce battle and haven't fully recovered our strength. Why don't I go with you? She reached out and gently took hold of Xiao Chen's arm, afraid he might venture into danger alone. Xiao Chen shook his head, smiled, and patted Lu Ruyan's hand reassuringly. It's fine. He specifically emphasized that I shouldn't bring anyone along. There must be something he doesn't want others to know about. I'll be careful. You should go back to the dorm and rest. Recover your strength. I'll come find you when I return. Lu Ruyan remained worried, but she was a sensible person and could only nod in agreement. All right, go now. Be extremely careful. Don't engage in direct confrontation. If anything happens, call me immediately. Xiao Chen nodded with a smile. After seeing Lu Ruyan out, he went to the bathroom to shower, changed into clean clothes, and practiced cultivation in his meditation room for half an hour before heading out. He arrived at the coffee shop exactly 1 hour later. Xiao Chen pushed open the door. The cafe was filled with the rich aroma of coffee, and soothing music flowed quietly through the air. Yet this relaxed atmosphere did little to ease Xiao Chen's inner tension. Spotting a man wearing black-rimmed glasses and impeccably dressed, who waved at him, Xiao Chen strode over and sat down across from him. "Hello, I'm Zhao Feng. The one who called you." Zhao Feng removed his black-rimmed glasses, revealing a pair of piercing eyes that seemed capable of seeing straight through a person. His gaze lingered briefly on Xiao Chen's face before shifting away. Get straight to the point. Xiao Chen had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with a stranger and cut straight to the point, inquiring about the man's purpose. Zhao Feng glanced around, leaned forward slightly, and lowered his voice considerably. "I'm here because during our investigation into the mole, we uncovered some leads. These clues seem to be connected to someone close to you." His voice was so hushed it was nearly inaudible without close attention. As his words trailed off, the cafe's soothing music abruptly cut out. Chapter 72, How could he be the mole? The abrupt silence felt like someone had pressed mute on the bustling cafe. Customers froze in place, the stillness growing eerie. Xiao Chen's heart clenched violently, as if gripped by an invisible hand. A wave of intense unease surged through him like a tidal flood. His gaze locked onto the man before him, eyes brimming with scrutiny. Who among my people is involved? Cut the crap. His voice trembled slightly with tension and urgency, carrying an almost imperceptible edge of anxiety. Zhao Feng scanned the surroundings once more, alert as a leopard poised to strike. At the slightest sign of trouble, he might lunge forward to tear into his opponent. Only after confirming no one had noticed them did he slowly retrieve a document folder from the bag at his side and carefully handed it to Xiao Chen. His movements were deliberate and cautious, as if the folder contained some terrifying bomb that would explode at the slightest touch. Read it yourself. Don't make a sound. His voice was low and guarded, tinged with gravity, making Xiao Chen's heart race even faster. Xiao Chen didn't notice his hands trembling slightly as he gripped the folder and swiftly opened it. Inside were several blurry photographs and printed documents. When he saw the scene in the photograph, his pupils instantly contracted, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. In the photo, a figure resembling Su Jiangwo stood with his back to the camera, huddled in a corner with several others, seemingly plotting something. The dimly lit corner barely revealed their silhouettes, but Xiao Chen had dealt with Su Jiangwo more than once. He recognized that figure unmistakably. It was Su Jiangwo. Every word and every piece of data in the printed documents felt like sharp blades, all pointing directly at Su Jiangwo. Impossible. How could Commander Su be a mole? Xiao Chen clearly refused to believe the evidence, his voice involuntarily rising several pitches. The sharp tone jarred sharply in the quiet cafe. The moment Xiao Chen spoke, the entire cafe seemed to come alive again. Music began flowing once more, people started moving about, and some even glanced their way. Images of himself fighting side by side with Su Jiangwo kept flashing through Xiao Chen's mind, their confrontation with the masked man at the port, Su Jiangwo's unwavering resolve, his calm and collected demeanor, and those words brimming with righteous conviction. He simply couldn't reconcile the absurd notion of a mole with the man Su Jiangwo. Zhao Feng watched, shaking his head with a wry smile, his face etched with helplessness. We didn't believe it at first either, but the evidence pointing to him keeps piling up. Take the masked man's escape. Only Su Jiangwo and a few high-ranking officials knew the location where he was being held. Later, while pursuing leads, every time we caught a glimpse of progress, the trail would inexplicably vanish. All signs pointed to someone interfering with our investigation. And at this point, Su Jiangwo remains the prime suspect. As Zhao Feng spoke, his brows furrowed deeply, his eyes heavy with gravity. Xiao Chen lowered his eyes, his mind plunged into a fierce internal struggle. If Su Jiangwo truly was the mole, then the masked man's escape would become traceable. This meant that in the future, when the State Security Bureau faced the task of collecting the Kunlun mirror fragments or launching a crackdown on the Tianyu organization, all sorts of complications could arise. The situation was far more complex and dire than anticipated. At this realization, Xiao Chen bit his dry, cracked lips and lifted his gaze to meet Zhao Feng's. His eyes were as still as a deep well. Clearly, he had regained his composure. What do you intend to do? You must understand these photos and documents are insufficient for a conviction. Zhao Feng's expression was grim, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. We need more concrete evidence, and gathering it must be done covertly. We absolutely cannot tip off the target. We all know Su Jiangwo holds you in high regard and values your extensive knowledge of Dragon Nation's mythical artifacts. He will certainly contact you again. We hope you can assist us covertly in our investigation and uncover crucial evidence. As Zhao Feng spoke, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Chen, trying to read his resolve from his expression. Xiao Chen fell silent, lowering his head once more. He was reluctant to reveal his emotions to outsiders, especially those whose backgrounds he didn't know. He felt hesitant and conflicted, fully aware of the dangers involved. The slightest misstep could alert the real mole, potentially endangering teacher Sophie and Lu Ruyan. But considering the crisis facing the Dragon Nation and the troubles and threats posed by the Heaven's Decree organization, he finally made up his mind. Alright, I agree. Keep in touch. If anything new comes up, you must notify me immediately. Xiao Chen lifted his gaze, meeting Zhao Feng's eyes with a calmness that held the resolve of one who had burned his bridges. Zhao Feng nodded. Alright, rest assured. I'll contact you with any new developments. This is a specially designed communicator. Only the core members investigating this matter can use it to contact each other. If you need anything, you can reach us directly. He pulled a compact, elegant device from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Chen. The device was no larger than a button, appearing remarkably lightweight. Xiao Chen accepted the communicator and tucked it into his pocket. He gathered the documents and photographs before him, placed them back into the folder, exchanged a farewell with Zhao Feng, and left the cafe. On his way back to campus, his steps felt heavy. Not long after stepping out, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated several times. Xiao Chen froze, his body stiffening. It took him a full 5 minutes to steady himself before pulling out his phone. Once again, he saw an anonymous text message. Be careful of Zhao Feng. He's trouble. Watch out for traps he might set for you. Reading the message, Xiao Chen halted once more, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. He stood at the intersection, scanning his surroundings. The street bustled with people, the air thick with noise and excitement, yet he felt a chill run through his body, as if he were completely out of place in this world. Could Su Jiangwo be the one with issues? Did he truly have ties to the Tianyu organization? Xiao Chen forced down the swirling doubts in his mind, feigning composure as he continued walking forward. His steps appeared steady, but each one was taken with extreme caution, lacking any sense of solid ground beneath his feet. The walk back to school felt like an eternity, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. Zhao Feng was also involved? This news hit him like another bombshell, instantly shaking the resolve he had just mustered. Chapter 73, Beware the Divide and Conquer Strategy. Upon returning to school, Xiao Chen didn't go to meet Lu Ruyan as planned. Instead, he headed straight for the library. He found a corner to sit in, pulled out the special communicator Zhao Feng had given him, and held it in his palm, examining it closely. The device appeared to be made of wood, its edges polished smooth. It looked ordinary enough, yet now it felt unbearably hot to the touch. His fingers gently traced the wooden surface as a jumble of thoughts swirled through his mind. Suddenly, a slender hand reached out and tapped his shoulder lightly. Xiao Chen's body tensed reflexively, muscles instantly stiffening. He whipped his head around to see Lu Ruyan's exquisite face, filled with concern. "Xiao Chen, what's wrong? You didn't even notice me coming over. What are you thinking about?" Lu Ruyan sat down across from Xiao Chen, her gaze fixed intently on him, searching his face for answers. Xiao Chen hesitated, an internal battle raging within him. Finally, gritting his teeth, he resolved to be completely honest with Lu Ruyan. Leaning forward slightly, he drew closer to her and lowered his voice, recounting everything that had transpired in the cafe. After listening to his account, Lu Ruyan furrowed her long brows, deeply contemplating the concerns he raised. "This is complicated. As you said, this is our first encounter with Zhao Feng. We don't know who he truly is yet. Our priority now is to uncover his true identity. If he's problematic, then all this is a scheme to drive a wedge between you and Su Jiangwo. We absolutely cannot fall for it." Xiao Chen nodded, his brow still furrowed. Both men fell into deep thought. The library was utterly quiet, broken only by the occasional soft footsteps or the rustle of pages turning nearby. Moments later, Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly brightened. "I think we shouldn't just passively accept the information they're feeding you. We should take the initiative. Perhaps we can start by looking into Zhao Feng's past background and see if anything seems off." Xiao Chen considered her words carefully and found them reasonable. He nodded in agreement. The two began searching the library's electronic database for information on Zhao Feng. The glow from the computer screens illuminated their young faces, reflecting their focused and determined expressions. The clicking of the mouse sounded particularly jarring in the quiet surroundings. Yet beyond his publicly available work history, they found nothing. Just as they were beginning to feel discouraged, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. "I could teleport to the State Security Bureau's classified archives and investigate." Seeing his eagerness, Lu Ruyan immediately pulled him back. "Xiao Chen, there's no need to rush today. You've already expended a lot of spiritual energy and physical strength fighting the masked man. Go home tonight, get a good night's sleep, and try again tomorrow." Xiao Chen heeded Lu Ruyan's advice. Though his heart raced like a caged beast, reason told him her suggestion was sound. He took a deep breath and nodded slowly, his voice tinged with reluctance and resignation. "All right, I'll listen to you. I'll go check tomorrow." As they left the library, the sky had grown dark. Lu Ruyan rubbed her stomach. "Let's go get dinner." Only then did Xiao Chen realize he hadn't eaten in nearly 10 hours. He nodded immediately and strode briskly with Lu Ruyan toward the cafeteria. After they finished eating, darkness had completely fallen. Night spread like a curtain, enveloping the entire campus in its embrace. Dim yellow lights cast their glow on the ground, illuminating the path they had come. Walking side by side on the quiet path, their footsteps echoed clearly. Xiao Chen's mind was entirely consumed by the revelation of the mole's identity. He kept glancing up at the sky, where only a few faint stars twinkled against the pitch-black expanse. Back in the dorm, Xiao Chen washed again, changed into pajamas, and lay on his bed. His eyes fixed on the ceiling, his gaze vacant yet filled with restlessness, his thoughts now galloping wildly like untamed horses. Zhao Feng's face kept surfacing in his mind, those eyes like whirlpools sucking him into an unknown secret, impossible to escape. Then there were those blurry photographs, dull tones, distorted figures like enigmas trapping his heart, leaving him unable to break free. Xiao Chen slept fitfully all night. Fortunately, the chaotic energy within him had slowly recovered considerably, perhaps even more abundantly than before. As sunlight filtered through the curtains and spilled onto Xiao Chen's bed, he suddenly opened his eyes. The former haze in his gaze instantly gave way to clarity, his stare sharp enough to pierce through any fog. Xiao Chen clenched his fist, sensing the chaos energy within him had grown denser than before. He felt a hint of surprise. He hadn't had time to sacrifice that crocodile monster yesterday, so why did his chaos energy feel stronger? Though puzzled, he had no time to dwell on it. He quickly rose, washed up, and got ready. By the time Xiao Chen arrived at the meeting spot with Lu Ruyan, she had already been waiting there. Her eyes reflected the same urgency and anticipation as his. Without exchanging many words, they made their way to a secluded, hidden corner. Xiao Chen closed his eyes. Spiritual energy surged around him, rippling visibly through the air. With a faint spatial fluctuation, he vanished from his original spot. The next second, he materialized inside the State Security Bureau's classified archives. Xiao Chen surveyed the rows of towering filing cabinets arranged in perfect order. Dim lights cast mottled shadows between the cabinets. He crouched low, moving silently through the aisles. A fleeting amber glow flickered within his normally dark brown pupils as his eyes darted across the labels on each filing cabinet. Soon, he located a file box marked with Zhao Feng's information tucked away in a corner. The instant his fingers touched the box, Xiao Chen's heart suddenly raced. He slowly opened the file box and pulled out the documents inside, which detailed Zhao Feng's missions over the years and his personal investigation records. Xiao Chen flipped through each page, scrutinizing every detail. Suddenly, a mission report from several years ago caught his attention. The mission had been to apprehend a transnational criminal organization of awakened individuals. Everything had been meticulously planned before the operation, yet at the critical moment of closing in, the target had mysteriously vanished. Though the report didn't explicitly state it, the implication between the lines suggested a leak, and the person responsible for intelligence transmission at the time was none other than Zhao Feng. Xiao Chen was engrossed in studying the report when a sudden, hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. Chapter 74, To Go or Not to Go. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Chen immediately returned the file to its place and ducked behind a nearby filing cabinet. The footsteps drew nearer, each one feeling like a heavy hammer striking his heart. He held his breath, eyes fixed intently on the direction of the sound. His right hand clenched unconsciously as the chaotic energy within him began to stir, ready to respond to any sudden threat. Just as the footsteps neared the filing cabinet where Xiao Chen hid, they abruptly stopped. Two voices murmured in low conversation. Has anyone recently looked at Zhao Feng's file? No, it shouldn't have been touched. It's been so long, no one would notice that matter anymore. Better to be cautious, though. The two continued their conversation as they walked away. Only then did Xiao Chen breathe a sigh of relief, though his suspicions only deepened. He lingered no longer, using teleportation to return to Lu Ruyan's side. Seeing him return safely, Lu Ruyan visibly relaxed. Xiao Chen recounted everything he discovered in the archives. Her expression grew increasingly grave as she listened. It seems Zhao Feng is also a significant suspect. We must be cautious and avoid being manipulated. However, this file can only be considered circumstantial evidence. It's insufficient to prove his guilt. Xiao Chen nodded, exhaling slowly. Just then, the specialized communicator in Xiao Chen's pocket vibrated. It was a message from Zhao Zhang. Xiao Chen, we've made crucial progress here. Meet me at the usual spot immediately. Upon hearing the message, Xiao Chen lifted his gaze and exchanged a glance with Lu Ruyan. Both saw the same mix of caution and confusion in each other's eyes. Xiao Chen pressed his lips together, his mood growing heavy. Go, and he might step into a trap set by others, becoming a pawn in someone else's game. Stay, and he feared missing the crucial clue to uncover the mole. Lu Ruyan understood Xiao Chen's current worries. She gently raised her hand and touched his arm. Xiao Chen, I'm afraid this might be a trap. Xiao Chen nodded, then shook his head, his gaze deepening as he looked at Lu Ruyan. If I don't go, we lose our chance to uncover the truth. I can't let the mole evade justice and continue threatening the National Security Bureau and the Dragon Nation. Xiao Chen clenched his fists, and the chaos energy within him seemed to sense his master's intent, stirring restlessly. After a moment's thought, Lu Ruyan nodded. All right, go ahead. If you're not back in an hour, I'll come find you. Rest assured, no matter where you are, I'll locate you. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered slightly before he finally nodded. All right, I'll go check the situation first. Ruyan, if there's real danger, I hope you'll act within your limits. Don't take unnecessary risks. Lu Ruyan nodded solemnly, watching as Xiao Chen teleported away from her. Xiao Chen teleported into the alley beside the cafe, slowly emerged, and pushed open the door to enter. The familiar aroma of coffee greeted him, and the music played as slowly as it had the day before. Xiao Chen's gaze swept across every seat before settling on Zhao Feng in the corner. Zhao Feng wore a dark blue suit, his hair combed immaculately. A faint smile graced his face, giving him the polished appearance of a successful entrepreneur. Upon seeing Xiao Chen enter, he merely gave a slight nod, waved at him, and gestured toward the seat opposite him. Xiao Chen walked over and sat down across from him, his gaze fixed on Zhao Feng's face, searching for the answers he sought. Yet Zhao Feng seemed entirely oblivious to Xiao Chen's intent, returning his gaze with a warm smile. Xiao Chen, why did you take so long to arrive today? I thought I might not see you at all. Xiao Chen chuckled softly, leaning back slightly in his chair and raising an eyebrow at Zhao Feng. Mr. Zhao, you seem so eager to see me today. Did you find new evidence, or is there some other reason? Zhao Feng seemed utterly unfazed by Xiao Chen's sarcasm. He reached into his briefcase beside him, pulled out a document folder, and handed it to Xiao Chen. Go ahead and open it. This is the latest lead we've uncovered. Xiao Chen took the envelope, opened it, and poured out photographs and documents. The documents contained encrypted communication records, while the photos depicted Su Jiangwo meeting with unfamiliar faces in secret locations. Xiao Chen scrutinized the photos before him, outwardly calm but inwardly sensing something amiss. While the evidence seemed to pin Su Jiangwo, Xiao Chen sensed something else. It felt too contrived, like a carefully orchestrated setup. While he was still pondering the authenticity of the photos, Zhao Feng spoke again. Brother Xiao Chen, I know you must be suspicious of me, but I believe future events will prove my identity. I genuinely want to do what I can for Longwa and the State Security Bureau to root out the real mole. I too have dreams. I want to use whatever strength I have to protect every inch of Dragon Nation's land. Xiao Chen lifted his head and met Zhao Feng's gaze directly. Mr. Zhao, these materials appear compelling, but I still need time to verify their authenticity. Without concrete evidence, I won't jump to conclusions. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile and spread his hands. Yes, I know you're cautious. But you must understand time waits for no one. The Heavens Decree organization is becoming increasingly active. You may not know this, but more awakened ones have gathered aboard a cruise ship in the East Sea. They might be planning another attack against the Dragon Nation. We don't have much time left. We must act swiftly. Just then, the cafe door swung open abruptly. Several individuals with stern expressions entered, their gazes sweeping the room before settling on Xiao Chen and Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's expression instantly darkened. He sprang to his feet and snapped at Xiao Chen, "Get out of here. Something's wrong." With that, he turned and headed for the back door of the cafe. Seeing this, Xiao Chen hurriedly rose and followed behind him, his left hand instinctively pressing against the gold bracelet on his right wrist. The moment they reached the back door, the men accelerated their pace and gave chase. The leader, a towering man with a spider web tattoo on his neck, opened his mouth. Instantly, a web shot out, stretching across the rear entrance and blocking their path. "Zhao Feng, you think you can escape?" Zhao Feng turned around, panic evident in his eyes as he saw the entrance blocked by the web. "What do you want? Who are you? Why are you chasing us?" The tattooed man chuckled lightly. "You're truly ignorant even as death approaches. You leaked state security secrets. This time next year will be your Memorial Day." Chapter 75, I Know Nothing. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. Why did these lines sound so familiar? A cold chuckle suddenly rose in his chest, yet his face wore a look of panic, his eyes flashing just the right amount of fear. His breathing grew ragged, his chest heaving rapidly. Yet beneath the surface, he began circulating the chaotic energy coursing through his body, his gaze fixed warily on the group closing in around them. Who are you? What do you want?" The tattooed man couldn't help but glance at Xiao Chen with contempt as he saw him trembling in fear. He chuckled twice, his voice echoing like a night owl's hoot in the darkness. "What are we doing? Heh, you might want to ask the guy next to you. Don't think we don't know about this. Kid, this has nothing to do with you. Just stay out of it and move aside. Don't go digging your own grave for no reason." Zhao Feng, trembling, hid behind Xiao Chen, his voice quivering. I didn't do anything. I don't know anything." Xiao Chen tilted his head slightly, glancing at Zhao Feng out of the corner of his eye and catching his guilty movements. His eyes darted nervously, his hands rubbing together frantically. Xiao Chen's heart sank further. Zhao Feng's nervousness seemed almost theatrical. He took a deep breath, the gold bracelet on his wrist glinting faintly. "I don't know what exactly is going on between you two, but this is a public place. Fighting could easily hurt someone else." The tattooed man chuckled, waving his large hand with a sharp, decisive motion. Several men in black behind him fanned out swiftly, their footsteps steady yet rapid, encircling Xiao Chen and Zhao Feng. They blocked their path completely, the small back door seeming to grow ever more distant. The tattooed man said little, his hands moving swiftly as his fingers danced nimbly, weaving an invisible net, a colossal spider web descending upon the two. Xiao Chen's eyes turned cold, his pupils contracting slightly as his left hand pressed against the golden bracelet, now shimmering with a brilliant glow. Suddenly, the bracelet erupted in blinding radiance, a light as fierce as the scorching sun, piercing the eyes. An invisible force shielded the pair as the web shattered mid-air, reduced to dust that scattered into the air. The tattooed man's expression changed instantly. His earlier arrogance was replaced by utter shock. "Kid, what's that on your wrist?" "Heh, no need to answer. Just some petty trick. Don't think you can stop us." As he spoke, a figure burst forward from behind him. Moving with lightning speed, a gust of wind followed him. A cold gleam flashed in his hand as a sharp bayonet lunged toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen wasn't about to stand idly by. His body flickered, evading the bayonet. Swift as a cheetah, he dodged the attack while simultaneously unleashing his right fist, channeling the power of chaos. The fist wind howled as it slammed toward the attacker. The attacker couldn't dodge in time, taking the punch squarely to the chest. He let out a muffled groan before flying backward like a. The tattooed man's expression darkened further. "Don't just stand there. All of you, come at him." His voice boomed, nearly shattering the cafe windows. The others immediately swarmed forward, their coordination seamless as they attacked Xiao Chen from multiple directions. Xiao Chen remained unflustered. The golden light on his bracelet flickered, the power of his weapon flickering in and out of view. He executed the fist techniques he'd learned from the light screen, his feet moving with extreme agility. He maneuvered effortlessly between the attackers, striking with precision. Zhao Feng stood in the corner, his eyes darting nervously around the room. He crouched down stealthily, shifting his body from side to side, searching for an opening to slip away. Xiao Chen caught Zhao Feng's movement out of the corner of his eye, his inner laughter growing colder. This Zhao Feng was indeed highly suspicious. Today, he would tear away his mask. Just as the fierce battle raged on, the cafe's front door suddenly burst open. A blast of cold winds swept inside, sending debris flying across the floor. A group of men in State Security Bureau uniforms stormed in. The squad leader at the front stood tall and straight, his sharp, cold gaze sweeping across the cafe. His uniform hung immaculately, the insignia on his shoulder gleaming golden in the light. He halted abruptly, his voice booming like a bell. "Freeze! The command thundered through the cafe like a crack of lightning, carrying an undeniable authority that made everyone's ears ring. The tattooed man and his crew, hearing this fierce command, abruptly halted their advance on Xiao Chen. Resentment flashed across their faces. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with conflict, slowly lowering their weapons. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen's toes lightly touched the floor as he gracefully stepped back several paces, landing steadily beside Zhao Feng, who was attempting to flee. His move appeared to be protecting Zhao Feng, but in reality, it kept Zhao Feng within arm's reach. With a single stretch, Xiao Chen could halt Zhao Feng's next move. The captain from the State Security Bureau was not Luning Yu, it was someone Xiao Chen had never seen before. The captain's cold gaze fixed on the tattooed man, his brow furrowing deeply. What kind of trouble are you causing here? Who are you people? Do you have any idea what it means to start a brawl in broad daylight? The tattooed man gritted his teeth in frustration, his gaze flashing sharply at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng is a mole within the State Security Bureau. He leaked classified information. We're merely carrying out a cleanup operation. The moment these words left his mouth, the cafe fell into an absolute deathly silence. Zhao Feng's face drained of color as his body began to shake violently, his voice trembling. You're framing me. I'm Chinese. How could I possibly be a mole? As he spoke, he shuffled toward the door, his eyes filled with panic and urgency. His hands unconsciously rubbed his pants, as if trying to wipe away the sweat beading on his palms. Xiao Chen had been watching Zhao Feng's every move, his gaze fixed on him. The moment Zhao Feng made his move, Xiao Chen shot out his arm, grabbed Zhao Feng by the collar, and yanked him back. He smiled. Mr. Zhao, why the sudden dash? Zhao Feng hadn't expected Xiao Chen's lightning speed. The collar gripping his throat instantly cut off his air, his face flushing crimson as he gasped for breath. His eyes widened as he struggled desperately with both hands, trying to break free. Let go, let go. You're choking me, you've got the wrong idea. Chapter 76, The Act. The State Security Bureau captain's eyes turned cold at the words mole. His already sharp gaze grew more wary and solemn. He turned his gaze to Xiao Chen and Zhao Feng, scrutinizing them as if trying to pierce through their thoughts. What's going on here? You two come back to headquarters with me and explain yourselves. Seeing this, the tattooed man stepped forward urgently, blocking Zhao Feng's path. He cried out anxiously, no. He can't go. He's the mole. If he gets back, we'll never catch him. The captain frowned at the tattooed man's frantic expression. His gaze shifted back and forth between Zhao Feng and the tattooed man, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Xiao Chen saw the chaotic situation unfolding and his mind raced with thoughts. He knew that if they all returned to the State Security Bureau together now, Zhao Feng might evade punishment once more. With that thought, he suddenly spoke up. Captain, these men's identities are unknown. I don't know who they are, but I have leads on Zhao Feng being the mole. Zhao Feng's expression darkened further at the words. He struggled frantically, kicking wildly with his feet, leaving imprints on the surrounding walls. Xiao Chen, you're lying. How dare you frame me? Xiao Chen paid him no mind, instead explaining earnestly to the captain. The timing of these men's appearance is too suspicious. Zhao Feng's behavior is also highly questionable. I suspect this is a staged performance orchestrated by him to confuse the investigation. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Dou Zhang's eyes flickered with doubt. He studied Zhao Feng, who now had beads of sweat on his forehead and a panicked look in his eyes, like a bird startled by a bowstring. The captain suddenly reached a conclusion and waved his arm. Enough. Take them all back. Everyone. Bring them all in for questioning. Just as the State Security Bureau agents prepared to take everyone present into custody, a massive explosion erupted outside the cafe. The cafe's windows shattered, sending shards flying everywhere. Tables and chairs were overturned by the shockwave, clattering noisily. Immediately afterward, a group of people clad in white robes surged through the front door. Their footsteps were hurried and chaotic, radiating an aura of malevolence. Clearly, they meant no good. The leader of the white-robed group followed the others inside. Tall and imposing, he wore a deep white hood, a layer of white gauze obscuring his face. He let out a chilling laugh that echoed through the cafe, sending shivers down everyone's spine. You think you can take Xiao Feng away? Ha 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 ha, none of you will leave here alive today. The captain's expression darkened instantly, his aura intensifying sharply. His piercing gaze swept across the intruding white-robed figures. His right hand pressed against the pistol holster at his waist, the veins on his knuckles bulging slightly. Who are you? How dare you obstruct State Security Bureau operations? This is a direct challenge to the authority of the Dragon Nation. His voice boomed like a temple bell, reverberating through the cafe and making the surrounding air buzz. The white-robed man ignored him completely, raising his hand and tracing an offensive gesture through the air. His movements were deliberate yet oppressively slow. In an instant, the white-robed figures beside him surged forward like a raging tide, carrying a biting cold wind as they swiftly closed in on the State Security Bureau agents and Xiao Chen's group. Their footsteps were incredibly light, as if treading on cotton, utterly silent, yet they radiated an aura of evil that made one's scalp tingle. Seeing this, Xiao Chen didn't hesitate. He yanked Zhao Feng behind him and shoved him hard. Immediately, the golden bracelet on his wrist flashed with a brilliant glow. He drew a deep breath, thrust his toes into the ground, and the hard pavement gave way beneath him, leaving a shallow indentation. Like an arrow released from its string, he charged forward with unstoppable momentum toward the white-robed figure at the forefront. His exquisite fist techniques unleashed earth-shattering power with every strike. The wind whistled through the air, torn apart by his fists, emitting faint crackling sounds. One of the white-robed figures swung a short staff viciously toward Xiao Chen's head, its speed leaving little time for reaction. Yet Xiao Chen showed no panic. His gaze remained cool as his body instinctively sensed danger. His head shifted slightly, evading the club's strike. Simultaneously, he unleashed an uppercut infused with chaos energy, connecting squarely on the white-robed man's jaw. A sharp crack echoed as the man's jaw shattered. His body flew backward like a feathered leaf, crashing heavily into several comrades. They tumbled into a heap, their groans of pain filling the air. The State Security Bureau agents snapped into action, instantly forming their formation as commanded by their captain. The captain's command rang out, short and sharp. Counterattack. The agents drew their weapons instantly, the guns gleaming with metallic sheen under the lights. Their eyes hardened as they engaged the white-robed figures in fierce combat. In an instant, the cafe erupted into a whirlwind of blades and steel. Shouts of combat, the clang of weapons clashing, and the crash of overturned tables and chairs filled the air, creating a deafening cacophony. The small cafe was thick with the pungent smell of blood and a palpable tension, every inch of space saturated with the scent of death. Zhao Feng crouched in a corner, his body curled into a tight ball, his eyes fixed nervously on the back door not far away. He took advantage of the fierce battle raging around him to quietly inch toward the back door. His movements were light, his entire body seemingly curled up the entire time, though in reality, his feet were constantly shifting with careful precision. Little did he know, however, that his every subtle movement had not escaped Xiao Chen's watchful eye. While battling the white-robed man, Xiao Chen kept a watchful eye on Zhao Feng's movements. Seeing Zhao Feng about to reach the back door, Xiao Chen spun around, his body darting like lightning toward Zhao Feng. In the blink of an eye, he stood directly behind him. Zhao Feng, where do you think you're going? His voice was as cold as frost on the dead of winter, bone-chillingly icy. Zhao Feng let out a startled cry at the sudden voice behind him, his entire body trembling. He slowly turned his head, his face as pale as paper, revealing a look of utter despair. A grimace twisted his lips into a smile uglier than tears. Xiao Chen, let me explain. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? You're still trying to wriggle out of it. Xiao Chen cut him off, his eyes brimming with disgust, a gaze that seemed capable of burning Zhao Feng. He took a step forward, the floor tiles beneath his feet cracking with a sharp snap. At that moment, a figure in white robes silently approached from behind Xiao Chen. The figure moved with the agility of a sparrow, a dagger gleaming coldly in its hand. The blade's glint was particularly jarring under the dim lighting as it shot straight toward Xiao Chen's back. Chapter 77, Xiao Chen's counterattack. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen's keen senses detected the slightest disturbance behind him. His ears twitched slightly, and his body twisted at an angle that seemed to defy the laws of human mechanics. The movement was so swift it left only a blur. The gleaming blade seemed to strike an invisible shield, halted mid-strike. Simultaneously, chaotic energy surged within Xiao Chen. Amber light flashed from his eyes, those deep, unfathomable orbs now seemed to hold swirling starry rivers as boundless power erupted outward. He thrust his left hand forward, seizing the white-robed man's wrist. His fingers pierced the wrist like blades, channeling the chaotic energy within him through his fingertips into the white-robed man's body. The white-robed man felt a searing heat in his arm as a violent force rampaged through his body. His internal organs felt as if swept by a tornado, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. His face contorted in agony, his features twisted, his mouth open, yet unable to utter a single sound. This is the price for ambushing me. Xiao Chen roared with fury, his voice like thunderclaps that made the surrounding air buzz. His arm swung out again with brutal force, sending the white-robed man flying through the air like a discarded sack. The figure arced through the air, crashing heavily into the wall. Plaster crumbled and fell in a shower of debris. After dealing with the white-robed man, Xiao Chen turned back, his icy gaze locking onto Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, already trembling with fear from Xiao Chen's actions, lay collapsed on the ground. He tremblingly propped himself up with his arms, inch by inch dragging himself backward, his buttocks leaving a clean trail across the floor. His mouth kept pleading for mercy, his voice trembling with tears. He seemed genuinely terrified. Xiao Chen, spare me. I'm truly innocent. I didn't. Xiao Chen continued advancing step by step toward Zhao Feng. With each stride, the ground seemed to tremble slightly, as if his footsteps carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. A powerful aura radiated from his body, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to spew molten lava that would melt everything in sight. You're being framed? You still refuse to tell the truth? Xiao Chen extended his arm, preparing to lift Zhao Feng off the ground once more. Suddenly, a white figure darted out from the side, moving with lightning speed. Xiao Chen's gaze locked onto the figure. It was the white-robed leader. Somehow, he had broken free from the captain's grasp and rushed to Zhao Feng's rescue. His white robes fluttered like a raised banner as he moved. You want to take him? You'll have to get past me first. The leader's Mandarin was stiff and awkward, clearly not native. He bellowed, his hands forming seals with blinding speed, the movements so rapid they blurred the eye. In the next instant, white mist surged from his palms, rapidly spreading to envelop the entire cafe. From within the mist came waves of eerie, blood-curdling wail sounds that seemed to echo from the deepest pits of hell, sending shivers down the spine and striking terror into the heart. The State Security Bureau agents were instantly thrown into chaos. Their vision was completely obscured by the white mist, leaving only a vast, white expanse before them so thick they couldn't see their own hands in front of their faces. They lost contact with each other, forced to rely solely on their own abilities to fight the white-robed figures surrounding them. The white-robed figures moved freely through the mist, their forms appearing and disappearing as they relentlessly launched attacks. The State Security Bureau agents gradually found themselves on the defensive, with muffled groans of pain rising from their ranks. Xiao Chen stood his ground, channeling chaos energy. The force swirled around him like an invisible shield, repelling the mist. Where the mist touched the shield, it hissed and crackled, as if scorched. Xiao Chen's originally dark brown pupils gradually shifted to amber, a golden light flickering across his eyelids as he activated his fire eyes. Under the enhancement of the golden eyes of fire, the mist in Xiao Chen's vision instantly thinned, resembling a gauze that could be pierced with ease. The surrounding environment and every movement of the enemy lay exposed before his eyes. He saw clearly how the white-robed figures, relying on their familiarity with the mist, skillfully launched surprise attacks against the State Security Bureau agents. Like ghostly apparitions, they darted through the mist, their eyes gleaming with cruelty and viciousness. Cold steel flashed in their hands, each strike carrying a deadly threat. The State Security Bureau agents, however, were frozen in terror and confusion. A surge of rage welled up in Xiao Chen's heart, his fists clenching involuntarily. "You think you can harm someone right under my nose? You're out of your mind." Xiao Chen growled, his toes digging into the ground as his entire body shot forward like a black bolt of lightning. His speed was blinding, leaving a trail of powerful gusts that swept up the white mist around him, scattering it in all directions. A white-robed figure raised its scythe, silently attempting to strike a State Security Bureau agent from behind. The agent, completely unaware, swung his weapon in a daze, his face etched with tension and unease as he tried to fend off attacks from all directions. Just as the scythe was about to touch the agent's neck, Xiao Chen arrived. He lunged forward, grabbing the cloaked figure's arm with a fierce twist. A sharp crack echoed through the mist, piercingly loud in the silence. The arm was wrenched clean off at the shoulder, landing with a thud on the ground. The scythe in his grasp followed suit, clattering to the floor. With effortless precision, Xiao Chen snapped the white-robed man's neck. The captain, who had nearly had his neck severed, turned in shock. Upon recognizing Xiao Chen, a flicker of relief and gratitude crossed his eyes. "Thank you." Xiao Chen gave a slight nod before retreating back into the mist, sprinting toward another dangerous area. At that moment, the white-robed leader sensed Xiao Chen's movement. He let out a shrill, piercing scream. His hands swiftly formed seals again, moving so fast that only after images could be seen. Countless white threads suddenly appeared within the mist. Like countless sharp arrows, they whistled through the air, hurtling toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. The amber glow within them intensified as the chaos power within him surged once more, forming an invisible protective barrier around him. The white threads struck the protective barrier, producing a dense clatter like countless bullets hitting steel plates. They failed to penetrate even slightly, leaving not a single mark behind. Xiao Chen now clearly saw the position of the white-robed leader and charged toward him without hesitation. Chapter 78, The Escape. Closing in on the white-robed leader, Xiao Chen unleashed his signature fist technique once more. His fists carried howling gales and the overwhelming might of chaos energy, churning the surrounding white mist into turbulent swirls. The white-robed leader was no pushover. He moved with agile evasions, his gaze fixed on the golden bracelet gleaming on Xiao Chen's wrist. He had already sensed the immense power behind Xiao Chen's fists, likely granted by that bracelet. This realization sparked another thought. The legendary protective artifact said to be in Xiao Chen's possession was probably this very bracelet. If he could seize it for himself, it might prove even more beneficial. He narrowly evaded Xiao Chen's next strike, seeking an opening to counterattack. His retaliation was fierce and swift, each move carrying a chilling aura. The two exchanged blows relentlessly as the battle reached a fever pitch. Zhao Feng, who had been slumped on the ground, now saw his chance to flee. He scrambled to his feet, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. He knew he was trapped in a hopeless predicament. If he didn't escape now, it would be even harder later. Silently, he crept toward the basement entrance of the cafe, where a secret passageway led outside. Zhao Feng tiptoed through the white mist, advancing slowly. With each step, he halted warily to scan his surroundings, his heart racing as he silently prayed no one would notice him. But his luck seemed to have run out. Just as he neared the basement entrance, a State Security Bureau agent was searching nearby. Hearing Zhao Feng's footsteps, he turned sharply, his voice sharp with alarm. "Who's there? Who's there?" The voice echoed through the mist, tinged with tension and wariness. Zhao Feng's heart sank instantly. His body froze, cold sweat dripping relentlessly from his forehead, his back already soaked through. He slowly approached the entrance, his face twisted into a grimace that looked worse than a cry. Forcing himself to stay calm, he casually wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feigning ease as he laughed. "It's me, Zhao Feng." The fog came on suddenly. "I'm trying to find a way out." As he spoke, his eyes darted around like a frightened rat, secretly sizing up his surroundings and the team members before him, his mind frantically calculating how to escape his predicament. The team members clearly didn't lower their guard just because they recognized him. Their flashlights shone directly on Zhao Feng's face, revealing every subtle expression, twitching jaw muscles, beads of sweat continuously forming on his forehead with crystal clarity. The team members scrutinized Zhao Feng from head to toe, not missing a single detail. "Zhao Feng, weren't you just by the back door? How did you end up here? This is the basement entrance. Were you trying to leave through here?" The officer's tone brimmed with suspicion, carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. One hand instinctively pressed against his waist. If anything felt off, he'd draw his gun without hesitation. Zhao Feng's mind raced, desperately searching for an excuse. Well, I was being chased by a man in white robes. Somehow I ended up here." As he spoke, he studied the team members' reaction. Seeing the lingering skepticism in his eyes, Zhao Feng grew even more nervous, his palms sweating profusely. "Brother, you have to believe me. I'm also with the State Security Bureau. My greatest dream in life is to contribute to protecting the Dragon Nation within the Bureau. I won't harm any of you." Zhao Feng tried to win them over with his words, his voice growing urgent. Just then, an eerie sound echoed through the basement, a low, chant-like murmur. It sounded strange, almost like the wounded growl of a beast, tinged with waves of despair. The sound echoed through the basement passageways, eerily sinister, like a summoning from hell itself. The State Security Bureau team members' attention was instantly drawn to the sound. They instinctively turned toward the entrance, their eyes filled with terror and curiosity. Zhao Feng seized the moment, tensing his muscles instantly. His right elbow whistled through the air as he slammed it viciously toward the agent's temple. His surprise attack, accompanied by the whistling air, seemed poised to connect. Yet the agent, a seasoned veteran, reacted with lightning reflexes, sidestepping the blow. He swiftly drew his weapon, its metallic gleam catching the dim light as it pointed directly at Zhao Feng. "Zhao Feng, you're definitely up to something. Stay right here. You're coming back to the State Security Bureau with us to explain yourself." Seeing his sneak attack fail, Zhao Feng made a silent resolution. A savage expression flashed across his face as he threw a punch, immediately locking into a fierce struggle with the agent. Near the basement entrance, the two exchanged blows, each strike aimed at vital points. Like a trapped beast, Zhao Feng attacked the agent with frenzied ferocity. His nails shattered from the sheer force, blood dripping steadily onto the floor. The team member, relying on his solid combat skills, deftly dodged the attacks, maintaining an impenetrable defense while occasionally landing punches of his own. Amid the fierce struggle, Zhao Feng, drawing on years of training with the rapid reaction force, spotted an opening and delivered a kick to the agent's knee. Caught off guard, the member's knees buckled, forcing him to kneel on one knee. Seizing the moment, Zhao Feng snatched the weapon from the soldier's grasp, pressed it against the back of his head, and spat a mouthful of blood at him. "Don't make me do this. Get out of my way. Don't block my path, or I'll take you out." Unmoved, the soldier turned to face Zhao Feng, his gaze icy and resolute, as if prepared to die honorably. "Go ahead and try. If I, Wang Song, beg for mercy, I'm no longer a Dragon Nation man. Do you really think you can escape? Just surrender peacefully." Seeing the man's defiant, dead pig-fearing no boiling water attitude, Zhao Feng was both furious and exasperated. He raised his weapon and smashed it viciously into the team member's head. The man's body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhao Feng spun and charged toward the basement entrance, his steps frantic, limbs trembling. Just as he opened the door and was about to step inside, a powerful arm wrapped around his neck, clamping down on his throat and yanking him violently back out of the basement entrance. Zhao Feng reached behind him in terror, only to be thrown violently to the ground. Lying face down, he lifted his head to find the imposing State Security Bureau captain glaring at him with a furious expression. Chapter 79, Arresting Zhao Feng. The captain stared coldly, his eyes as still as a deep well. "Zhao Feng, you still think you can escape? Do you really think you can get away?" Zhao Feng felt his blood freeze. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, the thunderous thud echoing like war drums in his ears. His entire body trembled as terror widened his eyes. His pupils contracted sharply, his gaze filled with utter despair and helplessness. "No, no, no. You've got me all wrong." Zhao Feng bellowed hoarsely, his voice cracking with tears and the utter despair of a defeated man. The captain gave a sinister smile as he approached. Suddenly, his right hand shot out, clamping down on Zhao Feng's throat. His eyes were cold as he slowly tightened his grip. Zhao Feng's face instantly flushed crimson. He struggled desperately, twisting his body frantically, kicking wildly with his legs. His hands clawed desperately at the captain's iron grip, his nails tearing bloody gashes into the captain's arm as bright red blood trickled slowly down the captain's forearm. Yet the captain's grip remained ironclad, not budging an inch. "A misunderstanding? The evidence is clear as day, and you tell me it's a misunderstanding?" The captain's icy gaze fixed on Zhao Feng, who lay like a dead dog. Watching his eyes turn bloodshot, the captain let him taste the sensation of near suffocation before suddenly releasing his grip and tossing him back onto the ground. With a wave of his hand, 2 officers swiftly approached. They deftly produced handcuffs and fastened them around Zhao Feng's wrists as he coughed violently. Once the cold metal cuffs locked around his wrists, Zhao Feng went limp as if his backbone had been ripped out. He collapsed onto the floor, unable to rise for a long while. Meanwhile, inside the cafe, the battle raged on. Chaos reigned supreme. Shattered tables and chairs littered the floor, some reduced to powder, wood shavings swirling through the air. The air in the cafe reeked of smoke, alcohol, and blood, mingling with the aroma of roasting coffee beans. Xiao Chen's battle with the white-robed leader reached a fever pitch. The collision of their power generated a powerful gust that tore everything around them apart. The surrounding tables and chairs shattered under the force of their clash, sending splinters flying everywhere. Some table legs were even driven deep into the walls. After battling Xiao Chen for some time, the white-robed leader grew impatient. He wondered what kind of magical artifact Xiao Chen wore on his wrist that allowed him to endure the fight for so long. Suddenly, he spotted an opening. With a fierce strike, he lunged forward. His form moved with lightning speed, his entire body blurring into a white afterimage, making his movements nearly impossible to track. His right fist was enveloped in a thick, white mist, viscous and dense, carrying an apocalyptic force as it hurtled straight for Xiao Chen's throat. The force of the punch stirred a gust of wind that whipped Xiao Chen's hair wildly. In that life or death instant, Xiao Chen's eyes transformed. His deep round pupils instantly filled with amber gold, blazing like 2 suns scorching within his eyes. Chaotic energy surged wildly within his body, like an ancient divine beast about to awaken, emitting a deep, rumbling roar. He twisted sideways with lightning speed, his body nearly parallel to the ground, evading the deadly strike. The golden bracelet on his wrist flared brilliantly once more, dispelling the surrounding white mist. The golden radiance sliced through the thick fog like a blade, sending ripples of golden energy radiating outward from him. Wherever they touched, the white mist sizzled and crackled, as if scorched away by the golden light. "You want to kill me? How naive and foolish!" Xiao Chen roared, his voice booming like a temple bell, causing the surrounding air to hum with resonance. His toes dug into the deck, leaving a shallow indentation as his body shot forward like an arrow released from its string, targeting the white-robed leader. His fingers drew together, palm forward. A golden energy sphere had materialized within his palm, radiating a blinding light. Within it, countless stars seemed to flicker, carrying boundless power and fury as it slammed toward the white-robed leader. The white-robed leader's face turned ashen in an instant. His previously confident expression was instantly replaced by terror. He never expected Xiao Chen to counterattack in such a desperate situation, let alone with such overwhelming power. With no time to evade, he crossed his arms in front of him, veins bulging and muscles taut, attempting to block the energy sphere. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as a blinding flash of light erupted. The immense shockwave sent a torrent of air rushing outward, hurling everything nearby into the air. Even the cafe walls cracked, fissures spreading like spiderwebs across the surface as plaster flaked off in showers. With the white mist dispersed by Xiao Chen's golden light, the battle between the State Security Bureau agents and the other white-robed figures reached a stalemate. Through seamless coordination, the agents gradually stabilized the situation. Upon witnessing Zhao Feng's capture, one State Security Bureau agent shouted triumphantly, "Excellent! Zhao Feng is taken down." Hearing this, the morale of the other NSS agents soared. The weariness in their eyes gave way to renewed fighting spirit, and their attacks grew even more fierce. The white-robed figures, hearing this, showed signs of panic. Their movements became hesitant, and their coordination was no longer as seamless as before. Retreat! Seeing the unfavorable situation, the leader of the white-robed group decisively gave the order. He blew a sharp whistle, and the white-robed men retreated like a receding tide. Their movements were swift in the blink of an eye, they vanished outside the cafe, leaving behind only a chaotic battlefield. Xiao Chen did not pursue them. He was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently. Sweat soaked through his shirt, and strands of hair clung to his face. His gaze fell upon Zhao Feng, who was being escorted away. Unlike his earlier well-dressed appearance, Zhao Feng was now covered in dust. His head hung low, his once meticulously styled hair now messy and obscuring his face. He seemed to be propped up by others, his body trembling slightly. "Zhao Feng, why did you do this?" Xiao Chen asked hoarsely. Zhao Feng slowly raised his eyes to meet Xiao Chen's. Once his pupils focused, a bitter smile touched his lips. I had no choice. They threatened me, saying they'd kill my son if I didn't cooperate." His voice was equally hoarse, tinged with profound helplessness. "So you betrayed the State Security Bureau? You betrayed the Dragon Nation?" The captain asked coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. Zhao Feng fell silent. After a moment, he spoke again slowly. "I know I'm guilty, but I had no choice. They were truly powerful. I couldn't resist." Chapter 80, A Sea of Fog. "You're lying. You were just scared. Your cowardice and selfishness nearly put countless lives in danger." Xiao Chen shouted angrily at Zhao Feng, his eyes blazing with fury. Zhao Feng was speechless, lowering his head once more as tears streamed down his cheeks and fell onto his dust-covered suit. The State Security Bureau captain waved his hand at his team members. Take him back. Interrogate him thoroughly. We must root out every single mastermind behind this. Yes, sir. The officers responded in unison, their voices loud and clear. They escorted Zhao Feng out. Xiao Chen watched Zhao Feng's retreating figure, his mood souring. He knew this battle was merely the beginning, the real crisis had yet to arrive. The core members of the Heaven's Decree organization were all foreign awakened individuals. They had colluded with certain domestically based awakened individuals harboring sinister motives, attempting to subvert the Dragon Nation, an act that could absolutely not be tolerated. At that moment, the afternoon sun pierced through the thick clouds, bathing the war-torn land in its rays. Golden rays gently caressed the earth. The captain approached, patting Xiao Chen's shoulder as his gaze lingered on the bracelet around his wrist. Your artifact is formidable. Well done. Go now. Rest up. There may be other matters in the future. Oh, and Lu Ningyu asked me to pass along a message. Xiao Chen lifted his head at the mention of Lu Ningyu's name. What did he say? He said he believes you'll make the right choice. Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh aloud at those words. My name is Wang Lei, Xiao Chen. The captain smiled back and introduced himself. Xiao Chen nodded and extended his hand for a handshake. Pleased to meet you, Captain Wang. Go get some rest. Wang Lei waved his hand dismissively. Only then did Xiao Chen drag his weary figure toward the National Security University. After returning to the National Security University, Xiao Chen first sought out Lu Ruyan to explain the situation. Lu Ruyan looked at him with concern, taking in his disheveled appearance. Xiao Chen, you fought too many times these past few days. You're exhausted. Listen to me, it's the weekend. No one will bother you. Go back and sleep for 2 days straight to recover your strength, okay? Xiao Chen understood Lu Ruyan's concern and readily agreed. He turned and used teleportation to shift from Lu Ruyan's dorm to his own. Only then did he realize how utterly exhausted he was, as if wearing a layer of heavy armor that weighed him down. Gritting his teeth, he made his way to the bathroom. He tossed his dust-covered clothes into the washing machine, took a quick shower, and stepped out. Perhaps the hot water had eased his fatigue, for he felt his energy returning somewhat. He was about to sleep when the door knocked again. Xiao Chen opened the door to see Lu Ruyan's bright face. You don't need to go get dinner. I brought it for you. Eat and then go to sleep. Xiao Chen smiled and nodded obediently. Lu Ruyan skillfully arranged the dishes on the table and watched as Xiao Chen ate. After a few bites, Xiao Chen caught her gaze and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in a smile. Why are you staring at me like that? Aren't you eating with me? I'm not hungry. Eat your fill, rest well, and remember to turn off your phone. Xiao Chen paused, but knowing Lu Ruyan meant well, he nodded in agreement. After Lu Ruyan left, Xiao Chen drew the curtains and flopped onto the bed. The bed creaked in protest. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, and the next moment, he fell into a deep sleep. He slept for a full day and night. It wasn't until the following night that the light screen in his mind suddenly flared to life without warning. The blinding glare jolted Xiao Chen awake. What the hell? Why the hell did it light up now? Xiao Chen's brows knitted tightly, his mind filled with confusion. He sat up abruptly, his eyes fixed intently on the luminous screen suspended within his mind. The screen was covered in strange ancient characters, their intricate strokes resembling tangled vines, radiating an unfathomable air of mystery. Xiao Chen recognized it. This was the secret scroll he'd glimpsed in the principal's office last time, the contents Lin Lao had shown him. He recalled the principal mentioning his hope that Xiao Chen would assist old Lin in deciphering its secrets. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. These characters look like dancing mosquitoes. How am I supposed to make them out? Principal really landed me in deep trouble with this. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Xiao Chen scratched his messy hair, searching deep within his memory for any clue about these ancient characters. He closed his eyes, recalling every detail of that day in the principal's office. He carefully replayed everything, the solemn expression on old Master Lin's face when he handed him the scroll, the expectation in his words, even the exact angle of the light streaming through the window. Yet the ancient characters remained as elusive as a fog, leaving him utterly baffled. No, I need to talk to someone about this. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he began dressing. His first thought was of Lu Ruyan. Her concerned expression flashed through his mind, but remembering the look in her eyes as she urged him to rest well, his finger hovered over the phone screen without pressing. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of Professor Chen Ziyuan from the History Department at National Security University. Professor Chen Ziyuan always wore a Zhongshan suit, small reading glasses perched on his nose bridge, one hand swaying as he walked while the other remained firmly at his side. He had considerable expertise in ancient scripts and history. Perhaps he could help. With that thought, Xiao Chen quickly washed up and stepped out of the dormitory. National Security University at night was quiet and mysterious. Twinkling stars dotted the deep blue sky, while mottled tree shadows swayed gently in the night breeze. Xiao Chen quickened his pace toward the faculty dormitory building. All the way, those mysterious ancient characters churned in his mind. The more he thought about them, the more they seemed like keys to unlocking a whole new unknown world, yet also like Pandora's box, potentially concealing earth-shattering dangers. Lost in these thoughts, Xiao Chen walked until he reached Professor Chen Ziyuan's residence. He raised his hand and knocked softly on the door. The crisp knock echoed eerily through the silent hallway. After a long moment, the door slowly opened. Professor Chen Ziyuan appeared, wearing his small pair of reading glasses. His eyes behind the lenses radiated warmth. He held an ancient text in his hand and looked surprised to see Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen? So late at night, what brings you here? Is something wrong? He asked kindly, a hint of puzzlement in his voice. Xiao Chen gave an embarrassed smile. Professor Chen, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you at this hour. I've encountered some difficulties with ancient script and was hoping to consult with you. At these words, a spark of interest flashed in Chen Ziyuan's eyes. His previously gentle gaze instantly sharpened. Oh? Is that so? Come in, then. Chapter 81, Professor Chen's Disappearance. As Xiao Chen stepped inside, he realized the modest 30-square-meter dorm room was crammed with books and research materials piled high by Professor Chen Ziyuan. Some volumes had yellowed pages and curled edges, clearly well thumbed from frequent use. The air carried a faint ink scent, mingled with the distinctive aroma of old books. Professor Chen Ziyuan gestured for Xiao Chen to sit down, his voice eager as he asked, "What kind of ancient script are you inquiring about?" Xiao Chen took a deep breath, focused his mind, and the light screen in his mind lit up once more. Recalling the characters, he wrote down 5 ancient scripts and handed them to Professor Chen. Professor Chen frowned, staring intently at the 5 ancient characters Xiao Chen had written. These characters are peculiar. I've never seen such a combination before. Professor Chen adjusted his small reading glasses, his expression grave. However, judging by the strokes and structure, they appear to be characters from the pre-Qin period, yet there are some differences. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Professor Chen, do you think these people can decipher them? Professor Chen pondered for a moment, his brow furrowed as his fingers tapped lightly on his knee, seemingly considering where to begin. I'll need more time to consult some references. Perhaps I can uncover some clues. Could you sketch these 5 characters more precisely? Xiao Chen nodded, took the paper and pen, and carefully sketched the 5 ancient characters from the mental projection once more. He had no intention of handing over all the ancient characters to Chen Ziyuan for study. After all, he hadn't yet assessed Professor Chen's character. He didn't know if this man was truly trustworthy. After sketching the rough outlines of the 5 characters, he handed them to Chen Ziyuan. Chen Ziyuan took the paper, held it up to the desk lamp, and examined it carefully, occasionally letting out a gasp of surprise. How peculiar. I can't shake the feeling these characters are more than just words. Perhaps they conceal some code or hint. Just then, Professor Chen's phone suddenly rang. His expression changed instantly upon glancing at the caller ID. He hurriedly stood up and said to Xiao Chen, "I need to take this call." With that, he strode to the windowsill and answered the call. Xiao Chen, sharp of hearing and keen of sight, overheard clearly. Chen Ziyuan mentioned the words secret scroll, decryption, 5 characters, and danger. Professor Chen kept his voice low, occasionally glancing back at Xiao Chen with a look of tension in his eyes. After hanging up, Professor Chen returned to his seat, his expression unnatural. Well, Xiao Chen, it's quite late now. You should go back and rest. I'll keep those 5 words here. I'll study them carefully and find the answer as soon as possible. I'll notify you afterward. Xiao Chen felt something was off, but he didn't press further. He stood up and took his leave. After leaving the faculty dormitory building, a vague unease lingered in Xiao Chen's mind. Who had called Professor Chen? What secrets lay hidden behind these ancient characters? Lost in thought, he walked back to his dormitory without realizing it. The moment he entered, he saw his phone screen light up. Approaching, he saw Lu Ruyan had called and quickly answered. Xiao Chen, where have you been? Why didn't you answer your phone? Lu Ruyan's voice on the other end sounded anxious and worried. Xiao Chen gave an awkward chuckle. Sorry, Ruyan. I went to see Professor Chen and forgot my phone. Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. Just glad you're okay. Don't do that again, you gave me quite a scare. I was genuinely worried those Tanyu organization people might cause you trouble. By the way, what were you doing visiting Professor Chen? Xiao Chen thought for a moment before telling her about the ancient script matter. After listening, Lu Ruyan fell silent for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. Xiao Chen, trust your instincts. This doesn't sound like a simple matter. Be careful. There's something off about Professor Chen. Xiao Chen's heart sank, his expression growing grave. You feel that too? After he took that call earlier, he seemed a bit strange to me as well. Regardless, you did the right thing. By only transcribing 5 ancient characters, you thwarted whatever he intended. Still, remain vigilant. Since these characters are linked to the secret scroll, they might attract the attention of the Heavens Decree organization. Lu Ruyan offered her concerned advice before hanging up. After hanging up, Xiao Chen lay back on the bed, his mind replaying events since awakening the chaos power and later becoming the Sun Wukong deity. In just a few short months, his cultivation had surged dramatically, his combat prowess had grown exponentially, and he had thwarted several plots by foreign awakened beings. These feats came effortlessly to him. Yet the constant intrigue and deception left him mentally exhausted. To repel external threats, one must first secure the interior. Within the Dragon Nation, traitors lurked hidden in every possible corner of the empire, ready to unleash catastrophic trouble at any moment. Xiao Chen's mind grew chaotic as these thoughts swirled, and he eventually drifted into a deep sleep. Even in his sleep, Xiao Chen's brow remained furrowed, his facial expression shifting with the ebb and flow of his dreams, as if he were still troubled by those ancient scripts and the hidden conspiracies. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks rang out, jolting him awake with a start. He opened his eyes groggily, the harsh sunlight already streaming through the curtains and onto his bed, blindingly bright. "Who is it?" Xiao Chen asked sleepily, his voice thick with drowsiness. "Xiao Chen, it's me, Lu Ruyan. Something's happened." Lu Ruyan's anxious voice came from outside the door. Xiao Chen instantly sobered up, quickly getting out of bed and walking barefoot to the door. Opening the door, he saw Lu Ruyan's face twisted with worry, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Her hair, damp with perspiration, clung to her smooth cheeks. "What's wrong? What happened?" Xiao Chen looked at Lu Ruyan with concern, almost reaching out to brush the strands of hair from her face. Lu Ruyan looked visibly flustered. "Xiao Chen, I just heard Professor Chen went missing. His study was ransacked, utter chaos. Those ancient texts you showed him are gone too, vanished along with him." As he spoke, he gestured wildly, his eyes filled with panic and unease. "What?" Xiao Chen was startled, his drowsiness instantly vanishing. "What did you say? Professor Chen is missing? When did this happen?" "Just today, Xiao Shang. School staff discovered it while cleaning the faculty dormitory building." Lu Ruyan looked tense, her brows tightly furrowed, her face etched with worry. "Xiao Chen, his disappearance must be connected to the ancient script. I fear it was the work of the Tianyu organization." Chapter 82, Head to the Shipyard. Xiao Chen's expression darkened instantly upon hearing the news. He turned and walked into the dormitory, pacing back and forth incessantly, muttering to himself as if deep in thought. Lu Ruyan didn't disturb him, instead sitting quietly in a chair, waiting for him to speak. Xiao Chen paced back and forth, his mind racing as he analyzed the connections and possibilities. If it really is the Heavenly Decree organization, then once they obtain the ancient text materials, they might very well unlock the secrets of the scroll before us. That would be far too dangerous for the Dragon Nation. Xiao Chen lifted his head to look at Lu Ruyan, a deep worry visible in the depths of his eyes. Lu Ruyan nodded, paused to consider, then offered reassurance. "But you only gave Professor Chen 5 ancient characters, right? I don't think it should cause any major problems." Xiao Chen closed his eyes, his brow furrowed. The light screen in his mind flickered to life once more, displaying all the ancient characters. Xiao Chen shook his head, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "I don't know. I can't be certain they won't deduce other information from just 5 characters. Don't worry. Things might not turn out as bad as we imagine." Lu Ruyan stood up, her gaze fixed firmly on Xiao Chen. "Let's go back to Professor Chen's dormitory. We might find some clues there." Lu Ruyan reached out naturally and tugged at Xiao Chen's sleeve. The two soon arrived at the door of Professor Chen Ziyuan's residence in the faculty dormitory building. A crowd still gathered at the doorway, with campus security officers maintaining order. After identifying themselves, Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan pushed through the crowd and entered Chen Ziyuan's room. Chen Ziyuan's room was in utter disarray. Books were scattered across the floor, some torn to shreds, others with their covers ripped off. Drawers were all pulled open, papers strewn everywhere. As people moved about, some sheets fluttered lightly in the air. Xiao Chen crouched on the floor in front of the sofa, carefully sifting through the scattered papers. He hoped to find some useful information among the fragments. His slender fingers darted through the papers, occasionally picking one up for closer inspection. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan called out in a trembling voice, "Xiao Chen, come here for a moment." Xiao Chen hurried over and saw that Lu Ruyan held a torn scrap of paper with a few words written on it. The two exchanged a glance, then hurriedly left the faculty dormitory building with the note, returning to Xiao Chen's dormitory building. The two young people worked together, heads close, piecing the shredded paper back together. Finally, they made out the words written on it. "Full moon night, abandoned shipyard, secret scroll truth." Xiao Chen snapped his head up to look at Lu Ruyan, his eyes narrowing sharply. "Full moon night? That's tonight, right? Abandoned shipyard? Which one?" Lu Ruyan was equally baffled, shaking her head. "I don't know either, but I can ask around. Which abandoned shipyard is near the school?" Lu Ruyan moved quickly to gather information. By noon, when Xiao Chen saw her in the cafeteria, she had already located the nearest shipyard. The shipyard primarily built small vessels and was not far from Goen University, having once served as one of the school's training bases. Over lunch, the two discussed their plan and decided to visit the shipyard after attending Professor Bai Qianqin's afternoon class. After classes ended that afternoon, they hurried toward the shipyard. By the time they arrived, dusk was settling in. The fading sunlight cast an eerie glow over the shipyard's outline. The factory gates stood half open, swaying in the breeze and creaking with each movement. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with mutual understanding and resolve. One after the other, they cautiously entered the factory, moving with hushed footsteps. The moment they stepped inside the abandoned shipyard, a pungent smell of rust and decaying wood hit them, causing a slight discomfort. Lu Ruyan, sensitive to such odors, couldn't help but cough lightly twice. Xiao Chen looked at her with concern, mouthing the question, "Are you okay?" Lu Ruyan shook her head gently, signaling she was fine. Only then did they continue forward. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Aside from the half-open gate creaking monotonously in the persistent breeze, not a single other sound could be heard. The deathly silence made every breath of air feel suffocating, compelling one to breathe ever so softly, then softer still. The ground beneath their feet was riddled with pits, littered with discarded parts and wooden planks. Some metal scraps lay buried in the dirt, their sharp edges protruding like blades, glinting coldly. A single misstep could easily slice open flesh. Xiao Chen clenched his fists, his gaze darting warily around the surroundings. Lu Ruyan stayed close behind him, a faint blue glow gathering in her palm, ready to unleash. They crept slowly deeper into the shipyard as the sky grew increasingly dark. Everything around them was shrouded in indistinct shadows. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan's foot slipped. Her leg accidentally collided with an iron barrel, clanging loudly. The sound echoed jarringly in the otherwise silent environment. Both froze instantly. Xiao Chen seized Lu Ruyan's hand and teleported them to a nearby shadow, where they watched the barrel's vicinity in silence. After a long while, no one appeared. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief and continue tiptoeing forward. As they approached a dilapidated warehouse, they were startled to see a faint, dim yellow light seeping from within. In the oppressive darkness, that light seemed strangely alluring, as if beckoning them to investigate. "Xiao Chen, wanna check it out?" Lu Ruyan drew close to Xiao Chen, her voice barely audible as she whispered the question, her warm breath gently brushing against his ear. Xiao Chen gave a slight nod, his eyes signaling her to stay close behind him. Watching Xiao Chen's retreating figure, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Not long ago, she had been the one telling Xiao Chen to stay close and not slow her down. Yet, after 2 months of fighting side by side, she now found herself willingly taking on the role of his support. As they neared the warehouse, faint voices drifted out from within. "This time, we absolutely must uncover the truth behind the secret scroll. We cannot let the Dragon Nation get there first." A deep, gravelly voice spoke, its tone carrying an undeniable coldness and ruthlessness, as if wrapped in endless chill. Chapter 83, Reclaiming the Scroll. "Mr. Yamamoto, rest assured. How could those few National Security University students possibly be a match for our entire Tianyu organization?" The other voice carried a mocking tone, brimming with arrogance and conceit, showing utter contempt for anyone else. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan exchanged glances, both seeing shock and fury in each other's eyes. The Heavens Decree organization's audacious scheme stunned them, while their covetousness toward the scrolls ignited a seething fury within them. They shifted positions once more, hiding behind the junk pile outside the warehouse. The stench emanating from the debris was nauseating, though they seemed oblivious, ears pricked, listening intently to the conversation inside. "How's the ancient script analysis coming along?" The man known as Mr. Yamamoto spoke again. "Almost there. Just missing a crucial piece of information, only 5 characters so far, not quite enough. Once we get our hands on the scroll, all the puzzles will fall into place." The reply carried a hint of excitement. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the warehouse, as if someone was approaching. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan immediately ducked into the shadows. They watched as a figure emerged from the warehouse, carrying a small box, and headed toward the other side of the warehouse. Seeing this, Xiao Chen tugged at Lu Ruyan's arm. The two silently followed the figure once more, skirting around piles of debris until they reached the small room the person had entered. The figure opened the door and stepped inside. The instant the door closed, Xiao Chen used teleportation to slip through the doorway. Only then did they notice another door just 5 paces inside the small room. From behind it came the sounds of rummaging, followed by the buzzing hum of a chainsaw. Suddenly, a delighted voice echoed from within the inner chamber. "It's open. I've opened the box." Immediately, the inner door burst open. The man rushed out, clutching a scroll that emitted a faint glow, colliding right in front of Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The man stared at them in terror, eyes wide and round, his face etched with shock and panic. He instinctively tried to hide the scroll behind his back, his expression shifting from initial astonishment to fierce hostility. Xiao Chen stared at him coldly, extending his hand. "Hand over the scroll. Just the 2 of you? Ha 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 ha, wishful thinking. Let me tell you, we worked our asses off to get this scroll from Lin Chong." Whether he was trying to show off or what, the man wore a smug expression, waving the scroll in his hand. That assistant of Lin Chang's seemed utterly loyal, but when we told him we could arrange his immigration to Little Day's country and give him $1 million, he agreed instantly. At these words, Xiao Chen's eyes instantly turned icy. A powerful aura surged from his body, like a towering glacier radiating waves of chill. The man's breath caught, and he instinctively stumbled back several steps, slumping against the door. Lu Ruyan narrowed her almond-shaped eyes slightly. The faint blue glow in her palm grew more intense, flickering and dancing like a serpent poised to strike, ready to deliver a fatal blow to any enemy at any moment. "You, what do you think you're doing?" Listen to me, don't push your luck. The man shouted, his voice harsh but trembling with fear. Slowly, he reached for the doorknob behind him. If they attacked, he would turn and retreat back into the house. Xiao Chen sensed his intent, snorting coldly as his figure closed in like a ghostly apparition. His speed was so swift that the man felt he had merely blinked before finding himself restrained. Ah! The man's arm snapped under Xiao Chen's grip, a piercing scream tearing through the air. The scroll clutched in his hand was now firmly in Xiao Chen's grasp. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the warehouse. What's going on? What happened? What's the situation? Members of the Heavenly Decree organization had clearly heard the commotion and rushed over. Their chaotic footsteps echoed through the vast, quiet abandoned shipyard, making the already tense atmosphere even more oppressive. Along with the footsteps, Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan could hear their voices, laced with a few curses. Lu Ruyan's expression turned cold as a faint blue glow began to emanate from her body. She turned to Xiao Chen. Grab the scroll. We're leaving. The scroll must never fall into the hands of those bastards. As she spoke, she stepped out the outer door, her body poised and ready for battle. Xiao Chen followed her out. Just as he was about to use teleportation to carry Lu Ruyan away, a figure suddenly materialized before him. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Yamamoto first froze in shock, then rage surged through him, a fury that seemed poised to incinerate Xiao Chen entirely. So it was you. Yamamoto Yasushi glared at Xiao Chen, grinding his teeth so hard they creaked. The words squeezed through his clenched jaws were saturated with overwhelming hatred. Never expected to run into you here. You won't be leaving with that scroll today. As he spoke, his hands swiftly formed seals, his fingers moving with such lightning speed it left observers dizzy. As he moved, an eerie crimson energy gathered around him, flowing through the air like blood, carrying a sickening stench. Lu Ruyan stood vigilantly beside Xiao Chen, her right hand open. Slowly, an ice-blue sword materialized in her palm, its blade flickering with a faint blue glow and radiating a chill. She sensed the overwhelming power emanating from this young man before her, yet the word retreat had never graced her vocabulary. Xiao Chen sneered coldly as the chaotic energy within him surged. Behind him, a phantom emerged crowned with a purple gold phoenix-winged crown and clad in chainmail golden armor. A fierce battle intent radiated from him, golden flames of light burning around his body, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Xiao Chen and the figure behind him shone in unison, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Yamamoto Yasushi stared at the radiance enveloping Xiao Chen and the apparition behind him. Recalling the scene Sakura had described to him, fear surged uncontrollably within his heart. That terror gripped him like an invisible hand, clutching his heart tightly. Yet, recalling the scroll's vital importance to the Heaven's Decree organization, he gritted his teeth, forcing down his dread, and launched his attack. The crimson energy swirling around him instantly coalesced into countless blood-red blades. Carrying a thick, metallic stench, they sliced through the air, whistling as they lunged toward Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan. These crimson blades streaked through the air like blood-red lightning, leaving twisted trails in their wake. Wherever they passed, the air seemed scorched, emanating a bone-chilling aura. Chapter 84, Fellow Disciples. Unfazed, Xiao Chen raised his hand. A flash of golden light erupted from his wrist and a weapon materialized in his palm. He swung the weapon, its runes blazing with light. That radiance felt like the most potent incantation in the cosmos, containing the universe's mightiest power. With an unstoppable momentum, it instantly deflected all the crimson blades hurtling toward them. The crimson blades shattered and scattered, dissolving into wisps of smoke that drifted into the air. Lu Ruyan also acted, her pale blue light coalescing into a light blue shield. Crystal clear yet indestructible, the shield held firm. Holding it horizontally before her, she leapt into the air, intercepting several blade strikes. Each time a blade struck the shield's surface, it rippled, accompanied by a crisp clang as the blade was deflected. This was the first time Lu Ruyan had conjured an ice shield for combat, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. For someone your age, how come your skills are so lacking? Lu Ruyan's lips curled upward, her face brimming with disdain. Yamamoto Koe's face instantly turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and rolling down his cheeks. He knew he'd met a formidable opponent. He also knew that Sakurako had been crippled, bone by bone, and that her very survival was a miracle. But he refused to accept defeat. Suddenly, he pulled a fragment of fisheye crystal from his robe, its faint blue glow emanating from it. He held it high, murmuring incantations in a harsh, grating voice, as if summoning some dark power. His lips moved rapidly, the incantation carrying a mysterious rhythm. The air around him grew eerier with each syllable, and the fragment's glow intensified with his chant. Then, the fragment's light suddenly blazed intensely. The surrounding space began to warp, and a powerful suction emanated from the crystal. Debris scattered on the ground was sucked up, flying toward the fragment. The debris sucked into the air collided mid-flight, shattering with a crackling sound. The hems of Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan's robes were tugged by the suction, whipping in the wind with a sharp rustle, their hair flying wildly. Xiao Chen's lips twisted into a cold smile. This scene felt all too familiar. In that moment, he seemed to finally understand who that masked man truly was. It seemed the masked man and this little bastard came from the same school, even their signature moves were strikingly similar. Prepare to die. Yamamoto Koki roared, directing the suction force toward Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan. The suction force formed a massive vortex, threatening to swallow everything in its path. Cracks began to appear beneath their feet, spreading toward them with lightning speed. The gaping fissures seemed poised to pull them into the earth, devouring them whole. Feeling the overwhelming suction, Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan immediately channeled their spiritual energy to form protective barriers. Xiao Chen's shield remained a pale golden hue, its glow like warm sunlight resisting the encroaching darkness. Lu Ruyan's protective barrier radiated a pale blue glow, rippling like light dancing on water's surface. They hadn't anticipated the pull being so immense. Despite their efforts, their bodies were still being dragged forward, their feet leaving deep gashes in the ground. Yamamoto Kawa watched their struggle with a savage grin. These two would either be swallowed by the fissure or sucked into the black hole. Either way, he would avenge Sakura today. And retrieve the scroll while he was at it. Just as they were about to fall into the fissure, the light screen in Xiao Chen's mind flashed to life, displaying the technique for summoning the cloud of transformation. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He murmured the incantation from the screen, and instantly, a multicolored cloud appeared beneath his feet. It shimmered with golden light, slowly lifting his body. The cloud's radiance flickered incessantly, resembling a celestial artifact from the heavens. Yamamoto Kawayasushi and Lu Ruyan stared in stunned silence. Xiao Chen reached out his hand toward Lu Ruyan. Without hesitation, she grasped his hand tightly and leapt onto the cloud of somersaults. Xiao Chen! What kind of divine power is this? Lu Ruyan exclaimed softly after boarding the cloud of somersaults. Xiao Chen offered her a gentle smile. The cloud of somersaults. After explaining the cloud of somersaults, he turned his gaze toward Yamamoto Kawayasushi, his expression instantly turning cold. Little Japanese fellow, let me tell you that masked man used your trick before. Do you know how he ended up? Yamamoto Kawayasushi's face turned ashen. He glared fiercely at Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan. Though he knew full well this cloud of somersaults, radiating an eerie glow, was no ordinary artifact, the serpentine coils of vengeance wrapped around his heart left him utterly incapable of retreat. Oomph. What happened to him is none of my concern. You two won't escape today. His hysterical roar echoed through the chaotic space. His hands flailed wildly as he descended into a frenzy, channeling every ounce of energy into manipulating the fisheye crystal shards. He sought to suck this entire world into a black hole. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Xiao Chen's lips, his eyes brimming with utter contempt. Let me tell you this, I beat him to smithereens, reduced to a wisp of smoke. And you? You'll follow in his footsteps. The words barely left his mouth when golden light surged around Xiao Chen once more, blazing like the sun itself, blinding to behold. His weapon trembled violently in his grasp. The runes along its shaft flickered like stars in a vast galaxy, pulsing in waves. Overwhelming power surged forth like a relentless tide, crashing in successive waves. Lu Ruyan's hands swiftly formed seals, her movements flowing like clouds in water, completed in one seamless motion. The pale blue light surrounding her grew more solid. Then, her wrist dipped and a blue glowing ice sword materialized once more, radiating a bone-chilling aura. Lu Ruyan let out a cold laugh. If you've got the guts, come at me. Yamamoto-ko didn't expect these two to be so arrogant. Veins bulged on his forehead as he continued chanting his incantation, his voice growing even more grating like nails scraping across a chalkboard. The glow from the fisheye stone crystal shards grew blindingly brighter. The surrounding gravitational pull drew the dark clouds overhead into a massive black vortex, resonating with the fissure on the ground as if poised to devour the entire world. Xiao Chen roared, his voice booming like a great bell. Wielding his weapon, he unleashed a golden beam of light, a torrent of boundless power sweeping toward Yamamoto Kawayasushi. Wherever it passed, the air cracked like compressed glass, emitting sharp, cracking sounds. Yamamoto Kosuka, seeing this, urgently manipulated the suction force to resist. The golden light collided with the immense pull, erupting in a deafening explosion. Chapter 85, Shattering the Crystal Fragments. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, causing the ground to tremble violently. Cracks widened like the gaping maw of a subterranean beast. Surrounding structures collapsed under the force, sinking into the fissure. Structures near the fissure crumbled, reducing the entire shipyard to ruins in an instant. Dust swirled, obscuring the moonlight. Seizing the moment, Lu Ruyan held her sword in her right hand while conjuring an ice shield in her left. She hurled it fiercely toward Yamamoto Kawayasushi. The shield grew larger as it flew through the air, carrying a bone-chilling cold that instantly froze the air into frost wherever it passed. Yamamoto Kawayasushi couldn't dodge in time. Struck by the shield, his entire body froze solid in an instant. His expression remained frozen in shock and unwillingness, yet the fisheye crystal shard in his hand showed no sign of stopping. Its suction persisted, continuing to violently pull surrounding objects into the black hole. Xiao Chen frowned. The fisheye stone crystal shard was no ordinary treasure. Last time, he had used it to acquire the skill of teleportation. He had intended to keep this shard to see if it could help Lu Ruyan gain the same ability. But gazing at the blood-red glow emanating from the fragment, Xiao Chen knew it had been corrupted. He had to destroy it. Ruyan, I'll find you another fisheye stone crystal next time. I'm going to destroy this one. As he spoke, the cloud of somersaults beneath his feet instantly propelled him before Yamamoto-ko. He leapt upward, raising his weapon high. With the force of divine wrath and heavenly punishment, he brought it crashing down upon the ice sculpture. With a thunderous crash, the ice sculpture shattered into pieces along with the fisheye crystal fragment in Yamamoto Kawayasushi's hand. Countless ice shards and crystal fragments scattered wildly. The powerful backlash sent a shockwave that forced Xiao Chen to stumble backward several steps, causing even the cloud of somersaults beneath his feet to wobble. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. He raised his hand unobtrusively to wipe away the trace. As the fisheye crystal shards shattered, the distorted space around them gradually returned to normal. Cracks began to seal, the earth undergoing its own self-repair. The dark clouds dispersed, and the bright moonlight bathed the land. Lu Ruyan let down from the cloud of somersaults, stumbling slightly as she landed. Xiao Chen reached out to steady her. Is it over? She found it hard to believe. The battle with the masked man was still fresh in her memory, yet it had been far more brutal than this. Xiao Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and his expression grew solemn. This is only temporary. That little guy is also a member of the Heaven's Decree organization. From the way he spoke just now, he seemed quite familiar with me, yet I still don't know his real name. Let's go. I can't keep this scroll here. I need to hand him over to the State Security Bureau. Xiao Chen raised his hand and patted his chest where he kept the scrolls safely hidden. Xiao Chen mounted his cloud and flew toward the State Security Bureau with Lu Ruyan in tow. The night sky was still, only the wind whistling past their ears. Xiao Chen looked down and saw state security vehicles rushing toward the wreckage of the shipyard. Recalling the battle, Xiao Chen remained puzzled. It was his first encounter with Yamamoto Kawayasushi, yet the man seemed strangely familiar with him. What secrets lay hidden behind this? Upon arriving at the National Security Bureau, Xiao Chen handed the classified documents to the responsible official. They were received by a middle-aged agent with piercing eyes and a stern expression named Gao Sheng. Gao Sheng carefully took the classified documents with both hands and placed them into a sealed box. An agent of his rank was unlikely to handle such high-level classified material. Xiao Chen, this document is crucial to Dragon Nation. Thank you for delivering it. Of course, it also confirms the concerns we've long harbored. The influence of the Heaven's Decree organization is far greater than we imagined. Their conspiracy targets our entire Dragon Nation. Gao Sheng's voice was deep and resonant, tinged with anxiety and urgency. Xiao Chen paused, then altered his account of the battle with Yamamoto Kawayasushi. He rephrased it as a fight between Lu Ruyan and Yamamoto Kawayasushi, deliberately concealing his own strength. He pointed to the gold bracelet on his wrist and offered a vague explanation. In the end, it was the explosive energy from this bracelet that finally took care of that guy. After speaking, he seemed to recall something. Glancing around curiously, he asked, "Come to think of it, why haven't I seen Brother Lu Ningyu lately? Isn't he usually at the bureau? I always ran into him before. Why haven't I seen him this time?" Gao Sheng's expression grew slightly uneasy. His eyes darted away instinctively before he shook his head. Lu Ningyu was assigned to a secret mission. I'm not cleared for details, but I know it's extremely important and dangerous. The bureau deliberated for a long time before deciding to send him. Regarding Yamamoto Koa's familiarity with Xiao Chen, Gao Sheng pondered carefully for a while. He then slowly walked to the windowsill, gazing out at the bustling street below before speaking thoughtfully. According to our intelligence, the Tianyu organization has been relentlessly seeking various mythical artifacts from the Dragon Nation. These artifacts undoubtedly possess extraordinary powers. They aim to use them to achieve some unspeakable goal. As for why he recognized you, we'll investigate the reason thoroughly. You and Lu Ruyan must be extra cautious in the coming days. The Tianyu organization is determined to obtain the secret scroll at all costs. They are vindictive and will undoubtedly seek further retaliation against you. Regarding Professor Chen Ziyuan's disappearance, we are also investigating. Please remain calm and await further updates. After leaving the State Security Bureau, Xiao Chen used his teleportation skill to bring Lu Ruyan back to his dormitory. Seeing herself reappear in Xiao Chen's dorm room, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but laugh. "Xiao Chen, how about we find a place nearby to use as our secret base? Leaving from your dorm every time feels a bit strange." Xiao Chen froze for a moment, then suddenly understood. He couldn't help but laugh too, nodding in agreement. "That's a solid idea. Remember that abandoned warehouse we tracked Chen Jiang and Li Yang to last time? Why not convert it into our base?" Lu Ruyan snapped her fingers, her eyebrows arching high. "Great idea. I'll get someone to check it out and clean it up. Then even after a fight, we can shower and change into clean clothes before heading back to school." Xiao Chen nodded and smiled. "Alright, let me know how much the renovation will cost." Lu Ruyan laughed heartily and waved her hand dismissively. "You'd better save the little money you earn from running dungeons. I make way more than you do from that." Chapter 86, Each does their part. Though Lu Ruyan said this, Xiao Chen knew full well that modifying such a large warehouse wouldn't be cheap. How could he let her shoulder the entire cost alone? That night, lying in his dorm bed, Xiaochen tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He silently resolved to run more dungeons and earn as much money as possible from then on. The next morning, before the first hint of dawn touched the horizon, Xiaochen hurried toward the trial grounds. He planned to rush through dungeons while everyone else was still asleep. This way, no one would suspect he de-awakened his godly power, and he could earn money, a win-win situation. This time, the dungeon he entered was set in a gloomy forest where he had to eliminate lizardmen. The moment Xiaochen stepped into the instance, he noticed an eerie mist permeating the surroundings. Faint, monstrous roars echoed from the forest steps. He headed toward the source of the roars, the pungent stench of decaying leaves assaulting his senses. The ground beneath his feet was soft and muddy, each step feeling like sinking into a swamp. Towering trees stood thick and dense, their branches and leaves intertwining to block out the sky, plunging the entire environment into gloom. Monsters roamed the forest in packs. They were grotesquely deformed, some sporting long fangs, others claws, all bellowing like savage beasts. Xiaochen, weapon in hand and eyes fixed with unwavering resolve, charged into the horde of monsters without hesitation, propelled by his cloud-hopping technique. His movements were swift and ghostly as he darted between the creatures. His weapon whirled in a relentless, impenetrable storm, the powerful gusts of air it generated knocking back the surrounding monsters. A massive, burly monster, undeterred by the gale, lunged at Xiaochen with claws extended. Unfazed, Xiaochen utilized teleportation to instantly appear behind the creature. Raising his weapon high, he brought it crashing down on the monster's back. A loud crack echoed as the creature's spine snapped. The creature collapsed instantly, disintegrating into a wisp of green smoke. Deep within the dungeon, Xiaochen encountered the lizard man he must defeat. This creature towered over the crocodile man transformed from the masked figure, standing over 3 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in hard scales that glinted menacingly in the dim light. Flames continuously erupted from its maw, instantly igniting trees wherever they touched. The fire spread rapidly, and a scorching heat wave swept over the area, making breathing difficult. A faint golden glow shimmered around Xiaochen, shielding him from the scorching heat. He used his teleportation skill to circle around the lizard man, studying its weaknesses. After careful observation, he noticed that before each attack, the lizardman's tail would twitch slightly, a telltale sign of its impending strike. Having pinpointed its hidden vulnerability, Xiaochen roared and swung his weapon with tremendous force, striking the lizardman's weak spot, a soft, unprotected area beneath its scales near its armpit. The lizardman seemed to sense the danger and tried to dodge, but Xiaochen's movement was too swift. It couldn't react in time and was struck squarely in its weak spot. With an agonized scream, the lizardman crashed to the ground, its body then dissipating like wisps of smoke. After defeating the lizardman, Xiaochen sat down on the ground, exhausted, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This time, he had gained quite a few rewards, including some precious materials and gold coins, all of which could be exchanged for money. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan was also busy. She located the owner of the abandoned warehouse and purchased it. She then recruited several experienced, highly reputable workers to carry out the design and renovation according to her specifications. This area will be the lounge place, soft, comfortable sofas here. Divide that section into 2 rooms with beds, plus a bathroom with separate wet and dry zones. Design that side as the training area, equipping it with exercise machines and gear storage. Lu Ruyan gave detailed instructions to the workers, her eyes brimming with anticipation and focus. The workers methodically carried out the renovations according to Lu Ruyan's specifications. The roar of electric drills mingled with the clang of hammers. Every day, Lu Ruyan arrived at the warehouse early to oversee the progress, personally inspecting every detail. 10 days passed, and the once dilapidated, abandoned warehouse was completely transformed, successfully becoming a fully functional secret base. Overjoyed, Lu Ruyan invited Xiaochen to come see it. The moment Xiaochen stepped inside, he was struck by the sight. The lounge area featured plush, bright yellow sofas, casually adorned with throw pillows and blankets, radiating instant comfort. The training area was equipped with various advanced exercise machines, including punching bags, barbells, treadmills, and more. The gear storage area was divided into neat compartments, neatly displaying their clothes and shoes. Ruyan, you're amazing. You transformed this abandoned warehouse into this in such a short time. Xiaochen exclaimed in admiration, giving her a thumbs up. Lu Ruyan smiled proudly, lifting her chin. Of course. I'm Lu Ruyan, after all. But this is just the initial setup. Whatever else we need later, we'll keep upgrading. We're going to turn this place into the most impregnable fortress. As the two were talking, Xiaochen's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to see Gao Sheng's name displayed on the screen. He hurriedly answered the call, hearing Gao Sheng's somewhat anxious voice. Xiaochen, while investigating Yamamoto-ko, we've uncovered new leads. The Heavens Decree organization might be plotting an even larger conspiracy. Their targets may extend beyond the mythical artifacts of the Dragon Nation to include critical facilities. You must be extremely cautious that the school do not fall into their hands. Xiaochen paused briefly before nodding and responding in a solemn tone. After hanging up, he relayed Gao Sheng's words verbatim to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan sat on the sofa, leaning forward and rubbing her chin, a look of confusion spreading across her face. Xiao Chen, doesn't something about this feel odd? Xiao Chen sat across from Lu Ruyan, watching her. What is it? Why did Lu Ningyu, who used to contact you frequently, suddenly disappear? Did he really go on a secret mission? And what about Professor Chen's whereabouts? Why has there been no word from him? As for the Kunlun mirror fragments, only 3 have been collected so far, right? Why are there no energy fluctuations from the others? And those students from the Capital Academy who targeted Yu Ling Feifei had her divine power stripped, and Ensu only appeared at Mount Tai before vanishing. Why have they suddenly gone silent? Chapter 87, Taking the Initiative. What about Chen Yuan? Lu Fan? They despise you to the core. Why have they suddenly stopped stirring up trouble? You told me you cast a heaven's wrath curse on them, but the curse was meant to make them stop pursuing teacher Sophie, so? Lu Ruyan stared intently at Xiao Chen, her eyes deep as she spoke each word deliberately. They might be brewing some larger conspiracy. Listening to Lu Ruyan's analysis, layers of doubt began to surface in Xiao Chen's mind. You're right. There are indeed many peculiarities here. These people have never been the type to let things rest. There must be something happening behind the scenes that we haven't yet uncovered. Lu Ruyan rose to her feet and began pacing back and forth in the lounge area. I believe we can't afford to be too passive. We need to take the initiative. Since Gao Shang mentioned the Heaven's Decree organization might have designs on critical facilities, we must find a way to uncover their true objectives. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. I'll contact Gao Shang. No, I'll reach out to Lu Ningyu instead. Xiao Chen pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Ningyu's number. It rang for a long time, but no one answered. Is he really out on a mission? Xiao Chen's suspicions began to grow. But when he tried again, there was still no answer. Xiao Chen had no choice but to give up and dial Gao Shang instead. Captain Gao, could you share any more details about the new leads on the Tianyu organization? We'd like to help. Gao Shang sighed on the other end of the line. Our intelligence is extremely limited at this point. We only learned the name Tianyu organization ourselves within the last 2 months. All we know so far is that it was founded by an overseas awakened individual who's colluding with certain awakened within our dragon nation. Their specific objectives and operational plans remain unknown to us. Xiao Chen hung up and turned to Lu Ruyan. He had put the call on speakerphone earlier, so Lu Ruyan had listened intently. Alright, I'll reach out to some contacts and see if I can dig up any useful information. With that, Lu Ruyan sprang into action. She hurried back to her room, switched on the light, and retrieved a compact notebook. Opening the first page, she found it densely covered with phone numbers and cryptic codes. Her fingers flicked through the pages rapidly, her eyes urgent and focused as she murmured strange words under her breath. Finally, she located the number she sought. Seizing her phone, she dialed it swiftly. The moment the call connected, she lowered her voice and uttered an inexplicable code phrase. Does the ice drift from the South Pole or the North Pole? A faint, indistinct response came from the other end. Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered restlessly with each word from the other end. Xiao Chen remained seated on the sofa. The overhead light had turned on at some point, casting a glow across his face. The interplay of light and shadow traced intricate lines across his features, accentuating his deep preoccupation. His fingers tapped intermittently on his knee, producing a dull, rhythmic sound. He knew all too well that his days of feigning weakness to achieve strength would soon come to an end. In the past, he could keep a low profile by pretending the golden bracelet on his wrist was a magical artifact, hiding the truth of his awakening. But now, facing the impending storm, those disguises could no longer shield him completely. He began to ponder whether he should reveal his true hand now. As this thought crossed his mind, his left hand instinctively brushed against the slightly cool weapon bracelet. No. He thought he could still keep hiding. Meanwhile, in a hidden room at Kyoto Academy, Chen Yuan and Lu Fan were engaged in a secret conversation. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere hung in the small room. Dim lighting cast faint, blurred shadows on the figures within. Chen Yuan's face was dark and sullen, his chest heaving rapidly as a tidal wave of rage engulfed him. Suddenly, he grabbed the glass cup on the table and slammed it onto the floor. The glass shattered with a sharp crack as it hit the floor, sending shards flying everywhere, scattering fragments across the floor. Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen! That bastard! I won't let him off. This time, I'll make sure he's torn to shreds. Chen Yuan spat out each word through gritted teeth, hatred surging from his eyes like a raging tidal wave. Lu Fan sat nearby, expression cold and detached, seemingly long accustomed to Chen Yuan's volatility. His legs crossed, his body leaning back slightly, he toyed with the folding knife that Chen Yuan had always enjoyed playing with. Don't rush. The Heaven's Decree organization has already agreed to us. Once the plan succeeds, Xiao Chen's life will be as fragile as the glass cup in your hand, ready to shatter into pieces at any moment. His voice carried a hint of amusement, as if Xiao Chen's fate were already firmly in his grasp. Oomph, I just feared delays bring complications. You know how cunning and treacherous that brat is. Chen Yuan recalled their previous confrontation in the grove behind the Capital Academy, and waves of frustration washed over him. His fists clenched involuntarily, veins bulging. Rest assured, the Heavens Decree organization has laid out a detailed plan. We just need to execute it. Once Xiao Chen is dealt with, the entire Capital Academy, no, not just the Academy, the whole capital, the entire Dragon Nation, the entire world of awakened ones will be reshuffled. As Lu Fan spoke these words, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes, as if he could already see himself standing atop the pinnacle of power. Meanwhile, in a mountain villa on the outskirts of the city, a mysterious figure sat before a massive screen. Data and images flickered across the display, multicolored lights casting an eerie glow upon the figure's face, making their expression appear strangely unsettling. At the screen's center, photographs of Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan stood out prominently. It seems Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan have caught on. How amusing. Well, everything remains firmly within my grasp. The mysterious figure emitted a strange, hollow chuckle, a laugh dripping with endless scheming and treachery, chilling to the bone. After bustling about in her room for a long while, Lu Ruyan finally pushed open the door. Her expression was weary, her steps heavy, yet her eyes shone with excitement. Xiao Chen, I found a clue. She hurried over to Xiao Chen and sat down beside him. A friend of mine picked up a rumor at an underground intelligence market. Apparently, a group of foreign awakened are buying up some special material. Rumor has it, it's connected to the energy core of a crucial facility in the Dragon Nation. Xiao Chen's expression grew grave as he heard the news. Chapter 88, Knowing It's a Trap. A flicker of worry crossed Xiao Chen's eyes as countless possibilities flashed through his mind. The energy core? Are they trying to disrupt the energy supply of a vital facility in the Dragon Nation? Lu Ruyan's eyes were equally filled with worry. Highly likely. And I've heard they seem to be searching for an awakened individual capable of manipulating this special material. That candidate. Lu Ruyan paused before continuing slowly, it's likely Chen Yuan or Lu Fan. After all, their abilities rank among the top at the Capital Academy, and they harbored deep resentment toward you. They'd be easy targets for the Tianyu organization to exploit. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, a scene from some sci-fi movie flashing through his mind. Mutants sought to transform all humanity into mutants by creating a special material. They planned to harness the power of a powerful mutant to convert everyone. How strikingly similar the plot was. Xiao Chen suddenly chuckled softly and shook his head. No, that's not right. Lu Ruyan stared at Xiao Chen in surprise, utterly confused. What do you mean? What I mean is, we absolutely cannot let them succeed. We must find out the next move of the Tianyu organization as soon as possible. Stop them. Just then, Xiao Chen's phone vibrated twice. He picked it up and saw a text message. Want to know the secrets of the Heavens Decree organization? Go to the abandoned cement factory in the suburbs tomorrow at noon. Go alone. The consequences are yours to bear. Xiao Chen stared intently at the phone screen. The anonymous text weighed heavily on his heart. The timing of this message was too perfect. In the next instant, he even suspected it might be a trap set by the Heavens Decree organization. But what was their purpose? Were they trying to lure him into a trap for a decisive strike, or was there a deeper conspiracy lurking behind it all? Lu Ruyan noticed Xiao Chen staring intently at his phone and leaned in to take a look. The moment she saw the message, her expression darkened. Xiao Chen, this is a trap. Don't fall for it. Her voice rose 2 pitches involuntarily, betraying her unmistakable anxiety. They're definitely trying to lure you there, and then. Her words trailed off abruptly. She had fought alongside Xiao Chen many times before and trusted his abilities. Xiao Chen chuckled softly and nodded. Yes, I also think it's a trap. But I believe if we can use this opportunity to disrupt the Heavens Decree organization's plans, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Lu Ruyan bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with worry. Xiao Chen, these matters shouldn't fall on the shoulders of a student like you. What is the State Security Department doing? What are the other departments doing? Xiao Chen reached out and gently patted Lu Ruyan's shoulder, trying to comfort her. The deity I've awakened is one of our Dragon Nation's divine beings. It possesses 72 transformations. Don't worry, I'll protect myself. Lu Ruyan nodded helplessly. She knew Xiao Chen's nature all too well. Once he made up his mind, there was no turning back. Lu Ruyan extended her hand, a faint blue glow flickering in her palm. Take this. It's an ice crystal. If you encounter danger, crush it. I'll be able to locate you and come to your aid. Xiao Chen smiled and reached out to take the ice crystal. The crystal felt icy cold, yet Xiao Chen's heart was warm. This was the second woman to show him kindness. The first woman who had been so kind to him was Teacher Sophie. Thinking of Teacher Sophie, Xiao Chen suddenly realized he hadn't contacted her in ages. Ever since arriving at National Security University, his days had been filled with such excitement, almost entirely consumed by battles and growth, leaving him scarcely any free time. Once this matter was resolved, he should go see Sophie. He spent the night sleepless. Xiao Chen stayed right in the warehouse, in the room Lu Ruyan had designed. Early the next morning, he rose. Standing before the mirror, he raised his wrist and lightly touched the bracelet encircling it. In an instant, a flash of golden light erupted. Accompanied by a humming sound, the bracelet detached from his wrist and gradually transformed into a weapon. He gripped the weapon, swinging it a few times. The familiar feel reassured him. Then, he transformed the weapon back into the bracelet and slipped it back onto his wrist. The golden bracelet glowed faintly against his skin. Xiao Chen changed into a black, form-fitting combat suit. The garment hugged his body, accentuating his powerful physique, making him appear vibrant and energetic. Before departure, Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyan reconfirmed their plan. Lu Ruyan asked him once more if he needed to notify the State Security Bureau. Xiao Chen shook his head with a smile. No need. They'll show up when it's time to clean up the battlefield. Lu Ruyan pressed her lips together and nodded, watching as Xiao Chen vanished from the secret base via teleportation. When Xiao Chen materialized at the entrance of the abandoned cement factory, it was already 11:50 a.m. The factory gates stood tightly shut, their rust-stained iron doors bearing witness to years of abandonment. Xiao Chen leapt over the wall and landed inside the factory grounds. Weeds grew wildly all around, nearly engulfing the entire factory. Through the thicket, he discerned a narrow path winding its way toward the factory buildings. The interior of the cement factory building was in a state of utter decay, with machine parts strewn across the floor. Xiao Chen wondered, why did these people always choose abandoned places for their fights? Was it their values, or did they simply prefer decaying spaces? He couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed from ahead. Xiao Chen, you've finally shown up. The voice echoed through the empty factory hall. As the sound reverberated, lights instantly flashed on all around him, the intense glare forcing him to squint. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan appeared before him, flanked by a group of men. Smug grins spread across their faces, as if they'd just witnessed their prey stumbling into a perfectly laid trap. Chen Yuan toyed with a folding knife in his hand as he walked step by step toward Xiao Chen, stopping not far away. A twisted grin spread across his face. Who would have thought, Xiao Chen, you'd be so easy to fool? Just a few words, and you walked right in. Let me tell you, today is the day you die. He spat out the last words viciously, hatred boiling in his eyes. Xiao Chen sneered coldly, glaring down at them. Do you really think you can kill me? His gaze swept slowly across their faces, carrying a look of contemptuous amusement. He didn't seem to take this show of force seriously at all. Lu Fan stepped forward, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Xiao Chen, who do you think you are? Let me tell you, you won't walk out of this cement factory alive today. If you cooperate nicely, we might even give you a quick death. Chapter 89, How Childish. Xiao Chen ignored them, his gaze scanning the crowd. He knew full well that Chen Yuan and Lu Fan were merely pawns. The real mastermind behind it all was still lurking in some hidden corner. Just then, a figure wearing a black demon mask slowly approached. His stride was steady, radiating the powerful aura of a formidable warrior. The masked figure halted before Chen Yuan and Lu Fan. His black robe flowed like the night itself, swaying slightly with his movements and stirring up a faint dust. Though his face remained obscured, Xiao Chen could sense the faint, icy glint emanating from the eyes exposed beneath the mask. Xiao Chen, I've long admired your reputation. The masked figure spoke in a hoarse, low voice, as if sandpaper roughened. It was impossible to tell whether this was his natural tone or a disguised voice, lending an eerie quality as if the sound had risen from the depths of hell itself. Xiao Chen stared at him warily, every muscle taut like a cheetah poised to strike at any moment. He silently channeled chaos energy, a faint golden glow emanating from his body. The weapon on his wrist sensed his alertness, vibrating slightly and emitting a faint, almost inaudible hum. You think a mere student like you can disrupt our Heaven's Decree organization's plans? How naive. The masked figure slowly raised a hand, extending an index finger that swayed slightly. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan are merely pawns in our scheme. And you? You're nothing but an insect about to be crushed. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan flashed a hint of displeasure at these arrogant words, but they dared not defy the Heaven's Decree organization. They could only suppress their emotions. Show us what you've got. Enough with the nonsense. Xiao Chen impatiently cut off the masked figure's rant. The masked figure chuckled coldly, his voice devoid of warmth like a slithering snake crawling up one's spine, sending chills down the back. As the laughter echoed, the surrounding air seemed to thicken, a powerful, oppressive aura spreading instantly, crushing the air until breathing became nearly impossible. Suddenly, he raised his hand and brought it down with a heavy swing, his motion crisp and decisive, as if commanding an army. The crowd behind him instantly parted, forming a tightly packed perimeter around Xiao Chen with military precision. These individuals wielded weapons, some brandished gleaming blades, others held out palms where light danced, clearly all awakened ones. Their eyes were fierce and venomous, gazing at Xiao Chen as if admiring a corpse. You claim to be so powerful? Then let me see if you can walk out of here alive. The masked man's words had barely faded when the crowd surged forward to attack Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen remained composed, channeling the chaos energy within him to form an invisible protective shield. Instantly, the weapon on his wrist elongated and thickened, gripped tightly in his hands. Gripping the weapons tightly, he spun them violently. The weapons whirled at breakneck speed, forming an impenetrable defensive circle. The whirlwind they created kicked up dust from the surrounding area. The few awakened charging at the forefront were knocked to the ground by this overwhelming force, emitting agonized groans. Chen Yuan watched this unfold, a flash of fierce hatred flickering in his eyes. He thrust his legs powerfully, leaping high like a fierce falcon. The folding knife in his hand instantly transformed into a cold gleam, stabbing toward Xiao Chen's throat. Xiao Chen smiled, deliberately offering his throat to meet the blade. Yet unexpectedly, the knife struck the protective shield, bouncing back with a soft thud. In the blink of an eye, while Chen Yuan was stunned, Xiao Chen swung his baton in a backhand strike, smashing it heavily into Chen Yuan's shoulder. A terrifying crack echoed from Chen Yuan's body, the sound of shattered shoulder bones. Chen Yuan let out a piercing scream, shrill and ghostly, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He crashed into several awakened behind him before slamming heavily to the ground. Lu Fan, witnessing this, dared not approach. He remembered Xiao Chen's formidable strength all too well, and now it seemed Xiao Chen had grown even more powerful. Yet retreat was not an option. Gritting his teeth, he began chanting incantations. His lips moved rapidly as his hands formed seals before him. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in his palms. Within the glow, the faint outline of cherry blossom patterns flickered, the very power of the heavenly ruler goddess he had awakened. The light grew brighter and brighter, almost blinding to behold. With both hands, he forcefully pushed the ball of light toward Xiao Chen. Instantly, the light transformed into countless razor-sharp blades adorned with cherry blossom petals. They sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen remained calm, holding his weapon horizontally before him as he activated the heaven-emulating earth-shaping technique. In an instant, his body grew colossal, towering to pierce the heavens and stand firm against the earth, penetrating the factory walls. His weapon swelled to gigantic proportions, resembling a pillar supporting the sky. He swung his weapon with sweeping, powerful motions. The blades were blocked by his weapon, producing crisp clangs and sparks. When he swung his weapon again, all the awakened assailants surrounding him were violently hurled backward. The masked demonic figure watched this unfold, surprise flickering in its eyes. He immediately formed hand seals, his fingers moving with nimble precision, murmuring strange incantations under his breath as if summoning some demonic entity. As his chanting continued, the ground of the entire cement factory began to violently tremble. Black cracks spread across the surface, spewing forth dark smoke. Within the smoke, ghostly faces emerged, clawing and lunging toward Xiao Chen as if to drag him into the depths of hell. Seeing this, Xiao Chen remained unhurried. With a single shout, a massive barrier suddenly materialized above the cement factory. Like ripples spreading outward, it enveloped the entire facility. The barrier, radiating a soft, pale golden glow, completely isolated the cement factory from the outside world. Xiao Chen had erected this barrier not only to prevent the battle's aftermath from harming innocent bystanders outside but also to conceal his true combat prowess from prying eyes. The ghostly faces surged wildly within the barrier, charging toward Xiao Chen and the barrier's edges. Alas, Xiao Chen was shielded by a protective barrier. Upon colliding with it, the smoke dissipated into wisps of black vapor. Those ghostly faces attempting to tear open the barrier were instead repelled by its force. Their faces contorted with rage and frustration as the black mist relentlessly battered Xiao Chen and his sister, creating eerie ripples. Yet no matter how they struggled, they could neither breach Xiao Chen's protective shield nor penetrate the outer barrier. They could only churn and roar within his sister's body, making the atmosphere inside the cement factory feel even more eerie and terrifying. Chapter 90, The Ultimate Strike. Seeing his summoned specters unable to breach Xiao Chen's defenses, the masked demon's rage reached its peak. The veins on his temples bulged violently as his hands formed seals with increasing speed so fast they became mere afterimages. The strange chanting grew more urgent and piercing, each syllable stabbing at the eardrums. As his movements grew frenzied, more black smoke gushed from the fissure. The smoke thickened like a dark tide, swirling with countless ghostly faces that emitted even more piercing, wailing screams. Those wails and lamentations twisted together, as if striving to drag souls from the mortal realm into hell, condemning them to eternal torment. Xiao Chen stood rooted to the spot, his towering frame like a majestic mountain. His jaw clenched, his face flushed slightly from the surging chaos energy. Facing the overwhelming tide of ghastly faces, his eyes held not a trace of fear, but instead burned with an even fiercer fighting spirit. He shouldered his weapon, which trembled constantly, emitting a low hum as if excited for the impending battle. Chaotic energy swirled around him, the light on his protective shield growing ever more dazzling, like blinding sunlight pushing back the surrounding darkness. Just as the ghostly faces in the barrier reached a stalemate, the masked specter suddenly stomped his foot. The ground instantly cracked. With a thunderous roar, he thrust both hands forward. The ghostly faces surrounding Xiao Chen seemed to receive new orders, converging and twisting together. They fused into a massive, shadowy specter. This spectral visage stood dozens of meters tall, its eyes flickering with a dark crimson glow like two blood moons. Its gaping maw was filled with twisted, grotesque faces, emitting a nauseating stench like the putrid rot of corpses left to decay for years. The colossal specter roared menacingly as it lunged toward Xiao Chen. In its wake, space itself seemed to warp, rippling with layers of distortion. Seeing this, Xiao Chen's pupils contracted sharply. The weapon in his hand flared with intense light, illuminating the entire dark interior of the barrier. He leapt high into the air, each step leaving behind a series of explosive cracks in the air beneath him. He raised his weapon and brought it down with all his might upon the enormous phantom specter. Boom! With a deafening crash, the weapon collided with the ghostly face, unleashing a powerful blast that swept away all the dust and smoke. The force shook the cement factory floor, causing it to crack and split. Fissures spread outward like a giant spider web. Despite this fierce impact, the enormous phantom face did not immediately dissipate. It let out a pained growl, extending two sharp claws that lunged toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen flickered aside, evading the attack. Twisting mid-air, he swung his weapon, smashing it viciously into the phantom's arm. With a crack, the phantom's arm shattered under the blow, dissolving into a cloud of black smoke. The masked specter witnessed this, its face beneath the mask contorting in horror. He never imagined Xiao Chen's strength could be so formidable. His meticulously prepared attacks were all deflected, leaving him reeling with shock as if caught in a raging storm. Now the entire cement factory was shrouded in a barrier. Escape was impossible, they could only stand their ground to the bitter end. At this thought, a flicker of refusal crossed his eyes, a resolute glint tinged with madness. He drew a small, exquisite crystal ball from his robe. Its surface was engraved with mystical runes. As he began chanting an incantation, the runes seemed to come alive, flowing slowly across the crystal sphere as its glow grew ever brighter. As the light intensified, the temperature inside the cement factory plummeted sharply. A bone-chilling cold spread throughout, as if one were submerged in seawater at -2 degrees Celsius, piercing to the marrow. Xiao Chen felt the chill, his vigilance heightening. Clutching his weapon, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball. Suddenly, a black beam shot out from the crystal ball. Like an arrow released from its string, it streaked straight toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen tried to dodge, but the beam was too fast for him to evade. Just as it was about to strike him, the weapon in his hand suddenly moved on its own. It swept across in front of him, flashing with golden light. Thud! The black beam struck the weapon, producing a dull thud. Xiao Chen felt a jolt in his chest, his arm tingling with numbness. The sheer force of the impact pushed him back several steps, leaving deep footprints in the ground. A fine crack appeared on the weapon's surface, spreading like a vicious scar across its surface, revealing the immense force it had endured. Seeing Xiao Chen stagger back from his attack, the masked specter finally let a satisfied smile spread across his face. He raised the crystal ball once more, preparing for another assault. Just then, the voice of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, suddenly echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. "Kid, what's the panic for? Let me lend you a hand." Instantly, Xiao Chen was enveloped in an even more powerful golden light. This radiance carried an aura of ancient mystery and an unyielding majesty, as if a profound strength had been distilled over 10,000 years of time. His gaze sharpened, stars seeming to fall into his eyes. The cracks in his weapon rapidly sealed, erupting with a brilliance even more dazzling than before. Drawing upon the inherited power of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, Xiao Chen felt the purest, most potent force in the heavens and earth surge ceaselessly into every fiber of his being. He roared, his voice shaking the wilderness, charging headlong toward the masked demon. His weapon whipped through the air with a hissing wind, like a golden lightning bolt tearing through the atmosphere, striking directly at the demon's face. Seeing Xiao Chen bearing down with overwhelming momentum, the golden light reflected in his pupils, and fear washed over him like a tidal wave. His breathing instantly became erratic, his chest heaving violently. In his panic, he clumsily clutched the crystal ball to his chest. The crystal orb seemed to sense the danger too, its surface runes flickering incessantly like a swarm of startled fireflies, scrambling for escape. Clang! The weapon slammed heavily against the crystal ball, erupting in a shrill, piercing roar. It sounded like countless sharp metal blades scraping against glass, the noise drilling deep into his eardrums, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 91, Defeating the Masked Fiend. The immense force slammed into the masked demon's arm. His arm instantly went numb, and the crystal ball nearly slipped from his grasp, threatening to fall to the ground. The ground beneath his feet couldn't bear the weight. With several loud cracks, it collapsed with a thunderous roar. Cracks spread like a spider web in all directions. The masked man was trapped within the crumbling structure as chunks of concrete flew high into the air, crashing down upon him. Under this terrifying force, the crystal ball's surface rapidly covered with countless cracks visible to the naked eye, like fine ice patterns forming on a frozen lake when stepped upon in the dead of winter. After a tense standoff lasting over 10 seconds, the crystal ball exploded with a thunderous boom, shattering into countless black shards that scattered in all directions. Each shard whistled sharply through the air like a projectile, scattering in all directions. One fragment grazed Xiao Chen's face, its razor-sharp edge leaving a bloody trail across his cheek. Crimson blood slowly seeped from the wound. Xiao Chen raised his hand to wipe the blood, then flickered his wrist. His weapon, now whipping through the air like a razor-sharp wind, slammed viciously toward the chest of the ghostly masked figure. The masked demon sensed Xiao Chen's intent, his eyes bulging with terror. He tried to dodge, only to find his body seemingly bound by an invisible force. Every muscle, every nerve, was frozen in place. Cold sweat beaded on his trembling face, trickling down his cheeks to vanish instantly upon hitting the ground. Just as the weapon was about to strike him, and he braced himself to be split in two, a black light suddenly rose from beneath his feet, enveloping him tightly. The weapon slammed into the black light, emitting a hissing sound like red-hot iron dropped into ice water, releasing a thick plume of white smoke. Ha 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 ha. You want to defeat me? We'll see if you have what it takes. The masked demon gritted his teeth, waiting for Xiao Chen, his voice dripping with resentment and fury. He formed hand seals again, chanting incantations. As his incantations grew faster, the veins on his forehead bulged, and the black light intensified, slowly repelling the weapon's attack. Seeing this, Xiao Chen's heart jolted violently, his gaze growing steadily more solemn. He took a deep breath, channeling the chaos energy within his body. The light radiating from him grew even more dazzling and blinding. Whether it was due to the blessing of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, or some other reason, the chaos energy within him roared like a surging river. Each surge brought him boundless power. Yet the black light proved exceptionally resilient. No matter how fiercely he attacked, he couldn't break through it. Each time his weapon collided with the light, a tingling sensation shot through his arm, as if countless electric currents were coursing through his limb. Boy, this is the shield of an ancient pharaoh. With the chaos energy within you now, you have no chance of breaking it. Sun Wukong's voice echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen grew anxious. Then what should I do? Observe carefully. This shield isn't without weaknesses. Look closely, see the lower left corner? The energy fluctuations there are highly unstable. At these words, a glimmer of hope flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he fixed his gaze intently on the black light. Sure enough, he discovered a spot in the lower left corner of the glow that flickered with extreme frequency. He drew a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his weapon. Muscles taut, eyes fixed with unwavering resolve, he roared, "Break!" His weapon, channeling immense force, slammed viciously into the lower left corner of the black light. This strike channeled every ounce of his power, sending ripples of true energy echoing through the air as if the very fabric of space threatened to tear apart under its terrifying force. The surrounding air was swept up by the weapon's momentum, forming a powerful vortex that whipped up dust and concrete debris into a tornado, ravaging everything within the barrier. With a thunderous crash, the black beam shattered into fragments under the weapon's assault. The immense shockwave, like a towering tsunami, hurled the masked demonic figure backward. He slammed heavily into the crumbling walls of the cement factory. Collapsing walls sent dust billowing skyward as fragments of stone and concrete rained down, burying his body beneath the debris. Cough, cough. The masked demon struggled to crawl free from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Covered in dirt, he looked utterly wretched. His hair stood on end like dried grass, and his black cloak was torn in several places, revealing a body covered in scars. He stared at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with terror and despair, his body trembling uncontrollably. Tell me, what exactly does your Heaven's Decree organization want? Xiao Chen advanced step by step toward the masked figure, weapon in hand. With each stride, dust swirled up from the ground beneath his feet. An overwhelming sense of pressure radiated from him, nearly suffocating the masked figure. The masked figure suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh, punctuated by occasional coughs. Cough, cough. You think trapping me will reveal everything? Cough, cough, cough. How naive you are. The words barely left his lips before his body began to fade. Xiao Chen, horrified, lunged forward to grab him. But just as his hand was about to touch the masked figure, a blinding light erupted from the masked figure's hands. It turned out that at this critical moment, the masked specter had activated an ancient artifact concealed within his sleeve. This relic emitted a deep, eerie glow, instantly causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The power it released strangely resonated with the barrier Xiao Chen had set up, momentarily disrupting its order. The barrier's light began to flicker incessantly, revealing several minute cracks. Seizing this opening, the masked specter dissolved into a wisp of black smoke, slipping through the chaotic fissures of the barrier and vanishing without a trace. Gazing at the direction the masked specter vanished, Xiao Chen swung his weapon in frustration. His chest heaved violently, sweat soaking through his back. Xiao Chen turned, gradually reverting to his original form, only then remembering Chen Yuan and Lu Fan. He had defeated both men with a single strike, yet their bodies were nowhere to be found. It seemed they had departed alongside the masked specter. He gritted his teeth until they ground together. Whether it was Chen Yuan, Lu Fan, or Ensu, anyone colluding with foreign awakened ones had to be eliminated. Xiao Chen suppressed the rage surging within him, his gaze sweeping coldly across the entire cement factory. With the barrier gone, the air in the cement factory was thick with dust, mingled with a faint scent of blood. Chapter 92, The Evil Creature. Xiao Chen crouched down, his fingers gently tracing the mysterious black teleportation mark on the ground. The mark twitched faintly, as if alive. The instant he touched it, a cold, sinister force shot through his fingers and into his body, like countless tiny ice needles rapidly spreading through his veins. In the next instant, Xiao Chen saw an ancient castle shrouded in thick, blood-red mist. Occasionally, grotesque, ghostly faces churned and surfaced within the fog. Within the castle, flickering points of green light shone. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan lay bound and blindfolded upon the central altar, its perimeter engraved with strange runes that emitted an eerie green glow. Xiao Chen jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. He found himself back in the abandoned cement factory, his fingers still resting on the black teleportation mark. So what I saw earlier must have been the Tianyu organization's base. It seems, it's not our dragon nation. Xiao Chen murmured to himself, his brow furrowing. He understood that this vision was likely a fragment of memory left behind by the teleportation mark. Though fleeting, it was the only lead he could currently pursue. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the capital, a man radiating a cold, sinister aura watched Xiao Chen's every move through a crystal ball. In the dimly lit room, flickering candlelight cast his silhouette in shifting shadows. Xiao Chen, do you truly believe you can stop us from invading the Dragon Kingdom? This game has only just begun for you. He murmured softly, his voice like the biting cold wind of a frosty night, carrying a bone-chilling chill that echoed through the room. Xiao Chen steadied himself, leaning against the crumbling wall as he sat down. Closing his eyes, he channeled the chaotic energy within his body, straining to sense if more information lingered in the air. Just as his focus was absolute, faint footsteps approached from the cement factory's entrance. Xiao Chen snapped alert, gripping his weapon tightly as he rose. The weapon sensed his fighting intent and immediately emitted a low hum. Xiao Chen vanished into the shadows behind a massive concrete slab, his gaze fixed intently on the direction the footsteps came from. A group of black-robed figures hurried over, their steps hurried in their hands clutching various strange magical artifacts. The leader whispered, "Let's go check on the boss. We absolutely can't let Xiao Chen capture him, otherwise our entire plan is ruined." A thought flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. He decided to follow this group first, to see where they were headed. Using his teleportation ability, he followed close behind them. Before long, they arrived at what appeared to be a school in the suburbs. Yet there were no students inside. Seeing the shattered glass hanging from the windows, he realized it was an abandoned school. Xiao Chen followed them into the gymnasium. The vast, empty space held strange apparatus. Huge energy crystals emitted a faint, eerie glow, casting an unsettling, sinister light throughout the entire gymnasium. In the corners, rats scurried about with rustling sounds. At the center of this desolate gymnasium, a massive magic array was slowly activating. The array was engraved with mysterious runes that flickered with faint light, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. These energy ripples spread outward like waves, creating concentric circles that radiated in all directions. The group of black-robed figures stood encircling the magic circle, murmuring incantations in low, eerie voices. Xiao Chen lurked in the shadows, frowning as he tried to discern their intentions. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shot forth from the array, piercing the air so intensely it was nearly impossible to open one's eyes. A massive, darkly aura-shrouded figure with a hideous visage slowly materialized. Black smoke swirled around it, seemingly carrying a corrosive power that instantly vaporized nearby instruments upon contact. Those bastards. Looks like they're using this evil creature to deal with me. Xiao Chen pressed his lips together, his gaze fixed firmly on the malevolent creature. The bracelet on his wrist glowed with a faint golden light. The creature seemed to sense Xiao Chen's hiding spot. It abruptly lifted its head, glaring in his direction. After letting out a low growl, it charged toward him, its foul stench carrying a putrid wind that made Xiao Chen's head spin. He deliberately staggered backward, then spun and leaped over the second-floor railing, sprinting toward the main gate. His stumbling gait made him appear weak and vulnerable. At that very moment, the gymnasium doors burst open. A group of fully armed State Security Rapid Response Unit personnel stormed in, led by none other than Captain Wang Lei, the same man who had attacked the white-robed figure in the cafe last time. Wang Lei grabbed Xiao Chen by the arm and, staring at the creature charging toward them with a foul stench, immediately barked an order. "All personnel, execute orders. Eliminate this evil creature immediately." Taking advantage of the state security agents drawing the creature's attention, Xiao Chen retreated to the side, feigning utter exhaustion. He gasped for breath, sweat dripping relentlessly from his forehead onto the floor. "Thank goodness you arrived, Captain Wang. I was about to collapse." The state security agents raised their weapons, unleashing various energies toward the evil creature. The energy collided with the creature's body, erupting in blinding light and deafening explosions. The entire stadium shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Under the combined assault, the creature gradually faltered. Its movements slowed, wounds multiplied across its body, and black blood flowed ceaselessly, corroding the floor into one black hole after another. Finally, the creature crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The black-robed figures, seeing this, let out strange cries and vanished in an instant using their skills. Once the dust settled, Xiao Chen stepped forward, kicked the creature's lifeless form, and let out a bitter laugh. Wang Lei walked over and patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder. "Nice work, Xiao Chen. Your artifact is truly remarkable, it protects you every single time." Xiao Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. "As an awakening-less failure like me, I can only rely on such treasures to protect my life. If the power of this treasure ever runs out, I might just be sitting around waiting to die." Wang Lei looked at him meaningfully and smiled. "You'll get lucky. By the way, we've discovered someone wearing a ghost mask has arrived in the capital. He's a key member of the Heaven's Decree organization, codenamed Shadow. He's extremely powerful and skilled in all kinds of dark magic. You must be careful and avoid confronting him head-on at all costs. Xiao Chen nodded, but inwardly chuckled twice. Not only did we run into him, we went toe-to-toe and beat him into retreat. How utterly delightful. Chapter 93, The Crystal Coffin. After Wang Lei departed with the state security agents, Xiao Chen stood alone in the dilapidated gymnasium of the abandoned school. The air thickened with the acrid stench of gunpowder mingled with the putrid odor of decaying flesh. The uneven ground was littered with scars from the fierce battle that had just taken place. Giant shards of energy crystal littered the floor, reflecting eerie glints under the dim light. Xiao Chen slowly crouched down, his fingertips gently brushing against the black blood still steaming with wisps of smoke. Instantly, a pain like a blade piercing his fingertip surged through him. Immediately after, his vision spun dizzyingly, as if he himself had fallen into a time tunnel. A vision unfolded before him, a colossal, imposing palace, shrouded in an eerie, foreboding aura. Its walls were constructed from stacked crystal blocks, inlaid with an array of precious gems. These gems emitted a faint glow, resembling countless pairs of eyes embedded in the crystal walls. At the palace's center stood a colossal crystal coffin, its surface engraved with strange runes. The runes seemed alive, flowing slowly across the crystal surface. Suddenly, the crystal coffin slowly opened, releasing a thick, surging black mist. Xiao Chen saw a pair of blood-red eyes faintly emerging from the darkness, coldly staring at him. Xiao Chen jerked his hand back, gasping for breath as his heart pounded wildly, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. He knew this must be another clue. Yet the truth hidden behind it remained shrouded in fog, leaving him utterly clueless. Looks like I'll have to take down the Heavens Decree organization first. Only then can I uncover the whole truth. Xiao Chen murmured to himself, his voice echoing through the empty gymnasium. After leaving the abandoned school, Xiao Chen arrived near the suburban area where the black-robed figure had previously appeared. This was an old residential area, its buildings dilapidated and crumbling. Many windows lay shattered, gaping black holes like the open maws of beasts. The streets were dim and narrow, with streetlights flickering on and off. He was the only one walking along the deserted roads. Xiao Chen moved cautiously along the alleyway, his shoes scraping the pavement with faint, muffled sounds. His gaze swept warily around him as chaotic energy surged faintly within his body, sharpening his senses to extraordinary levels. Every ripple in the air, every wisp of scent, escaped none of his perception. In his mind, the bizarre experiences within the abandoned cement factory and the derelict gymnasium, along with the mysterious clues, flashed by in a whirlwind. He tried to find connections among them, piecing together the conspiracy and layout of the Heavens Decree organization. Yet those clues were like puzzle pieces scattered in darkness, elusive and hard to grasp. Suddenly, a bone-chilling wind swept in from behind him, carrying a familiar yet malevolent scent like the stench of rotting corpses. Xiao Chen instantly grew alert, his chaos power surging through his body in a dense, intricate web. His bones cracked softly. He spun around violently, weapon already in hand. Golden runes danced along the staff's surface like flickering flames, radiating an intimidating glow that illuminated a small patch of darkness around him. Ha 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 ha, I never expected you to chase me all the way here. A low, raspy voice echoed from the darkness, dripping with resentment. Immediately after, a figure shrouded in black mist gradually materialized. It was the man wearing the ghostly mask. Wang Lei had said his name was Shadow. His aura now radiated a power far greater than before. The black mist swirled around him like churning black sludge, threatening to devour everything in its path. From within the mist, faint cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. Humph, how amusing. I wonder who orchestrated their escape last time. Xiao Chen sneered coldly, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Without a word, Shadow swiftly formed seals with both hands before his chest. His fingers danced in an eerily intricate pattern as he chanted incantations in a low, obscure voice like curses from the depths of hell. In an instant, countless black blades erupted from the mist, sweeping toward Xiao Chen like a torrential downpour. Each blade carried a bone-chilling coldness, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Xiao Chen's form flickered, seemingly vanishing from his original spot. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could see him darting like lightning, weaving nimbly between the blades. His movements were so swift they blurred into a golden afterimage. Unhurried, he raised his right palm, its center instantly igniting with black flames. The end-burning flame surged forth, forming a wall of fire. The flames danced like black spirits, colliding with the black blades and emitting a sizzling sound. Corroded by the flames, the blades rapidly disintegrated into void particles, vanishing into thin air, leaving only a faint burnt smell behind. Seeing this, the Shadow sneered coldly. He vanished abruptly, his speed too swift for the naked eye to track, leaving only a piercing whistle in his wake. Xiao Chen's heart jolted, and he immediately activated his perception. Closing his eyes, he focused his entire being. His mental energy spread like an unfurling spider web, enveloping every sound and movement around him. Everything around him became crystal clear within his perception, even the faintest flutter of a butterfly's wings. Just then, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming pressure descending from above, as if a mountain were crushing down upon him. Xiao Chen's heart tightened, and he instantly activated the death space skill. A space resembling a death barrier expanded from his palm, its edges flickering with an eerie purple glow as it surged upward to meet the threat. The shadow had intended to ambush Shao Chun from above, but never anticipated such a swift reaction. Entirely enveloped by the death space, Shadow's movements instantly slowed, as if dragged into a deathly swamp, while the surrounding black mist weakened considerably. Yet Shadow refused to surrender. With a roar, the dark power surged violently around him, forcibly breaking free from the death space's constraints. Shao Chun, it seems I truly can't let you live any longer. He roared, his hands rapidly forming seals as he condensed the dark energy around him into a massive black energy sphere, hurling it toward Shao Chun. The sphere contained destructive power, its surface swirling with black mist. Wherever it passed, the air seemed scorched, emitting waves of foul stench. Facing this black energy sphere's assault, Shao Chun's heart sank. At this critical moment, a sudden, piercing pain shot through his chest as if an invisible hand was tearing at his heart. The aura of death enveloped him. Suddenly, golden light erupted from his body as the passive skill True God Awakening activated. Chapter 94, Savoring Lightning. His once dull eyes instantly regained their luster. Wounds on his body healed at a visible pace, torn muscles fused together, and depleted stamina rapidly recovered. Shao Chun even sensed the chaos power within him surge once more. He rejoiced. Why hadn't he thought to utilize these stolen skills during the battle earlier? While the skill was active, Shao Chun channeled the chaos energy within him into his weapon. Absorbing the chaotic energy, the weapon blazed with renewed brilliance. Shao Chun roared, his voice booming like a great bell, echoing throughout the alley. He swung his weapon toward the black energy sphere. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the weapon shattered the energy sphere. A powerful shockwave spread outward like a tidal wave, causing the abandoned houses lining the street to sway precariously. Cracks began to appear in the walls. Both Shao Chun and Shadow instantly realized they were facing a formidable opponent. This battle would prove far more difficult than anticipated. But Shao Chun knew retreat was not an option. To uncover the truth and protect the Dragon Nation, he must defeat the Heaven's Decree organization. He drew a deep breath, his chest heaving, and gripped his weapon tightly once more, preparing to strike first. His feet lightly touched the ground, and like an arrow released from its string, he charged toward Shadow. Each step he took left a deep footprint in the ground, and even the surrounding air vibrated with the force of his movement. Seeing this, the Shadow dared not take him lightly. Its hands moved swiftly, gathering dark energy once more. Instantly, multiple black barriers materialized before him, layered like resilient rock, forming an impenetrable shield. Shao Chun charged to the front of the black barriers and swung his weapon without hesitation. Clang! 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 The metallic clashes echoed repeatedly. The immense force warped the surrounding air itself. After striking the barriers several times, Shao Chun noticed cracks forming, yet they still held firm. His gaze sharpened, as if he could see the shadow lurking behind the barriers smirking. With a sudden thought, he teleported behind the shadow. The shadow sensed something amiss behind him, his heart jolting in alarm. He spun around only to find Shao Chun's long arm already clamped around his throat. With his throat seized, the shadow's breath caught, terror flashing across his face. But in an instant, that gave way to frantic struggle. His feet kicked wildly off the ground, his hands desperately trying to pry Shao Chun's grip loose, while the dark energy surged violently around him, desperate to break free from the deadly hold. His hands transformed into black claws, slashing viciously at Shao Chun's arm. Shao Chun's arm winced in pain, yet he remained unmoved. Instead, the pressure on his grip intensified, his nails digging deeper into the shadow's flesh. His eyes blazed with fury, the rage within them like raging flames. Shadow, today is the day you die. As he spoke, he channeled the chaos energy within his body, directing it along his arm into Shadow's body, attempting to disrupt the flow of his power. Once the chaos energy entered the Shadow's body, it acted like a sharp blade, disrupting the pathways of the dark power within him. Shadow let out a pained groan, his demonic mask contorting in agony. The dark energy surrounding him began to disintegrate, and the black claws that had coalesced around him instantly dissipated. Yet Shadow was a core member of the Heaven's Decree organization. At this life or death moment, he gritted his teeth against the searing pain, summoning his last reserves of power to conjure a thin shield of darkness between himself and Shao Chun. Though thin, this shield contained potent black energy, momentarily blocking Shao Chun's chaotic power from breaking through. Shao Chun chuckled softly, raising his other hand as the flame of termination ignited once more in his palm. The flames lapped at Shadow's dark shield, emitting a sizzling sound. Under the black flame's corrosive assault, holes began to appear one after another in the dark shield. As the holes multiplied, the shield could no longer bear the strain and instantly vanished into thin air. Deprived of its protection, the black flames instantly engulfed Shadow. He shrieked in terror and struggled desperately as the black mist enveloping him was scorched by the flames. Not only was the mist around him being burned, but his very soul was being consumed by the fire. Shadow felt as though he had fallen into a fiery hell, utterly consumed by agony and terror. Just as Shao Chun believed the black flames would ultimately consume Shadow, the figure suddenly let out a piercing, wretched howl. An even more powerful dark force erupted from his chest, sending Shao Chun flying backward. Shao Chun somersaulted several times in midair before regaining his balance, sliding dozens of meters upon landing. Kneeling on one knee, he wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze fixed intently on Shadow. The mist surrounding Shadow had completely dissipated. His ghostly mask was nowhere to be seen, revealing his typical inkpad man features. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. So it was an awaken from another country after all, and worse, from the very nation he despised most besides Little Day Country, Seal Ink Nation. Shadow's eyes flickered with an eerie light, the dark power surging through him, solidifying into a black armor that enveloped his entire body. Xiao Chen, do you truly believe this is enough to defeat me? How naive. Shadow roared with laughter, his voice dripping with contempt. He raised his hands high, and dark clouds rapidly coalesced in the sky. These clouds gathered layer upon layer, thicker and darker than any seen before. Black lightning danced within the clouds, twisting and turning like sinuous black dragons. Shadow swung his arms down violently. Countless bolts of black lightning, carrying the power of destruction, crashed down upon Xiao Chen from the clouds. The black lightning surged toward Xiao Chen like raging dragons. The air crackled with electricity, filling the atmosphere with a sharp, acrid stench. Xiao Chen channeled the chaos power within his body, raising his weapon horizontally before him. Golden light surged around him, forming a stark contrast against the overwhelming darkness and black lightning. As bolt after bolt struck his weapon, the immense impact sent a tingling numbness through his arms, pulling his entire body downward. Suddenly, Xiao Chen found himself oddly enjoying this baptism of lightning. The tingling sensation strangely brought him a sense of relief. Xiao Chen sensed something was off. This was combat. Why was he suddenly savoring the comfort brought by the lightning? He even lowered his weapon, allowing the lightning to strike his body, crackling and popping with each hit. The Shadow, who had been watching with contempt, eager to see Xiao Chen die beneath his lightning, now sensed something was amiss. He hastily reined in the lightning, glaring at Xiao Chen with a rage born of humiliation. Chapter 95, Ending the Shadow. Shocked out of his trance by the Shadow's interruption, Xiao Chen snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with bewilderment and confusion. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the inexplicable sense of comfort that lingered in his mind. Why stop? These lightning bolts feel damn good. Xiao Chen sneered provocatively. The Shadow was provoked by his taunt, its facial muscles contorting as its hands flailed wildly. The dark energy surged around it once more. In an instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted by over 10 degrees. A layer of frost crystallized in the air. The gravel on the ground was manipulated, rising into the air. Enveloped in dark energy, it hurtled toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly as an invisible protective shield instantly enveloped him, deflecting all the stones away. The stones bounced off the shield, sparking with light. Shadow gritted his teeth, watching his attack easily evaded. He chanted another eerie incantation, instantly summoning a horde of black, snarling ghostly specters. The black-faced specters radiated an eerie aura, turning everything they touched to deathly gray as if death itself had passed through. Xiao Chen swung his weapon, charging at the specters. But the ghostly specters were cunning. As weapons approached, they dissolved into black smoke, only to reform and strike again after evading the blow. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen unleashed the death space. A purple barrier instantly expanded, enveloping the specters within. Under the influence of the death space, the ghostly apparitions vanished into thin air before they could even utter a scream. Shadow's face darkened. He knew that if he didn't unleash his ultimate move today, he might well meet his end here. He drew a deep breath, gathering the darkness surrounding him into his palms, where it gradually coalesced into a massive vortex. A deafening roar erupted from the vortex, as if it connected to an endless dark abyss. Everything nearby was pulled by its gravitational pull. Ground debris, building ruins, even nearby trees were uprooted and vanished into the dark vortex. Xiao Chen, meet your end. Shadow roared furiously, thrusting the vortex of darkness toward Xiao Chen with all his might. The vortex charged toward Xiao Chen with world-shattering force, leaving nothing alive in its path. Xiao Chen let out a cold chuckle. If this were my first time seeing such a vortex, I might be afraid. Let me count, once. Twice. 3 times. Ha ha ha, today must be the 4th time. With a mocking grin, Xiao Chen gripped his weapon tightly and unleashed a powerful strike at the black vortex. In an instant, golden light collided with darkness, unleashing a deafening explosion. The entire world seemed to tremble under the force of the impact. Powerful energy ripples radiated outward, tearing massive cracks into the surrounding ground. Black mist spewed from the fissures, filling the air with a pungent, acrid sulfur smell. The blast's aftershock hurled both Xiao Chen and the shadow figure violently backward. Xiao Chen traced a fox-like arc through the air before crashing heavily into a pile of rubble, reducing bricks and stones to powder beneath him. Struggling to his feet, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His clothes were torn, and dust coated his hair. He took 2 deep breaths, feeling his body begin to self-repair, but couldn't suppress a couple of coughs. Not far away, Shadow landed on the ground, kneeling on one knee with one hand braced against the earth. He coughed several times as well, his lips and teeth stained with blood. The layer of solidified black armor covering his body was now riddled with cracks. Perhaps even a light bump would shatter it. He raised his head, his eyes burning with defiance and fury. Xiao Chen, in this battle today, it's either you die or I perish. With those words, he began to summon the dark forces. As the shadow moved, the surrounding darkness stirred once more, surging toward him with frenzied intensity. A black whirlwind gradually formed around his body. The whirlwind spun relentlessly, emitting a piercing howl that seemed to carry the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. Xiao Chen knew this was Shadow's final desperate struggle. He drew a deep breath, channeling the chaos energy within his body. He felt his body being repaired as he contemplated how to deliver a fatal blow to the Shadow. Just then, the Shadow let out a sudden, piercing shriek. The tornado of black energy, carrying immense dark power, surged back into the Shadow's body. Slowly, the Shadow opened its eyes. They glowed in intense crimson, while the black energy surging around its body danced like burning black flames. Xiao Chen, prepare to die. The Shadow roared, thrusting both hands forward. Countless black spears shot forth from its body, hurtling toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes turned cold. A cloud of energy surged beneath his feet, carrying him away as a golden afterimage. He weaved through the black spears with blinding speed. The black spears all missed their mark, finally crashing to the ground where they dissolved into black smoke. Seizing the moment while Shadow's aura wavered, Xiao Chen abruptly halted his movement. Clutching his weapon tightly, he channeled every ounce of chaos power, black flames, and the might granted by true God awakening into it. The weapon blazed with intense light, its runes glowing even more fiercely. Shadow, it's time for you to die. Xiao Chen's aura surged with fierce intensity as he swung his weapon and charged toward the Shadow. His speed was lightning fast, closing the distance in an instant. His weapon, channeling boundless primordial power, came crashing down toward the Shadow's head. Shadow stared in terror at Xiao Chen's sudden assault. It was too late to evade. He could only muster every ounce of strength to conjure a black shield before him, attempting to block this devastating blow. Boom! The weapon slammed heavily into the dark shield, producing a deafening roar. The dark shield proved utterly inadequate against this primordial force, shattering instantly into wisps of smoke. The weapon continued its unimpeded momentum, piercing clean through the Shadow's chest. Shadow's eyes widened in shock as blood gushed from his mouth. His face was etched with disbelief and utter despair. Xiao Chen stood on its chest, yanking the weapon free. The Shadow's body flew backward like a crashing heavily into a wall. The structure collapsed with a thunderous roar, burying the corpse beneath the rubble. Dead silence hung in the air, broken only by Xiao Chen's ragged breathing. After a long while, Xiao Chen slowly rose to his feet and staggered toward the secret base. The State Security Bureau would arrive soon. He had to leave first. Besides, Lu Ruyan was still waiting for his news. After taking a few steps, he utilized teleportation to instantly move to the entrance of the secret base. Lu Ruyan rushed to meet Xiao Chen as he materialized at the entrance. Seeing his battered body and torn clothes, a flash of heartache and worry crossed her eyes. How did you get so badly hurt? Chapter 96, The Whereabouts of the Other Fragments. Xiao Chen waved his hand, indicating he was fine. A radiant glow enveloped his body as chaotic energy flowed through his meridians like a surging spiritual spring. His wounds closed at a visible pace, torn muscles seemingly guided by an invisible hand, reattaching and regenerating. Within moments, only his tattered clothes remained damaged. Lu Ruyan stood beside him, her beautiful eyes wide with shock and astonishment. It took her a long moment to recover. Have you unlocked a new skill? Xiao Chen laughed heartily, glancing down at his torn garments. Pretty much. I'll go take a shower and change first. I'll explain the details when I come out. Xiao Chen quickly finished showering and emerged in clean clothes. Lu Ruyan had already ordered takeout and set the table. Let's talk over dinner. Lu Ruyan beckoned. Xiao Chen walked over, feeling refreshed and energetic. He sat down at the table and squinted at the dishes spread out before him, all his favorites. Thanks, Ruyan. Lu Ruyan sat across from him and waved her hand dismissively. No need for formalities between us. Her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Chen. Tell me what happened. Xiao Chen recounted the events at the abandoned cement factory, the gymnasium, and the fierce battle in the outskirts to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's brows furrowed deeply. You mentioned seeing a crystal power source and a crystal coffin engraved with runes. What does this crystal coffin represent? After taking a few bites of his meal, Xiao Chen shook his head. I can't shake the feeling that whatever that crystal chamber hides is deeply intertwined with the Heavens Decree Organization's conspiracy. It might be some kind of immense power, perhaps powerful enough to reshape the entire world's order. Could it be some ancient artifact? Lu Ruyan speculated. I've heard that in ancient times, many powerful artifacts were scattered across the mortal realm. Each possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. If the Tianyu organization were to obtain them. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. It's highly possible. The Tianyu organization has long colluded with a faction within the Dragon Nation, resorting to any means necessary to gather mysterious clues everywhere. Perhaps that crystal coffin is their ultimate objective. But what about the runes on that crystal coffin? And the blood-red eyes that appeared after it was opened? What do they signify? Lu Ruyan frowned, her eyes filled with confusion. Xiao Chen paused with his chopsticks, recalling the vision he had witnessed back then. His expression shifted slightly. I have a feeling those runes were meant to contain or harness some power, while the black mist and blood-red eyes might be the malevolent spirits guarding the crystals sealed away within the crystal coffin. Recalling that memory sent a chill down Xiao Chen's spine. So, Xiao Chen, whatever lies within, I believe we must find it before the heavens decree organization. Destroy it. We absolutely cannot let it fall into their hands. Otherwise, I fear for our dragon nation. Xiao Chen nodded, his gaze unwavering. You're right. We'll continue following this lead. I suspect the truth hidden behind this may be far more terrifying than we imagined. And I can say with certainty that all of this is intimately connected to the safety of the dragon nation. Also, regarding the Kunlun mirror fragments we've been searching for so far, the State Security Bureau and I have only 3 pieces combined. There's been no further energy fluctuations since. I think I should take advantage of the night to go see Director Su and get some answers. After finishing his meal, Xiao Chen set off for the State Security Bureau. His form darted through the city's skyscrapers like lightning. Street scenes flashed by like phantom images, and passers-by only sensed a gust of wind whipping past, unable to catch a glimpse of him. Upon reaching the National Security Bureau entrance, the guard recognized Xiao Chen and immediately granted him passage. Xiao Chen made his way to Su Jiangwo's office with practiced ease. When he knocked and entered, Su Jiangwo sat at his desk, poring over thick files with a furrowed brow. Seeing Xiao Chen, he seemed unsurprised, merely gesturing toward the desk. Sit down, Xiao Chen. It's been a while. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, sat down, and got straight to the point. Chief Su, I'd like to ask, only 3 fragments of the Kunlun mirror have been found so far. Where do you think the remaining fragments might be? Su Jiangwo hadn't anticipated such a question, and a sudden wave of unease washed over him. The Kunlun mirror possessed immense power. If it fell into the hands of awakened beings abroad, it would surely overturn the history of the dragon nation. Not only might its myths and legends be obliterated, but the entire dragon nation itself could cease to exist. He fixed Xiao Chen with a piercing gaze, recalling the young man's extraordinary feats that defied human capability. Though Xiao Chen claimed a protective artifact aided him, Su Jiangwo believed far more likely that he had awakened formidable supernatural abilities. Xiao Chen hadn't revealed it, so he wouldn't press the matter. To be frank, based on our intelligence and analysis, the other fragments have likely fallen into the hands of foreign awakened individuals. Behind these awakened individuals lies the Heavens Decree organization. Their objective? I know. They seek to subvert the history of the Dragon Nation, carve up the entire Dragon Nation, erase its past and future, and consign it to eternal oblivion in the river of history. After delivering this warning, Xiao Chen noticed Su Jiangwo's expression grow even more grave. He paused briefly before asking again. Where has Lu Ningyu gone? He hasn't contacted me in ages. What has happened to him? Su Jiangwo leaned back slightly into his chair upon hearing the question. After a long silence, he spoke slowly. Lu Ningyu has been assigned to infiltrate Tianyu as an undercover agent. This mission is extremely dangerous. He's deep within enemy territory, where exposure could happen at any moment, putting his life at risk. That's why we've avoided direct contact, maintaining communication only through highly covert channels. But recently, our connection has been severed. I'm deeply concerned for his safety. As he spoke, he retrieved an encrypted communication device from a drawer, placed it on the table, and slid it toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen lowered his gaze to the compact, exquisitely crafted device, his heart heavy with worry. He understood the extreme dangers of undercover work, especially since Lu Ningyu had infiltrated the very heart of the Tianyu organization. The slightest misstep could mean literal death. Commander Su, I will find a way to locate him. At the same time, I will do everything in my power to recover the Kunlun mirror fragment. I will not let the Heavens Decree organization's conspiracy succeed. With that thought, he opened his palm, revealing a faintly glowing fragment of the Kunlun mirror resting in his hand. Commander, I have one fragment of the Kunlun mirror here. If you trust me, give me the others as well. Chapter 97, Taking Possession of the Kunlun Mirror Fragments. Su Jiangwo looked deeply at Xiao Chen once more, rose from his seat, walked around the desk, and stood beside him, patting his shoulder. I know you have the capability and a sincere heart, but you must act with utmost caution. The Heavenly Decree organization is vast, encompassing top-tier divine awakened beings from Eagle Sauce, Little Days Country, Inkpad Country, and Mishir Country. Remember, never underestimate your enemies. Xiao Chen nodded, understanding the unspoken warnings in Su Jiangwo's words. Seeing that he understood, Su Jiangwo turned toward a flower pot in the corner of the room. After entering a series of code words, he opened a small box. An old yet mysteriously alluring scent wafted out from within. Su Jiangwo's gaze softened as he carefully lifted 2 fragments of the Kunlun mirror from the box. Under the office lighting, the fragments shimmered with an eerie glow, as if whispering some ancient, enigmatic tale. He approached Xiao Chen and gently placed the fragments into the palm of his hand. I've kept these fragments safe all this time. Now I entrust them to you. This is a sign of trust, but also a heavy responsibility. I hope you will protect them well, find the other fragments, and thwart the conspiracy of the Heavenly Decree organization. Xiao Chen nodded, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He closed his palm, clasping all 3 fragments within his hand. Commander Su, rest assured. I will not fail in my mission. Also, regarding Lu Ningyu's undercover operation, did he leave any specific clues or contact methods? Su Jiangwo sank back into his chair, his brow furrowed. After a long moment, he replied, he said he'd only use code words to contact you. The key to the code lies in the location where you two once carried out a special mission together. But only you and he know the exact spot. Xiao Chen nodded thoughtfully, his mind flashing back to his first encounter with Lu Ningyu. If it was a special mission, it must have been that operation at the port where they apprehended the masked man. It was late at night at the port. The masked man was agile, attempting to evade their encirclement. It was Su Chenhua who, by casually utilizing his own special skills, had defused several crises at the last moment, leading everyone to underestimate his true capabilities. Understood. I'll reflect carefully on it. Commander Su, I also wish to know, has the State Security Bureau obtained any new intelligence regarding the domestic network of the Heavens Decree Organization? Xiao Chen looked at Su Jiangwo with concern, his eyes filled with focus and determination for the mission. Su Jiangwo pulled a document from his files and handed it to Xiao Chen. This is the latest compilation. Tianyu's operations in Longwei are primarily concentrated in several major coastal cities. They appear to be secretly preparing something, with heightened activity recently. You should investigate. Xiao Chen, remember safety first. Xiao Chen took the documents and scanned them at a glance. His eyes flickered with the flow of text as crucial information flooded his mind, flashing across his retinas. After finishing, he handed the file back to Su Jiangwo. I've read it. I'll prepare and head to the coastal cities. We might uncover clues about the Tianyu organization and investigate the whereabouts of the Kunlun mirror fragments while we're at it. And Lu Ningyu's whereabouts, of course. Xiao Chen stood up again, walked over to Su Jiangwo's side, and patted his shoulder. Good lad, go ahead. Stay safe. If you need us, just contact me. Xiao Chen nodded with a smile, bid farewell to Su Jiangwo, and left the State Security Bureau. Stepping onto the cloud of somersaults, his figure streaked like a golden lightning bolt, swiftly vanishing into the darkness as he sped toward the coastal city. Seated on the cloud, Xiao Chen closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, he realized he'd forgotten to say goodbye to Lu Ruyan. He pulled out his phone and sent her a message. After sending the message, he closed his eyes once more. A mental screen flickered with various names. Crystal Coffin, Heaven's Decree Organization, Kunlun Mirror Fragments, Lu Ningyu, Secret Scrolls, Professor Chen Ziyuan. These seemingly unrelated events must be intricately connected. And he was about to become the key figure in unraveling this tangled web of mystery. After roughly 10 minutes, he arrived at the coastal city. The moment he descended from the cloud of somersaults, he caught a faint scent of blood and a barely perceptible ripple of energy. This faint energy fluctuation felt like a hidden current in the darkness, poised to unleash a colossal wave at any moment. This place seems far from simple. Xiao Chen murmured to himself, slowly closing his eyes as he opened his divine sense. In an instant, everything around him became crystal clear within his perception. The cries of street vendors, the roar of cars, and the lively chatter of passers-by all streamed into his divine sense. That faint energy fluctuation was like a firefly flickering in the darkness, guiding him step by step forward. Walking along the street, Xiao Chen suddenly realized he was approaching an abandoned factory. The energy fluctuations within the walls intensified abruptly. He leapt lightly onto the wall, crouched atop the parapet, and scanned the factory's interior with piercing focus. In the open space at the factory's center stood a massive apparatus, its surface flickering with multicolored light. Beside it stood 2 familiar figures, Chen Yuan and Lu Fan. Their demeanor had shifted completely. Their eyes were cold and stern, every gesture radiating a seriousness that spoke volumes. I knew they'd colluded with the Heaven's Decree Organization, but I never imagined they'd be given such important roles. What are they up to? Xiao Chen felt a surge of confusion. He remained crouched behind the gun barrel, intent on observing their next move. Moonlight like water spilled over his shoulders from above, while he remained silent, watching the movements ahead. Chen Yuan cradled an ancient scroll in both hands. The paper was yellowed, its edges frayed and worn, clearly bearing the weight of centuries. His lips moved silently, murmuring incantations in a low, obscure tone. The ancient spell he chanted slowly merged into the scroll, which emitted a faint golden glow. Then, like a living thing, it dissolved into his body, point by point. Lu Fan bustled back and forth around the massive apparatus, his forehead glistening with sweat, his expression utterly focused, as if the world contained only him and the machine. He continuously adjusted the rotating knob. With each turn, the instrument's surface emitted a humming sound. Xiao Chen noticed the apparatus's casing was forged from a strange metal, its surface etched with bizarre runes. As it operated, the surrounding air seemed to thicken, visible ripples spreading slowly outward in all directions. Chapter 98, A Sure Thing. Xiao Chen opened his divine sense, attempting to penetrate the instruments and scrolls to uncover their secrets. Unexpectedly, the moment his divine sense touched the device, a powerful force surged forth like an impenetrable shield, violently repelling his consciousness. Startled, Xiao Chen had never encountered such a situation before, and it only piqued his curiosity. Just then, Chen Yuan ceased chanting. With hands trembling slightly, he placed the scroll into the recessed slot atop the device. Instantly, the device erupted in violent tremors, the ground quaking as if a minor earthquake had struck. Simultaneously, multicolored light surged wildly from the device, coalescing into a thick pillar that shot straight into the heavens. It illuminated vast swaths of the night sky, dimming even the moonlight. Bathed in the pillar's radiance, Xiao Chen clearly discerned ancient runes emerging on the device's surface strikingly similar to those he had seen on the crystal coffin. Could this device be connected to that crystal coffin? Xiao Chen's mind was filled with questions. At that moment, Lu Fan pulled a small device from his pocket resembling a miniature globe emitting a faint blue glow. He brought the device close to the instrument. The blue light interacted with the multicolored glow within the device. Xiao Chen faintly sensed energy flowing through the air once more, as if data transmission was occurring. What are they doing? Xiao Chen's mind was flooded with questions. Earlier, the State Security Bureau's investigation had revealed that the Tianyu organization had obtained other fragments. Could all this before him be connected to those fragments? The thought instantly sharpened his focus. He suspected he might have stumbled upon a crucial clue. Suddenly, the factory doors creaked open with a jarring noise. A group of men in black streamed inside, led by a tall figure wearing a silver mask that revealed only a pair of cold, piercing eyes. How is the experiment progressing? The man's voice was hoarse, as if his throat had been torn by a cat's claws. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the man. Sir, everything is proceeding smoothly. Following your instructions, we have channeled the scroll's power into the instrument and are now synchronizing the data. The man nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the apparatus. A look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Good. The energy from the Kunlun mirror fragments is growing stronger. It seems that once we gather the remaining shards, we'll be able to activate the artifact. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart gave a violent jolt. It seemed the Tianyu organization's actions were highly likely aimed at activating some powerful artifact capable of overturning the Dragon Nation. The thought made Xiao Chen's fists clench tightly. The man turned to Chen Yuan and Lu Fan. Your tasks ahead will be even more arduous. You must accelerate your efforts. Lord Tianyu can no longer wait. Once we activate that artifact, the Dragon Nation will be ours for the taking. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan hastily responded, Please rest assured, Lord. We will spare no effort. Their voices rang with conviction, yet to Xiao Chen, they reeked of treachery toward the Dragon Nation. Traitorous dogs. Xiao Chen spat out the curse under his breath. After assigning the task, the man in the silver mask hurriedly departed the factory with his black-clad men. Chen Yuan and Lu Fan continued their frantic work around the machinery. Xiao Chen slid silently down the wall and teleported to a shadowy spot closer to the factory's interior. I must figure out how they plan to use the Kunlun mirror shards to activate the artifact. Hidden in the shadows, Xiao Chen's heart pounded violently in his chest not from fear, but from the exhilarating tension of being on the verge of uncovering an earth-shattering secret. His eyes burned like two flames, fixed intently on Chen Yuan and Lu Fan. He missed not a single subtle movement, every twitch of muscle, every rise and fall of their breaths. Chen Yuan moved with deliberate, solemn slowness, as if performing a sacred ritual. Slowly, he drew an ancient-looking book from his pocket. Its cover was bound in the skin of some unknown beast, engraved with strange symbols that shimmered faintly in the dim light, like ancient creatures lying dormant. His hands trembled slightly, filled with both reverence and longing for the unknown power within. He carefully opened the book, its pages emitting a faint, brittle crack as if straining under the weight. As the pages turned, an ancient, musty scent wafted toward him the very essence of time's passage, as if a long-buried forbidden secret was about to be unveiled. Could this be? Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had encountered similar accounts in ancient scroll fragments, rumors of a secret manual capable of awakening the power of primordial artifacts. Yet he had always dismissed them as absurd legends. Now, the appearance of this mysterious tome made him realize Tianyu weaving must have been preparing for years, with the sole purpose of overthrowing the Dragon Nation. Lu Fan worked methodically nearby. He opened an exquisitely crafted wooden box. The moment the lid lifted, a soft glow spilled out from within. Inside lay 9 gemstones, each emitting a faint glow. Their light resonated with the multicolored radiance emanating from the instrument, weaving intricate patterns of light through the air like a mystical tapestry of shadows. His gaze was focused and resolute as he carefully embedded each gem into the recesses along the instrument's side. With every gem placed, the device emitted a deep, resonant hum. The sound resembled the low, rumbling roar of a millennia sleeping beast gently awakened, as if responding to some ancient, enigmatic summons. These gems must be connected to the energy of the Kunlun mirror shards. Xiao Chen mused silently, recalling how he had sensed similar energy fluctuations during his previous search for the Kunlun mirror fragments. Yet the fluctuations before him were far more intense and complex, as if countless forces were intertwining and colliding, poised to unleash a power capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. At that moment, Chen Yuan drew a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and began chanting an incantation. His voice was deep and resonant, as if echoing through an endless temporal tunnel, emerging from the primordial depths of chaos. The chant's intonation rose and fell, hoarse and grating to the ear, yet filled with a mysterious rhythm. Each phrase felt like a pebble tossed into a tranquil lake, sending ripples spreading through the air. As the incantation echoed, the runes on the device blazed with intense light. The previously gentle, flowing multicolored glow became violent, like an enraged beast relentlessly assaulting the surrounding air with crackling sounds, as if poised to shatter the very space confining it at any moment. This is bad. They seem to be unleashing some powerful force. Xiao Chen grasped the gravity of the situation. His heartbeat quickened sharply, blood surging through his veins. Chapter 99, Disabling the Device. Crouching low, Xiao Chen tiptoed around to the other side of the factory. Using the mountains of debris as cover, he slowly crept closer to the device. As he drew nearer to the instrument's roar, it suddenly erupted with a blinding flash of light. The light was as blinding as the sun, illuminating the entire factory as if it were broad daylight. Xiao Chen instinctively closed his eyes, shielding himself from the blinding radiance. He hadn't anticipated the light being so blinding. Even with his eyes tightly shut, he could feel the intense heat radiating from it. When he opened his eyes again, he was startled to see a massive vortex appearing above the machine, shimmering with all manner of lights. Xiao Chen thought it resembled the lights he had seen in nightclubs in his previous life. Could this be the passageway to the divine artifact? The thought suddenly surged through Xiao Chen's mind, sending a jolt of alarm through him as his pupils abruptly contracted. He realized that once this passage was fully opened, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had to stop this from continuing. Xiao Chen channeled all his chaos energy, and the golden bracelet gradually extended, transforming into a weapon. Just as he was about to strike, he suddenly sensed an eerie aura fluctuation emanating from behind him. Xiao Chen instinctively used teleportation, shifting behind him. He saw a dark shadow lunging toward his previous position. The shadow moved with blinding speed, leaving only a flickering afterimage in its wake. Xiao Chen focused his gaze and recognized it as a spirit creature radiating an eerie green glow. Its form resembled a hyena, yet it possessed 4 pairs of blood-red eyes, bared fangs, and continuously spewed a greenish-black mist from its mouth. Wherever the mist touched, it corroded the surface into black pits. Xiao Chen raised his weapon in front of him, his brow furrowed as he studied the creature. What kind of monster is this? The hyena-like creature lunged, missed its target, turned, let out a piercing howl to the heavens, and charged at Xiao Chen once more. Xiao Chen flickered aside, dodging the attack, and swung his weapon hard at the hyena monster's midsection. The hyena-like creature proved remarkably agile. Sensing the impending danger, it twisted mid-air, effortlessly evading the blow. Then, astonishingly, it spread a pair of wings. Xiao Chen was stunned. What kind of demonic creature was this? With its wings spread, countless black feathers, shrouded in an eerie green glow, shot toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen flicked his wrist, summoning an invisible shield to protect him. The black feathers clattered against the shield before falling to the ground. Meanwhile, inside the factory, Chen Yuan and Lu Fan remained oblivious to the commotion by the junk pile, still operating the machinery with fervent intensity. The light emanating from the apparatus grew increasingly bright, and the vortex continued to expand. Xiao Chen knew he couldn't delay any longer. He immediately channeled the chaos energy within his body, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Die! He roared, charging toward the hyena monster like lightning. The hyena monster sensed Xiao Chen's overwhelming power and actually hesitated, retreating 2 steps. Yet as if obeying some command, it halted after just 2 steps and charged forward once more. Xiao Chen and the hyena monster clashed fiercely midair. The hyena monster, equipped with a pair of wings, flew with remarkable agility. Xiao Chen, however, rode the cloud of somersaults, landing a blow on the creature nearly every time. After several minutes of combat, the hyena monster stood its ground, its body covered in wounds, 4 pairs of eyes fixed intently on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen gave it no chance to catch its breath. He raised his weapon and brought it crashing down hard against the creature's forehead. The hyena monster let out a strange, agonized howl before its body instantly dissolved into a cloud of green smoke and vanished. With the hyena monster dealt with, Xiao Chen immediately turned and rushed toward the instrument. The vortex on the device had now expanded to the size of a doorway, from which came waves of deep, chanting sounds. I'll see just what kind of creature is causing all this trouble. A powerful resistance held Xiao Chen back outside the device. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen channeled the chaos energy coursing through his body, advancing step by step toward the device. Finally, he inched his way close to the device, only to find Chen Yuan and Lu Fan lost in ecstatic celebration, completely oblivious to his presence. Rage surged within Xiao Chen, and he roared. You 2 traitors! Die! He swung his weapon, aiming to smash them both. Only then did they seem to hear his voice. Terror flashed in their eyes as they tried to dodge, but it was too late. The weapon struck with crushing force, instantly reducing both men to bloody pulp. Xiao Chen spat contemptuously at their corpses. Ha! What's this nonsense about awakening Poseidon's divine power or some heavenly deity? It took just 1 swing. Spit! Traitors! After disposing of them, Xiao Chen flicked his palm once more. The corpses instantly dissolved into wisps of smoke, vanishing without a trace. Xiao Chen began examining the device before him. He noticed the runes on this device bore a striking resemblance to those on the crystal coffin, suggesting they were both ancient seals from a bygone era. Xiao Chen thought to himself, so the Heaven's Decree organization intends to use the Kunlun mirror shards to break the seal, summoning some terrifying power from within the crystal coffin to overthrow the dragon nation. I won't let them succeed. Xiao Chen vowed silently as he began attempting to destroy the device. However, the device seemed to have activated a protective shield, rendering his attacks ineffective. As Xiao Chen lowered his gaze, pondering his next move, the fragment of the Kunlun mirror suddenly appeared on the light screen in his mind. Xiao Chen's eyes widened in realization as he swiftly retrieved the Kunlun mirror fragment. A miracle occurred. The light on the device began to flicker erratically. It seemed to resonate with the Kunlun mirror fragment. Overjoyed, Xiao Chen immediately channeled chaos energy into the Kunlun mirror fragment, intensifying its radiance. Bathed in the mirror fragment's radiance, the runes on the instrument began to dissipate, and the device gradually ceased its operation. As the final rune vanished, the device emitted a strained groan before slowly collapsing. Xiao Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. To prevent these instruments from falling into the hands of those with ulterior motives who might repeat today's events, he reached out and unleashed the flame of termination. Clusters of black flames rose from his palms, drifting down onto the instruments and decomposing them into primordial void particles, the fundamental building blocks of existence. Finally settled. Xiao Chen exhaled slowly. Though he surveyed the devastation before him, his heart remained heavy. He knew many more dangers lay ahead. Just then, his phone rang abruptly. Xiao Chen pulled out his phone to see it was a call from Lu Ruyan. Hello, Ruyan, what's up? Xiao Chen, I just heard from the ghost market that the Tianyu organization is active in other coastal cities too. You need to be careful. Chapter 100, Welcoming the Lord's Arrival. Got it. I'm on it. Don't worry. Oh, and I've already taken care of Chen Yuan and Lu Fan. If you're free. Xiao Chen paused, his gaze darkening. If you have time, take care of Ansu too. These people will inevitably stand against our dragon nation. Lu Ruyan acknowledged the request and hung up. A cloud of chi rose beneath Xiao Chen's feet, and in an instant, he vanished into the night. Xiao Chen rode the cloud like a shooting star streaking across the horizon, racing toward another coastal city. The sea breeze swept through his hair, yet failed to dispel the worry etched upon his face. The Heaven's Decree organization's actions were growing increasingly bold, and the situation was becoming ever more urgent. He knew time was of the essence. Before long, he arrived at his destination. Like the city before it, this one was ablaze with lights. Yet beneath this facade of prosperity, Xiao Chen knew danger lurked everywhere. He landed atop the city's highest rooftop, extending his divine sense to detect any trace of the Heaven's Decree organization. Suddenly, an eerie yet familiar energy fluctuation emanated from the city's outskirts. Xiao Chen immediately mounted his cloud and flew toward the source. When he arrived at a cornfield on the city's outskirts, he discovered a section had been cut down. In the center of the cleared field, a massive magical formation had been set up. The formation was inscribed with numerous strange runes, flickering with a faint blue glow. Surrounding the formation stood a group of hooded figures clad in black robes, their features concealed. Among them stood a towering figure, wielding a staff inlaid with emeralds, murmuring incantations. The emerald gem at the staff's tip emitted an eerie green glow in sync with his incantations, seemingly forming a connection with the array. It seems they're conducting this ritual simultaneously in multiple locations. Xiao Chen mused as he settled onto his cloud, his gaze fixed intently on the hooded figures, scheming how to thwart their plot. Just then, one of the robed figures abruptly lifted his head and fixed his gaze upon Xiao Chen, seated atop the cloud. Startled, Xiao Chen immediately cast a small barrier to shield himself. The black-robed figure hesitated for a moment but still began walking toward Xiao Chen. As the figure drew nearer, Xiao Chen pressed his lips together. The golden bracelet on his wrist glowed with a radiant light, poised to unleash an attack at any moment. Just then, another black-robed figure suddenly shouted in the language of the Eagle Nation, "What are you doing? The ritual is about to begin. Hurry over and return to your position." Hearing this, the cloaked figure halted, glancing upward once more toward where Xiao Chen hovered. Ultimately, he turned and returned to the array. Xiao Chen's gaze relaxed slightly. So it's the Eagle Nation after all. How amusing they can't even stay in their own country, yet they come to stir up trouble in my dragon nation. Xiao Chen maneuvered his cloud to circle around to the other side of the formation, searching for the optimal moment to strike. At that moment, the robed figure, staff in hand, stepped deliberately to the center of the formation and thrust the staff forcefully into the ground. Instantly, the runes on the formation blazed with intense light. A pillar of light shot skyward, illuminating the surrounding cornfields. Bathed in the pillar's light, Xiao Chen witnessed a massive phantom slowly materialize. The apparition looked bizarre, human yet not quite human, emanating a powerful and eerie aura that sent chills down one's spine. What is this thing? Xiao Chen's mind was filled with confusion. The black-robed figures knelt on one knee in unison, arms crossed over their chests, chanting in unison. Hail the Lord's arrival! Only then did Xiao Chen realize these robed figures were likely summoning some powerful monster. He could not stand idly by. He extended his hand, and a flash of golden light appeared. A weapon materialized in his grasp. Xiao Chen roared. Die! Like a streak of golden light, he charged toward the center of the formation. The black-robed figures were startled by Xiao Chen's sudden appearance. They scrambled to their feet, attempting to block his attack. Yet Xiao Chen's power was overwhelming. Wherever he passed, it was like sweeping away rotten wood and fallen leaves. The black-robed figures all fell, utterly unable to resist his might. The black-robed figure wielding the staff immediately yanked it from the center of the formation. Swinging the staff, he unleashed a jet of black light toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen raised his hand, scattering the beam effortlessly, then advanced step by step toward the robed figure. Who are you? Why are you here? Why are you disrupting our ritual? The robed figure demanded in a less than perfect Dragon Nation language. You bunch of eagle-but people, coming to our Dragon Nation to practice these dark arts. I'm here to stop you. Mark my words, your schemes will never succeed. Xiao Chen declared, swinging his weapon as he charged toward the hooded figure. Seeing this, the robed figure shouted urgently, directing the others to attack Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen engaged the robed figures, he realized their individual strength was weak. Yet, under the command of the staff-wielding figure, they somehow managed to withstand his attacks. But upon deeper reflection, he instantly understood. You think you can stall for time? Not a chance. Xiao Chen channeled chaos energy into his weapon once more. With a fierce swing, a blinding golden light erupted from his blade, surging toward the robed figure with devastating force. The black-robed figures were utterly powerless against this overwhelming force, hurled violently through the air and crashing heavily to the ground. Even the black-robed figure wielding the staff suffered severe injuries, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood in great gulps. After dealing with the black-robed figures, Xiao Chen's gaze settled upon the gradually sharpening phantom. By now, the apparition was nearly fully manifested, its oppressive aura intensifying. Listen well, no matter what you are, don't even think about running rampant on the soil of my Dragon Nation. Xiao Chen swung his weapon with all his might, smashing it viciously toward the apparition. The weapon, carrying earth-shattering power, hurtled toward the descending phantom like a golden meteor. Just as the weapon was about to strike the phantom, it suddenly opened a pair of blood-red vertical pupils. Two blood-red beams shot forth from the pupils, colliding violently with the weapon. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as golden and crimson light intertwined, unleashing a colossal wave of energy. The surrounding cornfield was instantly leveled, the earth churned and torn, forming one deep crater after another, as if struck by cannon fire. Xiao Chen was knocked back several steps by the force, his footprints sinking deep into the ground. What a powerful monster! Xiao Chen marveled inwardly, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Yet he felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, he grew excited as the chaos power within him surged inexplicably once more. Chapter 101, Seeking Headquarters. The phantom seemed enraged by Xiao Chen's attack. It let out a piercing howl, its voice shrill and harsh like the static crackle of an old radio failing to tune in, suddenly punctuated by the screech of nails scraping a chalkboard. As it roared, the surrounding primordial energies began to converge toward it uncontrollably, solidifying its form even further. We can't let it keep absorbing the primordial energy. Xiao Chen's heart tightened. He charged toward the phantom on his cloud, moving like lightning. At that moment, the Kunlun mirror fragment in his embrace flashed with light, unexpectedly amplifying the power of his weapon. Xiao Chen sensed this enhancement and, his heart leaping with joy, immediately raised his weapon high. Take this! Xiao Chen roared, unleashing a 1,000-pound force as his weapon crashed toward the phantom. The phantom swung its enormous claws to meet the weapon. The moment claw met weapon, a sound like a rusty saw scraping against metal echoed. Ripples of energy spread outward in all directions. Amidst the fierce clash, Xiao Chen sensed that while the phantom's claws were hard, under the dual-enhanced assault from his weapon and the Kunlun mirror shard, they began to show fine cracks. Xiao Chen's spirit soared. He immediately intensified his assault, channeling a relentless torrent of chaos energy into his weapon. Each strike now carried the force of a mountain-moving tidal wave. The phantom seemed to sense Xiao Chen's fury, its movements growing even more frantic. It swung its claws relentlessly, black beams raining down upon Xiao Chen like a storm. A pale golden light instantly enveloped Xiao Chen, deflecting all incoming assaults. He suddenly noticed a pale blue rune on the phantom's chest, glowing brighter with each attack it launched. A thought flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. He knew that was its weakness. Seizing a gap in the phantom's assault, he activated his cloud somersault, hurtling toward it at breakneck speed. His weapon, channeling immense force, slammed viciously into the rune on the phantom's chest. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed as the pale blue rune's crack widened. The phantom's power steadily weakened until it finally crashed to the ground with a wail, its form rapidly dissipating. Xiao Chen's weapon came to a halt on the cloud of somersaults as he looked down from above at the black-robed figures sprawled across the ground. He leapt down from the cloud and strode over to the robed figure clutching the staff, glaring down at him. Speak! What exactly is your Heaven's Decree organization plotting? How many more bases like this do you have? The robed figure glared at him viciously, spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. Ha! You think you can get any information out of me? Dream on. Our Heaven's Decree organization is the most powerful organization in the world. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, grabbed the hooded man by the collar, and hoisted him high into the air. His feet left the ground as he struggled in terror. What do you think you're doing? Answer my question from earlier. As Xiao Chen spoke, he unleashed the heavenly fire, scorching the black-robed man's soul. The black-robed man screamed in agony, the torment of his soul being consumed by the heavenly fire nearly causing him to lose control. I'll talk. Please let me go. Unable to endure the agony of his soul being consumed by the celestial flames, the cloaked figure finally spoke. We have several other bases in coastal cities. 6 in total. 6 represents the power of demons. I don't know their exact locations, but I know they're all summoning powerful entities. What else? Xiao Chen pressed. There's also the headquarters of the Heaven's Decree organization. It gathers the top deity awakened individuals from various nations. They're plotting an even greater conspiracy. If they succeed, the Dragon Nation will vanish from the annals of history. The black-robed figure's face was deathly pale as his voice trembled. Xiao Chen fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. He had always known the Celestial Edict organization posed a greater threat than he had imagined, but he hadn't expected them to move so swiftly. Xiao Chen tossed the hooded figure to the ground, casting a binding spell that immobilized them all in place. The State Security Bureau will be here soon to deal with you. Xiao Chen spoke, then rose on a cloud of energy beneath his feet. He had already destroyed 2 strongholds, leaving 4 more. Hey, Director Su, it's Xiao Chen. I've already destroyed 2 of their bases where they summon powerful entities. 4 more bases remain. I hope you can send people to destroy them. Su Jiangwo sounded utterly unsurprised on the other end of the line. All right. Could you briefly outline the situation? Do you have any leads on those remaining 4 bases? Standing atop the cloud, Xiao Chen's gaze swept over the city shrouded in night. Several keywords flashed through his mind. High population density, bustling coastal cities. I've already destroyed the strongholds in Pengcheng City and on Bohemia Island. Barring any surprises, the remaining 4 are located in Shooting City, Wenling City, Hexing City, and Pao City. Got it. I'll dispatch them immediately to take out those strongholds. Xiao Chen, what about you? Me? Xiao Chen's gaze turned deep as he looked toward Kunlun Mountain, then he grinned. I'm heading to Kunlun Mountain to find their headquarters. Su Jiangwo's tone instantly turned solemn. Xiao Chen, they're ruthless for an awakened. Going in alone, it's not advisable. I'm also an S+ awakened. I can assist you. Xiao Chen felt a wave of warmth wash over him at Su Jiangwo's sincere words. Yet the current situation was too complex. After a moment's thought, he flatly refused Su Jiangwo. I'm sorry, Commander Su. Your concern is deeply appreciated, but this journey must be undertaken by me personally. The Heaven's Decree organization gathers the top-tier divine awakened ones from every nation. The situation is intricate and perilous beyond measure. As the backbone of the Dragon Nation, you are indispensable to our country. If you were to accompany me deep into enemy territory and something were to happen to you, the Dragon Nation would face irreparable disaster. Commander, this responsibility is too heavy. I cannot and will not allow such a risk to occur. Su Jiangwo's grip on the phone tightened slightly. Even the static crackling through the receiver carried a weighty tone. He remained silent for a long while, as if weighing the pros and cons. Finally, after an extended pause, he let out a deep sigh. Xiao Chen, you must be extremely cautious. The slightest misstep along this path could mean certain death. Whatever problems you encounter, contact me immediately. I will deploy rapid response units near Kunlun Mountain to provide you with support at any moment. You are not fighting alone. They will provide you with the most timely and accurate intelligence support from the shadows. Rest assured, Commander Su. Xiao Chen smiled. I have one more question. Can you answer it? Su Jiangwo spoke again. Xiao Chen knew what he wanted to ask and answered with a smile. That day at the Awakening Monument, I actually awakened a deity. Chapter 102, Confession. I awakened the primordial chaos power from ancient times, and later, the deity Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. You likely don't know this mythical figure. He once single-handedly stirred up the heavens, facing 10,000 celestial soldiers and generals. Later, he became a legendary deity and was ultimately enshrined as the victor over demons Buddha. Xiao Chen's voice was crisp and clear, pure in tone, like the breeze of a summer night or the rolling waves of the sea. Su Jiangwo remained silent on the other end of the line, his mind reeling with shock. He never imagined Xiao Chen would awaken as a deity of the Dragon Nation. This news filled him with wild elation. Xiao Chen, you must be careful. Su Jiangwo cautioned once more. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Commander. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen used teleportation to instantly transfer himself to Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain, this range steeped in countless myths and ancient secrets, now appeared particularly mysterious and unfathomable in the night. Xiao Chen stood at the mountain's base, gazing up at the layered peaks. The last time he had come, he hadn't sensed anything unusual, but this time, he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. The air itself seemed thick with danger. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted out from behind a massive boulder beside him, charging toward Xiao Chen with a powerful gust of wind. Xiao Chen reacted swiftly, his weapon materializing instantly. He spun and swung his staff, meeting the shadow with a clang as metal struck metal, sparks flying. The dark figure was knocked back several steps. In the moonlight, Xiao Chen recognized the figure. It was the masked man who had confronted Chen Yuan and Lu Fan. He still wore that silver mask, revealing a pair of cold, vicious eyes. "You are Xiao Chen?" The man spoke, his voice icy. "I am. Weren't you by the coast earlier? Did you use a teleportation array to reach Kunlun Mountain? Interesting." Xiao Chen's gaze turned sharp and piercing toward the man. The man hadn't expected Xiao Chen to guess correctly so quickly. His eyes flashed with coldness as his figure abruptly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already leaping above Xiao Chen's head, wielding a long sword that emitted a faint green glow as he thrust it downward. Xiao Chen swung his weapon to block. The sword and shield collided, erupting in another piercing clang. Xiao Chen felt a tingling numbness in his arm, inwardly shocked by the man's formidable strength. In the ensuing clash, the man's attacks grew increasingly fierce, each strike aimed at vital points. His archery was bizarre and unpredictable, his sword techniques always striking unexpectedly, making him impossible to read. Xiao Chen evaded her attacks, searching for an opening. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's voice echoed in his mind. "In all martial arts, only speed cannot be broken." Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. He stepped onto the cloud of 7 turns and charged toward his opponent with lightning speed, streaking across the sky like a flash of lightning. The man seemed caught off guard by Xiao Chen's lightning-fast counterattack, momentarily flustered. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chen raised his weapon high and brought it crashing down on the man's longsword. With a loud crack, the sword shattered into 3 pieces. The man turned pale with shock and spun to flee. Xiao Chen wouldn't let him escape. He immediately gave chase. Just as Xiao Chen's weapon was about to strike the man's back of the head, a melodious flute sound suddenly filled the sky. The melody seemed to carry some kind of magic, causing his movements to slow. Seeing this, the man took off running. But to his horror, Xiao Chen only slowed for a few seconds before catching up, raising his weapon high to smash it down on the man's skull. The man's eyes widened in terror, but evasion was impossible. Just as the weapon was about to strike, a dazzling light screen materialized out of thin air, forcibly blocking the powerful blow. The immense force caused the light barrier to tremble violently, emitting a buzzing hum. Xiao Chen lifted his gaze toward the mountainside. A group of figures materialized on the hillside. At the head stood an elderly man clad in ornate robes, his hooked nose and deep-set eyes immediately identifying him as a member of the Eagle clan. He held a jade flute in his hand, its lingering melody still echoing faintly clearly. He was the one who had intervened. "Xiao Chen, you should not have come here." The eagle-like elder's voice was deep and resonant, thick with that distinctive eagle-like quality. Xiao Chen sneered coldly. "This is Kunlun Mountain in our dragon nation. You're the eagle-winged one. Which of us shouldn't be here?" A petite woman in a kimono stepped beside Luozhen, fan in hand, lips pressed into a smile. "You truly are overestimating yourself." As she spoke, her fan flipped and the ground suddenly cracked open. Countless sharp stone spikes burst forth from the earth, lunging toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's cloud of somersaults materialized beneath his feet, effortlessly evading the attack. Standing atop the cloud, he swung his weapon. A surge of chaotic energy erupted as golden light erupted, shattering every stone spike in its path. Meanwhile, the silver-masked man took advantage of the distraction to slip toward a nearby cave. Xiao Chen caught sight of him out of the corner of his eye and was about to pursue when the old man sounded his flute again, disrupting the pursuit. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth, his gaze turning cold as he fixed it on the old man. "Very well. Since you wish to die, I shall take you all." He channeled the chaotic energy within his body, forming a golden protective barrier that blocked out the flute's sound. Then, chanting incantations, he summoned a sky filled with fire phoenixes. These phoenixes, engulfed in the 3 flame true fire, swooped toward the old man and the woman. The woman's expression changed instantly at the sight, hastily casting spells to resist. The old man appeared confident, waving his jade flute to disperse the phoenixes with invisible chi. Unexpectedly, his spell proved utterly ineffective. The kimono-clad woman, her beauty now tarnished by fear, swiftly waved her hands while chanting incantations, conjuring an ice shield before her. Yet the 3 flame true fire blazing on the fire phoenix caused the ice shield to hiss upon contact, releasing billowing white smoke. Amidst the chaos, the silver-masked man was about to reach the cave entrance. Xiao Chen, determined not to let any awakened member of the Heavenly Decree organization escape, abandoned the old man and the woman and charged after him. Seeing Xiao Chen pursue the masked man, the old man's heart sank. He knew the masked man held a crucial position within the organization. If he were killed, the entire Heaven's Decree organization would be plunged into crisis. Ignoring the phoenix's threat, he hurled the jade flute at Xiao Chen. The jade flute transformed into a streak of icy light, hurtling straight toward Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Chen sensed the danger behind him and shifted his body slightly. The flute whizzed past his shoulder, slicing a tear in his clothing. Even so, Xiao Chen didn't halt his advance. He sensed that if these men were determined to protect the masked man at all costs, then his own death was inevitable. Chapter 103, The Ritual Must Not Be Interrupted. Just as the masked man was about to step into the cave, Xiao Chen finally arrived. He raised his weapon high, channeling boundless fury and power, and brought it crashing down upon the masked man. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the weapon slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The masked man spun around in terror, realizing he was but a step away from entering the cave, yet Xiao Chen's weapon was already upon him. At that instant, a sinister black vortex erupted from the cave, engulfing the masked man. Simultaneously, the vortex unleashed a powerful repulsive force, pinning Xiao Chen firmly outside the cave entrance. Xiao Chen's weapon struck the vortex's edge with a dull thud, sending ripples of air shockwaves outward. Xiao Chen halted his movement, heightening his senses to perceive the activity within the cave. He realized the black vortex possessed immense power, yet it seemed to be consuming some form of energy within the cave. Noticing this detail, Xiao Chen channeled all his chaos energy into his right fist and swung it toward the black vortex. This punch, enveloped in chaos energy and carrying world-shattering force, caused the black vortex to violently tremble under the impact, revealing a narrow, passable space. Xiao Chen's cloud-like mount flickered beneath his feet, propelling him instantly into the cavern. A pungent, fishy stench permeated the cave's interior. The walls were engraved with eerie runes that flickered with an unsettling glow. The masked man stood at the entrance, facing a massive stone platform. Xiao Chen recalled glimpsing such a platform earlier while tracking the masked specter. Back then, it had held Chen Yuan and Lu Fan bound upon it. Though he had already killed them, the stone platform remained. Upon the platform sat a crystal sphere emitting a faint green glow. A mysterious energy fluctuation swirled around the crystal ball, as if some ritual was being performed. Ha ha ha, how amusing. You really enjoy messing with this sort of thing, don't you? Xiao Chen approached the masked man step by step, his voice echoing through the cavern. The masked man spun around, his eyes widening in terror as he stared at Xiao Chen. Instinctively, he reached out to grab the crystal sphere on the stone platform. But he found his body seemed to be bound, unable to move. Xiao Chen. You can't disrupt this ritual. The masked man's voice was filled with despair, reluctance, and terror. Ignoring his cries, Xiao Chen raised his weapon high and swung it toward the masked man. Yet as he swung his weapon, the crystal ball suddenly erupted in blinding light, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. Within the light, a colossal figure slowly materialized. This figure was shrouded in a blood-red mist, its face indistinguishable. Yet the aura emanating from it made it clear, this was an entity of immense power. A mere insect dares to trespass upon my domain. The figure spoke in a low, icy voice, its tone dripping with condescension. Xiao Chen scoffed contemptuously. Just then, chaotic footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave. Immediately after, a dozen or so figures clad in black robes emerged, escorting two individuals. Xiao Chen's eyes widened in shock. The prisoners were none other than the long-lost Lu Ningyu and his own teacher, Sophie. Lu Ningyu was covered in wounds, his body coated in sticky blood, evidence of severe torture. Sophie's hair was disheveled, her eyes filled with terror. Yet the moment she spotted Xiao Chen, a glimmer of hope ignited in her gaze. Xiao Chen. Before Sophie could finish, a hooded figure behind her clamped a hand over her mouth. Release them! Xiao Chen's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his entire being seemingly ignited by rage. His voice echoed through the cave, carrying a ferocity unlike anything before. The masked man finally snapped out of his daze. Seeing Xiao Chen like this, he couldn't help but let out a smug smile. Xiao Chen, aren't you so mighty? If you've got the guts, come save them. Rest assured, as long as you surrender peacefully, we'll release them both immediately. The massive shadow suddenly emitted a low, cold chuckle. It raised its arm and unleashed a crimson energy blast toward Xiao Chen, blocking his path to rescue the hostages. Xiao Chen's heart burned with urgency, yet he still managed to sidestep the energy blast. The energy streaked past him, carving a bottomless gash into the cave wall. Seeing this, the cloaked figure backed away, shielding Lu Ningyu and Sophie behind its own form. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen once again channeled the chaotic energy surging through his body. His weapon flashed with golden light. He stepped onto the cloud of somersaults, darting swiftly through the gaps between the massive figure's relentless swipes of crimson energy. As he closed in on the black-robed figure, he swung his weapon with all his might, unleashing a sweeping blast of golden chaos energy. Several black-robed figures at the front were instantly knocked flying. Chaos erupted among the robed figures. Some frantically tried to regain control of the hostages, while others foolishly attempted to block Xiao Chen's attack. Lu Ningyu and Sophie struggled within the chaos, desperate to break free from their restraints. Trying to escape? The masked man snarled, charging toward Lu Ningyu and Sophie without regard for the surrounding chaos. A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a dagger. He lunged viciously toward Lu Ningyu. No! Xiao Chen's eyes widened in fury. He charged forward recklessly, only to be blocked once more by the dark force emanating from the figure. Helplessly, he watched as the masked man's dagger was about to pierce Lu Ningyu's heart. At that critical moment, Lu Ningyu found strength from somewhere, violently breaking free from the restraint. He twisted sideways to dodge, the dagger grazing his arm and leaving a long, deep gash. In the chaos, Sophie lunged forward and bit into the black-robed man's arm. The hooded figure let out a startled cry and released Sophie. Seizing the moment, Xiao Chun unleashed all his chaos power, forcibly shattering the darkness's barrier and flashing toward the masked man. None of you shall live. Outside the cave, the old man and the kimono-clad woman were on the brink of collapse under the fiery phoenix's relentless assault. The three flame-true fire burned ever brighter, filling the air with scorching heat. The old man could no longer withstand the sonic waves. His hands trembled, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. Each time he played the jade flute, he could only barely delay the fire phoenix's onslaught. The kimono-clad woman had conjured countless ice shields, each one ultimately consumed by the flames. How can this fire be so powerful? I've never heard of such a flame in any myth. They did not know that the three flame-true fire was the fire from Dragon Nation mythology capable of refining all things. The old man cried out in terror, his voice tinged with despair. He attempted to gather another powerful sonic wave, only to discover his inner strength was nearly depleted. Chapter 104. This ritual must not be interrupted. Just as the masked man was about to step into the cave, Xiao Chun finally arrived. He raised his weapon high, channeling boundless fury and power, and brought it crashing down upon the masked man. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the weapon slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The masked man spun around in terror, realizing he was but a step away from entering the cave, yet Xiao Chen's weapon was already upon him. At that instant, a sinister black vortex erupted from the cave, engulfing the masked man. Simultaneously, the vortex unleashed a powerful repulsive force, pinning Xiao Chun firmly outside the cave entrance. Xiao Chen's weapon struck the vortex's edge with a dull thud, sending ripples of air shockwaves outward. Xiao Chun halted his movement, heightening his senses to perceive the activity within the cave. He realized the black vortex possessed immense power, yet it seemed to be consuming some form of energy within the cave. Noticing this detail, Xiao Chun channeled all his chaos energy into his right fist and unleashed a punch toward the black vortex. This punch, enveloped in chaos energy and carrying world-shattering force, caused the black vortex to violently tremble under the impact, revealing a narrow, passable space. Xiao Chen's cloud-like mount flickered beneath his feet, propelling him instantly into the cavern. A pungent, fishy stench permeated the cave's interior. The walls were engraved with eerie runes that flickered with an unsettling glow. The masked man stood at the entrance, facing a massive stone platform. Xiao Chen recalled glimpsing such a platform earlier while tracking the masked specter. Back then, it had held Chen Yuan and Lu Fan bound upon it. Though he had already killed them, the stone platform remained. Upon the platform sat a crystal sphere emitting a faint green glow. A mysterious energy fluctuation swirled around the crystal ball, as if some ritual was being performed. Ha ha ha, how amusing. You really enjoy messing with this sort of thing, don't you? Xiao Chen approached the masked man step by step, his voice echoing through the cavern. The masked man spun around, his eyes widening in terror as he stared at Xiao Chun. Instinctively, he reached out to grab the crystal ball on the stone platform. But he found his body seemed to be bound, unable to move. Xiao Chen. You can't disrupt this ritual. The masked man's voice was filled with despair, reluctance, and terror. Ignoring his cries, Xiao Chen raised his weapon high and swung it down toward the masked man. Yet as he swung his weapon, the crystal ball suddenly erupted in blinding light, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. Within the light, a colossal figure slowly materialized. This figure was shrouded in a blood-red mist, its face indistinguishable. Yet the aura emanating from it made it clear this was an immensely powerful being. A mere insect dares to trespass upon my domain. The figure spoke in a low, icy voice, its tone dripping with arrogance. Xiao Chen let out a contemptuous laugh. At that moment, chaotic footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave. Immediately after, a dozen black-robed figures emerged, escorting two individuals. Xiao Chen's eyes widened in shock. The prisoners were none other than the long-lost Lu Ningyu and his own teacher, Sophie. Lu Ningyu was covered in wounds, his body coated in sticky blood, evidence of severe torture. Sophie's hair was disheveled, her eyes filled with terror. Yet the moment she spotted Xiao Chun, a glimmer of hope ignited in her gaze. Xiao Chen. Before Sophie could finish, a hooded figure behind her clamped a hand over her mouth. Release them! Xiao Chen's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his entire being seemingly ignited by rage. His voice echoed through the cave, carrying a ferocity unlike anything before. The masked man finally snapped out of his daze. Seeing Xiao Chen like this, he couldn't help but let out a smug smile. Xiao Chen, aren't you so mighty? If you've got the guts, come save them. Rest assured, as long as you surrender peacefully, we'll release them both immediately. The massive shadow suddenly emitted a low, cold chuckle. It raised its arm and unleashed a crimson energy blast toward Xiao Chun, blocking his path to rescue them. Xiao Chen's heart burned with urgency, yet he still managed to sidestep the energy blast. The energy streaked past him, carving a bottomless gash into the cave wall. Seeing this, the cloaked figure backed away, shielding Lu Ningyu and Sophie behind its own form. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen once again channeled the chaotic energy surging through his body, his weapon blazing with golden light. He stepped onto the cloud of somersaults, darting swiftly through the gaps between the massive figure's relentless swipes of crimson energy. As he closed in on the black-robed figure, he swung his weapon violently, unleashing a sweeping blast of golden chaos energy. The black-robed figures standing in front were instantly knocked flying. The cloaked figures instantly panicked. Some tried to maintain control over the hostages, while others foolishly attempted to step forward and block Xiao Chen's attack. Lu Ningyu and Sophie struggled in the chaos, trying to break free from their restraints. Trying to escape? The masked man snarled, charging toward Lu Ningyu and Sophie without regard for the surrounding chaos. A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a dagger. He lunged viciously toward Lu Ningyu. No! Xiao Chen's eyes widened in fury. He charged forward recklessly, only to be blocked once more by the dark force emanating from the figure. Helplessly, he watched as the masked man's dagger was about to pierce Lu Ningyu's heart. At that critical moment, Lu Ningyu found strength from somewhere, violently breaking free from the restraint. He twisted sideways to dodge, the dagger grazing his arm and leaving a long, deep gash. In the chaos, Sophie lunged forward and sank her teeth into the cloaked figure's arm. The hooded figure let out a startled cry and released Sophie. Seizing the moment, Xiao Chen unleashed all his chaos power, forcibly shattering the darkness's barrier and flashing toward the masked man. None of you shall live. Outside the cave, the old man and the kimono-clad woman were on the brink of collapse under the fiery phoenix's relentless assault. The three flame-true fire burned ever brighter, filling the air with scorching heat. The old man could no longer withstand the sonic waves. His hands trembled, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. Each time he played the jade flute, he could only barely delay the fire phoenix's onslaught. The kimono-clad woman had conjured countless ice shields, each one ultimately consumed by the flames. How can this fire be so powerful? I've never heard of such a flame in any myth. They did not know that the three flame-true fire was the fire from Dragon Nation mythology capable of refining all things. The old man cried out in terror, his voice tinged with despair. He attempted to gather another powerful sonic wave, only to discover his inner strength was nearly depleted. Chapter 105, The Grand Finale. Su Jiangwo remained silent. He too despised traitors. As Xiao Chen approached the crystal coffin, he sensed energy fluctuations, as if something lay dormant within. The moment his hand touched the crystal coffin, the runes suddenly flared, unleashing a powerful blast that hurled him several meters away. Su Jiangwo hurriedly helped Xiao Chen to his feet. Be careful. This crystal coffin isn't what it seems. Xiao Chen wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze fixed intently on the crystal coffin. I suspect the sealed entity within is connected to the Heaven's Decree Organization's conspiracy. And those eyes, their suppression must hold deeper meaning. Just then, the Kunlun mirror fragment in Xiao Chen's embrace began to glow, its light intertwining with the runes on the crystal coffin. The blood-red eyes above also flickered in response. Xiao Chen, we've found other Kunlun mirror fragments. Perhaps combining them could yield unexpected results. Let's take the crystal coffin back first. Outside the cave, the morning sun had risen, its rays bathing the earth and dispelling the darkness. After emergency treatment by medical personnel, Lu Ningyu was no longer in critical condition. Sophie sat beside him. Spotting Xiao Chen approaching, she hurried over and threw herself into his arms. Xiao Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you... Sophie's voice choked with emotion. Xiao Chen raised his hand and patted her back. As long as you're okay. No one will ever hurt you again. Su Jiangwo stared at Xiao Chen with a grave expression. Xiao Chen, although we destroyed the headquarters of the Tianyu organization and dealt them a heavy blow, their influence is vast. We must strengthen our defenses. Commander Su, rest assured. I will enhance my strength. If the Heaven's Decree Organization dares to show itself, I will eliminate them. As for the secrets of the crystal coffin, I will investigate them thoroughly. Very well. I will deliver all the remaining fragments of the Kunlun mirror to you. In the days that followed, Xiao Chen secluded himself in a hidden retreat within Kunlun Mountain to cultivate intensely. After eliminating Ensu, Lu Ruyan also arrived at this location, joining him in his secluded cultivation. Throughout his cultivation, the light screen in Xiao Chen's mind continuously scanned the intricate ancient scriptures within the explorer's scroll, striving to decipher them. Dividing a portion of his divine sense, Xiao Chen fused the shattered fragments of the Kunlun mirror back together, reforging it into its original form. Meanwhile, across the Dragon Nation, security forces were comprehensively reinforced under Su Jiangwo's directives. They conducted exhaustive sweeps for remnants of the Heaven's Decree Organization, successfully dismantling multiple hideouts. Xiao Chen finally grasped the meaning of those ancient characters. What he hadn't anticipated was that opening the crystal coffin truly required the Kunlun mirror. Xiao Chen returned to the crystal coffin in the research institute. Channeling his chaos power, he approached the coffin and activated each rune on its surface according to the ancient script he had deciphered. The blood-red eyes above began to flicker wildly, emitting eerie fluctuations. Xiao Chen abruptly drew the Kunlun mirror from his robe, shining it upon each rune he had activated. The runes suddenly blazed with intense light, fiercely clashing against the power of the blood-red eyes. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the power of the blood-red eyes was utterly shattered. The crystal coffin slowly opened, and a dazzling beam of light shot straight up into the heavens. Immediately after, the divine figures from the myths of the dragon nation manifested between heaven and earth. There was Pangu, who split heaven and earth; Manhwa, who mended the heavens; Guanyin Bodhisattva, compassionate and merciful; Hui, who shot down 9 suns. People poured out of their homes, gazing upward, speechless at the awe-inspiring spectacle. Xiao Chen knew this marked the awakening of the dragon nation's divine power and his destiny. Standing atop a high vantage point, he channeled his chaos power to broadcast his voice across every corner of the dragon nation. He recounted the tales and powers of each deity. More and more people of the dragon nation began to awaken to the divine power of their land. At a grand celebratory banquet, Su Jiangwo, representing the dragon nation, awarded Xiao Chen the highest honorary medal. Thunderous applause erupted below the stage, waves of cheers rising and falling. Xiao Chen simply smiled, watching the vibrant expressions on the people's faces. He felt profoundly fortunate to have been able to save the people of this land. That night, Xiao Chen walked to the harbor, feeling the sea breeze and gazing at the starry sky. "Great sage," he murmured softly, "do you think there will be new challenges in the future?" Xiao Chen asked softly. Sun Wukong's voice echoed in his mind. "Where there is light, there will always be shadows. The path to protect the Dragon Kingdom is still long. Believe in yourself. As long as you hold justice and courage in your heart, no challenge is too great to fear. And don't forget, you can still sacrifice other deities to strengthen yourself." "Ah, you're absolutely right." Xiao Chen sighed softly, his brows relaxing as he lay back on the sand. "Hey, Xiao Chen." Without warning, Lu Ruyan appeared, crouching beside Xiao Chen. "You're here." Xiao Chen's eyes crinkled with a smile. "Congratulations on releasing the divine spirit of the dragon nation. Now our myths and legends can continue to be passed down through the generations." As she spoke, Lu Ruyan lay down beside Xiao Chen, her hands cradling the back of her head as she gazed up at the starry sky. The two lay quietly on the sandy shore, savoring this moment of tranquility. A gentle sea breeze swept over them, carrying the ocean's unique scent. Lu Ruyan turned her head to look at Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with admiration and tenderness. "What are your plans now? Will you continue studying at National Security University?" Xiao Chen sat up and smiled. "Of course I'll continue my studies. Though the Tianyu organization suffered heavy losses, it hasn't been completely destroyed. I must continue to strengthen our forces and protect the Dragon Nation. Moreover, now that the Dragon Nation has awakened the power of the gods, I plan to establish a specialized institution to help everyone better harness the divine power of our nation, making the Dragon Nation even stronger." Lu Ruyan nodded with a smile. "Great. I'll join you." Not long after, through the efforts of Xiao Chen and Su Jiangwo, the Dragon Nation Divine Awakened Training Institution was formally established. Xiao Chen personally served as an instructor, imparting his experience and understanding of divine power to every awakened individual. As time passed, the awakened individuals of the Dragon Nation gradually mastered formidable powers. Scattered across every corner of the land, they guarded every inch of the Dragon Nation's territory. The once ravaged Dragon Nation faded into history. And Xiao Chen remained the hero who protected the Dragon Nation. He frequently traveled across the nation, assisting awakened ones in resolving challenges. Under his influence, the entire Dragon Nation united as one, filled with hope. Many years later, Xiao Chen stood atop Mount Kunlun, hand in hand with Lu Ruyan. He released his divine sense, sweeping it across the land of the Dragon Kingdom, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. He knew that no matter what challenges the future held, the people of the Dragon Nation were prepared. For they possessed righteousness, the courage to charge forward, and the unyielding light of hope.